it just immediately stopped loading. So I was like, oh, well.
Yeah, they may have actually meant the next stream since that ended. Like it might have been like a because YouTube does a new link when you.
Is it lagging still in Discord?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, it changed. Okay. Anybody able to read Chinese?
Okay, we should. Sorry, guys, we had to stop the stream, but we should be good for Twitch now, and we should be good on YouTube now.
Wait, Twitch is my favorite. I'm so happy about this. Oh no, I'm not subscribed. Oh no, I need to log into my Twitch because I'm on a new computer.
Okay, we are live. Great.
Stopping and restarting the stream. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not lagging on our viewers' end, it's mostly okay. But
well, you're watching his video, right? So
no, I'm just streaming from mine.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good. I was wondering if that was actually what we were doing.
Oh, you're streaming. Okay, so do we not want to? Oh, you're streaming it.
I am streaming video feed, but I'm not also going to stream it to Discord because I don't want to put more pressure on the CPU.
Makes sense. Okay.
So. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I also have my own Billy open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly just.
Yeah, as long as you guys are also live, we should be synced anyway. Because I'm not.
Looks like my webcam crashed. Yeah. That's funny.
I'm not pausing or anything, so we should all be live as long as you guys are watching. Live.
I'm looking at the YouTube stream. Oh no, it's working.
Yeah, everything should be up now.
All right.
Well,
this is where we get our technological difficulties out. Nothing's actually.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing going on yet, so thanks for bearing with us, chat.
All right.
Yeah, I did see somebody ask what I'll be playing for Vegas, so I'll give it a couple of minutes. I'm also going to Bologna, so I'll be going to both, which I think most of us are.
I will go to both.
I don't think I am. Sad days.
I think I'm spectating Bologna.
Okay. I would assume y'all are showing up to Bologna. Any of the official events, right? Plus, you get to go to Italy, even though you can't really stay for long because we got to fly immediately back for Vegas.
I'm that's gonna be a fun one. I'm gonna be flying in Thursday, flying out like Sunday or Monday. It's gonna be so sick.
Yeah, I think it's me too.
Yeah, that's my plan. I think I get there 5 p.m. on Thursday, fly back Monday, and that's gonna be like a whole day thing. So I'll get back on Tuesday, and then probably rest on Wednesday, and then Thursday we'll be flying out to Vegas. So
yeah,
fun.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm getting off my parents' phone bill so that I can get as much of the phone Wi-Fi connection as I want because I still have to work. And I'm not allowed to use hotel internet with my work laptop.
Oh, no.
Oh, for like security reasons?
Yeah, for security reasons. They don't let me be on any internet that doesn't have a password. But if it has a password, then it's good. So.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I guess hotel Wi-Fi's technically don't. They usually let you like sign in with the room number, right?
Exactly. Yeah, you like sign in with your last name and room number. So technically, it's not a password, and so I'm not allowed to use hotel. So phone connection it is. I did it for Houston as well. I was there for like the whole week, and I worked on my phone internet the whole week. It was interesting.
Damn.
Took all my calls in the bathroom. It was fun.
Your office, as it were.
Yeah. As it is many people's office, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Have it all in one.
Exactly. That's called efficiency, okay? That's called efficiency.
We got an Aurelia deck box on the stream. I don't know if you can see that, chat, but let me move Colin real quick so you can check this out. Look, got a little deck box over there.
Is that going to come with the that 8-packs thing for Lunar New Year, or is that its own separate thing?
I think it's its
looks sealed, so I would guess it's just one of the merch things they're doing for Spirit Forged.
If they were doing it with the Lunar thing, I think it would be the Lunar art. So yeah, although I don't know why Rumble doesn't get a deck box, but Aurelia,
Aurelia's special, okay?
Are you gonna rumble about it?
I'm rumbling about it right now. They did my boy Rumble dirty.
Yeah. I
played that guy in League at some point, so he was during my time one of my favorite champs.
I was a Kinnan main. Kinnan/Bar/Tristana main. So.
Okay.
Like all three
the Yordles.
Tristana and Varus are the same role.
No, Bard's. Oh, Varus. So I heard Bard.
Varus, yeah.
Oh, okay. I also heard Bard.
Yeah, I guess
Oh,
Kennen,
no.
you could technically play him as an AD carry depending upon when you played.
Yeah, I love
played
Yeah, I
Varus.
remember there was an era of that.
I played him
Yeah.
top.
Okay.
Okay.
That was
He
my
was
one
top for
character.
most of the time that he was. Like,
Yeah.
I remember very early on he was top. I think he was mid at one point.
Rip
and then
Twitch.
mostly top lane.
Sorry, chat said Rip Twitch.
Oh,
Is
it's
Twitch
Twitch
not
Twitch?
working? Oh no, we got.
Twitch
Oh,
isn't
no.
watching it.
I see people
Twitch
on
is
Twitch.
working.
Yeah, we got.
Twitch is more active than our YouTube right now. YouTube's got to.
Our YouTube got cooked.
Twitch is mainly
We
my
killed the
people.
stream and our YouTube got cooked.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Is the stream in Discord for us still lagging? I think it might be cooked for me doing the.
If it's, I can. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess if we're on each of our own, that's fine. But I can also share it. So you can stop yours, and then I'll share
Okay.
mine, so that doesn't mess up our cameras.
Okay.
It shouldn't
What
mess up our
round? It's
cameras.
round 0, burner.
Yeah,
Round
And,
0. This is the pregame.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
is the fun part. I
round
hope they
zero.
bring my cute caster. I'm gonna be honest. I have a favorite, and it's this girl, and she wears the cutest stuff every single time. At Nationals, she had a little like doggy sweater with like a Bichon and a Dachshund and like 2 other dogs. But like before that, she was wearing like the cutest dresses every single week, and she better be back, or I'm going to rumble about it.
I guess we'll see.
We got a Sivir deck on stream. Is this gonna be our first round?
All right, let's see. This is a Sivir Aurora.
Sivir Aurora.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, I've definitely heard people talking about Sivir Aurora. I'm not sure that what it's really doing better than Misfortune Aurora. Outside of like every now and then you get some power to spend, which is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not sure it's doing anything better than MF Aurora. I think it does something a little different than MF Aurora.
Yeah, it's also a metal card leader.
That is
They
true.
do have metal cards for this. I think
They
I
do?
don't actually know. I think so. I don't really know.
I've been told both ways.
Yeah.
Well,
most of
Colin
them.
has said they're there, so now they're there.
Okay.
I think
Or you can
they're
blame
right.
I believe Colin.
Or you
Yeah,
can
or
blame
blame me.
Colin.
Sure,
Yeah,
yes.
that's fine.
Nice, no responsibility. Colin's fault.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What are they saying in Chinese? Have they apologized yet for Draven? No, they have not apologized.
No,
They have
will
doubled
never
down.
apologize for Draven.
They have only
Yes.
doubled
Absolutely
down
true.
on the fact that Draven will draw infinite cards every game.
Yeah.
Apparently,
It's-
a lot of the right side of the video is getting cut off.
Yeah, we're gonna switch cameras once we know how their setup is. We just don't know like where. I want to be showing all of the actual data points and things that they're showing. I want to make sure hands aren't covered. We just don't know where that's gonna be right now, which is why our cameras are just off on the side. But once they actually have the setup for the full how the game's gonna play out, I'll move cameras around. And also we're only gonna be doing commentating in pairs of 2, so. Right now it's the full party, but in games we'll only have 2 cameras and they'll be better positioned.
Yeah, exactly. So.
I like the demand tariffs until Draven errata.
Oh no.
Guess we're just gonna have to do it.
It's the only
Bring the
thing
tariffs back.
the only thing that could make it happen.
No,
Yeah.
please. I need my Chinese cards. I can't afford $10,000 axes.
I wonder how much
$10,000
Ezreal's
is
gonna
crazy.
cost. That's my question.
A lot.
Yeah, I think that deck is so popular that it'll probably be more expensive than Axes, even though my personal opinion is that traditional Draven's a little better, but that could be your spoiler for chat. Play traditional Draven.
Yes, play
Yeah.
traditional Draven. Very, very.
Yeah. Who's the gentleman on the dreaming tree? That's me, Colin Kaiser, the one and only. I guess we maybe should have had like little name tags or something. That would have been nice. We'll think about that for next time.
I'll put it like right
We
here.
have another call for raising the volume. I don't know if this is a.
I
I
don't
think
know.
on both sides, right? Or no, that's one YouTube and one.
I think it's just YouTube that's said it so far. Twitch is.
Okay,
saying
Yeah,
I'm
it's
bumping
fine.
it. I'm bumping it. See if
Yeah,
that
I
There you
helps.
can-
Volume is fine on Twitch, is what people are saying, but
Yeah.
YouTube has declared it's not.
Weird.
The only thing I saw was maybe Anton's mic was a little bit higher than ours, but volume overall is probably fine. So
The guy in the tiger tie is definitely a Draven apologist. Oh, it's a person on the actual stream though. I thought they were talking about one of you guys, and I was like, which one is wearing a tiger tie? But no, it's
Riot's doing the double down strategy right now, where they're just like crossing their fingers and like, no, Draven's not that bad, guys. Trust me. And they're just silently praying, like, please don't be 8 Dravens in top 8. Please don't be 8 Dravens in top 8.
Oh no.
Get those stickers they give out at work meetings where you write your name on it and put it on your shirt. Yeah, that's what we need.
I support it. I support it.
Need a middle guy's Rek'Sai list. I know he has the sauce. That's either me or Colin. I defer to Alex. He's the one who's been cooking that deck.
Alex is the one with the Rek'Sai list, though. We've all played a little bit of Rek'Sai, but Alex is definitely the one that's put the most reps into that guy.
Alex is the one who's like, this man is like, I found the sauce. We got some technology. Some.
Is this a round?
Special sauce that nobody else is running.
Is this round 1?
Okay.
I think we've got a round.
I didn't actually expect that.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be this soon.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Okay, once we get this layout set up, me and Daniel will be dipping out for a couple rounds, and you'll have Colin and Ursi. And then once their portion of the stream is up, me and Daniel will be hopping in to take you guys into the late night.
Yeah. Plus, I'm sure we'll have him back in between rounds, but we'll see how this goes. Okay.
Yeah, we might hop in for yapping in between. Okay, we've got a Fiora.
Ooh,
Fiora. Okay. What's our other legend?
I'm excited by Fiora.
Yeah. This is like one everyone's asked me about as like the default set guy. They're like,
I think it's the most common.
It's your color combo. Fiora into Draven. Look at those axes spinning everywhere. Oh my.
Draven's not a problem, guys, if he's round 1. That means we're not seeing Draven all day long, okay? Like, he's not popular.
Exactly.
It's okay.
You can see the Fiora being like, all right, I guess it's going to be like this.
The Draven player looks very confident.
Have fun, guys.
I would feel confident if I was on Draven too, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, is he actually on Forge of the Future? That would be interesting. Let's see here. I'm like kind of getting it off of the little animations they have. Oh wow, yeah, actually. Or this is Forge of the Future is the order card. This is Forge of the Fluffed. Not a very common card, but one that's kind of interesting out of Draven. It just says, while you hold this battlefield, you can exhaust your legend to equip an equipment you control to one of your units. So, kind of interesting out of Draven. This might be a little bit of a spicier list, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it seems super interesting. We'll have to see how it plays out. But I'm really excited to see yellow into Draven. I was like talking to one of my friends who is in China for a different game. He was saying he was seeing a lot of yellow. So hopefully, maybe in some world, they found a counter to Draven. You never know. For those who don't know, who aren't too Riftboundy, because I know we have like some people outside of Riftbound coming in, Draven is the big boogeyman coming into the first tournament of the second set. So we're going to have to see how it goes.
Yeah. I think it's kind of been the default best deck. Set 1 actually had a lot more diversity than we thought. Originally, we kind of thought Kai'Sa would be the only deck, but it actually ended up balancing itself out. So right now, Draven's kind of in a similar spot where we expect it to be the best deck, but who knows? Like you said, there's always a chance that someone found something to cook it up, and I'm all for it, to be honest, if we can have something a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, even you found some like success with, I don't say out of the meta, but like off pure meta decks. So maybe we can see that again, perhaps with the same colors if the round 1 player is able to do it. I'm hoping to see some charismatic players this time, because during Nationals there were some funny players.
I didn't actually end up watching too much of it outside of like the finals that we did the commentary on, so I'm not sure exactly what their personalities were, but hopefully we'll see something out of it.
I admittedly was very delirious because I streamed we streamed 14 hours the first day, and then like the whole 12 hours the second day. I got like 6 hours in between. But I remember like one dude, he kept like doing like almost like an evil player pose, and like it was very intimidating. I would be intimidated as his opponent. So
Yeah. I mean, if that's what it takes, there's all sorts of mind games that you can do in card games, you know? It's all about bluffing your opponent as we get an opening hand. So this looks like a pretty traditional set here. We have Set Brawler and Challenge both being set 1 cards, both of which that are actually in my set list as well. And then we have the new card and Lucian. That's actually one of my favorite cards, though, this new set, as kind of a way to play into the Draven decks, because they're obviously very built around punishing you for keeping units in play, and that Lucian says that every time he conquers, you get to ready him. So you conquer a battlefield, you score your point, and then you ready him. And then he's just able to retreat back home. So Draven never gets a chance to actually do combat into that Lucian. So that's pretty good. Here they're doing a interesting thing I'm not a big fan of, the presenting cards to your opponent whenever you do multiples so they can cut your 2 that get sent back to the bottom. It's a very strange thing in Riftbound.
do you have to do that for recycling?
Yes, technically anytime that you recycle, it's a shuffle. So if you recycle more than 1 card, you have to present it to your opponent to shuffle it. But
I honestly had no clue about that with recycling. I guess that's why I got like 58 on my judge test. I mean, I took it for the meme, but
yeah,
did not go well.
no, it's good that you didn't, because there's a running joke in card games that anyone who succeeds at a judge test, I'm not sure what that was with the fist bump, doing the little.
He did a heart. It's a heart.
Is that what it was? Oh,
he tried to do a heart. That was beautiful. Okay, I'm already for the Fiora here.
All right, yeah. If we weren't already cheering on this Fiora player, then now we definitely are.
And the other battlefield looks like it's the Monastery. I can't remember the full name of it, but the one that where you get to draw off a buff. Am I correct on that?
Yep, Monastery Hirana. That's also one that I play in my set list. Looks like this Fiora player does not have a turn 1 play, unfortunately. Otherwise, they probably would just slam it down here. Yeah. So, never a good start, but missing a turn 1 isn't the end of the world if you're going first. If you're going second, then it certainly can be. But I think they'll be quite all right, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll have to see which Draven form we're seeing here, but it does look like they do get a turn 1, which is always nice for Draven, or any deck, but we'll have to see. I like at least that the Fiora player is also matching the playmat.
Yeah, for sure. So here we have pretty interesting set of cards. This is kind of what I've been seeing out of the Fiora decks. They've got 2 of their signature spell, an Auction, and a Set Brawler is what I saw in their hands. So a bunch of efficient units, a couple of counter spells, which will be particularly good into the rebukes and such out of Draven. Should be quite nice. I'm like physically trying to move my head around to try and peek around to see if I can see the hand of the Draven player, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to work.
Yeah, it does not seem to be working just yet. I'm also having trouble seeing some of these. But I do think we see the Draven, oh god, the tool.
Yeah, the spinning axe.
Spinning axe, there we go. And it looks like they are going to play the Draven directly to the battlefield. It is kind of nice for Draven to be holding the battlefield just because of the effect of the battlefield. Maybe not this turn, but if they can keep ready units up there, they can exhaust the unit to attach the they're not tools now, they're gears, I guess. I guess they've never been tools.
Yeah,
attached to
tools
gears. That's Pokemon, I think.
Yeah, or items, yeah. It's
in Pokemon, tools attached to the Pokemon and like give extra buffs. So it's more what these are.
Yeah, this is a pretty safe play out of our opponent, just because the overzealous fan there can push back any unit that gets sent in. Normally this play is it's really brutal if the Fiora player had something to kill the Draven here, but fortunately for the opponent, or for the Draven player rather, that is not the case. So that's a pretty safe line here. Here we get to see all the interactions with Set Brawler. This is like one of Fiora's best theoretical units. Wait, are we not? Okay. Well. So the way that this actually works, I guess our opponent, I always say opponent, I'm just so used to actually playing the game. Our Fiora player here kind of missed our set or trigger. The way that it works is Set Brawler is a 4-mite who instantly enters and gets a buff, which makes him mighty. So that triggers our Fiora to ramp us 1. But I guess maybe our Fiora player is not aware of that or just kind of forgot about it. Fortunately, it's not like a mandatory trigger or anything. You have to actually pay the costs, so sad to see, but maybe it won't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it's interesting. I want to say decision, but may not be decision, just like you're saying. But you guys get to draw a card off of it by then, or not because of it, but pops the buff and retreats his illusion back. Just as you said, he's gonna try to stay out of that battlefield, so Draven can't use his leader ability. Similar to the viewer, I guess. Both avoiding the leader abilities.
Yeah. So this is a pretty common thing with early tournaments too, especially like, people get nervous getting into a new event. So new set, new cards. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of that for Bologna and Vegas when it's only a week after the official release.
Yeah, even just playing on stream can be so nerve-wracking. I remember I casted the luxury, or like the first luxury 1K. Every single one of the sabotages went to the discard pile. And then during CCS, it might have actually been one of your games that like a sabotage happened, and I had said that like on my bingo card, the sabotage is going to go to the discard pile instead of the bottom of the deck. And it did happen again.
Yeah, so I've seen a couple people do bingo cards for this one as well. This is a very interesting line from our Draven player here. I've not seen much of this in terms of trying to hold the battlefield like this with all these pushes and such. But it is kind of good at a Draven. Obviously, every time that you push something back, you can potentially draw a card. But this usually gets punished if they ever send multiple units in at the same time. Then you'll have to push back each and every time. But with the hidden card with 3 energy up, I think it's kind of difficult to break into that battlefield.
For those of you who are not super familiar to set 2, and correct me, Colin, if I'm wrong on the exact wording, the reason that Draven is like the big boogeyman essentially is Riftbound didn't have too much draw, but Draven's ability is when he wins. Is it win combat?
Yeah, win any combat.
Any combat, he gets to draw a card. And in Riftbound, that can include, even like if you use a spell just to push something back, it wins the combat essentially. So even though he avoids dealing damage between units, he can win the ability to draw off the combat. Whereas other decks may not have the same draw ability, and it allows him to access a lot more of his combo pieces.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. Every interaction spell, every one of these pushes, if you send a unit in one at a time, then they're replacing themselves. And if you played card games for a while, pretty much any card that replaces itself is already going to be pretty powerful, and it's very hard to keep up with the tempo of just constantly having your units pushed out of battlefields. Or Draven also has some of the most efficient might buffs in the game, so he's very, very good at winning combat. That's what's caused him to be the boogeyman for sure.
Yeah, and the 2 purple units you see in the bottom battlefield are also both Overzealous Fan, which is when they defend, you can just kill that one unit and it'll push back one of the attacking units. So it's not even a spell in that case. He just becomes, I forgot the term for it, when something dies and it gives its own card. Like you get to draw another card, but he draws his own card when he dies.
Yeah, exactly. It just becomes like a cantrip, I suppose.
Cantrip, there we go.
Replacing itself is the usual term. We see a Doran's Blade here, so that's just equipment that will actually stick around forever, and anything it's equipped to just gets +2 might. So now we're holding our battlefield here with a 7 might set which is not too shabby. Unfortunately, we haven't found a way into this battlefield with all of these overzealous fans yet, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it, I suppose.
Be interesting to see. Let's see what he decides to do, I guess, here. The direct on face is very interesting camera.
Yeah. It's actually pretty good production quality. I respect it. Especially all like the animations and stuff that they do.
I actually love, the Chinese like production quality is actually insane. I remember in Nationals at one point they had like a triangle almost. It like showed the hands and then the two sides of the board. It was crazy. But really awesome what they do. But it's always, I don't know, it's like it does help tell the story, but it's very interesting to see what they flip to sometimes.
It can kind of be hard to, I don't know, at some times like explain to people what's going on. Obviously, as us being the casters right now, that's kind of our job. But card games have a lot of gray area. You know, video games are very systematic, where everything is just input and makes it very easy to stream because it's just always the same thing every time. But card games are a lot about discussing things with your opponents, and obviously you're playing under the same rule set, but everyone has different ways for how they choose to represent their energy and units on battlefields and stuff like that. So it can make it a little confusing at times as the Draven players currently in the tank. You can see that they actually only have 4 cards in hand, which is pretty rare for a Draven, but given that the opponent just hasn't really done combat with them, like I mentioned earlier, so long as the Draven doesn't actually get into combat, then they can't draw off the cards. But typically you have to get into combat to win the game, so it's pretty rare that you can do this sort of line.
Yeah, for sure at some point this Fiora is going to have to commit and probably take the other battlefield to stall at least like a turn or two to get, that advantage back on points, but they've avoided it thus far, and it's kept the Draven on a lower hand, even though 4 is still not the worst in this game.
Yeah, it's definitely not, too bad. As we see a Darius here. That's one thing I always get confused is Darius versus Draven. It sounds so similar. Okay. Just playing.
They kind of look similar too.
Yeah, they're actually brothers in League lore, if you didn't know.
Wait, really?
That. Yeah. Both of them are kind of the badasses of Noxus. So
interesting.
Yeah.
They are both Noxus traded in TFT. This is true. Yeah. I didn't even think about that.
This is a very interesting hand. The Sphere has a bunch of equipment. I see 2 BF swords and another piece of equipment. BF sword being the 4-cost gear that equips for a order power for +3. So we can currently get our units to be very beefy, but I don't know how beneficial that'll be for us right now with the fact that we just kind of need more units in play. Draven's very good at dealing with just 1 or 2 specifically big units because of cards like Fight or Flight and these overzealous fans that we have in play, Rebuke, all these sorts of things. So.
Yeah, I can only imagine how many, it's going to be a daunting task to come in on that Draven in the bottom battlefield. There's a minimum 2 pushes just from the overzealous fans. And how are we going to get through those? Because losing combat also means more cards for them when they have to fight them later. But we are building up a base here. Oh my gosh, that's 5 units now in the base, it looks like.
Yeah, so I think this is probably... Oh, we're actually readying our auction here. Interesting. So maybe we are going to see a big commitment here into this battlefield. I think the only way you can really deal with this is to send a bunch of guys at once. So yeah, okay, we're seeing a kind of big showdown here. Okay, so just sending in 2 of the units. So we're essentially trying to trade off these 2 guys for the 2 overzealous fans. But this is where you'll see where Draven becomes a problem, because every time that you do this, Draven gets to draw a card just for trying to trade and play the game fairly. And then additionally, because the Draven Vanquishers in the back, they'll also get a gold token for winning combat.
Mm.
So I'm gonna see the. Oh, interesting.
We're gonna switcheroo.
Okay.
Oh, and it's the gear that can attach as a hidden.
Yeah, Edge of Night. Yeah.
Yeah, the sword plus blue item make this thing on TFT.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate for a Fiora player here. I don't think he was particularly playing around that one. I think he was maybe trying to use the counter, his signature spell in hands to counter whatever the hidden card is, but you cannot do that with gears. So, yeah, I think all we can do is trade for one of these overzealous fans at best.
Yeah, that's kind of tragic. I mean, I definitely saw the play where we're hoping to in some way pop these overzealous fans. And that's an ouchie on the hidden because now one of them will survive more than likely here. And we get the draw.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and our opponent gets the draw regardless. And as you said, the gold as well.
Yep.
So this is a bit of a problem for the Fiora who really needs to break through here. They could send one more in and try to like pop the other Zealous, but that's still gonna be another draw for Draven that they'll have extra cards for when he actually wants to take out the Draven as well, which is gonna be a huge problem.
So now we're, I guess, I think we're kind of in desperation mode here.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Just sending these in. I think the issue with this is that the Draven gets the trigger every single time. So he has a defend trigger that says you can pay a power to give him +2, and that's until the end of the turn. But each time you send it in, you can use that. So plus the overzealous fan here, so he can push out the set and then use the Draven trigger here to become an 8 to our Auction 6.
That's crazy.
Yeah, which, I mean, it seems like the Draven player might be thinking on it. Obviously, with the 3 energy up still 2, there might be a spell. Okay, it's passing on the trigger, so passing and passing. Interesting. Going for a trade. Honestly, not the worst possible outcome, all things considered. I'm surprised we didn't try and go for anything here, but maybe I was expecting something like a hidden blade, or which we can see the Fiora player does have if they were to go for it. So I think that was overall a pretty good outcome. We got to get rid of a lot of these annoyances off the board. We're still very, very far behind as the Fiora player, but maybe we
as a pure trade, does that count as a win for Draven, like a combat win, or is it like just like net neutral in that case?
Yeah, it's net neutral. I've had a lot of people ask me about it, and the best way to think about winning combat is that whoever still has a unit on that battlefield wins the combat. So if anything else beyond that, as soon as the combat's over, like you can't play action cards anymore, then that's when combat is declared won for whichever player still has a unit on the battlefield. So it's just, but if nobody has a unit there, then nobody won the combat. And that comes a lot with like pushes and stuns and all that sort of stuff. It doesn't matter whose might's bigger. It doesn't matter any of that. It's just whose unit is still there at the end. That's who won the combat.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So
let's see. I love the Pouty Poro. He is so cute. I'm just gonna say it. He's adorable.
We're waiting for the all Poro tribal deck. I'm hoping
with
to see
the Poro
something
herder.
Cool. Yeah, the Poro herder. That was one that was so sad because even when you get the Poro synergy, it's not a super strong card. It's just because it costs a power, which is so brutal. But I want the all Poro deck to happen at some point. I'm crossing my fingers. As we see what we're going for here. So this is the classic.
Darius is up.
Yeah, the Darius play. Gonna score to 5 here. Nothing we can really do about it, and then probably play another unit here. We have a Vex. Okay. So they'll ready your Darius if our... Oh, okay. Well, we missed our Darius trigger, which is... maybe not? Are we remembering our Darius trigger? Okay, no.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Darius did untap here because we played 2 cards, which would have allowed us to retreat it, but I suppose they're choosing to leave it there, which is, I'll say, an interesting choice.
Yeah, I like the idea of like unseating Draven from the bottom battlefield, but letting him now take 2 battlefields does seem to be really painful for the Fiora player. At least in my mind here.
Yeah, the thing about these fair decks is so long as you have units around and you're ahead on points, which our Draven player currently is, it usually doesn't matter too much if you let them in for free. So I know that I personally would have preferred to retreat this Draven here instead of letting it stick around and potentially get destroyed by something. But we'll have to see what's in their hands that in terms of interaction here. Let's see, which is the... See someone in Twitch chat asking what the yellow unit is. So we have a Fiora in play as well as a Set Brawler. Set Brawler is the set 1 card that we're all pretty used to seeing. The Fiora is a 3 might for 3 that says whenever a unit becomes mighty, you can pay a power to ready it. So let's see, we're seeing a big set come in here. It looks like it's going to be 9 might coming in over the Darius's 7 here. Have to see what the set or the Draven player has to say about that.
Yeah, the Fiora does seem to, at least in my mind, like synergize well with this set, just because, as you said, like when he comes in and he buffs himself, he does technically become mighty. Those who don't know, mighty is a keyword in Riftbound that's like, was it 5 might and above is mighty. So he is 4, becomes 5 with his buff. Which he also re-gets when he takes a battlefield. So technically, I mean, we can't, use it again because she's already tapped, but like could in some world then be used to retreat or something.
Yeah, exactly. So, we're going to see the riposte here. It's Fiora's signature spell. So our opponent's trying to save their Darius with a Ride the Wind by getting it out of there, but Fiora actually gets to play a counter spell in her color combination as her signature spell. So this way we get to run over this Darius, and this is kind of what I was saying last turn. Anytime you're leaving units in the battlefield, you got to have a pretty good reason to do so, because losing them can be quite brutal.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I could see the reason for the choice from the Draven, but definitely an interesting choice to leave it there.
Yeah.
Especially because we already had Set Brawler in the base and one of the gears as well.
Yeah.
But
so
let's see here.
Got another equipment coming on. Spending a lot of power here to suit our guys up, but base checking this hidden card, see what it is. I'm assuming it's a fight or flight. It is. So this is gonna let our Draven player draw a card off the trigger, if they remember it anyways. Wait, rewinding.
Right.
I think the Fiora does have a second riposte if they want to counter it. Personally, I don't think it's worth tapping out here. I think you just kind of have to accept this, and at least you're getting them through. Oh, wow. That was aggressive.
Repost it is.
Yeah. They're really going for it here. I suppose our Darius player is pretty low on runes, so being able to break in here is nice. But we know that we're going to lose one of these battlefields for sure. Just based on the Vex plus the Edge of Night. That's already in play.
Yeah, that's going to be another card for Draven. We're down to 4. I mean, obviously we don't have any that are non-exhausted energies, but 4 does seem like a really low number. So I guess we go up to 6 next turn.
Yeah, we started this turn at like 10 runes though, at least I think, and now we're all the way down to 4. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, crazy how power hungry this Fiora deck can be, but that's kind of why her legend ability feeds it a little bit. But this does make it at least a little bit interesting. Oh wow, a Kaisa Survivor card I'm sure most of us are used to have seen by now.
I think she's been played in a couple of these decks here during set 1.
Yeah, just a couple.
Let's see, coming up against Fiora.
Yeah.
She's
So
6 with the gear?
Yep.
Or,
4+2 into a 3+2. So yeah, Fiora is just a goner here. Not much we can do about it. So now let's see, we have we get to draw 2 cards because we're Draven, and Draven does what he pleases.
Yeah, it's the Draven ability plus the Kaisa ability, which is when she conquers, you get to draw as well.
Yep, exactly. So the set at least is a 9 might, which I don't think this Draven player is going to have anything to get over it. Blood Rush is the only card I can think of that's a +4 for 2. That would at least let you trade. But outside of that, yeah, I was about to say, I just kind of expect to play a unit and a pass. Okay, we have a hide as well.
Noxus Hopeful is so nice with when you've played another card before in that turn, which we did with Kaisa. He only costs 2. So really nice to be able to play it. And it does leave up at least, it looks like 1 rune for our Draven player. Though I'm not... Let's see.
Yeah, there's not too much you ever have to play around with at 1 at least. It's one of the things with the Draven deck is it's really I operate at even intervals. So as we're going to get used to seeing this a lot, something to keep in mind out of it is all of their interaction spells cost 2. So you can always count how many interaction spells you have to worry about just based on what intervals of 2 energy they have. So here we see another set brawler, this time played in base. I don't know if this is quite going to work out for us, but I suppose it's the only way that we have to maybe win this game. Just too far behind on points. The fact that the Draven player was always ahead on points is tough. But we're going to set our Hidden Blade here into this battlefield. I suppose we're just hoping it's enough to survive.
Yeah, if they take the set's battlefield next turn, then the Draven player should be able to win the game here, right? By having both battlefields.
Yep. They're on 7 now, so all they need is to either hold the battlefield or now conquer this open battlefield. So I would imagine that won't be too difficult. But with the Hidden Blade, you never know. I think they do kind of need an accelerate unit, or a rebuke is really the main thing. 1 rebuke, 1 fight or flight, and it's lights out here.
Let's see what the Draven has. He has 7 mana, or 7 runes, it looks like. Looks like we already go in fight or flight with the hidden card, which does make Kaisa still ready in base. And I think that's kind of the accelerate card that you were kind of hoping for.
Yeah, exactly.
Potentially.
It works functionally the same as an accelerate card here. So I guess we don't have the fight or flight or rebuke, otherwise we wouldn't be sending our units in here. I do see a punch first out of our set player here, or out of our Fiora, excuse me. I'm a little used to this color combination being for something else, so interesting. So we were coming in, but I see, because of the Vex, we can't play the punch first anyways. That's very unfortunate. So yeah, we have to pay our additional energy and power, and then so that'll be enough might afterwards to run after the set, or run over the set, which is game. I think it was close, but
still seemed close, especially after like the turn where it seemed we were able to take 2 points quickly as like Draven, for then it to then end up being like just like 1 point shy or 1 turn shy, it seemed, for the Fiora. But we will be going to game 2, and I do think Fiora is going to go first this time.
Yeah.
So let's see if it makes a difference.
Yeah, I think we were pretty close with this Fiora. I just a couple of things here or there. I think the miss trigger off of our set in the early game definitely hurt us. And one thing I always talk about for players is you never want to be in a position where you have no units in base. You always want to have something to be able to contest next turn so that you can pressure your opponent and not just let them put things in for free. And going into those last turns when we sent both the Set Brawler and the Fiora in, it left us with no units in base, which meant as soon as they ran over one of our battlefields, there was no time to retaliate. So unfortunately, just weren't able to bring it home there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It seemed like at the beginning they did an okay job with that, and then it ended up going probably more poorly, I would say, after they lost more units than expected, taking the bottom battlefield when like the two Overzealous fans and the hidden ended up being a tool, a gear.
Mm-hmm.
I'll figure out the word sooner or later.
That was definitely the snowball where I think it was just a little bit too brave of a plan to not play around Edge of Night there. As soon as that kind of happened, I was like, yeah, that's probably lights out, unfortunately. As much as I would love to say that this game is one that can let you claw back from mistakes like that, I think that one was just a little bit too much, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough moment there for a Fiora player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes. You have to wonder, like, if it wasn't... God, I have such bad trouble with the gear name. Like, if it wasn't the gear, if it had been something else, do you think the Fiora would have been okay in that position, or do you think either way it was a bad spot?
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit of a bold play. I think that they were thinking it was like a fight or flight or something like that. The Fiora player did have a riposte in hand where they could have spent it to counter whatever the hidden spell was and give something plus might, I think is what they were kind of relying on. But that also would have costed you a bunch of power. You probably would have only given +2 might, which would not have been a substantial amount. And then if they timed it correctly, they could have just pushed the unit that you buffed out anyways. So I think it was just one where the Fiora player was just getting a little bit too antsy, should have probably waited an extra turn, and it would have definitely been a little bit better once they had actually built up that base. You got to make sure that when you're pushing into these Draven decks that you're doing it with enough intent to be able to clear pretty easily. So yeah, I think that was... But, it makes sense. You're getting behind on points. You get antsy. You're just like, I want to start clearing off these little guys. And you just get it in your head that you got to start doing something. But sometimes doing nothing is the best.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to be patient, but it does hurt to do it sometimes. So I can understand both ways. Excited for your Fiora, though. Yeah, it seemed interesting. I think she's cute. She could be... I don't know. We'll have to see how it continues to play out. But it seems like maybe there's a chance with Fiora.
Yeah, she has a lot of things going for her as the prime player of her counterpart in set 1 being the same color combination, her having a different signature spell. I think they did a really good job with Fiora because she actually feels quite distinct from set, despite being the same color combination, same strategy. You're operating off of a completely different signature spell. You are on a completely different leader ability, and it kind of gives you the power to keep using all these equipments and such. And you can make some pretty big boards with her. It's just can be rough into a field of rebukes and fight or flights is the nature of a lot of decks right now.
Yeah, there definitely is some interesting cards out there to have to deal with in purple. But are there any cards that you, as someone who, it seems like has playtested, have you playtested Fiora much? I'm guessing you have, since you said that everyone's always asking you questions.
Yeah, I kind of had to, just given the nature of things. I've played pretty much everything at this point, so.
Yeah, that's what I expected. But are there any things that you're hoping this Fiora does different in this game coming up? Maybe like a card that you. I mean, obviously we don't know like their side deck or anything. But there's anything like you think may have been missing from their gameplay last game?
Yeah, I think it looks like a pretty standard list, and what my Fiora lists have looked like as well. You know, you're just playing the good units and trying to hope that it's enough. Honestly, there's not too much extra that you can play into Draven. I would assume moving forward that a lot of our lists are going to kind of be what I call pre-boarded for Draven. You know, when it's like the biggest deck, you want to make sure that your main deck is already ready for that sort of strategy. Because you're going to see it the most often, right? So typically at these decks, you won't have too many sideboard options, but maybe a different battlefield setup can be nice here, as we see my iconic card back here, a Dreaming Tree out of the Fiora, and then a Forge of Power, I want to say that card is. And I also see a couple people dropping some primes in Twitch chat, so I appreciate that. To you guys, thank you all for the support.
Big Prime subbies. We love Prime subbies. Prime is. I don't know why people always like Prime. I'm assuming it's because we get to steal money from Bezos. It's the Bezos dollar.
Exactly. The free Bezos dollars are much appreciated. So
you gotta get the money out of your Amazon Prime, guys. If you haven't used your Prime yet, click the subscribe button, click that check mark, and make sure to subscribe to Challenger TCG with that free Prime subby from Bezos. And yeah, we could have another hype train here, which would be always fun. Hype trains are always fun. If you're on YouTube, you think your Prime subby is open. It's a very simple Twitch channel link, twitch.tv/challengertcg. But it does look like we're going to be getting into game 2 hopefully here. Draven still looking confident. I thought he looked confident game 1, but I'm sure he is feeling even more so right now. Let's go. We are 62% of the way to our hype train, guys.
Yeah. No heart this time from our Fiora player, though. No. This was just a normal fist bump. So, you know, now that they've seen what Draven is doing, we're
not hearting Draven anymore.
Yeah, exactly. You get the 1 heart. Yeah, now we're coming for blood. I respect it.
Is this a part of the animation? The like purple blossoms, or were they there before?
Which ones? The ones that are on. I think they were there before, but now I'm gaslighting myself. I'm like, were they? I think it has to be a part of the.
93%, guys. One more Prime subby and or biddies will get us there. Just saying. It's never too early or late for a hype train.
Yeah. Exactly.
My Prime's actually probably open. Let's see. Can I get the Prime train?
Be perfect.
Let's go. We got a hype train. I wonder who did that.
Let's go.
Ooh, we're already into that top battlefield though. From the Fiora side with the set 1 Fiora. And what is the second card there?
That's Unsung Hero. It's a 2 cost for 2 might that says if it's mighty when it dies, you get to draw 2 cards, which is definitely one of the namesake cards out of Fiora here. Very ballsy of our Fiora player to just send 2 units in there into that battlefield, because if they had anything to buff this Fiora or this Poro to run over our 6 might, we definitely would have lost the game on the spot. But for our hero here, I'm glad that was not the case.
Yeah,
now,
I would say
we're ahead on points.
Yeah, at least we're ahead on points. I would say like the unsaid rule is you don't really add extra units to your battlefield unless you know you can hold it. And I mean, I guess he assumed he could do it because he did it anyway.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I mean, sometimes you gotta make plays like that in order to win an event. You know, you can't always play scared. And here we're actually seeing some crazy efficient abilities of it. So we're getting switcherooed. Okay.
Switcheroo, is it where it switches units or it switches mites of units?
Yeah, it switches the mights of the units. That's the way the card is worded. From a technical perspective, the way that the card works is it gives their unit minus might equal to your unit, and then your unit gets plus might. So it'll make the Fiora a 2 here and the Poro a 5, assuming that it resolves, which would be a little unfortunate. I see we have a Call to Glory here. So this is actually a pretty heads-up play that we could, if you're a player knew. In response to the switcheroo, what we could do is we could Call the Glory the Poro, which would reduce our Fiora to a 4 and their Poro to a 5, and then the swap would still happen, and then that would make our Fiora 5 to their Poro a 4. So if we had sequenced this a little bit better, we actually could have completely blown our opponent out here.
Both players get to draw as well because of the Dreaming Tree. And thanks so much for the 5 gifted subbies to the Challenger TCG from Plus Chills. You're chill, buddy.
Wow. Thank you guys so much.
Chill with, I don't know. Your chill worth nothing. It was supposed to be a pun. But, okay. Yeah, we do end up both sides dying, like you said, which is a little sad. But at least we get some card draw off of it. And Kai says it would have come up and draw a card. Falling Star as well going to come down.
Yeah.
The new
now
Falling
it's looking
Star.
like a Kaisa deck at this. We got a Kaisa Survivor on point. We got a Noxus Hopeful. We got a Falling Star coming down. That's brutal.
I feel like that Draven was pointed, by the way, at y'all, because didn't y'all make some meme recently where it was like, surely they're gonna nerf Draven. They nerf Falling Star. Falling Star is not in Draven. Joke's on you guys. It is now.
Yeah, you know what? That's on us. We do have Falling Star in the sideboard of some of our Draven lists, and usually like one copy in the main deck, but it's not what he's most known for. That's for sure. So despite that, I think we're actually in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I think Colin's cam is frozen though. When Billionaire gets back. Or maybe you might gonna fix it by turning it off and turning it back on, but it's working in Discord for me. It's just only frozen on Billionaire's POV.
I see. Well, let me try turning it off and turning it back on again. See if that'll fix it. But thank you all for letting me know. See if that fixes it.
Nope, it didn't change for Billionaire, sadly.
Okay.
But let's see. The Kites did get knocked out by the set brawler. And they were able to take the Dream Tree. I did miss if there's any spells played with that to get extra cards. But we see they played Noxus Hopeful. Did play that as well, and we're gonna see what the Draven player does from here.
But 5 energy. I mean, the thing I'd expect the most is just an equipment on this Noxious Hopeful to run over a set brawler. Unfortunately, we don't have the set ability as well to be able to save our set brawler with the buff. So if the Draven player has any sort of equipment to run over here, it could be a little bit rough. But again, we're still, oh wow, and they just play their chosen champ. That's so good for us out of Fiora. We get to untap with all these runes. One of the benefits of Fiora is we just always have energy to be able to do stuff. Let's see.
Cam just, oh no, Colin just sits very still. You're right. Cam is fixed now.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, I can get a little bit more animated. Oh, let's get hype. See,
let's get hype.
Yeah, Fiora's winning this game.
Fiora. If you win, I'll actually call you Fiora instead of Fiona. So that's all I'm gonna say, Fiora. That better be motivation.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's see here. I honestly had to look. Well, let's see. Yeah, I mean, set brawler's back in the base here. Probably a good idea to keep him safe.
Yeah, we saw a challenge on our set brawler, which is a 5 into their Draven. That's a 4 to kill the Draven that was in base, which basically time walked our opponent. Took an entire turn out of him. And we were also on Dreaming Tree. My favorite play is to challenge on Dreaming Tree because you get to draw a card as well. Something I've not gotten to do in a while, but it feels incredible every time you're able to do that. And now we're we're just super far ahead on points here.
Yeah, this is feeling really, really nice as the Fiora player. I want to see this game 3. You know, I want to see this game 3. Let's see what emote I got, guys. Ooh, So Cinema emote. This is the moment to play your So Cinema emote, guys. Fill up the chat with it. Fill up the chat. I'm gonna do it. 1 second. It's a cute anime character with blue hair, eating popcorn. I'm gonna be eating popcorn to Farron tonight. I already bought my popcorn. But
nice.
yeah, looks like we're gonna have another battle combat here. Noxus Hopeful versus the set Brawler, but it does look like we use a Draven spell whose name is
this is Blood Rush. Blood Rush is this one. This is the new cleave. So it's +2 or assault 2 to a unit. It is currently misprinted. It doesn't give it permanently, but it does give it until end of turn, and then it has repeat. So we saw the Draven player here repeat it. Yeah, for +4. So we're now an 8 into our 5. Looks like we let it resolve, and I think our hero here is thinking about Hidden Blading it, but he's choosing not to. Honestly, Hidden Blade is one of the better cards into this Draven deck, because usually the downside of letting them draw 2 cards is quite substantial, but if they win the combat, they're going to draw a card anyway, so it's essentially just like they only get to draw 1 card off of this. So
yeah, that's a good
definitely
point.
not as bad. Yeah, so Hidden Blade was one of my favorite cards into them.
And stack deck, love the shuffling. Make the Draven. Yeah, make the Draven show you the cards. Shuffle them every single time, Fiona. But that being said, it does look like we end up losing the oh my god, I keep want to say conquest. The combat there. It does give a draw for the Draven. He is able to take the battlefield, but up 5-3. I'm not feeling too bad for Fiona here. You could become Fiora if you just win the round. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Oh, set Brawler pops his buff?
Yeah, so
to go
you
into
can
Dream Victory?
You can always use it with Fiora here to the way that it works is you have to pay the cost, so we'll go down to a 4, and then once the ability resolves, it goes back up to an 8, which will tap our Fiona, as you said, to give us a ramp. So every turn with set Brawler after you play him, not only does he ramp you immediately when you play him to the battlefield, but he also will ramp you every future turn. So, and now we're just kind of doing the thing that you're able to do, which is when you're this ahead on points, you don't have to go into the other battlefield. It's on your opponent to contest you. So this is definitely a good play here. You just want to hold up all of our interaction spells that we have. I see we have a Hidden Blade, we have a Salvage. So a couple of ways here to interact should our opponent try and find a way to break into our Dreaming Tree. And they're definitely going to have to do so. As I see, it looks like a Rebuke, a Spinning Axe. I saw a Thermo Beam there, which is certainly not helpful right now. So it's definitely looking good for our hero. You may have to learn to call her Fiora yet.
I'll do it if she wins the round. I'm not afraid to learn names correctly. But, step
you
it
gotta
up,
have that
Fiona.
motivation. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
I just need the motivation for it.
You gotta earn your name.
Yeah, you're right. Fiona and Shrek. It's not set. It's Fiona and Shrek right now. maybe they are actually dating. You don't know. Or married, whatever they are.
Yeah.
That's a great point, Homer. That's a great point. It's Fiona and Shrek deck.
Yeah.
What is beside the Noxus Hopeful? That's a unit, right? Or
That's it. Yeah, that's just the overzealous fan. So the 2 for 2 that says you can push something that comes in. So here we get one of our cool animations here for the spinning axe.
The spinning axe has appeared, and we get to see its debut animation on a Darius.
Yeah.
Okay. Scrap Heap. Is that Scrap Heap?
Salvage.
Salvage.
It destroys a gear and then allows you to draw a card. So quite good here. Though
the gear destruction is live, but Is this Rebuke the second card, or does Darius already have the +2? Looks like Darius already has +2.
Darius already has the +2. Yeah,
Okay.
they played Darius plus Spinning Axe. I'm having a hard time telling their energy. I feel like they might have tapped. Oh, is there 4 energy there? 4, 5. Okay.
There's 4 up top, and then 6
yeah.
6 exhausted.
Yeah. So. Yeah, so we're letting the Rebuke resolve here, but this is certainly gonna... Oh, we have a punch first. Don't even need the Hidden Blade, we just get to punch first here. We get to draw a card off our Dreaming Tree, and now we're certainly bigger.
Yeah, that's really nice. Punch first sometimes definitely does read as, like, your opponent gets no turn. But... card text, your opponent doesn't get a turn. But... Random complaint. I hate the yellow and orange energies. I am colorblind, as someone in chat pointed out, and they look like the same color to me. Like on the alt arts.
So
wait, can you see the runes very well?
No, I cannot. No, we're both in the same boat on that one. Yeah,
the yellow and orange runes, I can't tell when they're yellow or when they're orange. And I think I told Dave this at the Houston thing, and he was like, does the symbol at the bottom help? And I was like, no.
Yeah, you mean that tiny little symbol that's like the size of maybe my pinky fingernail? Like, yeah, thank you, Dave, that'll be perfect.
He said they're working on it though, like they're trying to figure out the border in a way that'll be helpful for, you know, accessibility, which I think is good because I still call Kai'Sa red purple to this day. I don't know what's up with the blue, but it also is a brain trick.
I think I'm used to it too from previous card games as well. Magic and the like, seeing all the different colors is too much for my brain to handle. But yeah, I'm at least excited Fiora was able to get that game there. It definitely seemed like a convincing victory, at least that game. So we had everything that we needed, and we're able to take it down pretty easily.
Yeah, fantastic game by the Fiona. Could soon become a Fiora. We'll have to see. But I'm hopeful she'll be able to take game 3. It was very she dominated the playing field there, and it was really close game 1. So we'll have to see how game 2 goes. She'll be probably back on going second, but who knows?
Anything's possible, and this deck does have some powerful cards going second. As I mentioned, the Lucian is one of the best cards at 3 energy that you can just play immediately, and if we see that out of our Fiora player to have it on turn 1, it'll definitely be strong. So
wait, that's a good point, because she had Lucian in her hand. I think she did. She went second game 1, and pre-mulligan had Lucian in hand.
No, she went first game 1, but she missed a turn
she
1
went
play.
First. I'm a dummy. I thought she went second after having this whole conversation. I don't know why, and I was like, "What happened?"
Well, it is a good point that I always talk to people about whenever they're asking, "Should I go first or second in the game?" And my opinion is you should always go first, because even if you miss a turn 1 play going first, then it's like you went second, except you're also up a card, and then you're both playing on like Obelisk, the battlefield where each of you get an extra energy. So it's just never bad to go first in this game, unfortunately, right now. So, but. Yeah, so because Fiora did miss a turn 1 play, it was like she went second in game 1, but hopefully that will not be the case, as she's going actual second this time and missing out
with extra cards. That sounds like a buff.
Yeah, it definitely is. So, yeah, but now we're in between games as we, I suppose, sideboard again. Although I don't really expect much to change. This game doesn't have too many people right now that are changing their decks around for going first versus second, so probably just shuffling up and getting new battlefields and all that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what their third battlefield is. We saw the Monastery and Dreaming Tree on Fiora, and we saw 2 new battlefields on the Draven side. It was the Forge of Fluff, and then I forgot the second one, but
the Power Nexus, I think. Yeah, I was going to say, I expect Sunken Temple out of Fiora and Targon's Peak out of Draven, which is exactly what we have here.
Nice guess.
Yeah. I didn't get a chance to say it, but just know you can trust me. Those are the 2 I was expecting. Sunken Temple just kind of makes sense with Fiora. Her whole thing is making units mighty, and that one says if you conquer it with a mighty unit, you can pay an energy to draw a card. So it's just perfect synergy for Fiora. So I usually expect that to be in there as her biggest thing is, cards and all that. And then out of Draven, his entire thing is just having 2 energy to cast spells or equipment or something of that nature. So Targon's Peak being, you can, whenever you conquer it, you get to untap 2 is quite strong. As we see, my least favorite play in all of Riftbound, turn 1. Go ahead.
Turn 1. What's his name?
The treasure hoarder, or treasure hunter. Yeah.
Something like that. I was gonna say, I think Targon's Peak though is like kind of interesting because maybe I'm wrong in the wording, but isn't Targon's Peak when I conquer select 2 to like ready during your opponent's turn or something like that, or like essentially
it's at the end of the turn, but yeah,
at the end of the turn. But so like if you hold it, like if Draven holds it, he wouldn't be able to do that in the following turn.
Correct. Yeah, that's definitely an important note, just because it's something that you always have to keep in mind that yeah, they cannot, you basically have to choose the turns that you get it, because you can only at most typically get it every other turn. But if we conquer the battlefield with our Lucian here, for example, then we'll be able to do it next turn. This is a sequencing thing. Always leave your energy up whenever you send things into a battlefield, to everyone watching. Never tap out until you actually do your combat first, and then you can play your spells, so you can at least make your opponent think. Even if you don't have anything, you always want to play your units last here. So
yeah, I think the saying is like you always want to give your opponent as little information as possible when you're doing anything that they have to make a decision during. So by tapping out, you're giving them information that you can't do anything additional, essentially.
yeah.
Obviously, not always the case with some yellow cards, because like you can pop buffs, but I don't think they're buffs or anything. So
yeah, exactly. So we get one of our cool little actions here with our chosen champion Fiora. We get to make a unit mighty, and every time we do, we not only do we get an energy for free, but we can spend that energy to ready the unit that we made mighty. So we played our Call to Glory onto our Lucian, made him mighty, and then that let us ready him immediately, send it back in. Then the Lucian's conquer effect is that he gets to ready, so he gets to send back home. So everybody's getting readied out of this Fiora deck, which is quite nice. And as I previously mentioned, having units that aren't stuck into a battlefield like this Lucian is very, very strong into Draven, so that there's nothing for him to try and run over on his turn to draw a card. That's not an option for him. So
we love denying. Oh God, yeah. I keep wanting to say conquest.
Combats.
Combat. We love denying combat.
Exactly.
God. Fiona and Conquest. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Let's see. Someone asking about the next guide coming out. We do have a Draven guide that'll be coming out this weekend. I'm finishing it up probably tomorrow, so we'll have it coming out very, very soon for anyone who's interested in playing the Meta Menace. I'll have both variations, both the combo Draven and the traditional Draven that we're kind of seeing here, and my personal take as to what you should play if you want to play those decks. So, and even if you don't want to play those decks, you can at least know what it's doing, so you can know the best things to do against it. So,
they say, know thy enemy.
Exactly. That's what you got to do. So that will be coming out in the next day or two.
Let's see. So this time it does look like no sequencing thing here. We are going to move that Pit Rookie on up before tapping our runes. And now that we've taken control of the battlefield, time to spend 4 energy.
Yeah, so we see a Set Brawler coming out here. This time we're remembering to get our Fiora trigger, so that's quite nice. And I suppose it looks like we're readying it here. Trying to do some combat. We'll see how this plays out. So one thing you can do into these decks is you can send the Lucian in first in order to trade for the Overzealous Fan first, and then afterwards you could send the Set Brawler in. The only issue with that is the Draven would get the defend trigger every single time. Oh, and we have a Cannon Barrage. So I see. Okay, that's not a card I was expecting to see. So Cannon Barrage here is 2 energy and a power to deal 2 to all of our opponent's units, which I guess kills the Overzealous Fan. And because part of the cost to send something back with the Overzealous Fan is to kill it, then you can't do that in response to the Cannon Barrage. So that's
Makes sense.
one way to stop this. And then we see Ride the Wind out of the Draven to save him and I guess conquer the other battlefield.
Does it save him though? Wouldn't it still die? Because he's got 2 damage on him.
Oh, that is a good point. If he doesn't actually pay the power here in that combat, then yeah, the Draven will actually die. Oh, are they gonna miss that? Or did he pay the power? He might have paid the power.
Mentioning that combat heals the damage, but like he used the spell to get out of the combat, so would it heal it? I don't understand.
Oh yeah, I guess it would. Yeah, the sequencing on this one is a little bit complicated, but you're right. It does work that way because the way that anytime Ride the Wind works is that the current combat will resolve first, and then the second combat will start. So that first combat will happen, all the damage will heal, and then the Ride the Wind will happen to go to the second battlefield. And
but you Ride the Wind. I thought Ride the Wind finishes before you close combat, and you only heal at the place that combat's happening.
The spell finishes resolving, but
or do you heal over the whole battlefield, like the whole thing?
Yeah.
Or just
every time a combat is finished, then everything heals.
Oh,
it's a very confusing ruling. Yeah, it's not just the things that are in combat. It comes up most often with like cards like Challenge that like deal damage to units, and then you get into a combat, and then obviously it comes up here in this weird interaction where Ride the Wind is a very weird card that it like causes 2 combats to happen at the same time, but whenever that happens, you always resolve the current combat first fully, and then you resolve the other one. As we see, this is a very bold play here. I don't quite understand this out of the Draven player. So they're sending a Darius and a Noxious Hopeful into our 5-might set.
Interesting.
Which, if we had a Hidden Blade for this Darius, our opponent would have been very sick. But unfortunately, we do not. So things are looking very, very bad after that Ride the Wind into this turn for Fiona here. I think she might not be earning her name.
Dang it, Fiona. Ride the Wind too strong, by the way. I'm just going to say it. Too strong.
Yeah, I know you all are biased on that one, but...
I just hate Ride the Wind.
I do... As somebody who just, looked at it and for a second got a ruling wrong, I also hate it. It's a very complicated card for no real reason. That and is obviously way too strong for only 2 energy.
Yeah, I just remember, like, I think it was, like, in July, I was, like, playing Ari. The Vi goes up to, like, 100 damage, and it moved in. I was like, what am I supposed to do? And there's nothing you can do. I was like...
It's lose. That's the answer.
Great, thanks.
Yeah. So,
I had a great July versus Annie. Or was it early August? I had a terrible time versus Annie in, like, July/August. I tried to be an Ari player. It didn't work out. I think I changed a set.
Yeah, that's all that we can do. So, it was okay. I was like, I don't know where that rune's going, but rune was just sent off to the void. But at least we have a set brawler here to run over the Darius, and fortunately, it looks like we might be able to hold this battlefield here, especially with the extra energy we're getting from our Targon's Peak. We are behind on points quite substantially, so we're going to have to find some way to get into this other battlefield. But, depending upon what the Draven player has here, I see a Thermo Beam. That's not really helpful at all. I do see a Darius though. Oh, and a Forerunner. That's a brutal one. One of the new powerhouses as we get the animation for it. Riot knew how strong this card was. That's kind of my balancing act here, is to see what they have animations for. So the Forerunner
Love
here getting
animations.
one is, yeah, that's a good card. That's how y'all know, chat.
I mean, you say that, but I think Leona had an animation in set one.
Okay, well, they can't all be winners, I suppose.
Something interesting to note, though, about the Forerunner, especially since it's all in Chinese, and when many of the viewers are not going to read it, is that Forerunner does have a death knell. So when it dies, it will create 2-3 might mechs. So even if it ends up dying, it will repopulate the base, which is really, really interesting. And it's essentially like the same might, just across 2 units. So it is 6 might otherwise.
Yeah, and especially out of the Draven deck that has so many tricks and spells to like buff our units, it's just crazy, crazy strong when it comes down, because you can, if this Fiora player has a way to clear this battlefield, then they're still going to have 2-3 might units in base, which conveniently they're at 6 points. If they can conquer both battlefields using those 2-3 might units, then the game will just be ever on the spot. And it looks like our hand is quite bad here. I think we have a Lucian and a Salvage were the 2 cards that I saw in hand. So I'm not sure we're going to be able to clear this battlefield ever.
There's a lot of cards up there.
Oh,
that is for
we'll see an early concession here out of the Fiora
looks like
player.
Fiona and Shrek will not be getting their real names today.
Yeah, unfortunately, Fiona will have to go back to the swamp. And, hopefully Shrek is still for her.
Can't believe you won a 10K with a Shrek deck.
Well, it's just the same color combination, or I guess Set is Shrek. It does make
Set's
sense.
Shrek now.
Set's Shrek and Fiona is Fiona.
Yeah, exactly. But they seem very animated about Draven winning, minus the guy on the left. The guy on the left's like,
yeah, this guy's
man,
like,
9 more rounds.
How long? Yeah, 9 more rounds of Draven winning everything. I guess we're signing up for it, but I mean, we're here doing the same thing, right? So,
I mean, Draven is a good deck that's healthy for the meta and completely good for the game.
You see it here, heard it here first. So
completely good for the game.
Mm-hmm.
I somehow was able to say the sentence. I don't really know how I did it, but
see if now that we're in between rounds, maybe we'll have Anton and Daniel joining us back here. I'm sure he's editing things. What were y'all's?
Welcome back, guys.
I'm alive.
Yo, I'm back.
What were y'all's take on that match?
Draven beat Draven.
Yeah. That Draven be Draven, pretty much. Yeah.
So y'all are Draven believers.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that the Fiora champion's pretty cool. I think that card's actually like the yellow one. I think that the order one gives the deck a lot of play. Like everything gets to come out accelerated. It's pretty strong, but
yeah,
Draven's just too strong.
It was cool seeing that, but when you're making these big units that are all compact into one single thing, and you're running into these overzealous fans that are pushing you, fight or flights are pushing you, rebukes are bouncing you, and you're just putting everything into all your eggs into one basket. It just does not work.
I mean, the Cannon Barrage was an interesting tech. I hadn't thought about that card as a way to out multiple overzealous fans. I don't know if that's enough, but it's certainly something interesting that we haven't tried yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, at first I was like, oh, cool. Wait, that card's reaction. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, I also had to look it up. I assumed it was action speed, and I was very confused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was something I didn't even think about, but the fact that they played it that way was, I think that might be the only, damaging spell at reaction speed, maybe.
Yeah, I think a lot of...
I can't think of very many... Flurry of Blades, maybe? Is that one reaction?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of TCG players may not really understand, but all these like
Yeah,
triggers
yeah.
and stuff. Even though Overzealous Fan reads like a cost, you don't actually pay that cost to activate the trigger. You wait until the trigger's resolving before you pay the cost. So by removing it from the board on top of his trigger, he's no longer able to pay that cost. And a lot of other games, I know people are used to like costs need to be paid up front. We had this argument in our YouTube comments because someone was like, no, you need to pay Draven before Reavers resolves. Like you have to pay Draven the moment that the trigger goes on the stack. And we ended up showing them that no, that was not actually correct. That you don't pay until the effect is resolving in this game. That's how like these optional costs work. Not all costs in this game work like that, but
one of the exceptions is deflect. Deflect, you have to, as soon as you put the thing on the stack that's targeting, you have to pay the deflect cost.
Right.
But yes, with a typical trigger like Draven, like Reaver's Row, they all go on the stack and you don't pay the cost until the resolution of the effect.
Right.
Yeah. It's very, very strange, but actually, I don't even know how that works. So with Overzealous Fan on a deflect unit, you don't pay it until it resolves, though, right?
Yep, correct.
So
yeah,
I think it's just when you play cards, you have to pay the cost up front. But when it's a trigger, then you don't. So
yes,
right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why they changed Falling Star back to the old way. So now it does not work that way with Falling Star, and it does not work that way with Cathian Rain.
Yeah. So we have some stats here that I do not know what any of them are, but
man, I used to know these. This is sad.
I remember they were translated before. Something I think is like.
Yeah, I put them into a one of the like Google auto translators before, and we were able to figure out more or less what each of them.
Is this the MVP
I know,
card?
One is like how much damage is done by spells, and then I'm gonna quickly run it to my phone, but I'm gonna just quickly send it somewhere so I can put it on my phone. Let's see.
Real quick, one of the things in chat, do you think Riot intended on making Draven the strongest, or was it an accident? I definitely think it was an accident. I think that the version of the rules they were testing when they made Draven were not the same as the rules that they're currently doing, because a lot of Draven's strength comes from the fact that you can win a combat without an opponent's unit being in the point. So a Fight or Flight wins you a combat, a Rebuke wins you a combat. If those cards didn't result in a combat win, the deck would be a lot worse.
True.
Yeah.
It would still be strong, but it wouldn't be as strong.
But...
Yeah, we can only assume because the combat worked differently in the original rules, and that the reason that Draven works the way it does now was something that was changed from the original rules. So we would assume, we don't know, but we would assume based on that they probably didn't test him with the new rules to see exactly how powerful he was. Maybe they did. We don't know. Yeah, but
it's possible. I would be very surprised.
Yeah.
Side note, they've changed what they are. They're different now.
Okay.
They're 3 different ones. So it doesn't even matter. So the first one's battle win rate. I guess I'm assuming since 44%, they don't mean like match or round.
Yeah, maybe combat.
So like how many battles?
How many
combats? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's combat. So they both have 44%. Then the second one is total amount of spell damage.
Okay.
The third one is total of gold generated.
Interesting.
Okay.
That's how I know that it's new.
Yeah, that one's got to be new.
Yeah, sure. That one has to.
And the fourth,
no gold.
Yeah, exactly. The fourth, we may need some help figuring out. It says total number of armed assemblies.
Maybe equipments.
Yeah,
Maybe
I guess that is there.
It could be equipment.
Yeah. Although
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Armed
number
assemblies.
of times you equipped an item. A gear.
Maybe.
Mine
that is their
was
new
like
mechanic.
damage dealing fight.
Porcoa said it definitely wasn't on purpose. I was a league player starting in season 2, and they had huge balancing issues with champions. They'll figure it out. While that is true, that one of the things to consider is that with physical games, you have to take your balancing a little more seriously, and you have to put more time into balancing your game, because you can't just go hotfix the game. You can't just digitally send out a fix to everybody's physical cardboard cards. You know, you can't, like, you can make changes, you can make erratas, but those are actually detriments to your game usually, because no one wants to go download a PDF and read through 20 pages of erratas so that they can actually know what their cards do.
Exactly. It's a
By
much
the
worse
way-
feeling to have your card not actually do what the card says it does.
Yeah, I'd love to explain to everyone who like plays the cards that now have banish technically in their text. You
Right.
actually have to banish.
Yeah,
a
that'll
card.
be a fun one.
Yeah. Oh, and that gets
Yes.
banished. Well, why does it matter? Well, it doesn't really, but they added that to the text.
Yeah.
It's not on my card. Yeah, they did it after it printed.
Yeah.
It's
Don't
fine.
worry about it. I know that it's not on the card, but if you look at this obscure rule sheet online,
Yes.
it actually right here in the fine print.
Kathy and Rain actually says deal 2 to a unit, 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 deal 2 to a unit,
Kathy
deal
Ray
2
is the
to a
most
unit.
funny one, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the day like someone tells someone at like a local like no, it says deal to the unit, deal to, and they're like, no, I saw the errata. Like this is a reflexive trigger, and this is how it works. Yeah, they
Right.
errated
Oh,
it
no.
again.
Yeah, yeah. You don't
Yeah.
You
understand.
missed the most recent patch
Yeah,
notes.
you don't understand
Yeah,
that they
we keep
changed it again.
New patch notes just dropped. New game
Yes.
completely changed.
You can call
Yeah.
a judge if you want, but I promise you, I'm not lying.
It seems like this is what they're doing since they can't change the cards. They're just going to be like, oh, we'll keep changing the rules until it works somehow. I
Yeah.
guess. That's
I
how we
mean,
do
you
our
could
patch
fix
notes.
Draven with a rule change. Just say you have to deal damage to make it a one combat. That solves like almost all of the problem.
It definitely solves a lot of it, but they clearly designed it this way. Otherwise, like they have Overzealous Fan as their like signature Draven card, is what it seems like, and so obviously they want
Okay.
their signature Draven card to work with it. So as much as I would love to give the Riot devs some sort of the rules got changed or whatever, clearly they designed it that way. If Overzealous Fan is a card that exists, so.
Yeah, fan
yeah, I
does make me think that potentially, though you could say like, oh well, the fan's supposed to be there to like send one of the units home, and then the other one's dying, and then you're winning the combat,
not
right?
all
Like,
the units. Sure.
yeah.
Right. I suppose that's fair. So maybe the rules did end up changing at some point, and that's what the issue was. So.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, they also
either
weren't
way,
testing with the way that we play now, where you're just sending one unit at a time. So like, they didn't really think, like, they presumed, right, that the fan would be in a combat with multiple units.
Yeah, I think that might have been. I mean, maybe who knows? Maybe at some point they had like a combat step similar to Magic, and then they changed it so that you could just kind of free flow things like the game we currently have now.
Hmm.
It's really hard to say. I think a lot of it's just speculation, and unfortunately, this game
Yeah,
was
sure. We'll never really know the answer.
was a little rushed, I will say, on the average development time for most card games. And,
What is this? They're
We'll just have
drinking.
to see what they
This is
become.
not PG.
Wait, what
Wait,
is
it looks
this?
I
like
don't
they're
even know what
Are
this
they drinking
is.
actual
Yeah.
alcohol?
Yeah.
What is this guy
Oh,
coming in here
yeah.
with a Riftbound card or something? Oh, snap.
Oh.
You don't want to mess
no,
with this
it's
guy.
Draven.
That's Draven.
Oh.
But guys, the TCG player with the card had a ranking above
Yeah.
his head.
Oh, is he
Yeah.
like the number
Oh.
one? Did he dethrone
Online
George?
client, online client, online client.
Is that what's going on?
Okay,
here?
online client. I'm interested. Tell me more.
Wait.
I like
Yeah.
online client. Sorry, big
Oh,
big.
bro,
fan
you
of
can't have an
online client.
alternate Ezreal like that just unsleeved on a counter.
Unsleeved, flipped
What
onto the
did you
table.
do?
Oh my god. I don't even know what's going
shit.
on
Oh
here.
my god.
This guy's abs.
Yeah.
Just
I'm
like
very drawn on
flowing
that.
in the wind.
Yeah,
His
they-
fake abs.
This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm
Best
here for
commercial
it.
I've seen so far.
This is beautiful.
Oh
My
no, a whole
favorite
pile of
card.
unsleeved cards. No.
Yeah, all of them destroyed by that water that was on that. Oh, more water? Can we get over this water thing in a card game? Like, that's our enemy.
What do you guys mean? Who would ever just like have random cards unsleeved on their desk
I don't even wanna-
in
yeah.
Florida with really bad humidity?
I mean,
Yeah,
to be
China
fair,
does
I
have an
also
elo
have
system,
some,
chat.
but yeah, I don't even know what.
I even
card
have
that
an
is.
You guys are
Actual
crazy. I don't have a
example.
single unsleeved card on my desk. You
Oh.
guys are insane.
I don't even want to know based on what I saw.
I do have some
you guys
unsleeved
did
cards
with,
on my
George's
desk.
prize card that was just chilling.
I've got this unsleeved
there you go.
singularity right here for some reason. So I do have some unsleeved nonsense over here.
I've I have a couple of battlefields, but unfortunately these are sleeved. So, but normally I
you're
have
not a
a
degen.
stack of cards. I don't even know where they're at. Might
I
get
think I even
moved at
have
some
like
point.
some art gallery cards. Yeah, I got this like art gallery shuffle
Oh,
unsleeved.
oh, that's cool.
Vulpix unsleeved.
Yeah, I've just got
I'm
this
a
pile
really
of
good
Gundam
card
cards.
collector.
Oh yeah. I can,
Oh,
I
it
can
was
tell.
all my pulls from a Mega Evolution box that I said I would sleeve
It's a
one
couple
day,
of
and
penny
it's been
sleeves. That's all you need.
Yeah, you know, cost you 3 cents, saves the cards in case you accidentally spill a whole glass of water everywhere. Like,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
well, I have salt beside
Yeah.
them. Does that count? For some reason.
all right,
I-
guys,
I
you know,
don't
I think it's
even-
time for me to head out.
Yeah.
I got somewhere to be.
I don't want to know what your deck looks like or your desk looks like. Like that's crazy.
It looks
It's
fine.
all sorts of things. Yeah, it just has.
fine.
That's all you have. I'm sure. Just some
There's
random
nothing
trading
else
cards,
there.
and the thing is salt. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, so funny. I will say, as they're showing these off, the new alt arts are
The
much,
new
much
alt arts
better
are
than
sick.
the set one ones.
Yep. The Draven
alt
alt
Draven
art
is
looks
very
so
pretty.
fucking nice. Like I don't even like alt arts like that, and I'm a
The Rek'Sai
Draven.
one looks good.
I'm in the anti-Draven
so
camp, but
good.
God, it looks so nice.
Wait, that might
Yeah,
convince me to
just
be
the-
They
a
are very
Rek'Sai
pretty.
player.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Rek'Sai is really nice.
She is our queen.
The Jax
newest
looks so
waifu.
cool. Too bad he's unplayable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like
No,
the
no,
fact
no,
he's
it's
a good
fine. We'll
godmother,
cook
though.
up a list 1 week before the event. So,
Yeah, Aurelia looking
Yeah.
nice. Don't know if I'd pick that over
Irelia?
the Chinese one though. The Lunar New Year one.
Yeah,
She's
but-
gonna be that one's so
oh yeah,
pretty.
you got
so-
competition there. Azir looks pretty
What?
good too.
Why does he look like a bug in that one?
Yeah.
Maybe just
Well,
his colors.
little-
The Ezra one is wow.
Yeah, the Ezra's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, it's mostly just the color, like actually matching the color
Yeah,
combination.
I
is
love
super,
that
super
part.
Cool,
Yep,
so,
that's my favorite part.
yeah.
I'm so glad I'm gonna be
Yeah.
priced out of buying these. It's a blessing, honestly.
Wait, Sivir
Mhm.
actually didn't look good. Sad.
Yeah, hers looks good.
Yeah,
Fior's
they-
looks solid.
Sivir-
too.
Zero one's nice though.
Sivir's the only one I don't like. So
Probably thematic though. Like Sivir, she was like one of the first 5 League of Legends characters. She doesn't have very good skins
yeah,
either. They
true.
look all very
Yeah, that's actually
thematic.
what they should do. They should print these cards in like the old 2008, 2009 model. It's just like super blocky.
Are
It'll
these
be like
wait? Are
the-
they showing? Are these all the metal cards? Or are these?
Yeah, these are
Yeah,
the
they're
metal
showing
cards.
off
This is why I
medals.
think that they're metal cards for this event. Because otherwise, like, why would they show these?
Yeah,
off?
I
They're just
wouldn't.
gonna be
You're
like,
right. There's
look
no
at
way
these-
they would show these off and not have them be
Yeah,
there.
look at these cool things that you can't have or win at all. Like you can just
Right.
stare at them though. So, I think that this
Right, they're
event
giving
will
these
have-
at open events for us, so it makes sense that they would give them at open events for China as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, China just has a little bit of a different schedule. So
Yeah.
Oh, I wish they
Okay.
didn't make Wally
I mean, yeah,
Bear.
I've been told both ways, so I assume based on the fact that they're advertising, it's got to be there.
yeah,
There's the Yi.
I think so, but we don't know for sure.
Hey, that's
There's
the one that I
Yi.
won.
Yeah.
Pretty one.
Yeah, yours is better. Yours is English. That's there's only
Yes,
one that
it's
does
it's English, so it's about 300% better.
Yeah, at least.
Oh, no.
So. Oh, my boy
Garen, everyone's least favorite.
Yeah. They are cool though.
That is
Some
adorable.
nasty-
There's
Oh,
our-
I
these
love
too.
cards. Yeah.
Yeah, the vein is crazy. This is the playmat for Bologna is the
Yeah.
vein one.
Yeah,
So-
Felios
really?
is cool
That's-
looking.
That- yeah.
Oh,
so,
I'm getting 2 of those vein mats if I can. That's nice.
Yeah. The vein.
All of
mat's
these arts
super
look
nice.
very good. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, the alt arts for this set
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
way
Yeah.
better than set one.
This RE too as well. Like the signature RE of this, that's gonna be worth infinite, I'm sure.
This
It's a
Bard is a
gorgeous.
bad card, but it looks pretty.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Mhm.
Timo.
The RE
Mhm.
still sees play. This Teemo's interesting.
Mhm.
Very
The
unusual.
damage one.
Inuyasha.
There's a boy set brawler or Shrek brawler. Sorry.
Yeah, there's
Shrek
Shrek Brawler. There's
Brawler,
Shrek
yeah.
Brawler.
Yeah.
Yone abs.
Yone.
Yeah.
Poor Yone. Why'd they make him
One
die
day.
a falling star?
One day, King. We'll get you on the.
What
lift.
is this? Oh, this is the Yasuo.
Yasuo.
Yasuo, that's
Yeah.
the extra point Yasuo, yeah. And this is the bad Darius
Extra
from
point
set one.
Yasuo. Oh
What
no!
did they do
I
to
really hope
him?
none of my boxes contain this one.
What did
there's
they do
karma.
to him?
Karma for some reason is in
Karma,
here
okay.
too.
Man,
I don't really know
my
why.
alt pulls are either going to be amazing or terrible. Is that
The
Soraka?
Yeah, that's
Soraka, yeah, the
Soraka.
Soraka is pretty cool.
Okay.
I love Soraka as a character. Actually, that's my fourth main when I used to play League of Legends.
Okay.
Like, I was the banana unicorn.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love
Banana
her.
I
unicorn
played a
set.
little bit of Soraka when she was broken.
I played her pre-rework, and then I played her at rework, and then for a while, like I played like a month or two after she was reworked.
I think it was around the rework where she got like double or she got full regen on herself when you hit with Q and you healed somebody else. That was around the
Yeah.
time. You could just
It was
every
cool.
time you hit a Q, you just immediately tapped the heal on your ally. And
Did they
both
get
of you
another
then
ring, or
went
is
below
this the
gold.
last event? Okay, this is the last event. I was about to say, if they get a second ring before we get one ring, I'm gonna riot. I'm gonna show y'all why it's called the Riot Games. I want one of those rings. I've actually got. This is like one of my most prized possessions. I don't get to show off too often for my esports days, but I think maybe it's a China game. I played a Chinese battle royale. It's a little dusty, but they gave me a ring for playing in that
Cool.
game.
Fancy.
It's called Naraka Blade Point. But yeah, that's
Man, why don't
Does
you
it
have your
fit?
ring on? I got the random bling.
it's like very, very big. I think
It
it's
is a
got
big
Come on.
ring.
it has the resizing thing, so I could, but yeah, it's
I
got
can't.
You
Bro,
gotta
you're like,
you gotta
I'm so
put on
excited
your
about my ring and then didn't resize it.
well, it's like yeah,
What's
I
up
mean,
with
I guess
that?
I could. It's extra
we got our
big.
suits on, you gotta put on the rings you got. Like, come on.
Maybe that's
Oy,
how I get
oy,
the edge
oy.
in my
If I, had
card
if I
games.
had a chain and a watch, I'd have that on too.
I need my lucky charm, but yeah, I'll tell you what. If I
Gotta,
win the Riftbound ring, I'll resize it and make sure I wear it everywhere.
Chronos,
I
thanks
just
for the
like it
raid.
having. It's a little trophy. It's a trophy on my disc.
Guys, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Hope your stream
Oh,
went
somebody
well.
rated?
yeah. Much appreciated. Yeah, all the support on Twitch has been awesome, guys.
Yeah, super stoked to be doing Twitch stuff again.
Yeah.
And we're actually affiliates
we'll,
now, so you guys can give us your Bezos bucks.
Yeah, I got one of the
Exactly.
founding firsts or whatever. So,
Wow.
just
Earthy
saying.
Days, an OG fan, OG supporter.
Yeah.
Founder.
Yeah, founder of the supporter club.
Yeah.
What
Exactly.
deck
You'll
did
get
you
in
try,
early.
Kronos?
We can always give some tips.
Yeah, you
Draven.
guys can ask us anything about set 2 format. We've played Infinite.
Yeah.
Played Infinite. I primed it.
We have played several hundred games, I think, at this point.
Mm-hmm. Well,
A moderate amount of the game.
fortunately for you and all of Twitch chat, shameless plug again, we will be having a Draven guide coming out here the next day or two. It was supposed to come out today, but we're doing a dual release of both Miracle Draven and traditional Draven, so it'll be kind of 2 deck guides in one. So I took a little bit extra time. We're planning on having it out earlier this week, but yeah, it turns out doing 2 guides in one is taking a lot of extra time. So
They asked what's the best deck to beat Miracle.
what's the best deck to meet Miracle? Classic Draven is pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
I was
my
gonna
pick.
say, what's the best deck to beat Miracle Draven? Well,
Yeah, if you're
have
looking
you
to
heard of
beat
this guy
Draven,
called Draven?
yeah, play regular.
Yeah, I think the
Draven,
mid-range
and then-
Draven with like the Dariuses and the Kaisa, or like just more combat tricks. I think that Darius is actually pretty good into Miracle. Kaisa is also tested pretty well into it too. Like if you play a bit heavier removal, but still a lot of tempo, then you can beat them often too.
What's
Yeah.
your favorite, I guess to all 3 of you guys, non-purple deck? Including Kaisa, because I always
I
go
feel
to
like
purple.
Colin's just
So you
gonna
can't say
super
Kaisa.
bias the boss.
Also,
Colin's gonna
Colin
say
can't say
set.
set or Fiona. He can't say either. You're
Oh,
off
okay,
limits.
so
Wait, so
Shrek.
I
It's Shrek.
Okay,
though,
so,
not Set. I don't know.
let me understand
Yeah,
the
you
rules,
can't say
right?
Shrek
So,
or Fiona.
Colin can't say set. Am I not allowed to say ye because I did well with it?
Yeah, you're not allowed to say ye either.
Oh, how far down the rabbit hole do I have to go?
The other 2 can say it, but you cannot.
So that's
And
be
it's the same for
non-purple,
you.
so can't say Aurelia.
Non-purple.
Yeah.
Uh,
Or
there are other
I got that
decks.
one. No one else gets to take that one.
You can take Orin.
No.
Orin
Yeah,
is
that's
mine.
fine.
Nobody else gets to take it.
I kind of like
Okay, we have one
Lucian.
orange.
I kind of like Lucian.
Lucian.
Yeah, I think Lucian's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, those would definitely be two of my choices. I guess if I have to choose something else,
You have to pick a third one.
He's
I
like,
mean,
not
yeah,
yellow
I
and
like
orange.
the-
How do I do this?
Yeah,
My
I mean,
entire
the
world
Victor
revolves
control
around yellow
deck
and
is
orange.
okay. It's not really my style of deck, but I do think it has a decent game plan into. At least the majority of Miracle players are just gonna vomit their entire hand, and then you Imperial Decree, Bella's Breath them, and they're like, oh, I guess I lose.
Actually, surprised you didn't say Aurelia.
But
Bro, the Riz on this left
oh,
jacket.
it was non-purple. was
Oh,
what I
right.
was told.
Aurealia's
Yeah,
out.
my
Also
bad,
the
my
face.
bad. my
Yeah,
bad.
non-purple, sorry.
Yeah, non-purple.
Looks like we
So
actually
I
might
said
have
Orin,
Orin.
another
What were
game
the other
already.
two?
Lucian
it's-
and
we got a
Victor.
game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
looks
we
like we
actually
got
got
another
Those are
round.
good choices.
We got a
Yeah,
game,
so
and I
expecting
really
that.
like the hand peek. The hand peek plus
Yeah.
jacket. I'm on the left
Mhm.
player's
This-
side
this
unless
what
we
we-
flip
we
it into
gotta-
Draven.
What if it's two Dravens though? Then we're
Then I'm
then
still
we're
on left
defaulting
Oh,
the
left
left
no.
side.
side. Yeah.
Oh, it looks like
Oh,
it's
okay.
Fiora
it's another
again.
Fiora.
Fiora. Okay.
Hey.
Wait.
Fiora
Oh.
meta. Fiora meta, guys. You heard it
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
Fiona.
Maybe
Fiona.
is
Fiona
there something
meta.
weird with the Fiora guys? Do we need to test a
Yeah.
bunch of Fiora?
Her name is not
Fiona.
Fiora.
Into
Fiona.
Fiona,
Azir.
excuse
Into
me.
Azir.
Fiora
It's Fiona until
Azir.
she wins a round. Then she can be
Oh, look at
Oh,
these sand
man.
soldiers. That was cool.
Ooh.
We are most certainly in a bracket.
Ooh, not showing any more Draven, huh?
Bracket.
Nah,
wonder why.
Draven got his one. He is out.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
So-
I'm gonna
Maybe
dip
I'm
out.
down for the gray jacket if he's playing Azir. I'm gonna be honest.
Cool. Yeah, we can get back into commentary
Yeah.
mode.
Going back into
I
commentary
miss
mode.
Deagle with all of his bling. Give me the watch and everything.
Yeah, we'll get us blinged out and Riftbound.
You're not even
gear
wearing
for
the
sure.
ring. You're not even wearing the ring
Okay,
over
yeah.
there. You
All
can't.
right,
be
I'll wear it.
You guys
I'll wear it
later.
for this game. Thank you.
Okay, and we're
Let's
flipping the
put the ring
battlefield.
on.
We have a new battlefield, and it's about new battlefield names. But the other one is Monastery, as we mentioned, as was last game with the Fiora. But it looked
Mhm.
very, very Azir coded. So
Yeah.
maybe
I wonder
it's
how
good for him.
different the list is gonna be here from our Fiora play, and then we have Hall of Legends, which is interestingly a battlefield that our Fiona player can also use. It just says whenever you conquer it, you can pay 1 energy to untap your legend. So you
Interesting.
can use the ability ramp 1, conquer it, pay an energy. If you can make another unit mighty again, then you could ramp another one and kind of pop off there. It's a little bit inconsistent, so I don't think it's worth using as our main battlefield because we have better options. But that's one that you're probably not too sad to see. But out of Azir, every time Azir's requirement is just you have to play a single equipment and then you can activate him for a Sand Soldier. So that works for the entire turn. So you can play your equipment and then make a token, conquer that battlefield, and do it all over again. Oh, are they playing it how it lies off the? Let them reroll it. Okay.
It went both
It's like an
times.
11. Yeah, interesting. It looked like an 11. I guess this is a D12 that they're rolling. I don't know. I'm so used to 2D6 over here in the States. The one die is not something I'm used to.
I have a D12 that starts with 0. That's how I do my counting. So I guess it's a D11, but like it starts at 0, goes to 11. So I can go like 0 to 8.
Interesting. So we
Well, let's
see
see.
Imperial Decree, Desert's Call, Emperor's Divide out of our Azir player. Sure. Interesting. No equipment here, so I'm expecting to send 2 cards back because I'm sure that's the majority of the things that we're looking for here out of Azir. As we do. Just immediately presenting it to our opponent to shuffle.
I think it was 1 though.
No, I think it was 2. I sent the
Oh, I thought you
Imperial
only drew
Decree
one
and then
card.
whatever the 3 costs.
Oh.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to see our Fiona's hand yet. I'd love to see what they're cooking over there.
What will you have,
So wait,
Fiona?
now that we know that neither of them is Draven, who's our hero for this one? I'd love a hero and villain story here.
Yeah, I feel like if there's that much Fiona, do we need to go for Azir, or like is it like one of those ones where like we need to see Fiona become Fiora?
Yeah, I like the story arc for Fiona here. You know, as we see I believe that's Desert's Call. It's just 2 energy, make a 2 might unit with repeat. But obviously, playing it on turn 1, you only get the 1 guy. But it counts as a 2-drop, so you always have a turn 1 play there, which is quite nice.
It's really nice. And we get Pit Rookie, which is like nice to have, but sadly we don't get to use the ability of Pit Rookie, which is to attach a buff to another card, and there's no other card. We got Warmogs. That's the name of it, right?
Yes,
I think.
yeah.
Let's go. It's the double belt.
Yeah, one of my least favorite cards in this entire game, Warmog's Armor. I could go on a rant about that card, but mostly just that's a flavor fail. So it's 1-cost equipment that you can pay a power to equip it, and then it gives it +1 might, and then whenever you conquer with it, you buff whatever conquered. Not a terrible card, one that I've tried and set a little bit, because it just kind of permanently stays on something once you pay the power. But Warmogs is like such an iconic card in League of Legends, and it's like one of the more expensive and powerful items that you can get. It's supposed to be like this late game thing, and they just made it like a 1-cost equipment that like does almost nothing. It's just such a terrible, terrible flavor fail from Riot Games on that one. So I'll never forgive them for what they did to my boy Warmog's Armor.
Yeah, it's like a weird choice because also like Warmogs is supposed to just be health, and then like you can't only do health in this game, which is an interesting choice. But somebody in chat says that, I mean, I didn't see these numbers, so I'm not sure where Nudes got them from, but maybe they're correct. Said 35% Draven, and Irelia is in second place.
Yeah. Yeah, if you could post that somewhere, that would be much appreciated. Either in our Discord or I think you can. I don't actually know if we have a mod that's disallowing links or not, but oh, perfect. Yeah, I see it here. That's cool. So this is something we can definitely go over after or in between rounds. So we do have 511 people for this event. So biggest set 2 event that we have so far. With a very, very interesting split. We'll make sure to pull this up in between rounds. Yeah. In the meantime, we have yeah, my boy Rumble. Well, if only I could support him, but Kai'Sa's just better, alas. As we see the Azir chosen champion. So this is I believe this is the swap Azir, right? I'm not used to his alt art. Yes, okay. So this guy is very, very interesting. We've used him in our Ornn decks before as it's pretty cool. You can, at action speed, swap him and another unit for the cost of a power, which can be very, very tricky and pretty cool for that reason. But they're seeing a very, very... Yeah, it's one green power, and he's a 6 might for 6. We're seeing a very, very awkward draw out of this Azir player who has yet to play an equipment yet, which is kind of the point of the deck. I think all of our Azir decks have had like 14 or 15 equipment in it, so to not have one is very interesting. Just probably a very awkward draw. And in the meantime, we have the biggest Pookie of all time, I think.
Is that 3? Sorry, what did they call it? Armed assemblies on that Pit Rookie?
Yeah, it is a stack to the brim Pit Rookie, and now we're using our huge Pit Rookie to challenge the Azir off. So we're a 7 might to kill their 6 might, which is pretty good here. Yeah.
I mean, go Fiona, go! Go Fiona, go! Sorry, my bad.
Exactly. We gotta honestly, we gotta cheer for the couple, Shrek and Fiona. May they find their happiness.
Become
Uh,
Fiora and Set.
Yeah, exactly. Earn their names. Well,
Truly,
the
truly.
story is too good of Shrek and Fiona. That may just be it for life now.
Yeah, honestly.
Let's see. So we got our first equipment here. 2 Emperor's Divides, a Facebreaker. But equipment is pretty well timed here. We get to make a Sand Soldier here in base. Let's see. I don't know how much. We only have 1 rune left, so even if we were to conquer the Hall of Legends, which I guess we held it, so we can't anyways, then we wouldn't be able to make a second soldier, but we're at least getting something online. We have our signature spell in our hand, being the Arise out of Azir, as just a way to make a bunch of tokens late in the game. But without equipment, it doesn't really do much of anything. So, yeah.
Let's see.
And we get to see the first mate combo, one that I'm very, very used to doing. Essentially giving our pit rookie ganking and a Facebreaker out of the Azir.
Ooh.
Is Shrek's signature card or signature ability in League of Legends, but is one that's pretty open. And we're seeing a Death Grip here. A card that I was a very big fan of, but got nerfed for Set, so now it only really works out of Fiona. And is going to give our Set plus, or our first mate, excuse me, plus approximately 1 billion might.
Yeah, exactly.
And ready it because of our Fiona Chosen Champ. Yeah, you can see the 7 might dice coming out here. We're running into a 2 might Desert Soldier token here, so we do definitely need to represent exactly how big this guy is. Maybe they'll pump over it. It was only, what's that, 11 might coming in over 2?
Yeah, not that bad. And then they are going to take that battlefield and get a buff off of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of the war mobs.
Now, exactly. So we'll actually be pretty big. And then now we actually, as I mentioned, we get to use the Fiora ability twice this turn because of the Hall of Legends, which is quite nice.
Big Hall of Legends fans here.
Yeah.
It looks like it's just clearing. Just taking the battlefield out and clearing the board. So
Yeah, making it a little bit cleaner. This game can get kind of clunky with the amount of things it's got going on.
Guess we're back to a 5 then?
Yes, exactly. So
see.
we're 3 base, +1 from the Warmog's Hammer, and then +1 from our buff. So, and then here we have a Brutalizer, one of the new equipment. That's just when it comes out, you get to get +2 to whatever you equip. Notably, all of your guys are Weapon Master with Azir, but you don't have to equip them into any of the guys when they come out. You just can. So this is one of the rare instances where it's pretty nice to equip to another guy. And then, you can see the Hall of Legends interaction here, making 2 tokens, which is quite nice.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just slowly filling up our base here with all of the lovely different 2 might tokens. We're gonna take both battlefields this turn.
Exactly. So quite nice. We got another Facebreaker that we're setting here. At least I'm assuming that's what we're going with. And I think Emperor's Divide in our hands. So yeah, I don't know if that card is hidden. It's just an action speed. That's one I'm gonna have to look up. It's my first card I'm looking up.
Oh no, I'm always looking up cards.
It
Even
does
if I have an idea what they actually do.
Well.
Which card was it?
Emperor's Divide. It's kind of like a flash from set 1, except it's action speed instead of reaction speed. Which I remember you mentioning that they're all action speed to you because you can't remember which ones are which, but that's like the one card that's actually reaction speed that kind of matters. So But here it's action speed anyways. So we played the Facebreaker from hand, which means that set card is definitely the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, I was saying that I play with Chinese cards, and sometimes I don't remember which ones are essentially like the anti deck, which ones are action and reaction. So I play all of them at action. Because I cannot read Chinese despite my cards. That being said, even though this one is action, hidden is reaction. So it could be
Exactly.
reaction as well.
Exactly. So it is quite a good card. One that I've tried putting in a couple of decks, just because it does have tons and tons of utility for that reason. And here we have the set brawler interaction that is pretty strong here. Using it to run over this token. We're doing the Shrek Brawler trick here, which is quite nice. You can choose the order in which these Conquer abilities resolve because you have two. You have the one to both pay the buff and to give him a buff. So both will go on the stack, and then you can resolve the one to spin the buff first, and then you can rebuff him to keep him nice and safe, which is
so nice.
quite nice.
It's so nice how much like Set just continues to rebuff himself, but ASN is very into putting his card on the battlefield. But it looks like this time
Yeah,
he's not
so,
be
so you
asked
can't
to
see
move
what it is.
Yeah, it's monastery, so
Very
it's
funny.
fine. But
Yeah, exactly.
it's an interesting choice for
Yeah.
sure.
Mhm.
Let's see. So we used our flash, as you said.
Mhm.
So I guess from hidden. To move any number back to the base, and I guess that does mean we'll have more of these units to go in against this set brawler, who will be 5. 5.
Yes. Yeah, he's only a lowly 5 right now. And we're getting even more guys here with oh, here's our animation,
Ooh,
our rise.
it's
That's
big.
pretty cool. It is very big. We got all these tokens coming out. This is going to be a lot to deal with, unfortunately, for Fiona.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna be
god!
honest,
See how
and I
many
don't
are we
think
at?
things are looking very bleak for our hero here.
Wow. When will her name change?
Not this game, that's for sure.
Not this game. Uh, let's see what they decide to do. But my gosh, this looks painful here. For the Fiona player, we're at 6, so we could potentially win the match this turn, depending how much we have to put into knocking out this Set brawler. Which Set does have 1 energy or 1 rune, but does have buffs, so we could see something like oh god, what is it called a glory that you can pop a buff to buff
Yeah.
like +3, or things like that still that we could potentially see hopefully
Yeah.
buff this setup to protect it.
Yeah, we've got Call the Glory and Punch First are the 2 cards that we could have here. So in total, we could get 12 mites, because we would go 4 + 3 + 5. So 12 in total, and we have, I'm not sure exactly how much was coming in, but let's see, looks like it's
They all have
5. Yeah. I think it's 13 that's coming in right now, if I'm doing my math right. So even in the best case scenario, we cannot take it out, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
And
the Zero player played really well around that then, hitting 13 just above what we calculated would be the max that they could do. And then obviously they can just take the other side. Well, more than likely as well.
Yeah, well, they held this turn, so it was a long turn.
Brain dead,
So
yeah.
They can't win this turn, but I'm not sure how much that's going to matter because they're empty-handed. Everything is just kind of presented, but I don't think Fiona can. There's any cards in the game that can get her out of this situation, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. Fiona is going to have to take both sides, or at least clear out both sides, to be able to take the win. Because if you get to 8 by holding, you automatically win the game. Unless, obviously, you have to get more points. But if you hit the points needed by holding, you win the game. So
Exactly. So We looking at our Fiona players' hands. They're going through a tank here, but there's nothing that they can actually really do here. Especially with that hidden card. We know that it's just an Emperor's Divide, but it's not going to be enough because I don't even think that they have a way to make something mighty. If they have something that can get mighty, then they could potentially send it into one of these battlefields. Since our Fiona champion is going to ready any unit that becomes mighty, but notably equipment in this game, once they're attached to a unit, they're stuck there until that unit dies. So they essentially are at a spot where they have to use a punch first in order to make a unit mighty.
Well, they have Warmogs as well, so if it's a 4, they could Warmogs up to a...
Oh, right. Well, there is the
5.
Weapon Master from the solution. That is one way to get around the equipment thing. So,
that's true as well.
Quite nice here. So we do get to suit our guy up here. We are looks like a 7. We're going all the way up to a 12.
And punch first.
Yeah. So we know, unfortunately, this card is an Emperor's Divide. So we're gonna flash our guys out. So technically, we get to go to 7 here.
Yes, we want to protect both of the I keep want to say minions, but tokens, and bring them back to the base, which does mean we're safe for the turn for ASN. But Snell will have to conquer both battlefields to win. But it looks like there's actually a concede.
Yeah. I think there's enough might to conquer both, and our Fiona player is just tapped out. So this is one thing I've seen out of these players, which I do not see as often, is usually over here in the States and such, we see people always force you to go through the motions at least. You know, there's always a chance that your opponent could make a mistake or something. So I think people always hold out hope over here, but at least in these early rounds, people are early conceding, for better or worse. I respect it. You know that your opponents know the solution, so why waste time, right?
Yeah, for sure. And then you're going into game 2 and 3, and we definitely saw nationals and the other regional opens that they are taking a lot of the clock. I don't remember how bad it was round 1, like if we hit the full time or what, but we do know that they can play. These rounds can go to time plus. So it makes a lot of sense for these early concessions in game 1.
Yeah. I think it's something we've seen, like a rules change recently that I believe has gone into place everywhere, where we used to be 50 minutes with 5 extra turns. Now we're 60 minutes with 3 extra turns, which I think has sped up things a little bit, just because those extra turns can go very, very long when, it's already in overtime. People tend to be a lot more sluggish at that point. So surprisingly, I thought it would make the rounds go longer, but it seemingly has made them go faster, because in these big events with 510 people, it doesn't matter if everyone else is done in 5 minutes. If there's one round that decides to go for 70 or 80 minutes, then guess what? We're all stuck there until they're done. So it's just the unfortunate nature of these things.
Yeah, and furthermore, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but also they changed the point ruling, whereas before, when you ended the 3 rounds, whoever had more points, even if it was by 1, won the round, and now you have to have 2 more?
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing and something I needed some clarification on as well. But essentially, once those 3 turns are up, if a player is winning by 2 points, then they win that game. So if it's game 3, then they'll win the round. If it's game 2, then it depends upon who won game 1. If they didn't win game 1, then it'll be declared a draw, and otherwise they'll win the round 2-0. So it can get into like a lot of weird things. My recommendation for everybody out there playing Riftbound is, you're ever not sure, just call a judge. Your opponent never has your best interests in mind, so just always call a judge. Get a clarification, and never be the story of how you got scummed by opponent because you decided not to call one. It's never bad manners. Just always be on the safe side, you know.
Yeah, I think there's always, or at least there were, especially like a lot of clarification calls, even in like the first regional. So nothing wrong with your clarification call. It does look like we lost one of our casters on the stream, which I think is interesting. But
I think another victim to Draven, probably. He did not have enough victims yet, so they had to sacrifice one of the casters in order to feed his
to avoid the game.
Yeah, I guess his ever increasing need for bloodshed. Winning combats.
Oh man, Draven. First he I try to do some pun and I have no clue where it's going. How dare he take a caster?
You can cook it up. We'll come back around to it. There'll be plenty of Draven talk to be, I'm
true,
sure.
True. 35%. I think 5% is not the worst. I think our player on the left already mollied because I saw him like do like a signal that he had like one card. He did like a 1 with his finger. But is that Trifarian Ward Camp on the right?
Yep, exactly. And then we have the Sunken Temple again out of our Fiona player. This time they're playing Sunken Temple going first, whereas our first player was using it going second, which is an interesting take. Usually I see with a lot of people's decks, you have a dedicated game 1 battlefield, which will always be your neutral, and then one where you want it going first and one going second. So it's a little interesting that these players have different takes. But I also saw some cards in this Fiona players list that we did not see out of the others players. So
that is true.
Yeah, I was not expecting to see. I'm trying to. Is it Canto the Arm, something to that degree?
Let's see.
I have to pull up my.
Hato the Arm, yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Has
last game they had 2 of those in their hand that was just kind of sitting there the whole game. So.
Yeah, when he moves to a battlefield, you can give a friendly unit his keywords. So if he's mighty, he get mighty, but he also has deflect, which is what he would give, and plus might equal to his might that turn, which he is currently at 3.
Yeah,
before any buffs.
Yeah, he's a 4 cost and a power for 3 might, which is something that just gets falling starred like pretty much everything else in the game. So it's rough, but here we're using our opponent's war camp to benefit us, which is quite nice. We get to make our pit rookie 4 might, and then when we go into the war camp, we get to go to 5 might. One of the rare instances of using our opponent's technology against them.
It happens that way sometimes. It happens that way. Interesting to see them start with a pit rookie again, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I would assume they have some better 2-cost units in their deck, but they do have this 2-cost gear that maybe they're using in the place of units sometimes. As we see their hand, it looks like they have a Lucian, a BF sword, and a riposte. As we have a rather large sand soldier getting loaded up here.
I love watching the tiny little sand soldier move up with three battle armories.
Yeah, that brutalizer, no pun intended, can be quite brutal. Anytime that you get to equip it on the turn, it gets an additional +2, so it becomes quite large. Let's see, I didn't get to catch the draw step for Fiona here, but looks like we're gonna play. Oh, it's a Death Grip. Okay. So I imagine, we're just gonna play our 2 3-cost units here. I get to ready our Lucian here with our Fiona, which is quite nice.
It's really nice. And then let's see what he decides to do.
Yeah. Fortunately, we don't have the extra energy to conquer this Sunken Temple and draw a card, so I think now we're debating on what we want to run into this token over here. I'm assuming we're gonna get face breakered at least based on game 1. Yeah,
We are gonna spin.
which is fine.
Yep.
Yeah. It's
At
never
least
too
we
bad.
got him to use it now.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. It's one of those things that they got to use it eventually, right? It's gonna get you at some point. So right now, nothing's going on. We're at low point counts. So get them to spend all of their utility spells like that while you can.
Exactly. Looks like we are gonna be making some more sand tokens.
Yeah. Yeah, all the tokens.
All the tokens.
Mhm. Yeah, especially with the
2
Desert's
more.
Call there, making even 2 more. Every equipment making tokens. Very interesting. And then, yeah, I guess we're pulling
There's a nice thing
our
about Battle
equipment.
Master or Weapons Master.
Yeah, Weapon Master. You're definitely right on that one, though. It's one of the awkward parts about equipment is they can get stuck on a unit, but Weapon Master distinctly lets you equip not only for a power less, which is usually free with most equipment, but it also will let you move that equipment off of somebody else. So here we see the Lucian coming in with all of his weapons, all of his guns. We're getting a Conquer off of our Sunken Ruins to draw a card, which is quite nice. We were running a little bit low on cards, so hopefully we'll see something of some utility here. Although I do see we have a bunch of spells in hand, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. So long as we can ride these 2 units out and protect them with all these spells, it's not too bad. But yeah, we need at least some sort of spell going on as we're hiding some sort of spell. I believe it was a Hidden Blade, but hard to say for sure. Oh, interesting. We're just passing here.
Yeah, how do you feel about the card draw in Azir? Like, as Azir, would you really not want to be hit by a Hidden Blade, but maybe you would appreciate getting an extra 2 cards, or maybe because he self-generates his own units and the gears last in the battlefield, it's not as big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at this Azir deck, all I'm doing is making tokens, right? So it reminds me of like one of the most iconic Magic cards in Skull Clamp, which is it's an equipment that's like kills one of your own units and draws every time one of your units die, you get to draw 2 cards. And
Oh,
it was one of the
no.
most broken cards that they've ever played. And I can promise you that if this Azir deck could play that card, it certainly would. So if I'm this Azir player and I see a Hidden Blade, I just want to send everything over there and be like, give me my 2 cards, please. I don't need all these tokens. I would love 2 more.
Yeah, 2 cards sounds nice. I've never
Yeah.
played Magic, but I can see how that would be broken.
Yeah, just being able to sack off these tokens to draw cards, I can imagine being quite strong as we get our chosen champ here. Just playing him out. Honestly, I'm surprised this is the chosen champ of this Azir player. I've in our list we use the other one, and it has been quite nice as just a way to move things around. It's a 4 cost, 4 might accelerate unit that says whenever it moves into something, you can move as many tokens as you want in there with him. So it does some very cool interactions where you can like send all your tokens to one battlefield, and then you can accelerate that and send it all to the other. It's quite nice.
Sounds really cool.
Yeah, this one's also pretty tricky. Being able to swap them around battlefields is really cool. It's notably once per turn, so you can do it once on your turn and then once on your opponent's turn. So it gets very tricky.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So we're gonna see a brutalizer equip here, and oh, we're sending the whole squad in. Okay. So we have an eye of
so many.
yeah. This is one thing that I did not like about this Azir deck. As cool as it is to be the token deck, there's just so much going on that it's you got so many tokens you got to throw out there. It can be kind of a lot, just from on the mechanical sense. And yeah, here we see the Hidden Blade.
Let's go. 2 cards. You called it.
Oh,
Easy.
Yeah, exactly. I think so. 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think our Azir player might have made a little bit of an error here, just because I think we only have 6 might coming in, because I don't believe the Brutalizer got equipped this turn. But one thing we can do is we can use our Azir Chosen Champion that's sitting in the back to swap it out, as we see that happening here. Get him in, and he gets to equip the equipment immediately. I forgot that was part of his ability too. You get to swap equipment too. So now he gets to come in as a 9 might, which is actually super strong here.
Are you rethinking your chosen champion right now?
No, I'm not, because our opponent has a punch first, which is going to make our guy a 12 to, I think it's 12 to 12. So we're just trading everything off here. Yeah, that's what it looks like. But it is very cool with the Brutalizer. I'll give you that. Being able to just come in as like a 9 might, but none of it matters in the face of punch first.
You know what they say? Your opponent has no turn. That's what the card text is. Your opponent doesn't get their turn.
Yeah, that's what I've been told.
But looks like we're hiding a card, and then we're gonna pass back the Fiora player. Fiona, sorry, you still haven't earned your name, even though you did win that fight.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think, ironically, our Azir player here actually set a Hidden Blade himself, so now it can be kind of a shoe on the other foot sort of situation. Rather, the Fiona player can be like, "Well, now I want 2 cards. You gave me 2. I gave you 2 cards. It's got to be some quid pro quo situation here, you know. Now I'd like my 2 cards." But
I mean, that token's just sitting there. He doesn't have anything on him. We might even Hidden Blade our own guy. What do you mean?
True. I think that's probably the line that I would go for out of Azir. Is there's no reason to give Fiona any amount of cards. So, but it is so tempting. We got a 9 might here. Here's the blade. Oh, we are targeting our Fiona, I think. We're thinking about the riposte here, to counter it, which certainly makes sense. But don't know that that's really a winning line.
Yeah, I feel like the moment Snell, like, so, like, I killed your guy for 2, and then he knows Aeson just sit there. He's like, oh no. Yeah, what does that mean?
On the bright side, we also get to see the cool, the animation. That's the word I'm looking for here. Every time
stack animation. Oh, that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, the swords crossing.
Yeah, the animation's nice, but I was thinking that like the stack has not been appearing this time because they started making a little stack animation at the bottom. They finally got to use it. Yeah. Hidden Blades stacked repose.
That's
nice. And
nice.
then it ended sadly.
I mean, honestly, they put so much work into it. They deserve to use all these animations. Somebody's out there having to do all this. So
exactly. Yeah, I can't imagine like being the guy who like made all these animations and then it turns out like half the animations you made can't even be used and you're just like, please, just give me a Garen on stream. I put so much energy into it.
They've got the Rumble signature spell, and there are 4 of those out there. They're just like, come on, give me one of them on cam, please.
Just one Rumble. You paid me for it. Just let me use it. What if I misclick and use the Rumble animation instead?
Yeah, exactly. They just start playing random animations at some point.
Honestly, I'd understand it.
Yeah. So now it looks like we're making, this is interesting, making a bunch of tokens. We're making a very big soldier here.
Yeah,
all these equipment that we have.
Don't even know how big that is, but here we are.
I'm gonna assume it's bigger than Fiona. unfortunately, especially because we salvaged it. So, oh, okay.
That's the
Not bigger, equal to. But
I guess so. That's
because
what the
we got that
token's
token.
for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Our eye there makes a token every time we move. So, that token
maybe.
gets to conquer. We go to 7, and I think Fiona is going to continue to not have her name.
Fiona. Where even is Shrek this time? Shrek has not supported our girl at all this game.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. She's not independent enough to really make it happen. So, yeah.
That's okay.
I see.
Oh no. Fiona.
Yeah. Yeah, they gotta stop putting our girl here on screen. Unfortunately, she's not ready yet. Yeah.
Tragic, but yeah, that's a 2-0 for the Azir there. That's crazy. Maybe I'm an Azir fan. I'm not sure.
I think so. You like the token strategy?
I've never been a token user, but like, I heard actually that you're allowed to use whatever you want as tokens.
As tokens, yes, that is definitely a thing, and I've seen tons of people use cards from other games or whatever. If you have some favorite Pokemon, you can use those as tokens.
Yeah, in Pokemon, you're able to do that with like V-Star markers, and I had V-Star markers of me made, and I'm debating, do I make tokens?
Tokens of yourself. Do you want to go into battle against all these Dravens that you're going to be going up against? You want to be sending yourself into combat to die? That's a question that you have to ask yourself.
But it's advertisement.
True.
Because you have your thing. Because what it was I had like some random Twitter picture as the front with a V-Star marker on it, and then when you flip it, because you have to flip the V-Star marker when you use it, it would say Earth Day and have like all my different socials on it.
There you go. That way, if you lose them too, you can give one to your opponent and be like, drop the follow. It works. Maybe we gotta get that set up for us.
Yeah, y'all gonna make Challenger TCG one, and they're like, "Can I see your token?" You can be like, "Yeah," and you can keep it if you want. Flex.
Maybe I'll do like a stroke of the hair or something. Something cool.
Yeah, like,
just anime.
Yeah, you can keep it if you want.
Yeah. Exactly.
Don't worry, I have more.
Well.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, Fiona is not made for the camera yet. So, unlike the Shrek movies that were bestsellers, here she's not meant for the spotlight.
Yeah, I feel like Fiona's gonna stay Fiona for a while, but maybe we'll get like a Donkey and Dragon deck, which would be cool.
How did you feel about the match, Anton? While you were watching it, I'm sure as you're slowly getting back into camera.
Yeah, sorry. Our stream's like showing this like loading symbol on their stream, so I was trying to see if I could fix that.
I see. The power of having people in the background handling our technology.
Here, Daniel and I are back.
Nice.
Yeah,
Welcome back. Welcome
I
back.
forgot to unmute myself. Hooray, I'm here.
I'm gonna refresh the stream, see if that helps.
Yeah.
Good thing it's during downtime.
So.
I did catch the match. Yeah, I mean, Fiora, it's a shame they've already done her dirty. Like, she just lost the first 2 rounds, looking not very impressive. Azir's pretty strong, so like it's not a tier 1 deck by any means, but I mean the deck is really strong, especially when it draws a Rise, which it did. I think only in game 1, but it's funny, he drew a Rise in game 1.
One of the best finisher cards in the game.
Right, he drew a Rise in game 1 when he had like no equipments, and then game 2 he draws like a handful of equipments and he sees no Rise, and I'm like, well, unfortunate.
Such is the life of a deck that doesn't draw enough cards.
Yeah.
Well, he drew some cards when he got his guy hidden bladed by his opponents, so just
yeah,
that's all you need.
Yeah, why not just run in some hidden blades? That'll be easy.
Yeah, exactly. True. Honestly, targeting your own guy with hidden blade is never bad too. Do it on a dreaming tree. Draw 3.
Yeah, draw 3. I love Ancestral Recall. I'm a big fan of draw 3. My favorite format in Magic is Vintage because I can run that card. Like I'm on board. It costs 2 mana in this game instead of 1, but that's okay.
Here's those stats again. We've got Fiora had
Yeah.
more combats
yeah.
won.
Okay. No spell damage from either side. Very nice.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
And Azir only
What was
gets
the third
one
one?
extra. The third one
No gold
is
produced.
amount of gold generated.
So
no gold produced, and then the last one is equipped. We assume units that got equipped or equipment's attached.
They're very niche things to have on your stats.
For
I feel like
sure.
there are going to be a lot of goose eggs on both sides of these. I can't wait for the game. It's just 0-0 on all 3 of them. And you're like, oh, well, we had these cool new mechanics. It's a shame no one's using them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
So
gold's
looking
supposed
at
to be OP.
gold is very good if you're playing like purple.
Mhm.
Oh, no.
Exactly.
Yeah. So looking at some of these numbers from the
let me pull up that graphic
from the representation. One of the things that stands out to me is there's only 2 Jinx players in the entire tournament. Now, to me, that seems kind of low because all of the miracle cards that we think are really good in Draven, you can just run them in Jinx. Like, you sure we shouldn't be playing, the best 2 colors? Maybe we don't have the best leader, chosen champ, but we are in the best 2 colors. We get to run miracle. Come on.
Looking at this definitely makes me question whether the metal cards are a part of it again, but I guess we won't know for sure for a little while unless somebody smarter than I in chat has a confirmation. But again, they keep showing off these things, so
the beautiful metal cards keep coming up on stream, like surely.
Yeah, they're quite nice. I'm a big fan of them.
Yeah, here's the stats chat. We got the image up on the screen now. So.
Oh, perfect. I was gonna ask if you put it up on stream.
Yep.
Yeah.
35% Draven, 12% Aurelia. We got 7% Kai'Sa, 5% Victor, 4% Fiora, 3% Sivir and Master Yi. We got 2% Ornn, 2% Azir, Set the Boss, Rek'Sai, and then getting down to just under 2%, we've got Annie, Lucian, Ezreal, Lux, Misfortune, Jax, Renata, and then we do have a second page here. Where we start to get into the under 1%, which are like Ari, Lee Sin, Teemo, Rumble, and the rest of these. So yeah, just two, a lot of people with just 2.
Yeah, I mean,
Garen with the same as Darius
50
is
for
crazy.
metal cards sounds like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, any of these people, if there's metal cards for these, like, and it's just you and one person in a race for the metal, like, that's pretty funny.
That's when you go and find the guy and you're like, hey, buddy, you want to chop up this metal card? Wait, do you want
could just drop the tournament, not play these
money?
9 rounds, and just take and just chop this up? Go
would
play
you
some
rather
side
gamble
events.
on which one of us has the more insane bracket, or would you like to chop this crazy sum of money in half?
Yeah, you could literally, if they do side events in China, like you could literally be like, we're guaranteed a metal card. We just play 1 round, we dip, and then we go side event grind for actual metal cards. Like,
true. That. Oh my god, the EV on that is crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, so this is our lowest bracket, and then back to the actual meta, the real one. Yeah, I mean Draven.
Sometimes better play smart,
True.
What's the biggest surprise to you guys on here? Let's say just the front page. What's the biggest surprise to you?
The Fiona is definitely my biggest shocker here. I did not expect her to be the 5th most popular deck.
I did not either. I thought there were going to be a lot of things above her. I figured like Ezreal or Lucian would both be higher.
Yeah.
I'm just slightly surprised by the Kai'Sa versus Aurelia representation. I know Aurelia is very good and purple is very strong. Too. But I was expecting Kai'Sa to maybe just have a little bit more meta share. Obviously still number 3 in there though.
Off of Kai'Sa after the ruling change.
Yeah, possibly.
Definitely possible.
They were just really scared about Aurelia. I do feel like Kai'Sa has a very playable Draven matchup, but the Aurelia matchup does feel really miserable. So I can understand.
The Aurelia matchup is so rough.
And especially if that's the second most represented deck, like you're good into the most represented deck, but you're terrible into the second most represented deck.
I don't even know if you're good. I think you're like a
Yeah,
coin
yeah, yeah.
flip,
You're,
right?
you're like okay.
Which is probably the best you can hope for.
Pretty much. Did you have any decks that you were expecting, RC, that didn't end up showing up out of this meta share? I'm not sure.
I think I was more surprised how few people were at the end than the rest of it. Like only 2.
Yeah.
But I kind of
Yeah.
expected like the Draven and then like Victor and Fiora, I think, to be like higher up, because I think like yellow's a interesting reaction to purple.
Yeah, I think it's just again, like I don't know if it was, maybe it was like a last second thing where they announced the metal cards, but like you guys said, 2 people with like for some of these metal cards is just insane. Like
Yeah,
God,
I mean, you're talking about
like
okay, maybe the metal cards aren't as expensive in China as they are in the US. Like, I think all of them so far have
they're
sold
not.
for 5 figures in the US. Like,
mhm.
they're going for
There's
pretty
also a lot
ridiculous
more,
numbers.
Yeah.
like reasonably
cards?
right in China. Yeah, because in
Oh,
China,
okay,
Yeah,
if
that's
I think in
regional
China cards
qualifier
are like
has them,
4
there's
figures.
4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely a lot less prestige, and I think they also just aren't as crazy about collecting cards as we are
Yes.
over here, you know, and the
Okay.
alternate investments and stuff. So they definitely don't have the crazy price, but they're just more of like a cool thing. It's kind of a different culture, for sure. But yeah, still, I mean, any of these, like, God, 2 Jinx is just insane to me. 2 Leona, 2 Garen. I'm sad. We're so close to seeing the mythical 1 person on a deck list.
Yeah, imagine registering
No.
for an event and before you even play round 1, congratulations, buddy, you're our only Leona player. Would you like to collect your shiny card?
That would have been
That'd be
quite funny.
crazy.
Yeah.
I want to be that guy at Bologna. I want to be the only Leona player there. Collect my paycheck before I even start playing.
Yeah, it's crazy we
That's-
had no solos show up. It was all, the lowest was 2, which is still crazy, but like
Yeah,
there was
had
nobody
4
that just got
twos,
the
it's
so-
free.
crazy.
Yeah, nobody got the free medal.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
can only
don't
imagine
really...
the people who like showed up as friends with like the same deck list, with the same card, thinking that there's gonna be more people they're against, and then they're just like, okay, well, I guess we're gonna sit around for the day.
Yeah.
Side
Yeah.
then.
Well, I mean, if you show up with your friend and you're the only 2 people playing your deck, I think you're pretty happy. Like, oh boy, me and my
Right.
buddy guaranteed got a metal card.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just imagine they could be like split into 2 different ones, right? Like where one of your friends is against 3 people, and then you and him tested together, so you split the one anyway.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe you
Well, I
get
think
2
that was
metal
something that
cards
we
for
saw.
team.
At least from what I heard, that was something that was done at Houston a lot. Was the various metal splits and stuff. It's a good way to do it. But yeah, I think it's just a different. I don't know. People want the prestige more at these things than they do the prize cards, I suppose. So
Kronos asked, would we
Different
ever?
mentality.
Colin, we have somebody asking in the Twitch chat about the Fiora thing. Did you already comment on it, or
No, he hasn't.
no, I haven't. I think it's definitely much more Fiora specific card, just because it's in your chosen champ zone. So there's like a big difference between having that sort of card every single game and having to draw it naturally. When you have like a card like the Fiora chosen champion, you kind of need to build your deck around it. And so if you can't like guarantee that it'll always be around, then it can be kind of tough. So I haven't been a fan of her. And then, Falling Star memes aside, at least based on this
Dies to
representation,
Falling Star, infamous?
maybe it won't be as big of an issue, because Falling Star out of Draven is not quite as bad as out of Kaisa. So yeah, maybe in our testing it'll be less impactful, but who knows? I do expect, at least here in the States and EU, for Kaisa to be a lot more popular than the 7% that we're seeing over here in these CN events.
Mhm.
I guess. How long has the set been out for China?
I
I think
it's
Like
2
a
weeks?
month. Like,
no, I think
Or
it's
longer, yeah. I think it's been like a month.
yeah.
I think
Basically, as
it-
long as we've been testing with the
3
cards,
weeks?
because we got the full
Okay.
spoiler like right
So-
before the set release. So
Kronos is saying a month. So where my head is at is if you've been playing enough, like if you've been playing set 2 for a whole month, you're a lot less likely to just jam Kai'Sa because it's the deck you played in set 1. So that could explain. I mean, she's still the 3rd most popular deck, right? So like,
for sure.
You had a bunch of people switch off the Yi, a bunch of people switch off Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa's still popular.
Kronos asked, would you ever sell a medal if you won it? Daniel did sell his medal.
Yes, why would you? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know if you just got, like, absolute fuck you money. Like, I'm trying to play the game that I enjoy. Yeah, he's asking why would I ever sell one. So I won the Yi and I sold it. I like playing the card game. Like, if I sell the card, that means I get to play more of the card game.
Oh,
so
why?
Yeah.
That's why I sold mine.
The trips,
I think that's how a lot of people feel.
Trips are expensive. All these flights everywhere. You need to be able to pay for it. So that's why I really like stuff like the ring or whatever.
Rings, trophies.
Trophies. Like those sorts of things that don't have monetary value and that you can't resell them, but you can have them. Like fund people's trips by letting them sell their prize cards and then give them some sort of trophy or something to get them through the trips and such. So, but
also a lot of the medal cards sold for more than first place won.
Yes,
in terms
that is correct. I think every medal card that is sold so far sold for more than the cash prize for first.
Right.
So
some of them
looking at
sold for more than the entire cash prize in the entire event. So
I think the Ari in particular sold for quite a lot.
Yes.
So certainly from my perspective, like I want to keep playing the game. The more cards that I sell, the more I get to play the game. Like the more time I get to invest in the game. So that's where my head is at. I think that's where a lot of competitive players' heads are at. If you want to win a card and just keep it for yourself, man, go nuts. Like that's. I know that there are a few people that kept their card. I think there was like 3. I think the Teemo player kept theirs. The Leona kept theirs, and there was one other one.
The set has not been posted at all, but it's currently in the air because the set player who won it did not actually end up receiving it. So we'll see what ends up happening with that one. But
and then
either way,
also like a lot of teams went with the idea of selling it, and a lot of players the idea.
Well, that's
so
why
it's not like
we need value to come out of the thing. Like a lot of us are trying to live the dream that we were all sold by Magic of being pro players.
Exactly.
But the fact is that a lot of these other games, especially the ones that are not Magic the Gathering, don't have Magic money. Like the only thing they can really give us is promos. Like they can sometimes infuse cash into their events, and we're grateful when they do. But like a lot of the time, they're like if you play Bandai games, for instance, there's no cash. It is only promos.
Yeah,
so if you're trying to be a professional One Piece player and you're actually holding on to all your prize cards, you're basically just only spending money to go to these events. And travel is really expensive, especially if you're trying to travel to multiple things. If you don't qualify at your first one, well, guess what? You got to go to another regional, buddy, and another one, and another one. Hotels, the entry fees, all this stuff. Like that stuff really adds up. So we're really grateful when we can sell these promo cards. I understand that this metal card is like a 1 of 1. It's very prestigious and all that, but like even then, a piece of metal is only worth so much to you. I'd rather play more card games than hoard onto my little trophies. So that's just me.
Yeah, like let's say this G lets me go to 20 events. I will take the 20 events over the.
Yeah.
Oh man, it feels like we're bullying him. Okay, I'm sorry, Kronos. It's just you asked the question. We're very enthusiastic people.
Very passionate about my card games journey.
Mm-hmm.
This is how I make my living. Some of us want to, like I said, live the pro card gamer dream, not have to work a regular job. So if a metal card will like pay my salary for a year that I would get working a regular job, then I'd rather.
Well, if people have other questions while we're in downtime, we're honestly
go nuts. What does everybody got?
Yeah.
Side note, my favorite caster is on screen right now. She's asking questions. She's very cute. She's got a huge blue bow. Yeah, I hope I meet her one day.
Oh, okay.
I think she's my.
How much would metal beach skin cards go for? Depends on how many they make. If it's a 1 of 1, it's just whatever whatever people are willing to buy them for. I'm sure there's some
It's always
oligarch
nice, yeah.
somewhere who's trying to spend 6 figures on a card. Like,
Are you ever gonna go over to China, Ursi, at some point? I know
I
George has been over there before. but-
have been told multiple times. So I guess like I don't know if clarification. I have a PhD in cybersecurity, and I have been told multiple times by cybersecurity people in the United States that they heavily
yeah,
recommend I
it's
never
probably
go to China.
probably not a good look for you to just randomly show up to China and then yeah, I can see that becoming a problem.
Yeah, I've been told multiple times that I should never go there, as well as a couple other countries, including a country I really want to go to. They told me not to go to South Korea. I'm like, bro, but like I love K-pop girls.
Yeah.
I
I
think
like K-pop
South
in
Korea.
general,
I mean,
like,
I think
please.
South Korea is fine. Like that's that one. They don't have the
Yeah.
same relationship with us that China does.
Yeah, well, I mean, but it's like my advisor who's telling me it.
Sure.
So I'm not like
Mhm.
fully sure. That being said, he's like a world-renowned like mobile security dude. So it might just be him who can't go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Not me.
And
But
it all depends upon your specific branch and such, I'm sure. But
Yeah.
yeah, obviously not worth risking your job or something like that. But you know, maybe with Worlds, she'll end up casting for China whenever Worlds gets announced.
yeah, fingers
It can always
crossed.
mean anything.
Riot will let me do some casting one day. I would love for Riot to let me do some casting. Fingers crossed. But we'll see what happens.
What we're here for.
Um,
We definitely are going to preach for you. So
Thank you.
the
Nudes
jacket
also
is
asked.
officially coming off. It's too hot in here.
Nudes
What?
also
Knew it
asked
happened
if
eventually.
511 players is low. These events are actually capped at 512 players, so that basically means only one person didn't show up.
Yeah.
So
but
yeah,
actually, it means
511 is
more
not.
than one person. Sorry.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah.
I would say it can be more than one didn't show up because they do allow for
Yeah,
raffles
there's
and voting
wait
when
lists and
people didn't
stuff
show up.
too. Yeah. Yeah, there's wait lists,
Yeah.
but basically
Yeah.
these are capped at 512. So 511 is not a low turnout. That's the cap of the event.
Mhm.
Which honestly, I'm surprised that the cap is so low with how at least seemingly high quality this production is, and they've got like all these banners and this feels like more than
I mean,
what they
they're
did
paying a whole
for
bunch of staff,
Houston Dress.
too.
Yeah, they've
Yeah,
got staff that's coming out to this, but
In the first season, I know that they had like thousands of people sign up for these 512 events too, and that they ended up doing the lotteries, but like they were having 2,000 or 3,000 signups, so I'm surprised that the second go around they didn't increase the cap.
mhm.
Yeah, I wonder why they
The-
decided not to increase. It's a good question.
Yeah.
the only thing I think is that I don't believe that they charge an entry for these events over in
Right.
China, and then there's like no cash that's given out just from like from that perspective. So
Oh, this guy
I
wants
think
some
a lot of it
sleeves or
is
what?
just some sleeves of that's the blue Ezreal altar, not the good Ezreal, unfortunately. That one's just a random rare.
They do give cash at the national one, right? The national was actually like a 30K or
Yeah.
something.
The national
Yeah,
one,
I
I
think
remember
so.
seeing the photo with like they had like the weird checks. I think Omega Zero won 50,000 yuan, so I don't know what that converts into USD, but
Sure.
I think it's $5,000.
Looks like
Probably
we've got
slightly different.
another round coming up in a few minutes. Ursi, how long were you gonna stay with us?
I
Totally
wonder
not
if-
kicking you out or anything, just asking
that's like something I'd.
how late you were staying up tonight.
So when I gotta be honest, at the beginning, I was like, in my head, I was like, I'll do 3 rounds and I'll go to bed at midnight.
Okay.
It is obviously midnight, but it is not 3 rounds. So it's whenever you guys want to hop in or don't want to hop in, I'll probably, no matter what though, I think this next round, or I can leave
For
earlier.
sure.
Up to you guys.
Oh, you want to
Yeah,
do
that was
another
going to be
round?
my plan as well. Was either one more round or this round. So I'll leave that one up to you. Whichever you'd prefer is perfectly fine as
God.
we're in between rounds. Yeah, I know. Putting you on the spot.
scared
Decision
now.
paralysis.
I don't know what to do.
I
Yeah,
know.
I have this idea. I'm gonna try to stream in the morning though, and catch whatever stream ends. Like when people end their streams, I'm gonna try to catch it and then play some like random game.
Sure.
But I don't know. Do you do you guys want to hop in now? Do you guys want another round not casting? Like, what are you guys thinking?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me.
I don't know, guys.
I'm gonna
Don't
be up.
give
I'm
me the
gonna be up all
decision.
night. It don't matter to me.
All right, seems
yeah.
like Colin's the one who's gonna
Yeah,
make the final
if
decision.
it's
What do
already
you
if
wanna
it's
do,
already
Colin?
midnight for
Oh,
you, that's
I-
totally fine. Like me and Daniel
I have
can
to
hop
decide.
in. Me and
Well,
Daniel can hop
Chrissy's
in.
not making a
Decide.
decision, and neither of us care. So, what do you want to do,
I'm
Colin?
happy to cast for another round, though. So.
All right,
What's
she
up?
wants to cast another
All
round.
right, we'll do
Okay.
one
No,
One
I'm
more.
also,
We
it's
can do
whatever
one.
Colin wants.
Yeah.
Colin's
We'll do
deciding.
we're
Okay,
do-
well,
no, we're-
I'm gonna if I'm gonna decide, then we'll do one more round.
Yeah,
We
we're
can do one
making
more
Colin
round.
do
One
one
round
more.
would be perfect. Yeah, that's
One more round,
perfect.
one more round.
You
Then
know,
we're-
I got dressed up. I got
Yeah,
dressed up in my,
got all
my
dressed
little
up.
suit here. You know, I gotta make the time worth it. So
Yeah, you're tolerating the suit longer than me. You must have like AC blast in your room or something. I can't feel it.
I don't know. I kind of run
Guys-
cold these days. That's
You just
Lucky
have to
you.
power through. You just have to power
Yeah.
through.
exactly. This is my.
I'm not trying to live in a
used to these
sauna.
things. Mm.
I will say, when I did the all night stream, I had cute dress on, and then I changed into a different outfit. So I totally understand it since you guys are staying up all night. But Colin and I are only here for like 4 hours.
Yeah,
understand.
exactly. I'm here to put in my shift, clock in, and
Yep,
clock the
yep.
fuck out. As
Yeah,
soon as
back
this
to
next
work.
match is up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, guys,
exactly.
If, let's say, some of a lot of my viewers are new Riftbound players or new to card games in general, where would you tell them to go find Riftbound cards? Because I have one
Right now, that's
asking.
pretty tough, honestly. Pretty hard to
Yeah.
find Riftbound out there these days. They have been making a second wave, so we have started seeing booster packs enter back into the LGSs.
Yeah, a lot of stuff has gotten cheaper.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're just collecting for the vibes, though, like the person who asked the question in our chat, then I would say your best place is just to check all your local LGSs, all your local game stores. Those are going to be the best spots to grab Riftbound product right now.
Yeah.
This person
If-
does not
if
play
you
any
want-
card games, so it would be at your Walmart or Target when you go there. He's a VGC player.
Okay,
too.
yeah.
Okay,
Like,
okay.
So
Otherwise,
if
your
you've
local
got
card game shop.
specific cards in mind, you can use the online marketplace. There's a site called TCG Player. Every single card in the game is going to be available on there. If you're more into like cracking packs and like keeping the stuff that you pulled yourself, then yeah, I'd say local game stores, Walmart and Target should be getting a restock some point soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, those would be the main two places.
My personal recommendation for anyone is like, especially because we have lists that are pretty public. If you have a list that you want to play, just buy the singles. I know opening packs is so much more fun, but like, a box is going to cost you $200 or $300, and you can get a fully competitive deck for much less than that. Even some of the best decks in the game right now have
Yes.
kind of gone way down in price. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's.
I think
that's
if you
definitely
wanted
my
to build a set
recommendation.
one Kaisa deck, it's under the cost of a box currently.
Yeah.
Yeah, a set one
Victor-
Kaisa deck is probably.
Victor's cheap as heck, too. That deck's like the fourth most
Sure,
represented
Victor's
deck in
always
set 2.
Victor's a lot cheaper. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my set deck is like maybe 100, $150. You just need the 3 showstoppers, and then everything else is pretty much free. So I think a lot of the cost that's been initially hyped up with this game has definitely gone down, at least on the singles prices of sides. So
Yeah.
it's actually a pretty good time to get in, so long as you don't want to just, crack backs. Because, obviously that's the fun part. Everyone loves to gamble, but like knowing that you can buy a
course.
full tier 1, whatever the best deck is, for less than the price of a single box right now, like you're just better off doing that always. So
This commercial.
Yeah. If you've got specific
and then-
cards in mind, buying the singles online is always going to be your best bet. Go to
yeah,
TCG
one thing
for
that
that.
I've also been doing that too, just because I'm a player, but I also like to collect certain stuff. So I had a couple things that I bought. I recently have been buying up like some of the promos, the early promos, like the pre-release promos. Those have been my vibes based collecting that I've been doing as of late. So yeah, just any cards that you like the art of that are cool. I don't know how much more set 1 they'll be printing, so at least right now I think cards are kind of at the lowest they'll ever be for set 1. So now is definitely the time to, just search if you see something cool that you like the look of on marketplaces or on TCG Player. I definitely recommend picking it up. So
If you want to
Wait, I
gamble
wanna
and find an
gamble for
Aurelia,
wherever
you
Aurelia
don't
is.
open packs yet.
Yeah, Aurelia is going to be set 2. Those are going to come out first weekend of February, I believe.
yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
maybe some of your LGSs will have pre-orders available for Spirit Forged. It just depends. Every game store does it a little bit differently. I would just say call your game stores. There is the UVS store locator. Let me actually pull that up for you. So, here, I sent it into our Twitch chat for you. So you can always search whatever your location is, and any store that is in theory selling Riftbound, you can always give them a call. And then even if they don't have product available for pre-order, they'll have release events and pre-release and release events that will both be very, very good to show up for on the 7th and the 14th of February. So those are a great place to kind of get started with collecting. The promos can be very nice, and yeah, that's definitely what I would recommend starting out with.
Yeah,
But
if you
it's a
go
good time to start collecting, in my opinion.
if you go to the event locator on that website as well, you can specifically find these things called pre-rift events for set 2, and those are like purely vibes based. Like nobody's going there with a constructed deck or anything. You actually just show up and you get to buy 6 booster packs with everybody else for like a regular price, and then you build your deck from those 6 packs. So that's kind of a fun way to engage with it and open some packs up and get product, and like not be in a super competitive environment where everyone else has the cards either. You're all playing with 6 packs, whatever comes out of your boosters. So check out the pre-rift events in the events section.
I'll
Yeah,
be
it's a
going
great
to
point.
as many of those as I can.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Be Valentine's Day weekend, but try and get out where I can. So
Yeah, you're welcome. Glad we could help.
yeah. No worries.
Yeah, we will be dropping a video hopefully too before those events to kind of give you a sealed guide for everybody who hasn't done limited in Riftbound yet, and just kind of give you guys an idea of what are the best commons and uncommons to look out for and stuff. So we should have that coming in the next few weeks.
Definitely. Ugh. His middle cards look so good. My only regret with them is I just wish why didn't they do the alt arts, man? I mean, some of the regular arts
Honestly,
do
these are
actually
so
look
bad,
good,
yeah.
but like, I don't know. The alt arts would have been so nice.
Yeah,
on
I agree.
all of these.
I would love to see like a Chinese one beside an English one, because the normal alt arts, English versus Chinese, I think they're very different. They're
Yeah.
how they're hollowed are different. It feels like.
I'm
Like-
curious if it's the same case for the meta ones. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, because like,
Yeah.
like as an
Different
example,
production
like
company.
Kaisa, like the alt art in general, like the English one, it's like really dark, and so like her body like blends in to like the darkness behind her, so it kind of just like her face almost. But the Chinese one, how it's hollowed, she's a lot more. I just like it a lot more. Like her body is much like more noticeable. It's not like she's like lost to the background in the same way.
Right.
Sure.
So
Kronos
I
said,
love-
I like when people put their 25-cent regular art legends in blocks of glass.
yeah, why not?
I've seen those too. It's very funny every time I see
I've
it.
also seen those. I remember seeing an Annie in one of those and thinking like, oh, that must be the metal Annie, the one from the side event, like the one that like sold for $2,000 or whatever. No, it was just regular Annie. Just,
the regular Annie's not even foiled too out of the proving grounds. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best place to get your Yu-Gi-Oh cards stolen.
They're supposed to have alt arts with signatures in the Nexus pack, so right, Annie and Yi? Or am I wrong on that?
Yeah, it's in the Nexus Night promos.
Yeah,
Wait, was it
Nexus.
signatures, or I thought it was just foiling?
I thought
It's
they
the-
had alt arts with signatures, but I could be wrong on it for sure.
They don't, not signatures on the card, but their signature spells are in it.
Oh, maybe that's where I missed.
Kronos is saying it's just foil legends, no alt
Okay,
arts.
that's maybe.
Yeah, no alt arts, but yeah, you can get. I think in the regular stuff, their signature spells and their chosen champ are not foils. So this this is the first way to do that. Although weirdly enough, Flash is still not in it. So
yeah, I was gonna say the exact same thing. Why is it Flash in there? It's like the most expensive card out of the set.
Yeah, unfortunately.
How did they miss the most important reprint?
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of crazy.
It's a choice. It's a choice for sure.
Well, at
But
least
Riot
now
always
it's a
knows
feature,
that.
not a bug.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Riot, if
Riot
you're
knows
listening, I
best.
think you always make the right decisions, and I support you wholeheartedly.
Yes, I agree.
Completely.
I agree wholeheartedly. Please keep inviting me to more of your events. I love Riot Games. They do everything right. They're awesome.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Unless you don't want to invite me, in which case, like, how dare you not put Flash in? Like, come on.
Yeah, at least they did confirm
Well, like,
that we are getting a Proving Grounds reprint now. Like, we actually
Yeah.
are going to get
Yes,
the
yes.
product.
As a
in
matter
there.
of fact, I thought that was supposed to be the 13th, but because of the bot issue, they dropped it, right?
Who knows, man?
The Proving Grounds one, they said that they're going to give us more details. They don't have a firm date on that one yet, but they just said
Okay.
it is coming.
Yeah.
I missed that part. Okay.
Mhm.
Was Alex banned from casting this? Yes, we banned him.
Yes. Yeah, we no longer associate with
Mr.
that person.
Alexander Blandon. No, we do
Yeah.
associate with him. That's a joke, chat.
Yes, he's just out for the
unfortunately,
weekend.
unfortunately,
Alex
we
is
do.
busy this weekend. Otherwise, he'd be here
Yeah.
saying, I can't believe this Draven on stream. He made this mistake and this mistake. This deck's so ridiculous.
How dare they not
Yes.
All
get
right.
the Fiora on the Mighty set turn 1?
Yeah,
Mhm.
He missed his Fiora trigger.
yeah.
I hope you
SMH.
guys enjoy my Alex impression for the Alex.
Yeah.
Definitely banned though. Don't listen
That's
to
all
them.
you're getting for now.
Mm-hmm.
They're just making excuses, and in case they want to bring him back.
Yeah. Well, he didn't win a medal card at Houston, so he could get benched. Yeah.
True.
It's always on
True.
the table.
Odd.
I think the funniest scenario is for me to pull a very expensive Riftbound card and have no idea it's expensive. Depending on the size of the card shop, you'll know. People will react. The degree of reaction is how you know how expensive the card is. But
Historically,
just in case,
yeah.
go ahead.
I was going to say, historically, new players have a tendency to have pretty good luck in card games.
Always pull the chase card. They always pull the
Yeah.
chase card, bro. Like, I wanted the boss's orders with Geas art at my Pokemon pre-order, but who pulls it? The new player.
Yep.
Whatever.
That's how they get you
Yep.
addicted to the crack.
Yep.
Come on, bro.
You get that first chase, that first high of like, oh, I've pulled the collector card, and then you're locked in.
It's like absolute clockwork. I don't get how it happens, but it just does. There's some divine intervention that's happening, and it's
Tragic.
specifically for that. Yeah.
Tragic.
Oh, but sorry. What I was gonna say is, just in case if you pull a card and somebody's trying to make a deal with you, just look it up on TCG Player. That'll tell you.
Yeah.
Just look it up on TCG Player. That'll tell you how much it's worth.
Yeah. It's definitely for some of the cool cards. Like, God, the set 2 art is so much better than all the set 1 stuff. I know the set 1 will have like it'll be iconic because it's the first set or whatever, but I think in the long run, everyone's going to want these set 2 cards, like all these Spirit Blossom cards. The alt arts just look a million times better.
The alt art seals are really nice.
Yeah, alt art seals. We have the signature Spirit Blossom units or whatever. It's they all look super nice. So I don't know how much of this game I'll collect, but if I do, it'll certainly be some of that stuff.
I'm gonna think I'll start like collecting set 2. I have 5 boxes of Origins, but I've been told I'm not allowed. I should not open set 1s of card games because they always go up. So I've been told.
Yes, it's definitely better to just hold them, in my opinion. You got set 2 coming around for packs to open, and those cards are prettier anyways. So the only thing we get from set 1 are the signature cards. So they're.
I'm gonna grab a soda real quick, but I'm just gonna leave the camera up since it's like a Discord thing.
Yeah, probably a good call before we get into this next match because I don't know when it is. use the restroom and grab a
It's a chair
soda and
stream.
such.
I mean, this is why we have a
Yeah,
couple of
chair
card game
stream.
players here. We could always
Ooh.
jam a few games.
Yeah, I get to go into the void, into my dreaming tree,
Ah,
disappear.
Yep.
It's taking me.
all right, Anton, are we booting up TCG Arena?
Well, I think we'll wait until just so I have all the things in place. We'll wait till they're done with their portion, and then we can get a TCG Arena
Okay.
opened up. Anyone have any
Okay.
questions, chat? Feel free to throw them out. They said
Yep,
we were going to
perfect
start in
time
a
for
few
Q&A.
minutes. Yeah, they said we were going to start in like 3 minutes earlier, but it's been like 15 minutes since that, so I guess they're having some technical difficulties on their end, so we're just waiting for the next round to start. And if you guys don't have any
Let's
questions for us,
see.
then we can just sit here and vibe, I guess.
Be right back. Trading Ari Chase card for Pop-Tart. I think that's an excellent trade, but it does depend on the flavor of Pop-Tart.
You're the only one still watching, Kronos. Well, then who are these other
Oh
50-something
no,
people?
Kronos is all of our viewers. They're all bots. It's just Kronos
It's
on his
just
alts.
Kronos and 50 bots? 60 bots? We got 62 bots.
Send them my bots.
No.
Send them my bots.
Oh, okay. Some of them are Ursi bots.
Ah,
Oh, true,
okay.
true.
And by
So
my
we've
bots,
got
I mean
multiple-
like
Ride the Wind is the best purple card in Origins. That's the hot
it is.
hot take.
That's definitely not a
I mean,
hot take.
best.
Yeah, it might be the best purple card in
It has a
Origins.
little bit of competition. Like, Rebuke is also a pretty good candidate.
Rebuke is pretty crazy. That card is pretty crazy.
Let's see.
I
What
need
other
to
purple
look it up.
cards are in Origins? Hold on. Let me consult my...
Fighter
let me
Flight's
consult
also
my
a very
list
strong
real quick.
card.
Fighter Flight's also pretty good.
Who's talking up Ride the Wind over here?
Someone in chat said that's their
Refuse.
long-standing take that it's the strongest purple card in Origins.
Yeah.
I said maybe.
It's up there. Oh, you know what? You know one that we all forgot that definitely needs to be in consideration? Stacked deck.
Yes. But Stack Deck is one of those cards that, with our Magic devs, I do not understand how they printed it. Did they just not like make the conversion? They're like, oh, this card's fine in Magic. 1 mana, look at the 3. And then it turns out in this game we have half the deck size and our mana is like twice as costly. So instead it's half, in Magic terms, it's half a mana to look at the
Yeah.
top 6. It's like, God, Stack
What
Deck.
what does half a mana mean? How does that work?
Uh,
Can you play?
So, yeah, you just tear your card in half, and then that's what you pay for the
Oh.
resale.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
In
crazy.
Magic, you get to
is so
play.
innovative.
Yeah, Magic you play 1 land per turn, whereas this game you get to play 2 lands per turn. So essentially, you're using half of a land, whereas in Magic you would have to tap the 1 land you get for turn. This one you'd still have one extra land to play stuff, which is
And in Magic, the card is essentially the same card as Stack Deck. So it's the same cost, basically the same effect. But in
Yes.
Riftbound, it essentially costs half.
yeah. Technically, that card is
Um,
Anticipate, which even costs 2 mana in Magic. So
Sure.
it's like a fourth of the cost for a twice as strong effect.
I saw a few questions.
Yeah,
Christian
asked,
said 200 grand a year, but you can only eat TV dinners. Do you take it?
Yeah, is that for life, or can I just do it for like a year or 2?
I think it's for life. Christian, clarify. Is it for life or is it a one-time thing?
Yeah.
I'd run it.
I think
for
it's
If I
as
could
long
do-
as you
stop
take the
anytime?
200 a year. I think as long as you take the 200 a year.
Mhm.
Yeah, even if it's whether
like,
it's for
can
a
I
year or
alternate, like,
forever,
on and
I'll
on?
take it.
Yeah.
If it's forever, I have to decline. Like, then I'm only gonna live like 40 years. Like,
Yeah.
it's too rough on me. Like, I either get to be in poverty
For
but play card
life.
games for like 60 years, or I get to die at 40 but never have to work again. Meh.
Yeah.
But
don't know
like,
if I
what
could do
counts
it.
as a
TV
TV
dinners
dinner?
have evolved,
Because
like-
PF chains. Yeah.
Well,
very evolved
okay,
now.
yeah, sure. Tell me. Well, okay, but all of them have like certain things that are not. Show me a TV dinner that isn't bad. For you. I would be.
You
very
can like
surprised.
throw them in the air fryer now,
all
right?
of
You don't
them
have
now.
to do the microwave stuff. Like,
So even the ones that are like low calorie and like supposedly have nutrition, they figure out a way to make them bad for you because that's how they make them palatable.
I mean, yeah, it depends. I don't know. What is HelloFresh and all those meal delivery services? They're basically TV
That
dinners,
doesn't.
right?
Hello,
Is that a
Fresh
TV?
not
Okay, if that's a
dinner,
TV
but
dinner, maybe I have to
Factor is.
reconsider my.
Factor's
a
the
TV
one I'm
dinner.
thinking of. Yeah, Factor. So
It really does depend how we're getting kind of like very in the weeds here, but it does depend how we're defining things. Like maybe there's a world where certain things are defined as TV dinners, and then I'm just basically not only do I make 200 grand a year, but I get a meal prep service every week. Like that's great. It's like a bonus.
What does it feel like? 2 matches have played? Yes, unfortunately, only 2 matches have played in the 3 hours we've been going or something. But
Top 3 MCU movies.
I don't really watch MCU movies. I don't know if that's heinous to say.
So I haven't watched since Endgame. So it's really all a blur to me. I liked the first Iron Man. That's the one that is very memorable for me.
I like first Iron Man. That was like a little bit too young for it. Let me double check when it came out.
I mean, it did come out a long time ago.
Yeah.
Iron Man, yeah, it was 2008. So I was in 2nd grade. No, that's wrong. Sorry, I was in 6th grade. I was in 6th grade. Yeah, I didn't really go to too many movies back then, but I watched like Iron Man 2, and then I rewatched Iron Man 1, and I liked Iron Man 1. And then I really liked Captain America, the first movie.
I liked some of their series. Agatha was pretty good.
Yeah, I thought the Avengers films were all pretty good, especially 2 and 3. So those were.
Which one was 2 and 3?
Or Endgame, whatever the Endgame.
Oh, Infinity War
Endgame murdered me.
Infinity War Endgame. Yeah, those ones were good.
Infinity War was very good.
And I like Guardians
Civil
of the
War was
Galaxy
really good.
too. I like James Gunn. So
Guardians was good.
Watch the
I missed this one. Thoughts on MF Aurora Set 2? We got game into all the purple shenanigans. Well, Anton, your favorite pet deck.
Yeah, I think MF Aurora Set 2 is still a playable deck. I do think it struggles into the Miracle deck because a lot of what you're trying to do with the sabotage and Mind Splitter stuff is just kind of tough. When they're drawing their whole deck, they have like infinite cards. Like even though you can potentially snipe their specific cards that they need to beat you in the end game, they just have so many more cards, and they produce like just as much might as you do in relatively about the same amount of time, if not faster. So sometimes that can just put you in a bad spot. And it seems like it's pretty unfavored into Miracle, but it actually does have game into like the more standard mid-range Draven.
Yeah, I don't think it's a terrible choice, despite its... honestly, I think it's a better choice than the majority of these lists that we're seeing played here. Like, I'd rather, at least personally, I'd rather play MF Aurora than, like, Aurelia, or Fiora, or Sivir, or Yi, or Ornn, or Azir. Pretty much everything above her that's not, like, Kai'Sa, Victor, maybe. So...
What champs are we running in Vegas, they asked. Not entirely sure yet. Some of that will depend on how Bologna goes and how these Chinese events go and what we perceive the format to look like. But I would say some early... Draven is looking pretty tempting, especially since they doubled down on the fact that he works the way he works. I mean, I would not be surprised if some of us are going with Draven, almost certainly.
Of us will definitely be playing Draven. It's
If you had me register right now, like I have to register in the next 3 hours because the event's tomorrow, I would register a Draven. But the thing is, we still have another 4 weeks to look at like innovation. So we're gonna try and maximize that and see if we can find something that we feel like has a really good Draven match.
Yeah,
take the tournament by surprise.
We unfortunately haven't really seen too many rogue lists out of this event. You know, like this is the highest single representation we've seen of a deck, and you know, 2 decks take up about half of the field, which is I guess something that's happened in set 1 too. I think
Yeah.
between Kaisa and
Yeah, that
Yi,
was
But it was
Master
less.
Yi and
It was
Kaisa, right?
Master Yi and Kaisa's
But that one
percentages
was-
were a lot closer, right? Like it wasn't
yes,
like
they were
Aurelia's
closer,
like
yeah.
half of Draven's representation.
And yeah, I think Aurelia is a classic deck of this deck is decent, but I can't ever beat Draven, so what's the point? But yeah, I don't know. For me, it'll be either Draven, Kaisa, or probably a middle leader. But
Yeah, Kaisa's
It all
also
depends on
a
your
solid-
goals.
Yeah, I think
Guys, this halftime is in 30 minutes.
yeah, I'm gonna be
I
honest. I'm
understand.
Yeah,
I'm starting to feel
Yeah.
bad.
It's
I just
okay, it's
assumed
okay.
that like the next round would have been.
yeah. I mean,
up
they said 3 more
by-
minutes.
I also would have assumed that drove it up by now.
Yeah, they literally
Yeah,
said
it was
3
like-
minutes, like 20 some minutes ago. So totally,
Yeah.
if you guys
Yeah,
want to
I
dip
was-
out, feel free. Like we could take over.
yeah, we're a few hours behind you guys, so it's still only 9:30 for me.
Yeah.
I still have still got some time in me.
that might
Zuhair
be-
said Colin should play Charizard. Any thoughts on the Charizard deck, Colin?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if I do play Charizard at Vegas, I will be the only one representing it, so I'll be guaranteed the
Yep.
middle.
True,
Charizard card.
guaranteed
think
one
this,
of one
though.
card.
Charizard's way too fair of a deck in like the
Yeah.
current meta. You're going up against like miracle decks like Draven. You do have quick search with Pidgeot EX, which is kind of insane
Oh, no,
in
Pokemon
Riftbound. I'm not
stuff.
really sure how we're gonna be
Oh.
dealing with, shuffling in Riftbound, but too fair of a deck. Too fair of a deck.
Yeah, unfortunately. So you heard it from her first.
Yeah.
Alright,
So I will say
well,
maybe at 330 health, 330 might. I don't
Yeah,
know
that-
how
that
you
is-
are going to defeat that. That is true. I didn't think about that.
I mean, and once they do, they only get what, 2 prize cards, 3 prize cards?
Two prize cards. Two prize cards.
Wait, do they
Yeah,
get
two
wait?
prize
Do they get
cards.
one for each card they kill? Because I feel like that might be a.
No, whenever you kill a Charizard EX, it's 2 prizes.
Yeah, it's
Any
2
of the
prizes.
EXs are 2 prizes, and there's no megas in your Charizard deck, so everything's 2 or 1.
Sure,
prize.
sure. I just mean like if we're the miracle deck, like how many units can they kill with however much they attack them? I feel like that's quite a few.
Oh, that's a good
They're gonna
question.
get
That's a
all
good
8
question.
there's all 6 prizes.
And also,
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Charizard is the play.
Yeah.
I didn't think about this.
Yeah, honestly, I'm being
Charizard has
convinced.
320 might. I think we found the. Oh wait, but if
Yeah.
Charizard gets rebuked and it's your only unit in the game, you just lose, right?
Don't worry,
Yes.
you have 5 other units on your
Yeah,
bench.
we've got a
because you have
bench.
Pidgeot EX and Pidgeot
We
EX
do?
will quick
Oh,
search
okay.
anything you need. Yeah, you have 5
Yeah.
other cards on the bench.
Mhm. I'm not
If
too
you
worried about it.
suddenly really want your Azir, don't worry, just quick search it.
Mhm.
Ah,
Quick
okay.
search means you can search anything from your deck and put it to your hand. Anything.
That was my next question. What is quick
1
search?
card per turn.
Pretty good.
Anything.
Yeah, nice demonic
Yeah.
tutor.
Demonic
Search
Tutor is a good
anything.
code.
Every single turn you get to do it.
No
And it's-
no mana demonic tutor. It's just that's
Poke,
it.
Poke abilities in that game are crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
it's
game
not
is
Demonic tutor
tutor,
is
it's
free.
free.
Oh, okay, man. Sure.
Well, you did have to get to a stage 2, so we had to get like 3 equipment on our guy.
That's sort
but,
of like spending 2 mana.
Sure.
Yeah.
maybe.
Kinda.
And then the thing is, if you attack with your Pidgeot EX, you get to destroy whatever battlefield you want.
True.
Sadly,
Oh,
it
does
doesn't
it have
actually
like a
might.
stage killer?
Yeah, he kills stadiums.
This game gets more confusing by the minute. Who needs called shot when you have
Pheasantipity EX, baby!
Okay. I can't I was not going to try and pronounce that.
Pheasantipity
Yeah.
Sorry, I played too much Pokemon.
Yeah.
Pheasantipity EX, if one of your units has died during your opponent's last turn, you get to draw 3 cards.
Oh, okay.
Ancestral Recall. I'm in.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It is 2
Charizard is the
prices.
least confusing Pokemon deck. Yes, but you have
It
to
is.
remember we're trying to figure out how a Pokemon deck works in Riftbound. That's the confusing part.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, Ursi, I'm actually
Well-
probably one of the only ones on the team who knew who you were before I knew who George was, because I did play in your Pokemon Pocket Cups way back when.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
I
think you guys
Magic
can
players
Riftbound
don't compare
tournaments,
any
like-
effects to a Magic Effects Challenge
Riftbound-
2026 impossible.
Riftbound tournaments would be hype. I'd definitely play in those. So I'd love a chance to beat George up again. That'd be nice.
I really enjoy doing tournaments. The problem is I think that, I don't know. I did like 2-day tournaments every single weekend for 40 weeks
Yep.
straight.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of a.
That's quite a lot.
Your
I
tournaments
didn't
were
have a
pretty big,
weekend.
right? Like you would get pretty good turnouts
Yeah.
too. Like
We had our largest tournament ever was the largest online Pokemon tournament of any title. Had 4,800
Kronos
signups.
is concerned about straight
4,800
40 weeks
is
straight.
yeah, that's a crazy tournament to run. Like just
Yeah.
imagine being like I ran a
That-
4,800 man
Come on,
event.
Time Kronos out for 10 minutes. Do we have Kronos timed out for 10 minutes?
I do not have mod privileges, so that's somebody else's job.
Yeah, I don't have
Can
mod.
someone
I don't
Kronos
know.
out for 10 minutes because I'm done with the. Let me find my penny emote.
Huh.
Let's see, where's my? Do I have a penny emote here with my big glasses? I don't know if I. Oh, I lost some of my emotes. Anyway, we had 4,800 signups, 2,829 players in the largest one. It was a 10K, so it was fun.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right.
Anywho,
Yeah, I think it's
Can you
probably best
clarify?
to call it here then, given that this has ran an extra 30 minutes longer than I thought. I don't know that I want
Okay.
to.
Yep.
If the match goes for like an extra hour, I don't want to stay up until 1:30. I think that might be a bit much.
All right.
yeah, it
Yeah, that
may,
makes
may
sense.
very well.
Well, thank you to
Yeah.
our co-streamers. We will see you some other time, maybe tomorrow for the top cut.
Yeah, maybe. I'm sure I'll be around. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll either have
I might be,
Ursi or
definitely.
George around. We'll see.
Yeah, and thank
Yeah.
you guys so much for having me on. I really do appreciate it.
No, for sure.
Yeah, it was fun. Hopefully you
Yeah, it's been fun.
enjoyed casting a little bit, seeing what it is, and now we can put this on your resume. We'll get you on these Riot official events.
No,
Fingers crossed, fingers
Christian,
crossed.
we've got 2 people logging off, but me and Anton are sticking around for at least a few more hours.
Yeah, stream.
Yeah, the
the
two
stream
on
is still
the
going,
left
just
are
so
gonna
we're
stay
clear,
online.
chat. Yeah, we will be
Yep.
here. So
Don't check out just yet. We've still got more gameplay to cover. It's
Yeah,
just 2 of
we're
our
just-
commentators are heading out.
and we are still
Yeah,
waiting on
exactly. We gotta
Riot
get
to
sleep.
figure out getting this next round going. That's all.
Sounds good.
See,
Y'all
now this
take care.
Kronos guy needs to get timed out. He's telling people to leave. That's crazy.
There are 2 of my
yeah,
viewers,
that's-
and they're officially in timeout, so don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Good.
I will if I have to treat my viewers like kids sometimes. I'm
Ursi
putting
has
them in
put you in
timeout.
timeout.
Yeah, nose to the corner, buddy. With your nose to the wall, you're in timeout. Anyway, thank you guys so
All
much
right,
for having
thank
me
you,
on. I really
Ursi.
appreciate it.
Yep.
Yeah, you have a good night.
Likewise. Good night,
Yep.
everyone.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Do we just disconnect or like
Yeah,
how do
you
you
could
want us
just
to
DC
Yeah,
from the thing.
yeah,
streaming
just-
Discord?
And I'll just go ahead and disconnect, and I'll reorient the cameras.
Okay,
All right,
perfect.
Poof.
Okay, let me get their cameras out of here, and then let me get me and Daniel's cameras fixed.
Yeah, what does this look like? I'm curious. Now I'm watching the delay on the stream to see how our cameras get screwed up.
Whoops. Where are you at? You're
All right, what do we
this
got?
side over here.
When is the next round supposed to start? Well, it was supposed to start 3 minutes from now, 30 minutes ago, so it's really up in the air. But lucky for you guys, you got us here, so you can ask us a bunch of questions while we're waiting for our next. Oh, I see. That's a really funny way it gets screwed up. While we're waiting for next round, you get to ask us whatever you want. Y'all got to get on VOD Ninja. What is that?
Yeah, we're going to we were having some issues with the audio with VOD Ninja, but we are going to switch it up for sure. Just another it's just another video call platform.
Gotcha. Oh, and then I guess do I need to stream now to the Discord?
No, because I'm watching it straight through the actual feed, so you could just have
Okay.
your own thing up.
My own actual feed. Okay.
Yep.
You guys bangs with Power Rangers. I I remember when I was a kid, I fucked with one of the Power Rangers. I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah, I'm old as hell, so I was definitely banging with the OG Mighty Morphin Power Rangers back in the day.
I think that might have been mine as well. Let me look it up real quick. I'm curious. You got me thinking now. Yeah, I think I used to have some of these VHS. Oh man.
Yeah, and we can get a if you want to get like a TCG arena game up, I can join yours.
Yeah, sure.
Daniel.
All right, TCG Arena.
Yeah, we'll be playing games during the downtime, guys. So you'll get to watch some high level gameplay in between these blunder rounds.
I don't know Power Rangers, but I guess I like the yellow one because yellow is cool. That's a good take.
Yeah, the yellow one is cool. Agreed.
All right. How do I do this again? I haven't done TCG yet, but player connect. There we go.
Okie doke.
There you go. There is your code to join.
Okay, let me go grab that.
Does anybody have any requests on decks? I have a few saved. I've got an Ezreal list. I've got a Miracle Draven deck. I don't have all the legends saved, but I can try my best. Master Yi. I do think I have a Master Yi list. Let's see. Master Yi. I could maybe get a Master Yi going. Yep, looks like I still got a Master Yi deck saved. Export as text.
Okay, am I in your game?
Alright, I'm gonna have to rehost the lobby. I'm gonna have to rehost the lobby,
okay.
I think, in order to get it to work. If I want to play Yi.
I don't even know what decks I have in here. I guess I have a Yi list. I don't even know what that is.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, he's trying to watch Yi, so maybe you should be playing Yi, and I'll just play
I don't even know what this Yi list is, though.
Oh, actually, I think it was the Italy one, right?
Oh, it might be the Italy Yi. Yeah. Yeah, from when we were playing last time. Yeah.
Let's see. Victor Baited Hook. I don't think I have a list for that one. I'm sorry, bud.
Yeah.
How old are you guys? I'm 26. Anton, how old are you again?
I am 37.
Old man, about to go into card game retirement.
Yeah, no, never. I'll be 60 fucking crushing these noobs.
Alright. So I got... Should I play...
My builds will be even more degenerate as my brain degenerates.
You'll get progressively more and more insane. Like, yeah. Guys, I think this self deck out is the juice. Like, it's the sauce. Guys, trust.
They're making a 6-7 joke in the chat.
No, I'm too young. I'm too old to understand this.
Yeah, y'all's brains have rotted more than Grandpa's.
I have a few hundo games on Master Yi, probably less than 20 total on other decks. Well, set 2, you better start playing some Yi, buddy, or some other decks, not some Yi. Either you going to CCS Houston? I think the whole team is going to CCS, right?
Yeah,
I know me and you are going. Alex is going. Colin's going. Is the rest of the squad going?
Yeah, well, pretty much our entire team should be at CCS Houston. So we'll be doing the set 1 thing, one last ride with set 1. I think I'll probably be playing an Aurora deck once again. I'd be pretty surprised if I'm playing something else, but maybe I'll take Kaisa for a spin. Who knows?
I don't think I could possibly send Kaisa into this event. I might play Aurora. I might have Cody help me out on Victor and play that deck, because I feel like in a field of everybody running MF Aurora and Yi Aurora, Victor's like a pretty juicy deck.
True.
Still haven't decided.
Are you in TCG Arena?
Yeah, are you not?
Yeah. I'm in the match.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Are you seeing Draven with his on? Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Hopefully you're set up. This is your guys' opportunity to, while we're playing games, ask questions. I'll try to answer wherever I can. Where's a die? That's where it is. I'm gonna roll d20. I got a 4. Nice. Just like my dice rolls in real life.
Remove.
Ugh.
Okay, let me just get this on the screen now. Oops. Wrong. There we go.
We see the China stream and not TCG Arena, by the way. Oh, it switched?
Yeah, I'm switching.
Nice.
I'm switching it.
All right, you've got a lot more game play decisions to make. I'm just out here playing the degenerate deck.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I have the China stream in a corner of my eye whenever it does go back up. So let me just move my stuff around. Okay. Okay.
Cool. You can still hear me, right?
Yep. Let me move our cameras
Perfect.
over to the corner here.
And I rolled a 4, so you gotta roll yours.
Yeah, I'll put you at the top since you're the top player. Okay. Do we watch or recommend any other content creators? Sometimes I watch Prismat's stream. I think Prismaticism is a very good player. I enjoy watching his content because I actually learn from him when I watch his games. I think that it's kind of tough to find good gameplay content out there, and that's typically the kind of content that I watch as a TCG consumer because I like to watch games and learn from them. But I think that, like, not to diss on too many people out there, but I do think a lot of the gameplay out there is just full of misplays. So like I'll literally like watch a tournament round from a Ruins and Rift tournament or something, and I will like just see infinite blunders happening in the first couple turns, and I just turn off the video because I'm just like, I'm not gonna learn anything from this. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna learn absolutely nothing from this. This is insane.
Okay, let's shuffle up Yi. Do mulligans.
For me, I don't usually listen to much content for this game. I'd like to. If there was like an audio, like if there was a podcast or something, I would probably listen to it during work, but I have a full-time job still. So all of my free time is spent playing the game rather than watching content for it.
I think it's just... Is this even good into Draven? We're just gonna do these two to the bottom.
Gonna learn how to not play the deck. Okay.
Yep, Dreaming Tree. You're right. This was the Yi list, by the way, that top 8'd the Italy event. This is not our particular Yi list. I just had this uploaded because me and Daniel in our Discord were doing games on all of the Italy lists to like try out stuff and see how the decks were playing. So this is the top 8 list from the Italy event.
Yep. On occasion, depending on what the schedule looks like, we have anywhere from 1 to 3 Discord streams during the course of the week. So.
You going first?
I rolled 4. What do you roll?
Oh, sure. Right. You can roll. What did you roll?
Roll a die.
You rolled a 6?
I rolled a 4.
A D6 though?
I rolled a 4. Oh, I rolled a D20.
Oh, a D20. Okay.
Yeah.
I rolled a 13.
Yep.
So
just like my dice rolls in real life.
All right. Well,
this is why I play Aurora. This is why I play Aurora, because I lose every dice roll.
I got a GA. Oh, unfortunately, yeah, this they put Order Ruins in this list for some reason when they had it on Piltover, so I imported it with order ruins, but those are supposed to be body ruins,
Stacky
chat.
D.
So just so y'all know.
Stacky D and play a merchant and pass. This is the second best creature we can start with. Not the best one. The best one is our Hunter Boy.
I'm gonna
The
play
nice infinite gold generator.
my auction, and I'm gonna pick up this GA.
Sounds good to me.
I forgot how to do the grouping thing.
I think it's G.
G. Oh. G. Oh, group with this. Yes. And then that's it. Pass to you.
Let's send a merchant into here. Got a merchant trigger. Ditch the scrap heap. 2 cards. Get my conquer. Now I've got a Zon trigger. Of all my cards, I think the worst one is this Vi. So I'll get rid of that one. Now this is the one I'm not sure about. I don't think I'm supposed to run it. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here's a Draven.
Yep.
And I will pass to you.
Alrighty. Well, I'm going to move my auction up here. It's 5 to 2.
That'll be okay.
Okay. Going to 1. My auction's gonna be defending huge. And I guess he's kind of open to combat tricks right now. So I could do this first mate, or I could just play this and tap out. Those are pretty much my only 2 options here. I'm gonna probably... I have a Guardian's Angel, but... I guess I am gonna just play the camel in the back.
The camel is something I'm not a fan of.
I will pass. So if he hits my auction with like a rebuke or something, then the Guardian's Angel just falls off and I can put it on my camel. So not too sad about that. Oh, it looks like the stream is back, chat. So actually, I am going to switch back over.
Yeah, we can just leave this game up.
Yeah, we could just leave it later. Up. Yep.
Looks like we've got an Aurelia. And let's
Aurelia.
See. What else do we have? So, oh yeah, you had a Zon trigger for the auction. We'll try and remember that for the future. So I need to. How do I get the chat? Sorry guys, just a quick. There are some questions that we can answer real quick. I think there was one for both of us, so you can grab that real quick, and then while I'm trying to get set up again.
Yeah, we were asked what other TCGs have you all had the most success in, or like what was your main game before Riftbound? I met Daniel playing Battle Spirits. We both made a pretty good amount of money playing that game. I've been playing card games with Alex for like the last 10 years, which is how I know Alex and how I met Daniel and a lot of these other players. I was playing One Piece as well. I won a serial Luffy, so I was doing pretty good in One Piece. I pretty much I've grinded almost every card game competitively that I've touched since like 2015, and I've had pretty good success in like One Piece, Battle Spirits, Force of Will, and Riftbound now.
Yeah, in general, I've played a little bit of everything. I started out on Yu-Gi-Oh! I played some Pokemon. I played some Magic. I had some minor success. I had like a PPTQ. I was a win off of qualifying for the Pro Tour and a RPTQ back when that was still the system. Battle Spirits is when I made the most money. But that game was just like free. And then I had a lot of like small, like random card games where I did okay in. Like I played a few Bushiroad card games where I was reasonably good. But yeah, Battle Spirits was where I met everybody from the team. I met Alex originally. We ended up winning an event together playing. Like I basically cooked up a deck to win an event, and then we were teammates since then. So that would be the game where I got the most success. Would be Battle Spirits, which not a game that was very competitively taxing, but just had a lot of money. And then obviously I'm doing very well in Riftbound now with my second place in Houston, so I can't complain about that one. And then there was one other one. There was in YouTube chat, there was how would you rank each individual member in terms of skill?
I mean, that one's a little bit of a ego fest.
It's super bait.
And I think if Alex was here, he would rant hardcore. Well, now we can't call him officially the fourth most butt member because he did get his top at a 10K finally. So
I think results are a meme. I wouldn't play with any of these guys if I thought they weren't good at the game. Like I think we're all very like. If I was gonna put the top 10 players in the game, every single one of my teammates would be in like the top 6. So I'm not sure how many people I could really put above any of us. So
yeah.
I think we're all the best,
definitely a bait question.
To do well and display that.
Yeah, definitely a bait question. I will say, I think that
if you look at like,
sorry, go ahead.
So if you look at like all the tops that we have, like I think every event that we've had a team member play in, we've had a top. So just like based solely on the level of consistency this team has, you have to know that everybody is doing crazy well.
So Aurelia started off with a treasure hunter on the play, pretty good.
Yeah, so we've got 2 drops in treasure, or we got 2 drops in Aurelia, which is not typical.
Yeah, I have seen some of them play treasure hunter, but that's usually like the only one I think I'll see. Like they'll play only like 2 or maybe 6 2-drops. I think treasure hunter is like it's serviceable. I think Aurelia can play without 2-drops though for sure.
I have to defer to Colin, and he told me that the 2-drops made the deck feel a lot more bricky, but I understand the appeal of them. I like that we don't necessarily have to forfeit the early game by playing them. Whereas Aurelia usually like loses the first 3 or 4 points for free.
Right.
I will say, versus this Kaisa matchup, they're probably the worst they're ever going to be.
Yeah, definitely. They didn't have a bolt, so that's good.
Yeah, no bolt. Great start for Aurelia. We're tapping out and playing this, what's the name of this card?
Stellacorn Herder,
yep. If Kaisa has a falling star here, Aurelia is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, we are just kind of giving them the treasure hunter for free by playing it turn 1 and just swinging it in this turn. Like the Poro gets to run over it for free and make his own gold. So not like
looking at the hand,
position.
He did have a bolt and he declined to use it on the treasure hunter, which I guess makes sense if you're thinking that you're just going to eat it for free with the Poro.
Yeah. The Aurelia player
is he gonna miss his gold
played...
trigger?
Oh, maybe he's missing gold trigger. Oh, yep. Another miss trigger. Chinese events and miss triggers.
Anybody who had that on the bingo board, you now have your miss trigger.
Name a more iconic duo: Chinese streams and miss triggers.
Sorry, you were saying something about the. You were saying something right before I started.
I was just saying, like, potentially the GA to protect this Stellacorn might have been a better turn 2 play if you were just gonna run this in for a point and a gold. Like, I don't know that it made the race that much better for you. We'll have to see, of course, how the game plays out and see if this point does matter over the course of the game a lot. So.
Yeah, I mean, maybe her logic was just that she wanted to cash it in for a point and a gold. Like, that's the entire purpose of the card in the matchup. Looking at the hand here, we got double Defiant Dance. I think I saw 2 GAs, and I didn't see the last card.
Yeah, they're holding up 3. Looked like this Kaisa was playing Wages of Pain, so probably trying to hit that Stellacorn with a Wages. Granted, they do have a reaction speed +2, so they just picked up another one off the draw, so they're not too worried about Wages here. Oh, they set the Wages. Oh, there you go. So they could combine Wages with the bolt now, which they could pump over with the 2 tricks, but then I think they would still trade if they use both tricks. Because
No, if they run... Well, so they have a Defiant Dance, right? So no matter what, if they want to keep their Stellacorn alive, they can.
Oh, the Defiant Dance doesn't say minimum 1, right? There's no more minimum ones
No,
in this
it lets
set.
it go to
Yeah.
0.
So yeah,
Yeah.
with the Defiant Dance, then they can actually fully beat out the Wages plus the Bolt.
Yep. They also are going to cash in for a card if they buff themselves anywhere above in this interaction because of the Sunken Runes.
Yep. Gonna see how this plays out. Looks like they're eyeing the signature spell here. Yep, there it goes. So
Now I will say, I think this is a blunder to not use the gold here. Is there any reason? Like we're at such low runes, I don't think there's any reason to.
Yeah, I don't
decline
really
to
think
use the
there's a
gold.
reason to not use the gold here. I would definitely be using the gold. Maybe they feel like there's not really a reasoning.
I
behind
think
it,
it's just a
honestly.
blunder. I think we can say it straight up. I just don't.
Yeah. They're
I'm not
spending
sure
it.
there's any.
Wait, what are they doing with this gold? Oh, they're untapping it with the Aurelia. They're
Oh,
using
so
the gold
they
for
want
that?
to move back. I see.
Sure.
My assumption is always that someone forgot the gold. I forget it all the time. Yeah, we do too. In testing, it's easy because we can just fix the game state. But yeah, in competitive, it's not great. Just a few quick questions. How's the Kaisa matchup into Miracle Draven? I don't think we tested a little bit of that. We feel like stock Kaisa is favored into Miracle because they have the good removal suite and they can tempo you out. Like Miracle Draven doesn't really do much in the early turns. It's the mid game where they get their big spike.
Yeah, I think if
Yeah,
you put
you
a
were
lot
the
of
one playing that,
singularities
right?
into a Kaisa deck, then like the Omega Zero Nationals winning list pretty much, but just jam 3 singularities in there and trim the creatures a little bit, and I think that you have a very playable Draven matchup. I wouldn't say it's like super favored, but it feels almost a little favored.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Vibes again asking, any tips, advice on balancing a full-time job, life, and playing competitively at a high level? Well, Anton doesn't have a full-time job. This is his job.
Yes.
For me, I will say basically don't.
A deal 4.
What's up? Yeah, he had a Void Seeker.
Yeah. Okay, I thought it was a Hextech Ray. So yeah, then that's.
I think he had both. I believe I saw both in his hand.
He's not even going to be able to pump above it then, right? If he does
So let's see. He's currently a 5. Yeah. Unless you wanted to burn the Defiant and the On Guard, I think he could get above it.
Now with the Defiant and the
Right?
On Guard, he'd
That'd
still be a
be-
7, right? +2 and +2.
No, it'd be because there's already been one Defiant, right? So it's at 5, so we could go to 9.
Why would he go to 9?
3 pump spells plus Stellacorn at 3.
It's just 2 pump spells, right?
I believe I saw a second on. I thought I saw a second Defiant Dance and an On Guard.
Oh, there
Maybe
was
I'm wrong.
another signature spell. Oh, okay. I only saw the one in the
Yeah.
On Guard.
I thought when I first saw the hand, it was 2.
I see
But
there's a
going back to
Draven.
this Kaisa player has to be really happy about their spot right now because they just outed the Stellacorn Herder and there's 2 GAs in play.
Yeah, super stoked. Granted, those are going to be very annoying on the Aurelia on the next turn. So
Sure, but the Hoarder is where they're going to take over the game, right? All those extra cards.
yeah, the Herder is like just draws an insane amount of cards now, and it's a lot harder to deal with after the Falling Star nerf. So it's actually a much harder unit to deal with.
Yeah, this is one of the matchups where the Falling Star nerf was very impactful because if the Aurelia player plays turn 1 Zonia as turn 2 Stellacorn, with the way the old rules worked, Falling Star is just free and kills both. In the new rules, that's not the case. Your Stellacorn will stay alive. Yeah, I can't confidently say I like Kaisa's spot here just because I think the matchup's quite hard.
Yeah, this is not the matchup you want to roll as Kaisa. Like when you show up, I'd rather be playing into Dravens or just other fair mid-range decks, not Aurelia.
Yeah, especially with all the removal that this guy's running, I would expect that you're probably trying to run into like your obviously your fair mid-range decks, but also like you can probably do okay into the stock Draven deck by just with all the removal, just keep killing their creatures. Oh, I was wrong. The card that I thought was a Defiant Dance is actually a 6-cost Draven. So that explains why the Stellacorn is dead right now.
Yep.
Okay. Cool Aurelia animation.
Yep, very cool. The champ is down. So for those of you who aren't too familiar with how Aurelia works, they can, anytime that the unit is targeted, you can rest your leader to basically untap a unit. You have to pay a power as well, but basically anytime you choose the unit for any kind of choice, any kind of targeting, then you get to untap it. And then the champion itself has an ability that when it's chosen and when it untaps, which both of those things happen when you trigger your legend, then it gets to get +1 might. So you're constantly just untapping this thing and choosing it with a bunch of different effects throughout your turns, and it gets really big and it keeps untapping, and it's just a menace for the opponent to deal with. That's the ideal way it plays out.
And that's what we're seeing right here. The +2 on the Aurelia is from both the choosing with the, actually I think it should be +3, right? It got chosen from the GA, it got readied and chosen from the leader ability, so I think it should be +3, right? Not that it matters for
it should
what's going on,
it should be a
but...
+3. Surprised that the table judges with how they are in China that they didn't catch that one, but we're riding the wind.
It should be getting caught now.
Not sure why we're riding the wind
Hopefully
over
it gets
here.
caught now.
Did we get the first point?
I think this is a pretty aggressive line.
Did we get the first point?
Yeah,
I would assume we did, right? The
I
first one
believe
just went
the
through.
Point on the sunken.
Okay, yeah, we did get that point, and then we just decided to ride over. We're tapping out to do this. I mean, I guess we do have 2 GAs, so this player is not that worried.
The main thing about tapping out is we can just retreat after the combat.
Oh no,
okay.
They just
angle shot.
They just angle shot this GA off. But I don't think that they're going to be able to deal 8 to this thing.
Well,
I guess they only have to deal 6
for 4 mana though. That seems kind of hard.
That does seem pretty hard with Kaisa. It's +4, and I don't know what. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what the judge was hovering over there, but yeah.
He spent a gold. Wait, is that how it works? Does angle shot target the unit as well?
It shouldn't, right? It just targets the equipment. Or does it also target the unit? Yeah, there comes a lightning bolt or a Hextech Ray. Sorry, old Magic habits, but
it does choose it chooses a unit. So there was
so they did have to pay the deflect. Sure. So they did. Oh, it's at the Void Gate. It's at the Void Gate. So that thing's dealing 4. Yeah, that thing is dealing 4.
I wasn't considering that. Wow. I can't believe Void Gate is coming up. That's wild.
And we're getting action speed.
Oh, double Bellows Breath. We're gonna go down to like no runes.
Yeah.
I think he's going down to no runes.
This guy is like having to pay
double deflect
so
cost,
much
buddy.
deflect.
You're gonna have to send back all your runes. Like,
yeah,
wait.
This guy's having to pay infinite deflect here, right? Should he not have to send back
I think he's paying it once, and he's just gonna trade with the Poro.
Sure.
I think that's what's going on.
Sure. That was so power hungry, but I mean, he did clear the unit. Yeah, he did clear the unit. It's okay to we're commentating, so like focusing more on the gameplay when it is happening is fine. If we're not.
I mean, this is quite the lineup for this this Kaisa deck. Outing all the first 3 units, like Aurelia might just not have another creature. I think Aurelia has 1 more creature to play, but it's a Draven, so they're tapping out again. Kaisa gets to go up to 6. Oh yeah, Kronos pointed out the Kaisa player has once again missed a gold token.
Yeah, not surprising.
Excellent missed triggers. Very nice triggers.
Yeah, George would definitely know if Angle Shot targets, because that man plays Angle Shot. This Poro has gotten no gold. This Poro was supposed to get 2 gold this game.
This Poro's a vanilla, man.
This is just a vanilla 2/2. Well, I mean, it is pretty hard for this deck once you deal with the few units that it has. Like, this is why I had mentioned early on, like, that I feel like maybe playing one of these Guardians Angels was actually better than just losing the Treasure Hunter turn 1 for free. But I guess we still do have a
The
Draven.
guy on the right was
at
standing
least.
so still, I couldn't. I thought I thought the stream had frozen.
Just frozen, yeah. Yeah, at least we do have this Draven, and Draven can help kind of catch us up with this points disparity too. We are 4-2 right now, but Draven can score an additional point every single time, so we can. Yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah, Kaisa's tapped out, so we can get to parity right now.
Yep, we're gonna equip this guy up and eat this Poro, and then we're gonna score 2, go to 4 here, so 4-4.
Not a bad situation to be in.
Yep, you got a Guardian's Angel. Obviously, Void Gate isn't exactly where you want to be, but this Draven also has Deflect, and the Kaisa player did use quite a bit of removal already. I guess a Singularity could pop him, but again, that's not really where you want to be, like sending 2 runes back and just popping a Guardian's Angel.
Yeah, you'll just be in the same spot again the next turn.
Yeah, and if you deal with him there too, like he gets sent back to the base, which lets him munch over your Kaisa, which hurts even worse.
Exactly.
Gets an extra point that way. Granted, you know, with Aurelia Legend ability, you'll be able to just retreat and untap him to do that anyway. So, kind of just a tough spot. This is exactly why we were mentioning that this effect or this matchup can be kind of tough.
Agreed. So now we're running a card sharp into the point. So I guess Kaisa has decided the best line is to try and hold here. It doesn't seem great to me, but maybe there's a world we can keep the point alive.
Yeah. Oh, he got a gold, so the card sharp made 2 gold because the other player chose to make 1 gold. If you guys aren't familiar with card sharp, it's on play is that it makes 1 gold, and then your opponent gets to choose if they want a gold, and if they do choose to get that, then you get an additional gold. So Draven's going to get a hold point here, and then going to potentially retreat and try to eat this Kaisa. We do have a hidden card at Kaisa's battlefield. Maybe another Wages of Pain.
See what was in his
Didn't get to see the
hands.
hand really, so I'm not sure if that was a Wages of
Yeah.
Pain or they don't have a lot of hidden cards in
The only-
Kaisa, so
Yeah, the only card I know for sure that's in there in the hand is a Time Warp. That doesn't really.
yeah, it's not doing
Yeah,
anything for a
Chronos
while.
still staying Time Warp. So yeah, I'd be surprised if that ever gets cast. If it does, it's going to be like the last turn of the game.
Yeah.
With the way Kaisa keeps like sending back runes. Let me think. What else could we be on in this point right now outside of Wages? I can't think of anything. What else are we?
Oh, sure, this also works.
Yeah, no.
Don't even have to use any power this turn with your Aurelia. You could just hold that. And then
I
we
think
did
this
draw.
also this play makes it a lot better if the Draven happens to. Oh well, okay, they're running the equip anyway. My thought was they might run in with the Draven with just the 1 GA on it and let it trade if necessary, so that way it could, if they wanted to, if it didn't trade properly, then he could still run it back in with the Aurelia restand. But looks like they're going with the full commit.
Yeah,
putting
doing
the
a
GA on the
Wages,
Draven.
just trying to. I mean, this doesn't even stop them from scoring to 6 though. Like if you just take the full trade here, you get to still board wipe the Kaisa, and then you can use your Aurelia. You won't get the extra point from Draven, which obviously is like a little bit annoying, but you could still just come back in and go
it's
to
perfectly
6.
fine. It puts us up to 6, right?
Yeah, and your opponent's still
All we're
board
trying to do
wiped
is get
after
up
that.
6.
Like you're not in a horrible position even if this resolves here. So there's not really a need to commit any of your pump spells here. I can understand wanting to go to 7, but I don't think you necessarily need to. But they've decided that they're going to.
Does this just win the combat? Does this just make sure the Draven doesn't die? I think it's probably like
right. This is winning the combat, and the Draven's not dying now.
I mean, there's no downside, right? Like, what could they have for 6 mana that punishes you for this line?
Yeah. Yeah, and this also this puts them where they have to break both sides because you go to 7. They have to deal with your Draven plus your Tide Turner. They have no board. Like, it's not necessarily a bad play. You just don't necessarily.
I think at this point, the Aurelia just has such an embarrassment of riches. Like, you're in a situation where you're guaranteed to trade all of your opponent's creatures away. You're guaranteed to be at least 6 points. Like, just take actions at random and collect your game 1 win.
They could even draw a card here off of this temple if they wanted to. But she's just gonna go ahead and pass. No, they're just going to the next game. And that was pretty textbook. Like we said, Aurelia is a really, really tough matchup for Kai'Sa. All these units have deflect. Like, even with the Treasure Hunter start just looking not that impressive. Like, once you get the Aurelia down, and especially once you have either Zhonya's Hourglass or Guardian Angels in play, like, it just becomes a real nightmare for the Kai'Sa. I would expect to see, obviously we don't know these players' sideboards, but I think one of the cards that Kai'Sa really needs to see in this matchup is Thermal Beam. I think being able to clear all of their gears, clear their ganking boots, clear the boat, all of these GAs and Zhonyas, like, there's so many gears in Aurelia that are really tough for you. And then also Kai'Sa has access to, I think one of our chatters had asked earlier, what's Aurelia's bad matchup? Any good red deck that has access to Brynhir Thundersong is a really tough
Brynhir is going to be crazy in this matchup.
So
that card basically invalidates Aurelia's entire mechanic. All Aurelia wants to do is just sit in the points, hold up the mana, really just wait and see what your opponent does before you decide on what you're going to do. Brynhir just invalidates that entire plan. You have to decide exactly what your Aurelia is going to sit at, or your whatever creature you got in the point is going to sit at, and then your opponent can then build a way to break that board at that point through the number that you set for them. I'm hoping the Kai'Sa has some Brynhirs to come in. Thermo Beam will help. But I will say, like, a lot of the cards in this matchup are just very subpar. Like, the Hextech Rays, the Void Seekers, the Bellows Breaths, none of these cards are really what you're looking for versus an Aurelia deck. Like, you're looking for that against creatures that are smaller, that don't have deflect, that actually care about, like, the small damage pings. Like, a Bellows Breath for 2 into a base clears a lot of small guys. A Bellows Breath for 2 into Aurelia is the equivalent of not even an on guard.
True.
Kronos said desktop audio capture. I'm not sure.
Was there like a ping or something?
Is there something with the audio?
Not sure. No, yeah, Aurelia's really good into Kai'Sa, so not surprising to see.
Yeah, Aurelia's got the crazy matchup into Kai'Sa. I think it's one of the most lopsided situations for matchups in the format. Aurelia is really going to struggle into the purple removal. That's where she's going to be having a harder time. Like, Kai'Sa's removal, you have to send so many cards in just to kill a single Aurelia, and it's just going to get sent back to base with either a Guardian Angel or Zhonya's. With purple removal, though, if I actually resolve a rebuke, if it doesn't get countered, congratulations. That one Aurelia is now gone. There's no amount of buff spells that can stop it. So if you're looking for, like, what is beating Aurelia, it's going to be the decks that get to see a lot of rebuke. In this matchup, though, there is really just Brynhir in play, I think. Do you have any other... You've played a bit more of the matchup. Do you have any special tech for this matchup maybe we could see the Kai'Sa bring in?
No, I really think it's going to be the Brynhirs and the Thermo Beams. Like, those are two pretty swingy cards. Those can help you a lot, but you still have to see the rest of your hand has to line up well, so it's just a tough matchup for Kai'Sa. Deflect is kind of fake for purple, especially if you can get, like, Treasure Hunter going and get infinite gold and all these, like, triggers of gold happening in the Draven decks, but Kai'Sa doesn't really make all that much gold. Like the blue poro, well, especially if you miss every blue poro trigger.
Well, yeah, especially if you miss all your blue poro triggers.
Yes,
like,
then you're never
going to
have enough.
Remember?
Yes, then you'll never be able to pay deflect. So make sure you don't miss your blue poro triggers, guys, because that gold's really important.
Yep, gold, 2 gold's crazy. Please. Otherwise, you're just gonna have a 2 mana, a 2 cost, 2 power vanilla.
Okay, looks like we're getting into...
Yeah, looks like we're going into the next game. What battlefields do we have out here? We got Ravenbloom Sanctuary and Dreaming Tree, it looks like.
Dreaming Tree, yep.
So Ravenbloom for Kai'Sa. I think that's a reasonable one going first. It's a good, like, you can immediately be set up to potentially draw a card. Dreaming Tree for Aurelia is the strongest game for Aurelia, in my opinion.
Yeah, so it makes sense.
So I think it's going to be...
Using that going second makes fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Kai'Sa, even though they have the play here.
Yeah, I actually do think Aurelia is another deck that... and these are usually the decks that we at Challenger TCG like to pay attention to, as decks that can actually play a reasonable curve going second, and being able to, like, play your champion on turn 2 is really nice. Like, 5 is perfect. This thing doesn't cost any power. Turn 1, you get to just develop some equipment, ideally like something to protect it, like a Zanya's and a GA, and then turn 2, you could just bring her right out, and that's the menace has to be dealt with starting on turn 3.
Yep.
Doesn't look
I
like
agree
we
wholeheartedly.
have any GAs
I would really
here.
like to have an excuse to run this Aurelia deck. Aurelia starting again with a Treasure Hunter.
Yep, another Treasure Hunter turn 1. Not quite as good on going second, but still strong.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Will we get a gold off of our Conquering Poro?
No, this Poro is forever. Oh my god, this player, this Kai'Sa
This
player
card
just
is a vanilla.
does not know what his Poro does. I don't know what to tell you, chat. No excuses. There's no excuses. We don't make excuses for bad play here at Challenger TCG. Get good, people.
Conquering Poro has been errated. It no longer creates gold.
Yeah, that's three miss triggers on that Poro. That card apparently, I don't know, that guy sees a line of text on his Poro, but he just doesn't know what it says. Maybe he doesn't know how to read Chinese.
It's just a pretty vanilla, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Looking at the hands, we got, I think that's a Charm, a Defiant Dance, a Defy, and a Discipline, and a Lonely Poro. So we're on at least 4 2-drops, maybe up to 6, maybe more in this Aurelia deck.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? What do you think about the Lonely Poro?
I don't like all these 2-drops. I'm not a big fan. I think I'd rather be playing a lot of other stuff than these. I don't obviously know this player's list, but I don't think I would be playing Lonely Poro. Especially into Kai'Sa. I feel like I would have probably boarded a lot of these 2-drops out.
Yeah, I also agree about boarding them out. I think they seem kind of rough. Especially going second. Like, wouldn't we just rather play Equips?
So, yeah, we're just going to the tree here. One of the lines that this player could have taken, not necessarily saying that was the correct line, but they could have gone for, like, use the Defiant Dance on the on their treasure to make it a 3, and then minus the Kai'Sa by 2. They could have swung over the Poro that's at the camp, and then they could have charmed the Kai'Sa in and eaten that as well.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I think that line is just always ahead. So I'm not sure why that line wasn't ran. Maybe the player has like a different evaluation of charm in the matchup. Like we're only using it to like stall the game or close out the game. I just feel like board clearing your opponent on turn 2 and switching the tempo from you went second to instead now you have 2 creatures in play, they have 0. That seems like a really nice way to spend your turn 2.
I agree. Yeah, full clearing your opponent's board is pretty nice, and you would still get to develop something else to take points with. So, yeah, maybe they draw a card off of that Ravenbloom Conservatory.
What is this card?
That's
this
the
your
tome.
Next spell deals an extra damage?
Yep. That's your next any ability or spell, the next one gets +1 to all of its damage. So They're going for a
this card
falling
got
star.
buffed with Falling Star.
Yeah.
This got, so now Falling Star, both pings are dealing an additional damage.
Which isn't
That
really
is not how
necessary
it would've
here.
worked
There's only
previously.
a 1 and a 2, so.
Well, it means that neither of them can be buffed. Like, they could have saved it with a buff spell,
Yeah.
but now they can't. I think it's more relevant than you're giving it credit for here. Because it's guaranteed. Like, instead of, we were just talking about the play of board clearing your opponent on turn 2 being really nice. Well, this is a board clear on the opposite side that can't be counterplayed by a buff spell.
Yeah, I wonder if it was just needed to play here, though. Like, I don't know. Dealing 4 to my opponent's legend, especially when they haven't started with like a Zanya's or something, looks pretty appetizing, but
I guess that's true. Maybe we should be trying to like out combat these little small things and save the Falling Star for the Aurelia.
yeah. I wonder if the Aurelia player is probably thinking about cycling on this Dreaming Tree, I would get. So that looks like they're hovering over the Discipline, so maybe they're just trying to draw 2 here and just accept their fate.
With the cards that are in the hand, that's the only one that could be played here.
Yeah.
Or played for value here.
Yeah,
I don't
especially
think it's
with no
unreasonable
other
to cycle here.
Yeah, with no other bodies in play, like I think that this is fine. Yeah, that's good. I would make this play.
But again, like if we yeah, I think this play's fine. Like it's from the situation that we're in, I think it's reasonable. Oh, is she gonna okay, did she get her Dreaming Tree trigger? She got her Dreaming.
Yes, she got her
Okay.
trigger.
Oh man, that not so fast would have been so much better if we had one more mana up. Was there any way we could have? No.
No, I don't think so.
So yeah, going back to the line that you were talking about before with the Defiant Dance and the Charm, like think about how the situation would be getting Falling Starred here if we had killed their board.
Right. Right. No
Wait.
threat of an additional point here. They would be at 1 point. They would have no board.
Wait.
Oh.
But
okay.
I think this person doesn't know about the Falling Star ruling change. Because both of her creatures are gonna die.
What is going on here? Do they not understand? So did they just both die?
Okay.
Did she just play that for no reason? Oh yeah, it looks like she just played that for no reason.
Yeah, she screwed up, yeah. And
she forgot about the tome. She did not do the tome math. Oh no, she just burned her whole turn. Yeah, I mean this is a wash, chat. This is where you pick them up.
I think
the shame concede.
This is prep coin concede from Hearthstone. This is yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no, the Falling Star ruling changed from a week ago, from several days ago. No. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, chat. Ursi was here earlier.
Good news,
one of Ursi's chatters had mentioned if
good...
Ursi was gonna be commentating some games. She already did, so.
She did the first 2 rounds. She was gonna stick around for one more, but then this round they took forever to start, so
yep.
She took off. I think did we confirm, is she coming back tomorrow to catch?
She might be back tomorrow, so we'll see.
But back to what's going on in the game. From this spot as Aurelia, I think we're probably going to have to be greedy and just tap out for the Aurelia and pray, right?
Yeah, I think we need to play her.
Or I guess we're not tapped out. We have 1 up.
Yeah, we got 1 for... We get to hold up Defy, I guess. A lot of the things... There's so many things...
really going to save us.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could deal with us here. From the Kaisa side of things, we don't have any Zanyas. We have no Guardian Angels, so no way to protect our champion if it goes down.
Well, I guess, but the Kaisa player doesn't know that, right? So it's pretty ambitious to fire anything that's just going to kill Aurelia. It would have to deal extra damage, like deal a full.
True.
I guess
Oh!
we'd have to deal 7 total.
We just saw a
Concrete
blue
Poro gets a
Poro.
gold!
Blue Poro trigger on the stack.
Yes, we're finally
Let's
getting
go,
golds.
let's
We're on the
go.
board. We should have an extra gold right now, but instead we have. I'm just happy the guy got it eventually.
He remembered his card has text. Just took 2 games, 1.5 games. No big deal.
Miss 3 triggers, but get the. Yeah.
Yeah. 4th time
It's not
the
about
charm.
the shots you miss.
All right, Kaisa.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be. This is the nightmare spot for Aurelia. I'm not sure how much can be done.
Yeah. What
Is this another falling star he's lining up for?
Can't see Kaisa's hand too much, so not sure. Oh.
I'll see if I can grab a peek.
Oh, yep, it's a star.
Yeah, it is another falling star. Now, notably, he did not tap the Raven
Yeah,
Bloom
he
tome.
did not use his tome, so he's gonna have to pay 2 deflects.
So, yeah, he's gonna.
No. The judge was like, nope. No, sir. No, sir. You forgot.
Yeah, you forgot. I mean, it worked. So again, Kaisa's in a really good spot. But
yeah, he tried. He was like, "Oh, can I do it? Can I do it?" No. Judge was like,
yeah, he tried to be slick. No. Yeah. No, Kronos. They're trying to show a variety on stream, so they're just picking whoever they feel like would be a good match.
Yeah, they did this. Basically, I think the first China regional we ever got, it was like just so many Kaisas because they were mostly focusing on high tables, and they really wanted to show off different legends and different aspects of the game and all these cool animations that they paid for. So they started showing different leaders. And I think I would presume that that's what they're doing again this time around.
Yeah, that's also what they did at Houston, to my end. So
yeah,
I mean, it makes sense from a viewership perspective.
Yeah.
So looking at this hand, the only creature we have available to us is this Lonely Poro. He is very lonely indeed. Just a quick thing for Rick: the Kaisa forgot to activate the Ravenbloom Tome in his base, which would have made it didn't end up mattering for the purpose of this, but if the Aurelia had a on guard, they could have kept their creature alive when the Kaisa player had no business letting it stay alive. And he tried to do it, and the judge corrected. So that we were commenting.
Yeah.
Looking at this hand would be completely fine if we had a reasonable creature.
Yes, if we had Aurelia Fervent in play, this hand would be nice. But we don't, because we just played it with no protection because we unloaded all of our spells on those 2-drops that died anyway. So
yes. I think we are in a pretty. I don't think this game is recoverable from the Aurelia side.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be seeing a game 3 here. That was also a second card, Darius. It should have entered ready. Yes, it could have entered ready, but I don't think it mattered. I think the Dreaming Tree was already conquered that turn. So
we are riding the wind, the Lonely Poro into the tree.
Yeah, we're riding the wind. We really need that point, huh?
I guess we really need to rush to 2.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully,
our hand is just absolutely
I feel
miserable.
like
This is a go next.
Yeah, I feel like we're taking actions just to take actions.
What are we? Are we just? We're just trading.
I think we're like spending a. We're gonna
a
spend
power
all
to
of our
just
mana
go
and
for
a discipline
trade
in order to. Oh, are we trading? We're trading.
Yeah, we're trading.
We're trading our only creature away.
Just to cycle a card. Yep. Okay, now it's go
Man,
next. It's go next time.
That is a ballsy play. We're trading our only creature away. Yeah. I don't know about that one, Chief. That's a pretty ambitious line.
This is not the gameplay. This is not the way you play Riftbound, guys. This is not the way you rift the bound. Okay, so I don't. I am lost. I am completely lost on. I know that this player's hand is really bad, so I understand that they want to cycle a card, but that is literally your only creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would have just picked him up at this point. She's I don't really know why we're chewing the clock here. I don't think there's any way out of this, but
yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I would be conceding this, but I'd be trying to get on it.
yeah, this is always why I find it so funny when we post our opinions after playing thousands of games as good players, and then we're posting our, expected meta, and people are like, no, wait, there's been no Chinese regionals left.
Wait for
Well,
China.
this is how they're playing in China, people, so I don't care what their regionals say.
This
our
is the
testing,
China regionals we've been waiting for.
Our testing is going to give way better results and way better tier lists than whatever this nonsense is, okay? This is how they play every time, every regional.
The Chinese boys would body you. Okay, George.
Yeah, George. Sure.
All right, buddy. Yep. I'm really scared. I'm terrified of one of these two players coming over from China and playing in a regional.
What happened when George G queued up into Colin Kaiser that first time he had played a Challenger TCG member? Oh, that's right. He got bodied.
Yeah, this GG go next. Go to game 3. Let's see what Aurelia can do on the play with a nice fresh. Also, we threw the Dreaming Tree game. Oh no.
Yeah, I China's tournaments are just not harder, George. Can't agree, my friend.
I mean, I haven't played a China tournament, so I can't comment. However, if I was playing this position, I would be very thrilled.
I've yet to see a good Chinese player.
Let us look at our hand of no creatures and be upset that we have no creatures and that we threw away our only creature. Yes. This is great.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
This is a Chinese quality gameplay. Oh. Someone in the chat asked, any idea where you can see the deck list for the Kaisa deck? I do not, because they have not showed deck lists before these rounds, so I'm really not sure what exactly this Kaisa's players list looks like. Sorry, chat.
Yeah, I think the only time we're going to be getting deck lists is for top 64, maybe, or once the event is over, we should be getting all the lists for the best of each leader.
Yeah, I would like to see some Renata silliness barter. That would be fun. Don't know if we'll see a Renata. I don't think there was she one of the ones that like had really low representation? I think she was.
Renata,
right?
I think had like 7 players, something like that. I can do a quick check.
Only 7? Yeah, exactly.
Keeping people entertained. Uh, 6, not 7. Dang.
Only 6 Renata players. So unless one of them's on a real heater, we might not see one, but maybe we'll get to see one.
Yes, man. You heard 6, 7. Oh my god. Why is US so ahead of China and TCG? My understanding is that trading cards only got recently popular in China for like the last few years. So
yeah, I mean, China hasn't been grinding TCGs nearly as long. There's not nearly as many, fundamentals and TCGs that they've played. So I just think that it's just a more casual hobby out there, and there's just not as much of a field of people who are grinding. I agree that Riftbound has a lot of bad players in the NA. I definitely agree with that. But I think that our better players are way better than the whatever. I've yet to see a good player on a Chinese stream. So, yeah.
I mean, if there's a Worlds, we'll see. That's ultimately what's I have a 90% win rate in NA and a 20% win rate in China. I don't really agree. That's interesting. All right, going back to what we were talking about earlier about the Aurelia matchup. We didn't see a Bryn here. We didn't see a Thermo Beam in that game. It was just kind of the...
No, we just saw Punt City.
Punt City. That is most definitely what we were saying. Battlefields for 3. Kaisa is on Obelisk, and Aurelia is also on Obelisk. Ooh. So... We're going to be starting the game with turn 1 accelerated Kaisa if we want to. I don't think that's probably going to be the line that gets but turn 1 4 mana for Aurelia versus turn 1 5 mana for Kaisa. That is a wild start. What do you think about Obelisk Kaisa? I don't think I've played a lot of that in this new environment.
I mean, it's okay, I guess. I've seen a lot more Obelisk and Kaisa, but I also haven't tested it much. I think like getting your Kaisa right away on turn 1 is kind of nice. Oh, it's double Obelisk. We're having a double Obelisk game here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty crazy. 2/2 drops.
Oh, Aurelia has double 2-drop?
Okay,
okay.
It's the boat. But the boat's pretty good.
The boat is relevant. Yeah.
The boat's pretty nice, so we get to keep reusing our treasure hunter, so we could just score a point, bring it back with the boat. The siren, for you guys who are unaware, that was from set 1, so but it's you pay an energy and you can send a unit back to the base.
Okay. Kaisa has 2/2 drops in play or for turn 1 that actually like take the points, so I will say, I do like the line here of just like Treasure Hunter, take a point, send it back, restand it, take another point, make 3 gold on turn 1, and conquer 2 battlefields. Kind of nice.
Yeah, seems fine.
Is that a Vex? That's a Vex.
That is a Vex. Interesting one. I mean,
doesn't seem like the matchup for Vex.
Yeah, Kaisa does play some instant speed things or action speed things, but usually you're not dealing with too many of those coming on your turn, so it's kind of interesting.
Watch it get Hex Raid. Why are you praying on Aurelia's downfall, man? Kaisa had her time. Let's get some representation.
I mean, it could get Hex Raid, but nope, didn't get Hex Raid, so we get lots of gold here.
Did not get Hex Raid, yeah. Now, are we running the Aurelia restand to go up to 2 points? I am a fan here.
That. No, looks like she's just playing the Vex. And gonna pass with that.
I guess we're trying to conserve the Treasure Hunter. It's not terrible.
So Kaisa's gonna be able to take the point lead here. Are we going to see a gold? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Gold was generated.
Learned how to read his blue pearl. That's
thrilled.
good. That's good.
The hand is Darius, Angleshot, and is that 2 Forerunners? I think that's 2 Forerunners.
Yeah, look like 2 Forerunners. So
yeah, no Falling Star to punish the Vex. So, what'd you say?
With the Kaisa's got point lead now, which is nice, and then yeah, just dropping a Forerunner. Just a strong card for those unaware. This is a 6/6 that when it dies, it creates 2 3 might mech tokens. So it's basically like 12 might worth of bodies out of a single card. It's really strong. It does suffer a little bit into purple because purple has access to cards like Rebuke, but outside of Rebuke, it's just a really strong body.
Yeah, it's very, I mean, you're getting 6/6, which is about on rate what you can expect for that cost, and you're getting the upside of another 6 for free on death. So, yeah, really I think in this matchup, it will probably come up quite a bit because I haven't seen a lot of Rebuke out of this Aurelia deck. Versus like Draven versus other Rebuke Treasure Hunter decks, I think it's less impactful.
True.
So I can't tell what the card is. Is that a fight or flight that was drawn by the Aurelia player? Yeah, it is a fight or flight. So fight or flight, charm, on guard, discipline.
Yep.
From this spot, I think we're pretty happy as the Aurelia player. We're gonna get to take we can take both points if we want. It's not an issue. The only question is whether we're using the discipline or whether we are having Vex take both points and expending our Aurelia. Looks like we're going for the discipline line.
Sending the hunter up to the Poro. And
I think
grabbing the on guard here.
Wait, on guard instead of discipline?
Yeah, I'd rather draw an extra card and see an additional card myself.
Yeah, I think maybe the logic is that Vex makes discipline cheaper, but I don't think there's a point. We have 6 mana up. Like, what are we going to use?
I think the discipline would have been.
Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're going to develop the Aurelia, and so we just want to have. We don't want to run the discipline. I think I could be on.
Sure.
Like, we're going to run Vex in. We're going to send Vex back, and then play the Aurelia.
Play the Aurelia. Sure.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Okay. I'm on board. Sure. I accept. If we're holding up mana, though, this play was incorrect.
Yeah. We'll see. Oh, no, she's just passing. So, I guess...
Okay.
Not really sure why we didn't
All of my hope has left. Yeah, why? If we're gonna run a buff spell and we're not going to spend the mana on Aurelia, why are we not casting the... Come on. Okay. I mean... in this spot as Aurelia, I think we're pretty content. Like, the Spheris Forerunner, it's going to take a point. It's going to be a little annoying to get off the board. I don't think we're really feeling threatened here. I guess Kaisa is going to take the point tempo lead by going to 4 here, assuming they haste the Kaisa. But we're going to be able to deal with both creatures in points. I don't think it's unreasonable for us to be... Actually, you know what? We just have a fight or flight. That's just strictly better. Like, if we want to deny point tempo. This Aurelia player frustrates me. I was more frustrated by the fact that conquering the first 3 times conquering Poro took a point, it did not get a goal. Come on.
We're
Progress Day!
Doing a Poggers Day.
Oh no! We are progressing the day, Anton.
Yeah. Someone did mention that this player, Roxy, is a silver rank player. It does actually say their ranks at the top, so looks like it's like a platinum into a silver.
Ranks? Oh. I've got to ask, if the guy missing the Conquering Poro triggers is platinum, I am terrified.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, it's Rossum.
Is that our Rossum, or is that another Rossum?
I think so. He said your name. Look at the last name. Pretty sure that's Rossum.
Oh, it's the one and only.
It's the one and only.
What's up, Rossum?
I've got to say, I feel like this Progress Day was horrendous. Like, what are we doing here? Like,
yeah, Shizzle, it does show their record as well. They're 1 and a draw, it looks like.
Yeah, 1-0-1, 1-0-1. So I guess they went to time last round. Maybe this is the match that caused us to have the 30-minute delay.
Okay, now we're doing the 1 mana discipline to get over the 6 might.
Now, notably, we could run the exact same play with an on guard this turn.
Would have been a free on guard,
if we had ran the discipline last turn.
Or is it minimum 1?
No, I think Vex says min 1.
Oh. Thought they were doing away with min 1. I guess not for mana. That's smart of them. That's smart of them.
Okay, Legion Glory says they're not 1 win, 1 draw. It's 1 win, 0 draw, 1 loss. So I guess they do it differently in Japan.
Okay.
Or in China.
Yeah, I can't read Chinese, so thank you for that, chat.
Okay, looks like a flash.
Yeah, are they just... Well, I mean, they don't need to flash, right? They can just pull it back with the boat.
Yeah.
I'm spending a gold to charm. Okay, we're getting a charm on one of the tokens.
Sure, charm a token. That's fine by me.
Now they don't have
So,
enough
like, this
might
is why
on
I
the
don't like
board
the
to
progress
clear
day.
you.
Like, we're gonna have nothing in play, and we're gonna be behind on point tempo. Like, the progress stage straight up lost us.
Yeah, I feel like that was definitely a bit sus of a play. Like, we were pretty far ahead in this game. We didn't need to take a turn off there to draw 4. Not really sure why we did that.
I felt like we were in the game. Like, we were at least... We had odds to win the game until we basically spent our turn drawing.
I'm not even ragging on the girl, George. I'm ragging on the platinum player over here who's missed infinite Poro triggers and who just took a turn off on Poggers Day for no reason whatsoever. Average Chinese plays.
I'm just a hater, man. I'm just a hater.
Average China tournament play.
Unless you play like Colin, I'm a hater.
True. George said Colin is the GOAT. Well, guess who Colin chose to test with? These other GOATs. So, yeah. China, I will take any China player, anytime.
Yeah, I'll play whatever tournaments. If China has some good EV, I'll fly out there. I'm down.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Maybe I'll come back and be like, George is right. This is isn't this past the second round? This is round 3.
Yeah.
So we have a falling star. Do we know where targets are? I assume both effects, but maybe not. Okay, it is both.
Ramen
and
House.
Vex is dead.
I agree. The Kaisa player not giving us the best example of a high level Kaisa here. Okay, we got another Forerunner coming down. Just trying to load up a lot of might here. Think it's enough might that Aurelia could get over if they wanted to, though this Aurelia is very low on cards right now. Another reason I don't really like the 2 drops. They're just kind of taking up slots in our deck that could be tricks for our Aurelia.
Yeah, I tend to. We are setting a card here. The only set I'm aware of is Wage of Pain. Is there another one that I'm not remembering? Bold Falling Star. Yeah, it essentially says you don't have basically no respect for any buff spell, but maybe the Aurelia player is so low on cards that it's fine.
Yeah, this is round 3, by the way, Chad.
Or maybe
someone was asking. This is round 3.
The other option is if Kaisa has a Stupefy in hand, then they can beat a buff spell. So I don't know for sure. I see that he's got 4 cards in hand. I think I saw a Frigid Touch, so he's beating a buff spell. So that's why he's so confident slamming. Fight or Flight, GA, Flash. Yep. I am going to go out on a limb here and say we are not winning this one as Aurelia. I am sorry.
It's looking pretty dang tough here. And I think that this is normally an Aurelia, a very favored match for Aurelia, but this is showing pretty much exactly why I don't like these 2 drops. I think these are just very low impact and they don't do what you need to do, especially in the Kaisa matchup. Yeah, I do think the Progress Day was fine, but I think that the Progress Day was more so fine because the opponent is very weak and not so much because that was a correct move to make in that position.
Yes, I tend to agree here. Like, I think we're getting bailed out for our bad tempo, poor decisions by the fact that our opponent is stumbling in a lot of spots.
Yeah. Okay, so the equip here gives us +2. And then we're +1 from the equip, so we're currently 7. But I mean, with
the
just...
Aurelia leader should be tapped, correct?
Yeah, if we used Aurelia, the legend should be tapped. Okay, judges caught it.
So we are 7 power. We are expecting to be going into 12 with the three from the wages and the 9 from power.
Yeah.
There's also 2 up, which represents smokescreen, but could also be touch. What is it? Frigid touch.
Yeah. Okay, they're moving straight
Death
in
in 3
here.
turns pretty much wins guys.
Not really. I mean, I guess they're thinking about just using the fight or flight, right? That's the only way you're not just running your Aurelia in. So yeah, they're gonna fight or flight the big guy home. They're gonna try to eat the mech token, and the wages of pain will not be enough because Aurelia is a 7. So wages deals 3, and then the mech token is 3, so they're only able to deal 6, not killing the Aurelia. There is an angle shot in the hand though, so they could take off the GA, and this would be a blowout here. I guess they do have the flash.
I think that's...
They have the flash to not completely get blown out here, but this is not a good exchange for Aurelia.
Well, so they have the flash to not get completely blown out. I think they can still take both Conquers this turn. That's the important part. Because you need... If you're not getting to 6 this turn, I don't think you're ever winning the game. You need to get to 6 very badly. We need to, like, basically... by a tiny margin, assemble our last 2 points. That's where we're at.
Yeah. How would they be able to get to 6 though?
Okay. When we conquer with the Poro on the left side, we can ready Aurelia.
Right, but we don't have another way to
choose.
choose,
but how are we
right?
choosing it? No, you're right. We're going to be able to choose it because the GA is going to be unequipped.
Oh, sure, yeah. With the angle shot, yeah, that would give us another choice option. Sure.
Does angle shot removes it, right? It doesn't let you attach it to something else.
Correct.
That'd actually be a really funny line here. That would be actually a lot better. To put the GA.
Well, it does allow you to attach it to something else, doesn't it? But
does it? Okay. Only if he runs the GA onto the Poro, that's sick. Just getting unattached. Did he miss the really cute line?
What is the angle shot text?
That's what I'm looking up right now.
I know it allows an equipment, but I don't know if it's on your units or...
Yeah, attach... Oh, wait. Attach that equipment to that unit or detach... No, you have to detach it. So it's not a cute line. It's not something.
Okay, yeah. So you can't do that.
Wait a minute. Choose a unit and... Wait, I think you might be able to. Choose a unit and an equipment with the same controller. Attach that equipment to that unit or attach... I think if you choose the Poro and the equipment that's on the Aurelia,
I think based on that text, you could have done it then, right? Yeah, you would have had to chose the Poro instead of the Aurelia.
And you wouldn't have had to pay deflect costs.
Right.
So it actually is just strictly better. And if you put the GA on the Poro, then they don't have the ability to run that line I'm talking about where they get to 6, which I think if they're not getting to 6 this turn, they are never winning the game.
Yeah. So, I mean, she has to flash here. She absolutely has to flash here. You can't just lose your Aurelia. So you're going to flash, going to come back. You get +1 because you chose Aurelia again. And then you get to equipped with the GA again, come back in and conquer. You're going to have to take the other side with Poro first. So there is a little sequencing here.
No, you don't, because you're missing... I think I'm wrong. I think I just was miscounting. You're tapped out. The Aurelia...
The Aurelia costs.
What's it called? The Aurelia cost is a mana, not a
cost
power.
and energy,
Yeah, so I don't know how we're recovering from Aurelia's side. Like, we're in such a dire spot. We have no cards in hand.
Yep, going to 5 here. Can't even pull anything back. No cards in hand.
I mean, this Lonely Poro is going to make us a card. Unfortunately, our opponent is going to be at 6. So
yep. Looking pretty tough.
It doesn't look good. I think the smartest play here that I'm not sure I would have caught it in tournament, in fairness, but if you angle shot and pull the GA onto the Lonely Poro, the Aurelia player is so cooked. Like, they have nothing.
Yeah.
Imagine
agreed.
the GA is on the Poro here. Like, he can't send in the GA. Well, he can send it in and lose the GA, or he can not send it in and stay at 4 points, and then he's behind either.
Right.
In this case, the Poro gets a card, and maybe we can find something. Like, I'm not saying the Aurelia player is going to win, but I think, like, it's a really cute line, and I'm sad they missed it. Is this 6 for another Forerunner?
No. Singularity.
Singularity.
Well, I mean, it just pops
Is that really?
GA here.
It pops a GA. Is that really the best
and
thing
then
we
a
can do with our
falling
turn?
star, and then
Oh, okay, as a falling star.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So that clears the board. We're holding both sides. She's got one card in the hand. No bodies.
Yeah.
Should probably be a wrap.
What combination of cards do we need to get to win this game?
Maybe she could draw like okay, that's a GA. If she needed a Draven off the top or something here, that would be like the only.
Yeah, Draven.
Like...
Oh wait, does Draven off the top lethal somehow? That's actually kind of wild.
I don't think it would lethal, but it could at least like put them in the position that they could take the other side. That's just the mech token, and then go to 7.
She has the boat, right? So I think if she had Draven, it depends on how much mana she has. I need to see. She had 12. Yeah, if she top decks Draven, she can go Draven, GA equipped to Draven, ready Draven with Aurelia, go into Conquer, claim your 2 points, use your Aurelia leader ability to untap, go back with the boat, untap again, go in for lethal.
Yeah.
Draven off the top actually lethal.
Yeah, Draven was the 2-card lethal.
Poop unit. I think he paid red rune for deflect costs. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Kaisa pays the other blue, and then he played 1 blue and then 1 red for the deflect. I think that's how that went down.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that was quite a match.
Yeah.
That was certainly a spectacle.
It was a disaster class, as I like to call them. It is a disaster class.
Disaster class. I took down a few questions that I saw from while we were doing the game. Can Sivir get away with the miracle package minus seals with her legend ability, or seals still recommended? We tested a bit of Sivir. I think the version that we liked the most was running seals, but it's been a while since I played it. I might be misremembering. In general, her best list is going to be running the miracle package. I think even with access to her hero ability, like basically her hero ability says each power that you spend refunds you like half a power, right? But you'd prefer to just have all of your power be over that, over it being half a power. So I think you should still be running seals. Anton, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the seals are still good for sure.
Okay. And then somebody asked, "What's Aurelia's worst matchup?" Thinking of picking her up next set. Should we give the bad news?
Yeah, I thought we had answered that one, but I think it's just
okay.
Thundersong. Yeah, things with Thundersong.
Yeah.
Draven's really tough for you. Anything that can like develop a sizable board and then hit you with Thundersong. Like basically all they're gonna do is just sacrifice units to get to like 6 or 7, and then you just hold back everything in the base and you do the final big push on their other side to take the 8th point after you play a Thundersong. And Aurelia can still react on top of the Thundersong trigger to like get as big as she can, but it's still usually not big enough if you've been playing a good amount of sizable units each turn.
The main thing is going to be the decks that can play both Bryn here and Rebuke are going to be the worst, or Rebuke or Fight or Flight are going to be the worst, because they're first going to lock you out with Bryn here, and then after they've made it so that you can't like ride the wind or counterspell, then they're going to push you out and get the other. that's going to be the ones that's just like unwinnable for you. And I think Draven does that both versions of Draven can do that pretty well. But also like Annie can probably do that pretty well, and the other purple red leader, which is escaping me right now, Jinx can do that too.
Kaisa did a lot of spell damage.
Real quick. Yeah, that was a lot of spell damage. 59 spell damage. Wow. The third one is gold generated, right?
Yeah, they both generated 6 gold. Kaisa should have generated more.
How is that? Yeah, Kaisa should have generated more. That's, oh man. And then the last one is equipment's attached, right? Of course, that's Aurelia. Kaisa doesn't really run the equips.
Yep.
Somebody asked, do you guys think they're avoiding graded matches stream? I think we already asked that one. Or already answered that one, but just again, they're probably trying to make it variety for the stream. I'd be surprised if they were. Like, I think there's random. They're probably just doing anything that looks unique. Alexander the Greatest 49. I wonder who that is. Asks, yo, where's that Alex guy missing? A few hours ago, we sat Alex down and we had a chat with him, and we told him, he's not really, not really cutting it as part of the team, so we benched him. If he wins the medal card, maybe we'll let him back. And then the last one, which I was like way back. Sorry if the guy who asked it. Tips on balancing a full-time job and playing competitively at a high level. Have no social life. Play the game exclusively with all your free time. That is basically like if you have the ambition to like actually do well at all these events and like really put like achieve the best that you possibly can, you just have to commit all of your free time to it. Like, you only get so much time in the day, and if you want to do really well, you have to put a bunch of time in. So I'm gonna be right back, and then if you want, we can finish that tabletop game.
Yep, we can still keep playing that in the meantime. Okay. Yep. Someone asked, have the other matches been of the same quality of gameplay? I would say that last round had the most blunders by far. I think that there were some questionable plays in the first 2 rounds for sure, but this round was just, like I said, a disaster class. It was just right from the get-go, like that Kaisa played that blue Poro and then immediately missed their trigger. And then I was thinking that the Kaisa player was the one who was, just making a bunch of misplays. But then after that, we saw the Aurelia player in game 2 just making the most awful plays. And then Kaisa player was still forgetting his Ravenborn Tome and still missing his Poro triggers. So yeah, I would say they were all pretty bad overall. But this one, to me, stood out the most as a pretty genuine disaster. Thanks for everyone who has come out to the stream. We appreciate it. I slept all day, so hopefully I'll be able to stay up all night and we'll get to capture every round. Hopefully this doesn't go super late. I mean, if it does, I'll still be here. I'll grind it out. But if you guys haven't liked the stream on YouTube, I think that matters for whatever reason. So if you guys can throw likes on the stream, that doesn't cost you nothing but a second of your time, and we'd appreciate it. And thanks for all the people who have subbed on Twitch with the primes and stuff. We haven't been able to call those out because we've been focusing on commentating, but we really appreciate that, guys. Thanks for hopping in, Kronos. See you later. Let me get this matchup going. Okay, I think I've got our game up now. So we're continuing our
All right,
game.
did I miss anything?
No, just
Yes,
answered like a question.
our TCG arena game.
Yep, we're gonna continue our
All right.
game here. We were when we last left.
You had a Zon trigger.
Oh yes, I was supposed to resolve this Zon.
Yeah, I remembered.
Yep. Good job. What am I pitching?
I'm showing my buddies getting into this game this match, so they know not what to do to cause my eyes are bleeding.
Yeah, that's a
agreed, man. Good advice.
It's a good one for sure. I guess I'm gonna pitch this Snapvine. I kind of was interested in Snappy Boy, but I don't know. Seems a little slow. And then yeah, I had played my Rune Runner, and it was your turn then. Yep.
All right, cool. Here's a stack ED. Get
Stacking
my
the
top
D.
3. Ooh, that's a. It gets this. Is it that? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Let's see, I'm at 7 mana, so I'll have. Yeah, that works. These at the bottom. So that can go to discard. Yeah, so this Yi being a 7 is, or this Yi guy being a 7 is pretty annoying. Good morning. All right, let's run this Ezreal out.
Okay.
Then the power.
Yep.
Discard this Traveling Merchant. Draw 2 cards.
You got
And so now we've played 2 cards. We're gonna play a Called Shot with Repeat. So now we've played 3 cards. I will look at 2. I will take this one. Look at 2 more. Ooh. Does that change? I don't know if that changes anything. I don't think it does. So we'll send Draven into here, score to 2. 2 mana, play a Battering Ram, and then 1 mana, play a Battering. And it's your go. Button.
All right, holding the 2. My opponent is tapped out here. I think I'm going to go for a Rune Runner into the Draven. Do you wish to use your defensive trigger?
That is a good question. Do I want to make you spend a card? If you have discipline, I am No, I don't think so. I think I just have to sack my Draven.
Just accept. Okay. Go to 3.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play this Hourglass.
I need my mana.
And guess I'll play this Hourglass.
That is some glass.
We got lots of glass. And I'm gonna pass with that. In the space bar, yep. I am running Yellow Ruins chat because whoever put this into Piltover originally put Yellow Ruins in for some reason. And that's what I had uploaded when we were doing our stream, and I haven't gone in to fix it yet. But those are supposed to be body ruins. Yeah, I don't know how that happened on whoever uploaded the original list to Piltover. Or maybe it was to Rift Decks. It was one of the 2.
Alright, let's play a Stacky D. Options. Probably this. Let's send 2 Battering Rams into here. I'll pass focus.
Yeah, I'll trade with your mans.
Sure. Mans is down. I'll go to 3. I'll get a Zon trigger, discard the Scrap Heap, draw a couple of cards. Well, I don't like these cards for the most part. Let's see, what can I do from here?
Yeah, Shade, I think that is true, so I think it's probably from Rift decks. I think that's where we had pulled these lists from when we were testing them originally. Someone had requested a Master Yi deck, and this is what I had uploaded. I was like, oh, I have a Yi deck. I didn't remember that the runes were messed up.
For whatever reason, it had me click my own card. Play a Seal.
Yep.
Oh, wait, I didn't get a draw off my Draven win. That's something.
Yep, that's important. It's not missing
kind of
triggers.
Important, yes. Yeah, well, we're missing all the triggers, but in fairness, we're probably both pretty tired. Like, that is me right now. I'm slowly fatiguing out.
I think Daniel's bedtime is much earlier than like everyone else's on the team, guys. So
yeah.
like this is like a super late night for him. Like
I have not been up this late in many eons. This is like 3 hours past when I'm normally asleep. So
for sure.
I will try my best to not be a train wreck. And yeah.
Yes, well, we all appreciate Daniel. For
no more shame on missed triggers. Yeah, when other people do it, we get to laugh at them. When I do it, I'm special. I don't. It is.
How is Aurelia doing so far in the tourney? Someone asked. She has not. We've only seen one Aurelia so far. We're only on round 3, but she did just lose to Kaisa, which is like one of her best matchups. Though that game was, like, as we said, pretty messed up representation of how it normally is played. So
actually, I just put back a power. Should I be putting back a power? I guess I'm putting back a power no matter what. I'm gonna put back a power, but it's not gonna be for the card I cast off. I'm just gonna cast a stack.
Sure.
But the card I am going to end up paying a power. I just need to. Ooh, tough one. I think it's this. So the thing you have to remember about this Miracle deck, which is going to come up a lot, is you have to make a lot of very small decisions, like what you're getting off your stack deck and what you're getting off of your called shots. And you're going to have to be making those decisions a lot over the course of the day.
Sure.
So I'm going to use that power that I sent back earlier for this Rasa in the point.
Yep.
And then I'm going to play a Rasa in base. And then I'm going to... What is this? This is visible by no one. I'm going to set a card over here.
Okay.
And I'm going to pass to you.
Okay. I get to hold to 4 here. We got 13 might over here. That's quite a bit.
A small amount of might. Can you repeat off of a Fizz called shot? As far as I'm aware, the answer is yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to punch first my Rune Runner on the tree. I'm gonna float one of these and draw a card.
Makes sense.
Then I'm going to charm your Rasa into the
From which?
Rune
From my
Runner.
base or from the point?
The one on the point, yeah.
Okay. Into the Rune Runner. So
Yep.
I am now 6 to your 12.
I'm just 10. Oh yeah, 12 with the Yi. Yep. With the Yi.
Yeah. Sounds good. Rasa is very, very dead.
Alright. Then I will send the Rune Runner home. I'll use the 1 floating plus 2 to play my first mate. Untap my 10 Rune Runner
Well,
and
that's
send it into here. Can't be chosen with your fan or your hidden.
Yeah, I'll send my Ram home.
Yep. And then I take this side, go to 5. I have to filter a card. I don't really want to filter this, but I'll filter this on guard. Draw 1. I guess I'll play Akshan up here. And then I will play this Trinity Force. And I'll equip it to my camel. And say
That's a big camel. Beating this camel is going to be very difficult. Yeah. So you're at 9. You can go up to 11 with 1 mana. I guess that wouldn't be the... that's probably not great for me. It's in 11. If it's in... I don't think I can afford to sack a creature for free, so... Here's 2 guys coming in. Coming in hot.
Yeah, I just gotta trade on the Rasa.
Alright, so I'll get a draw off of my Draven trigger, and then I'll have a Zon loot.
Group this.
And also Conquer to 4.
Yep.
So there's my draw there. Let's see. So you are a 7 on defense. It's not great for me.
Pretty big.
What can I do? Yeah, pretty big. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna end up running out of material for this. How unfortunate. Yeah, because you're gonna have the camel on the other side. Your guy's gonna be 7 on defense, 5, 6, 7, 8. What a spot. What a spot. I do that. Maybe that's okay, you know what? Let's try that one. I'll run a shovel.
Okay.
And I'll use the seal to equip the shovel. How is it you group? Group from here to here.
Yep.
Means I send 2 cards from the bot to the bottom of my deck.
Yep.
I'll send back a battering ram and a Rasa, I think.
Yep.
Oh, I have to shuffle these? Jesus. Wait, no, it just shuffled it into my deck. Hold on.
Oh. Yeah, there should be a way to just place at bottom, like right click, move to bottom or whatever.
Yeah, but the problem is they have to be randomized, right? 2-card pile for a recycle.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah. Don't you see? It needs to be randomized. So I'm gonna run this Ezreal in with the shovel, and I'm gonna run a rebuke on your guy.
Chad is asking if you didn't want to keep units in the trash for rights.
I already have a Rasa in the trash. Oh, actually, can I not run? I probably can't run this rebuke because I need to bring back a Rasa.
If you can't run the rebuke, can you get my guy out of there?
Yeah, but it's not. God, all of my plays are bad. Yeah, I think I'm just doomed. Yeah, I'm just doomed. We can go to the next game. I'm not sure where I screwed up. Maybe it was losing the dice roll, but I definitely. I'm pretty sure I threw somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, Yi definitely looks better.
Yeah,
first,
I mean, the units in trash didn't matter. Like, I still had. I'm only going to be replaying like 1 creature off last rights. It's going to be this Ross. So like that part's not the issue. The part that's the issue is somewhere in the mid game I like missequenced in a way that was detrimental to my long-term plan. So
yeah,
hopefully this is not the average play. Yeah, this is my peak gameplay. I'm fully rested. I am totally not making misplays at all. Don't worry about it. I am the best testing partner right now. I think that I am doing a real masterclass.
We're going to game 2. We showing off another deck?
Yeah, sure. We can do a game 2. What are my sideboard? God, I don't know what my sideboard is for this, so
I guess I would bring
I'll just
in one of these, some of these, maybe that. I mean, that's not.
I'm gonna give this a try. So I'll be going first.
I don't know that Snapvine is very good in this matchup. Maybe a herder.
God, I have too many windows. Okay, there we go. And then this is here. All right, nice.
Sure.
How do you guys find good players? I want to play, but just playing randoms on TCG arena isn't always worth the time. So you got a few options there. Number one, we have people that are feeling the exact same way as you in our Discord that are trying to get a testing group together. You can join the Discord. Option two, you can find players locally. These are going to be people that are like, they're consistently like winning your locals, and you just like, you find players that are better than you and you try to get them to jam games with you so you can like improve. And then your third option is to like go publicly and look for like into the big community Discord and look for players there. Those are like the main 3 places I would look.
It does look like our commentators are back on stream, so maybe we're about to get the next round going.
Okay.
Not entirely sure.
We can play like a turn or two. Oh, Obelisk.
Yeah, chat asked if there was a set 2 regional. Yeah, chat, we're just waiting. We're doing games in between because there's been some really long downtimes. We're also yapping and doing Q&A as well, but basically we've been jamming games in between to try to keep it still enjoyable and watchable, educational, all that stuff. So
yeah, I mean, you guys don't want a dead stream while we're waiting for the people, the last like slowest players in the event to finish their round. Like, I don't suppose anybody is too upset watching people play some jam some random games. Okay, did you do your mulligan?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we're waiting on round 4 of the. Oh boy, how is the town pronounced? Fuzhou.
Fuzhou.
I think Fuzhou.
Yeah, I don't know.
Waiting on round 4 of the Fuzhou regional. And then what we'll jam games in between, and you guys are always welcome to ask questions. I'll try and grab them during the match so we can answer them in between, but between matches is the perfect time to jam your questions if you got some.
Yeah, I guess we'll just do those 2.
Okay, so get my Obelisk trigger, get my draw.
How much do we think Purple Ezreal will be on release? I mean, I could see that card being anywhere from like $50 to $100 based on what current things are looking like, but not entirely sure. That's more of a market thing. Like, we can't really know until we see what people are willing to pay for it. So. But I would expect it's going to be one of the most chased
targets that often.
No.
It's going to trigger targets about, like, it's going to trigger it on turn 2 pretty consistently. And then it's going to trigger it like the turn before it wins the game pretty consistently. And everything in the middle, I am not sure.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. I don't think that it really needs it. It doesn't play axes and stuff, so it seems kind of awkward for them, but We haven't tested a ton of games on the Targans, but it just doesn't seem like you need it very often. Go ahead. I'm just playing the Poro.
Button.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Into the points.
Yep.
Draven in the point. Then I'll untap my.
Yep.
Your go.
Okay. But
I said $90. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think it really just depends on how hyped these people are for Miracle Draven. Like, if they think this deck is unbeatable, then it's going to be whatever the price is for the few people that pull them. So, all right. So I'll hold to 2. I have 7 mana, so we can start doing some stuff. I'll float a mana, play a seal.
Sure.
Play A3 for an Ezreal. Get an Ezreal trigger. Interesting. I want to keep this card, but I don't think I can keep this card. Let's see. Storm count 1, storm count 2, storm count 3. Yeah, it's probably fine for me. Draw 1, draw 2. Perfect. Any purple deck wants purple Ez. Yeah, the only list that we've played that doesn't want purple Ez is like the more mid-rangey Draven deck. I'm gonna. I guess I don't need to pull my guys out. I can decide.
Oh, we got the round starting.
Okay, we can finish this game.
Yeah, we'll finish. We'll come back to it, chat. We'll
Yep.
come back to it. So here, let me get the stream back up. All right. Round 4 is about to be underway. Let's see what legends they brought for us this round. Looks like the judge is instructing him to reveal. We've got Draven. Here we are, the League of
Draven's
Draven.
here.
With the alt art.
Our boy.
Got the alt art champion, and then we've got on the other side.
What about the other side?
Got Lucian.
It's a Lucian.
Hey. The guns. All right. Interesting. Well, I'm a fan of Lucian. We were asked earlier what our favorite non-purple decks were. I said Lucian is my pick, so I'm excited to see Lucian on here. Interesting to see. I'm interested to see if it'll be the combo version. We're a fan of the combo in-house, but we've seen other lists not playing combo, so we'll see if this is a combo list or more of just your mid-range equip build.
Yep. Forge of the Fluffed, I think this is the best battlefield for Lucian, so I'm happy to see it starting. I also saw a Reaver's Row from Draven, which is their best battlefield, so looks like we're going to be seeing probably a mid-range Draven versus Lucian.
Yeah.
Like we don't know much about the Lucian deck yet.
Someone asked, when do we decide to cut or add cards for decks? How much testing time do you give cards? What do you think, Daniel?
I think that's a hard one. It really depends on the card. Like, something that we'll try to do is we'll try to put it in like the best case scenario for it and see if that is if it's actually good in that scenario. And sometimes you'll find that if you just put it in the best possible scenario and it's still not good, you just cut the card. It's not like, if I can put it in the perfect situation and it's still not what I want to see, cut the card, it's garbage. Other times it's a bit more vibes based, like specific ratios on certain interaction spells. Like, do I want 2 retreat or 3 retreat? Do I want 2 cleave or 3 cleave? That's a lot more vibes based and like harder to figure out. It's like you play the games and you try to get a feel for like, would I rather see more of one card or more of the other? Okay, Draven, we're going to get a full opening hand, Treasure Hunter, Noxian, and I'm blanking.
And the
Overzealous.
fan. Yep. Overzealous fan.
I'm assuming we're going to be sending back a fan and a Treasure Hunter here.
He's looks like just the Treasure Hunter.
I don't think it's unreasonable to keep the fan.
Yeah,
actually, especially in this matchup.
Especially with having the hopeful too, he might be wanting to leave open the fan plus hopeful instead of the champ. Not necessarily saying one.
I just think in this,
than the other, but yeah.
In this matchup, fan is probably very good.
Yeah, fan is definitely good into Lucian for sure. Yes, just the city challenges are best of one, and not all city challenges are best of one. There are some city challenges that do best of three. Some of them do best of three in like top cut. Some of them only do best of three in the finals, which is why when you're looking up some of these best of one decks, you might see that they have a sideboard. It's because in top cut or in finals, they actually do play best of threes.
Was Draven on stream all day? Draven was in match 1.
Yeah, just
I
round
believe.
1 and then
not,
round 4.
Yeah. Yeah. And in fairness, they're not choosing based on top tables. They're trying to make the stream match the most enjoyable for people to watch. So the Draven is the most represented deck. It's 35% of the meta, but that's not necessarily going to reflect on stream. They're going to try and show variety.
Yep.
All
right, so we've got.
Do we know who won the die roll?
Forge of the Fluffed. I do not know if we. Looks like Draven got the dice. So Treasure Hunter turn 1 on the Reaver's Row. Here we go. This is exactly the opener you want to see for Draven. You want to. Oh no! Oh
my God! He screwed up.
He committed it. Too. Oh no! He wanted to pick it up too. That was not his intention, chat. Yeah, you guys saw that. He was trying to pick that up. He's like, wait. This is not the Treasure Hunter.
He wanted to play the Treasure Hunter. Yeah.
So,
just a quick note for you guys. If you're seeing Reaver's Row game 1, usually that's not going to be the Miracle version. That's usually going to be a more mid-range version. But yeah, not playing the Treasure Hunter here is such a crazy loss for him. It's going to net him. It's going to be like 3 gold that he misses out over the course of this game.
Yeah, that's so much gold.
Absolutely
with the Reaver's Row. Like it's literally the perfect turn 1 play when you're on the row game. Like Daniel said, you're going to generate at least 2, maybe 3 gold with that. And now we're not generating any gold, and we're getting no value out of this fan really either. So just not a great scenario for us.
So if you just keep track in your head about looking at like how much gold he would have had, he would already have 1 gold in play, right? If the Lucian goes into the Reaver's Row, that would be another gold that he would have generated from moving back. And then the fan goes somewhere else, that'd be a 3rd gold he's going to generate. So now he has the Hunter in play, so he's probably going to get 1, maybe 2 gold out of it anyway, but it's delayed, which means if he wants to run like a Forerunner on turn 3, he's going to actually have to pay power for that instead of a gold. That's Bone Shiver, right? I don't remember all the names for these.
That one's Bone Shiver, yep.
So, now, we have actually been recently trying a list for Lucian that does not have this Bone Shiver. So, it'll be interesting to see whether this card looks good or bad.
I do see a Triforce in the hand, though, so this might be
combo. I see a Triforce in the hand, I believe I also see a Camel.
Yep, so this might be combo. We've got Triforce, we just need to see Red Spear. But I would guess if you're playing Triforce, you're probably playing combo, right? Like, this is not really a whole deck.
Yeah, you gotta be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the way that they are ruling it is that if you reveal, it's considered play.
Yeah, you can't reveal hidden information in any card game, guys. Like, even in other card games, like, there's misplays or, like, takebacks that are allowed to a certain degree, but one of the stipulations usually is that no hidden information was exposed, because even if you're making a different play, you're still showing your opponent what's in your hand, and that can affect their play, so it changes the outcome of a game.
So he couldn't find a rune. They fixed that, and then he needed to make sure he get his hold. I think that my guess is that both of or at least the left side player is very nervous on. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Because he screwed up turn 1 with the incorrect 2-drop. He's like missing a rune, missing a hold announcement. Like, so I'll try not to be too harsh on this guy.
Yep. Holding is, of course, not a trigger that you can miss, chat, so you are forced to get points. So the judges fixed that. No big deal.
Player on the right is rank 0, so it's his first game on tournament. Oh, on the left. Okay. Sure. So that explains why he'd be nervous. He's on a feature match. It's his first tournament. Okay, sure. Fair enough. So we got our first gold off this treasure hunter. Keep in mind, he would have an extra gold in play at this point. If he'd played at turn 1.
Yep.
Played a bunch of guys to base, and he's gonna sacrifice this treasure hunter. Sacrifice treasure hunter.
Yeah,
here.
Lucian's gonna eat it up, but we got 1 gold out of it instead of 3. Not exactly ideal, but I mean, we still got 2 Noxus Hopefuls down over the course of these turns, so that was really nice. We definitely developed a lot of might. We'll probably be sending the Draven up to the row next turn, I would guess.
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable place to send him. We also might. We also could potentially send him to the right side and support him with an Overzealous fan, depending on what we're thinking is coming out of our opponent.
Yeah.
I think I saw a second camel in hand, though I'm not too sure.
Yep, he's eyeing that camel. We're slamming the camel.
Here's a camel. Would you have sent Hunter to Reaver's Row for an extra gold? Versus the turn 1 Lucian, I think you're always sending it to the Reaver's Row, yeah. And then you pull it back on turn 2.
They might have been asking during that turn, though. During that turn, I would not have sent the Hunter, because you're trying to score an extra point. That's what this Draven player was trying to do in that scenario, and he doesn't want to give up any of the other...
is that what the question is? I misunderstood. Okay. Yeah, no, in general, we're not trying to sack a unit unless we're...
Yeah.
So I think it's perfectly reasonable. Like, if we're sacking a unit, we're sending the Hunter.
Yeah.
It's the most expendable.
Any of these other 4s would get killed on that side, so... we could potentially have sent a unit with the fan to that side, but yeah. Still no need to risk
Seems like a bit
that.
of investment that could be punished early in the game.
Yeah, I think just giving up your 1 unit
we don't
is
necessarily
way more...
need to do that.
Yeah, it's way worth a point. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll both be going to Vegas. We should have the whole team at Vegas unless something goes wrong.
Yeah, I think all of us got in, so the whole team should be there.
So what I am curious is whether he will go for point number 5 here, or whether he'll just try to set up a 2-4-6-8. Like, he's at 4 points. He doesn't necessarily need the 5th point.
True.
But depending on how many cards he has for holding a point, he might want to take the 5th here and try to try to go to 7 next turn and then just hold one side. Lucian looks like he's mono body runes. Did he not play any red? Interesting.
I'm really surprised.
Okay, so he ended up going for the 5th point, and he's putting cannon. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say I'm surprised he decided to commit Draven to this side rather than Draven to the row. To like guaranteed protect them. Like we could have just sent a Noxus Hopeful to this other side. Unless he thinks like the +2.
Yeah.
He's trying to really guard with that 6, I guess, but I would be more of a fan of protecting my Draven than just protecting this 4 might vanilla.
Yeah.
Especially given that there's a camel on the board, like we might not even be able to interact with.
Yeah, this isn't as safe as it looks.
Yeah,
this isn't as safe as he gives it credit for. Maybe he's got. We don't know what's in his hand. He could have multiple axes, and then it's completely safe. Like.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, the camel can get pretty large if our opponent just mag dumps like a bunch of 2-mana equips or something. Like all of them give assault, so they could get pretty big.
That card that's face down on the battlefield, is that a card that's supposed to be in his hand?
Which one? The
leftmost side. Bottom of the screen.
That one, I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. So he dumped Eternity Force, he's dumping a Hex Drinker. I did see the second camel on his hand. Yeah, that is a punch first.
It's a punch first. He just has that in his hand. Maybe that's his draw for turn or something. Okay. Yeah. So he's just loading up this camel.
Yeah. And camel is now at 8.
Yeah.
So currently, it's 10, right? It's a 10 going on the attack. Double assault.
So this is now bigger than all of his stuff. He can't use the fan. He can't use a rebuke. He can't use a fight or flight. He can do nothing to this camel. So this is exactly what I was.
Combat tricks.
Yeah, there was no real reason to commit the Draven to this side when you see that they have the camel out. Because any amount of equips is going to just spell doom for you, and that's exactly what's happening here. There's really no way you can interact with the Rune
Camel is pretty
Runner,
gross, but So it looks like
He's gonna fight or
we're gonna
flight
fight or
his
flight.
own
Fight or
guy
flighting our Draven
probably,
back?
or his fan.
I think he's gonna fight or flight. Oh man, his hand is shaking.
Yeah, he's
he's
so
not feeling good.
nervous. Dude is so nervous for sure.
Yeah, poor guy. I feel it. Okay, so he's fight or flighting his own Draven. Makes sense. Honestly, this all could have been avoided if we just didn't, if we respected the camel. But yeah,
Yep.
probably forgot you can't choose camel. Yeah, I mean that's totally. I would not be surprised.
Yeah,
man,
he
is running at like 300 heartbeats per minute. So
Yeah. And he's 3-0. He like is unranked, so this is like really new for him. I get it. I get it. Could be a nervous spot to be in. He's gonna lose the guy for free.
I will
he does
try
get to
not
save
to
his
roast him
Draven.
too hard.
Yeah.
He spent 2.
And it
I
looks
think.
like now he's
Relentless
going
Pursuit,
to
okay.
Relentless. Don't really know that we need.
So he's
to
gonna
do
send the
this.
camel in.
Oh no, he's sending the. Oh
Yeah,
he's
I think
equipping
this is kind of a waste.
Yeah. I feel like we were fine just attacking into the other side. I guess the opponent is still representing a trick, but our Lucian was already swinging for 6.
Well, but like if he runs a trick, then we can just play the
we could still just play the pursuit
own.
Afterwards, so that we don't even
Yeah.
get Draven the draw. So yeah, Relentless Pursuit is action speed, so it's just like ride the wind, chat. So like he could have swung with the Draven, right? And then he swings in with the equipment on, swinging in for 6. If the opponent runs a trick, then you bring in the camel. I guess this way, he gets to not have to lose his Lucian. But depending on what the trick was,
but he's only losing his Lucian if the opponent has a trick.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
What if we got to trade our Lucian for Noxian and an Axe? That sounds like a good deal to me.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think there was a reason to really do it this way. This just seems like a waste overall of your resources.
So there's a red rune. So it looks like he's on like 8-4 or maybe like 10-2.
Yeah. So losing the 6 spell here isn't great, especially in the combo version, because we already have the Triforce. Like once you get to 4, the signature spell represents you getting going from straight to 8 if you can get the spear out of your deck. And on the camel, like there's really no way to stop that, and especially with the punch first, like that camel is unstoppable. So yeah, I would have liked to have saved.
I think I saw his hand. It's a Pouty Poro, a punch first, and if I saw it correctly.
Yeah, it looks like the Draven has. I saw a hard bargain in the Draven's hand.
Okay, that's reasonable. It's not great in this matchup, but it can be potentially fine.
Yeah.
So probably no Longsword or Arion. We don't know about the rest of the list. It's hard to say.
Looks like we're spending 5 and
like he could be on a small number of red runes.
Got a Darius.
5 for Darius. Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna need to use that next turn for the big old push. He's not committing to the point, so he's not trying to hold, which makes sense against the camel. It's basically going to be impossible to hold.
Yeah, and he's at 6. Like he just needs to double conquer next turn to win.
Yep. Lucian, the Lucian player shouldn't have access to any lethal combo lines because we know his hand. So he's likely going to go to 6, and then we're going to see the Draven player send infinite power into the camel and probably take home the point.
Yep.
Yeah, that did not help. Oh, it was not a Pouty Poro, it was a second camel. My apologies. I think the 6 spell lost in the game. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is a correct assessment.
Yeah.
So the main thing you have to think about with the 6 spell is he could have used the 6 spell to have his camel conquer during opponent's turn and then get a hold plus Triforce.
Right.
Like that was the best use for his Relentless.
Now, if he does get to hold here with the camel, if he can hold, he does win with the Triforce. But
yes, if he holds. However, I'm looking at like 20 power in play, so I'm having a hard time believing he's holding.
Yeah, even with a punch first, it's too much, I think. We're holding with 10. With a punch first, we got 15. So,
but we've got at least, like, right now we're looking at 25 power in base.
yeah.
It's not
Not looking good, chat. Oh, playing another camel.
Sure. So we're holding for 20. It's a little closer now.
Yeah. What do we got? What do we got?
Oh, but you know what? I think I
little
already
bit
saw
more?
the Draven's hand. He's
Okay.
got, yep, that's 23. So
Okay, well, we
the
already know
Draven
that
has to have, but there's,
we already know he can
Yeah,
hard bargain the
unfortunately-
punch first. We know he's going to hard bargain the punch first.
unfortunately, because we know parts of his hand, I know that he can't win here. But,
Yeah.
So there's one up for the punch first, which is going to get hard bargained. And then the Draven player also has a Blood Rush, Draven's Mustache.
Yep.
Which is going to spell doom for this Lucian player trying to hold a point.
Yep, there's no way he's holding. So he just needs to send one of these
Yeah,
fours
I
over
think-
to the Lucian side, and then the rest to commit to the other side.
Yep. Assuming he plays correctly, he should be winning this game.
Yeah, and he's hard bargaining the punch first no matter where he plays it, so that should be just math from there.
Yeah, I think Legion Glory is right on the money. I think he lost the game with this.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's the Kaisa coming in. I think that the Lucian player has to decline on punch first because it loses to too many cards here. It loses to like Rebuke, it loses to Fight or Flight, and it loses the hard bargain. Whereas if you do it on a camel, you're only losing to hard bargain.
Yep.
Yeah. Then again, giving your opponent 2 cards, maybe they're more likely to find Power Pump or outing your other side. 6,
he's
11,
mathing it
19.
out.
Right now we're representing 19 in base.
Just considering where he should commit this punch first. He's thinking, oh, maybe if I make this Lucian an 8, it eats the Kaisa in a perfect world where my opponent has 0 interaction. And then then they have to commit more units to this side, and then that means that my other side gets to hold. But obviously we know, like we said, that he's going to get hard bargained no matter where you play it, and it's better to play it on the camel so that you also don't have to play around Rebuke, Fight or Flight, etc.
Yeah. I have a lot of respect for the sort of calcs this guy's doing in his head. Like, I've been in the same situation where I'm thinking, like, I know I'm in a bad spot, but maybe, like, if I can figure out what cards I can beat, then I should run this.
Okay, well,
He's
running it
decided
anyway.
that the 2 cards off the Kaisa are representing... The odds are too high that he finds an answer for the other side. So he's going to make his stand here. Ultimately, it didn't matter because the opponent had a hard bargain. So Kaisa's going to get the Conquer, go to 7, draw 2 cards, and then he's going to send the Armada into the Camel.
Yep. He could even guns down this Lucian if he wanted to.
Yes, he can. He can gun down the Lucian.
Don't think that he needs that, though. He's got enough might.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna
Ultimately,
do it
I
anyway.
don't think it will matter.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's
looks like he's accelerating a
Kaisa,
Kaisa.
sure.
And I think overpaying as well.
And now Darius gets a trigger, so we get +2 on the Darius. We can +2 on our Draven. We full send everything, and that should be a wrap. He's still nervous, even though he's got it. He's got it.
Yeah.
He's just nervous, but he's got it.
I mean, I've been in this spot when I'm about to win a game. I'm nervous as hell. Like,
oh, he's doing some other. Okay, and we got the.
he declined the Draven trigger because he forgot it. So...
Yeah, missed on the Draven trigger. Oh, he's trying to be like, oh, I forgot. Yeah, I mean, buddy, you got it. You got the math. You got it. You got more than enough.
Yeah, it's okay. He's gonna take it.
Yep, he's got it no matter what. There's
18 power on that point. He has a lot more than this got at a minimum 23, 25, 27.
Yes.
Even without the Draven trigger, he's still got it. So.
Yep. And we'll be going to game 2. Draven takes it.
It's a real shame.
The meta demon.
Yeah, the meta demon, the mid-range Draven, decided to wreak havoc on our poor Lucian hero.
If Lucian had seen combo, he probably could have snuck it out.
I mean, I think he actually had the tools this game to win. He just burned the Relentless Pursuit on a very low value play.
Agree.
Like if he just held the Relentless Pursuit for the ability to like conquer plus hold during opponent's turn, I think he could have achieved that.
Yep.
It's really sad. Like I think he had the tools to win the game. But I mean that is like it's easy to say that when you have perfect information, but it's a lot harder to make that call in a tournament where like there are a lot of variables floating around in your head.
Yeah, definitely. I think the main thing to consider if you're in that situation, chat, like Daniel was kind of running you through earlier, is what are the ways I can lose? And so if you can lose to Hard Bargain, Fight or Flight, and Rebuke by playing it one way, and you can only lose to Hard Bargain playing it the other way, even though you lose to Hard Bargain either way, you're giving your opponent only 1 out versus 3 outs.
Yeah, exactly. That's the type of calculation you want to try and do whenever you have the opportunity to in a very close situation. Like, if you go back to some of the games I played on stream at Houston, you'll see me really go into the tank on a very specific situation where I'm trying to go through the math of like, I'm trying to figure out, my opponent makes a weird play that I wasn't expecting, and I'm trying to figure out what combination of cards are required for me to lose the game. And what I realize is that the only way I lose the game is if I counter his card. Whereas if I just let it resolve and it actually looks like a bad situation after I let it resolve, it's still totally fine and there's no combination that beats. So those are the types of calcs you have to do. The more games you play, the more like the easier it'll be over time. Like versus Draven, it can be kind of daunting because if they have like 6 mana up, there's like so many different combinations of cards they could have, right? But you can essentially narrow it down to 3 categories of cards. There's like Rebuke and Fight or Flight essentially do the same thing for the purpose of combat. They take a unit out. There's Axe, which is just always going to be bigger than Longsword. So you can calc based on that. And then there's Hard Bargain. Those are like the three like categories of cards you need to consider. On defense, you also have to include Blood Rush. So there's a 4th, but let's say if you're attacking into Draven, you have to consider if they have 6 mana up, they are representing either like push, sword, push, sword, or push, or sword. Those are like the ways that they can play. And depending on the situation, you can like decide what you're allowed to play around, what you're not allowed to play around. Like, do I not make this attack here because if he has 2 pushes, I lose the game, whereas I can beat 2 pushes later on? Like that's the type of thing you're going to be trying to do whenever you're playing against a lot of open mana from Draven. Just in general, it's something that comes up a lot in tournaments. Yeah, anything outside of the Relentless Pursuit, did you see anything else that the Lucian player maybe could have done that game?
No, I don't really think I saw anything else too off base or anything. I feel like he played it pretty well for the most part.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember seeing anything. The Relentless Pursuit was the real decision point. You remember how we were just playing a Kaisa Aurelia with double obelisk? Would you look at that?
Yeah. Aurora players are salivating at the mouth these days. Like everybody's playing obelisk.
Ruling. Everyone's playing obelisk. It's beautiful. I guess Aurora's the best deck, man. Everybody's gonna give me an obelisk.
Yeah, free obelisk every round. They're playing Lucian. That's the misplay. I mean, true. but there's a lot worse you could be playing in this format for sure.
I think Lucian has more potential than people give it credit for. You also have to remember, in these events, there's more to play for than just getting first place. There's also the medal cards. So, like, if you think Lucian's going to be underrepresented, you can try to be the best Lucian and get a nice prize card. Also, Draven and Kaisa harder to nail down on a range. I think it's more important to think about what cards they can have as opposed to, like, the cards what cards they can have. Like, they're always going to have a bunch of cards. The question is, like, based on their mana, what can they play in this spot?
Yep, and it looks like we're just getting a turn 1 Lucian. The Draven player is going to be on 5 runes.
5, yeah. What a wild turn 1.
Probably just playing.
I see
Draven
double
here.
mustache. What'd you say?
I said probably just going to be playing out his champion unit here. Yep, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think we're on turn 1 Draven. Even with 5 mana. I think... Okay, that's a rebuke. I think I saw a Kaisa, so I don't know one of the cards.
Yeah.
Mustache. Oh, that might be a Noxious. Full.
Alright, and we're off to the races. We got our first score. Gonna retreat out.
Yep.
This is
Lucian's
one of the
first point.
best things that Lucian does in this matchup is that he has this champion unit that keeps retreating, which denies Draven combats, which denies him card draw.
Lucian. Nice.
That's a nice one.
Double point, and we just
the confront.
We just leave.
Yep, and we're not allowing him any. Some mid-range Ravens are playing Falling Star, so he'd definitely be really sick here if he gets Falling Star. But
that is true. If we get Falling Star, we are going to be very sick. But assuming no Falling Star, we are very happy just weaving in and out of points, denying Draven card draw.
Draven.
So I think Draven's actually going to stumble a little bit here because I think his only play is going to be a Noxious Hopeful. Yeah, if I saw his hand correctly.
That is unfortunate for sure. Unless he wants to throw this axe down, I guess.
No, it looks like it's just going to be the Noxious. Oh wait, no, sorry, he has a Kaisa. I'm sorry. I literally called out the Kaisa last turn. You can tell my brain is a little fried. Yeah, I think we're running the Kaisa here, and we're not... Yeah, okay, good. We're not spending any more mana.
Sure.
We want to hold up a little bit of protection for our precious Draven.
Yeah, it's important to keep this guy protected. Oh, there's the spear.
Staff! Yeah, or spear, sorry. Wrong weapon of choice.
Oh, we got a sabotage he's eyeing. Yep, looks like we're getting
sabotage
a sabo.
Time.
Show me your hand.
Show me your hand. What you got, baby? Getting a pen. He's ready to write
his notes. Info. Don't know why opponent didn't just put it on the table, but whatever. Opponent wants to look at it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay, so yeah, we've got the hard bargain.
That's a hard bargain.
Yep.
Okay.
Hard bargain, rebuke, double mustache,
axe. 2 mustache.
Yep. And the judges gave him notes. Notably, you could take notes in this game. So,
yep. You are allowed to, whenever you get to the opportunity to look at your opponent's hand, you can just write down every single card.
Yep. It's a very important thing to do, especially if you're playing cards like Sabotage. That's one of the big benefits of what you get out of this card. Not only taking their best trick, which is also very powerful, but the hand information and knowing exactly what you need to play around at all times is so important. Looks like he's gonna be taking the rebuke.
So,
yep, I like that.
I do like taking the rebuke here. I think it's gonna be the best card against you.
Yep, I agree. And now he also knows that the opponent has an axe that he can bring down, which would make this Draven a 9, so he could play around that if he so desires. He does have this punch first, so if the opponent decides to go +2 and then with the axe, he could beat the punch first. Surprised we didn't equip anything here. Yeah.
Am I missing something? Isn't this really bad?
Well, should we not have equipped the spear first or something?
Yeah. Why are... Doesn't this just lose to the axe that's face up?
Yeah, we know that the axe is in his hand, right? Does the Lucian player have a different trick?
I didn't see much of the Lucian player's hand. Maybe
Yeah.
he's got, like...
He has angle shot. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. If he has angle shot in hand,
okay,
you just get to snipe the axe off, draw a card. Yeah, that's nice.
I guess so. Sure, that's fine. I'm not sure if that's better than just playing in the equipment to put on Lucian, but
yeah, I mean, you want to get the spear down anyway, right? At some point, so I probably would have liked playing the spear as well myself. But yeah, we get the angle shot here, so we do have the answer. We have the way to clear this Draven. We also get to clear the axe.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty nice turn for the Lucian for sure. We're gonna get to
I
go
mean,
to 4
this
here
is exactly
and lose
what we want to be
bodies.
doing from the Lucian side, right?
Yeah, getting to go to 4 and not leave anything in the battlefields for the Draven to get cards off of is so powerful. So yeah, we get to just ready both of these guys, go right back home. We could develop the spear.
The only thing is, again, we're pretty weak to Falling Star still.
Yeah, I guess if he wanted to equip the spear to play her on Star, he could.
No, he can't. He doesn't have enough mana.
Oh, yeah, the spear costs an energy, yeah. So you can't do that.
Yeah, sorry, energy to equip. That's the part that's...
Yep. Can't do that.
Looks like he's got to bring here
third Lucian instead.
So... Oh, actually, I'm wrong. He could have equipped it because he had one floating. So there is that. But I would also rather develop the...
Yeah. This way you're not completely doomed to Falling Star either way.
Yeah.
Yep, the angle shot bait, chat. That's pretty good.
The angle shot was great. I mean, it did its job.
Yeah, it got you.
I gotta play more angle shot in Lucian. Oh no, Z-Rob isn't here. He's pumping his fists.
Angle shot, baby.
Stack deck. Why draw one card from the top when I can see 3?
Notably, chat.
I see a Fighter Flight, I think a Treasure Hunter, and a Kaisa.
The Miracle Draven list has not been playing axes, so Angle Shot is definitely a lot worse into that version. Or at least, assuming that you're playing the stock version of that, you know, who knows what we'll have. We might have people playing Miracle with axes at some point. We don't know, but...
Yeah, I mean, Miracle not running axes, I think was just like the first iteration. It's not necessarily the only iteration that's viable.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, that rebuke that we got rid of, it's back. Yeah.
All right.
Not a good spot for Draven, but
Draven's
it's not.
a tough spot.
The game is not over yet.
No, for sure.
The Lucian has not assembled combo yet, so he does not have a way to skip a turn cycle on achieving lethal.
Yep. Well, we get 1 point on this other side for free, basically. I guess he's maybe considering Ride the Wind. Like, if the opponent has a Ride the Wind for the Kaisa, he could smash over there, but I don't think that's something he's really got to worry about too much.
There's a variant of Miracle in China that's more semi-Miracle. I'd be curious to see that, I guess.
Yeah, I think you can... Yeah, you could play it more like a mix of the both, the mid-range version and the other one. Okay, so now we got the
guy in chat said, "You're both Aurora enjoyers. You know when they savage your rebuke, they're gonna draw the second off the top." I don't know if you're talking about my finals match, but yeah, that is exactly what happened in my finals match.
Yeah, it happens every time.
Can we not? Please no, I don't want any more rebukes off the top.
Oh, and there's the rebuke.
Oh, would you look at that? That's a rebuke off the top. And now, all of a sudden, the Lucian player is in danger. There's Kaisa getting a card off the rebuke.
Yeah, and we're going to pay
eating 2 Lucians for free.
He's considering
eating
the one.
A Lucian for free.
Oh, no, he's doing it. The judge told him, nope, you did it. You tucked it. All right, well. It looked like he was considered taking it back,
Pass
but then
on
he turned to the
action. Well-
judge and he was like, "Oh, I guess I got to do it." So, what do we got here? A fight or flight. Another card
Here's a fight or flight.
for Draven.
I don't want you to go to 6. I want to make my fight or flight draw a card.
Yep.
Thank you. Now we've gotten a few
Unfortunate.
cards deeper. Maybe we can see a Kaisa accelerate. I think he sent a Kaisa back to the bottom, so he's probably not seeing a Kaisa accelerate unless he runs 3.
Yeah, last turn if we had developed the spear instead of the Lucian, we actually could have played Thundersong this turn to ensure that none of this happened. So that might have been a line.
I think it's okay to not have Thundersong here because we're looking to spend Thundersong on the final turn, right? Like,
Yeah,
I guess it would have been really broken because
clearing his board and getting to 6 would have been nice.
Yeah, clearing his board is the main part. Okay, well, we're gonna get to Kaisa score here, so that's pretty much like the worst case for Lucian.
So we're going to 4.
Oh, that's an overzealous fan too. This hand actually is pretty weak on defense.
Yeah, he's got
but I think most of the cards have cycled by now.
Yeah, he's got these like
I think
really
most of the
bad
cards have
2
cycled by
drops.
now, so Lucian doesn't know that it's weak on defense, does he?
Right. No. Well, he knows he's got the double beard.
Okay,
So
those are the ones. Yeah, those are the ones that haven't cycled.
He
yet.
does know about double mess.
We're protecting the Kaisa. I think Lucian can get a pretty easy 6 mana or 6 points here, and then it'll just be
for sure the 6
Thundersong per
points
game.
easy. You don't need to push more than 6. There's no real need to go into this Kaisa. Notably, the overzealous fan does still work on the Thundersong turn, so that is still one trick you'll have to play around. But
yeah, that's true.
Pretty easy to play around that one. So maybe not with just 2 units. What is he?
Depends on what he has to invest this
looks
turn.
like he's
You running
Thundersonging this turn. I do not think
Really?
that that's what we should be doing.
What are we? Do we have nothing better that we can do here? I see a
don't feel
Kaisa in
like
his
there's a
hand. I
real-
don't like this.
I don't feel like there's a real reason that we need to do this. I would much rather have just preferred to
Does he have a second Thundersong?
run over the 2 drop, bring my Lucian home, go to 6, and then finish off the opponent next turn. That seems like a
The only
better
way
line
this
here.
seems reasonable is if he has a second Thundersong. Does he have that? Anything else, this seems wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a Hex Drinker.
This just seems very wrong for sure. I mean, your opponent's Thundersonged. Like, there's not really too much you got to worry about right now.
Yeah,
Nothing
what are we
he can do
thinking
on.
about?
Yeah, there's
I
nothing he can
guess-
do on this side. Like, it is a 3-2. You're gonna
Yeah.
get that point. You get to bring your Lucian home, and that's.
Maybe he doesn't know you can overzealous. No,
No, he's just
Maybe,
passing. So yeah, I mean, he just literally put 5 might on the board, and that was it for this turn. I would have much preferred him just trying
that
to.
was a pretty
Yeah, he could have played the Kaisa and the Hex Drinker instead. I think that would have been much better development of 6 mana that turn, and just go to 6, play 2 things on the
sounds so
board.
much better to me.
Yeah, and then use your Thundersong next turn to win.
I mean, ultimately, I don't think it's gonna matter because the Draven player is like really struggling to find defense. But
Yeah, it is a
maybe
tough
if the
spot.
stack deck finds a rebuke, he just ends
Oh,
up.
well, there's a
Well,
fight or
I mean,
flight.
there's
That's
a
good
fight or
one.
flight. Like
That's a
all of a
good one.
sudden this Draven is back into the game because the Lucian player made a critical blunder.
Yeah.
This hard signals they have a second one. Yeah, but I don't see it in his hand. Like, maybe I'm just not seeing it. It's possible. He has a second one, then yeah, game's probably over.
Yeah, if you were the opponent, you would presume that they have the second one. But we've seen this player's hand, and we know he does not have the second one.
I mean, I can't say for certain, but I'm looking at like at least 2 of the cards in his hand.
I
are
know.
not Thundersong.
I know it's
Hex Drinker
Kaisa,
and Kaisa.
Hex Drinker, And I think I saw another creature.
Okay, wait. I think I might have just seen a Thundersong flash. So he might have a second. He might have a second.
He knows the top deck is another Bryn here. Yeah, Shrimp, maybe. He's got that Yu-Gi-Oh! Heart of the Cards. He knows it's coming.
Man has the Millennium Puzzle. He gets to cheat. That's so true.
Broken. You don't
If
need
I could
skill when
always
you can
draw, if I could always draw my best possible card off the top, then yeah, I'd win I'd never lose.
Yep. Okay, we got a Darius getting the 6th point here. And we still got enough up for the Fight or Flight. I don't think we have any other tricks in our hand defensive. He's going to set the Fight or Flight on the Darius point, it looks like. Yep. So he's got a push on each side. And he's going to leave up 3 to threaten additional tricks. 2 of his cards, our opponent should still know if he's been keeping track, are the Mustache. So he's only got 2 actual cards in his hand that could be other things.
All right, let's see. It's 2 Kaisas and a Hex Drinker and a challenge. So he has 1 card we don't know.
So, and yeah, it's
Lucian.
a Lucian.
Oh,
yeah.
wait, no, the Lucian is known. Yeah, he doesn't have Thundersong.
Yeah. So he did not have the Thundersong here. He could use Kaisa Accelerate to get another body on the board. We have enough to play Hex Shrinker as well.
The Draven player also has a hard bargain in hand, I think, that's known. So I guess the Lucian player maybe thought he doesn't need a Thundersong because he already knows all the cards, but stack deck off the top completely invalidates that idea.
Yep, for sure. Oh, we're sending a whole bunch of stuff. Okay.
A whole squad in?
The whole squad. So if he wants to, this is a 6/7 coming in, and the Lucian is a 6. So if he cracks this fan, then he's going to be losing the battle either way.
So it looks like he's declined on the fan.
Yeah. So he's saying no on the fan. Interesting. So we could challenge with the 7 on the Darius, or with the 6 on the Darius, while we're still getting these assault bonuses. I guess we don't have to. We can also challenge with the Bryn here after, assuming that the Bryn here is the thing living. Well, the Bryn here has to live, right? Because it's 6 to 7, so the 7's gonna live no matter what.
Yeah, Bryn here's never dying.
Yeah, so then we can challenge
okay,
here,
yeah. So
and
this
then
ends up
this
being a win
should
for
be
Lucian
game
anyway.
Cool. Yep.
You know, if he didn't draw that challenge, doesn't he just lose here?
Yeah, no, I mean, we definitely should have just been Bryn hearing. Then we don't have to worry about this hidden nonsense. We don't have to worry about what's in his hand. He's reading the challenge. Yes, chat. They did actually send in a 6 and a 7 on that attack. Yes, that is true. It did happen.
Why does everyone... Maybe I'm just too old, man. Yep, here's a hard bargain. The guy will go, okay, I will pay. Thanks.
Yes, I will pay all of it.
And then...
I will pay my 2. I will pay 4 even. I win.
All right.
Yes.
I don't know if this guy thinks that he has a reaction.
Yeah.
Or...
Your opponent only has 1 mana up. There's nothing he can do. What's he gonna mustache?
Brother, that card's
that's not a reaction. That's not a reaction, buddy. You
go
do
game
not...
3. Go next.
Yeah, you do not get to use your Darius.
What are you thinking, man?
Yeah, there's nothing you can do, bud.
I guess in fairness, yeah, nerves are happening, so yeah.
Okay, we're going to the next game. There it is. Lucian pulls it off.
Well, Lucian gets the game. Double obelisk. What a wild.
Yes, Fight or Flight is a reaction. He could have used Fight or Flight as a reaction, but then he'd have to send the only unit home, which would be Darius. So then he would still lose anyway.
Yeah. I mean, he had no answer. Once the I guess the our Lucian player knew that like the majority of the cards in the opponent's hands, so maybe he can like figure out a deterministic line there. But if he doesn't have challenge, he just can't win that game, right? Am I missing something?
Yeah, I believe so.
The haste the Kaisa in
yeah,
rather than challenges. Hasting Kaisa in doesn't do it.
No.
Yeah. So I think that playing the Bryn here there was still pretty bad.
Yeah, it was still definitely wrong. That was not the correct line either way. Yeah,
the judges are extremely harsh here.
We're more of, or at least I'm more of a fan of no take backs. I mean, if it's something like, you know, that doesn't, very minor, or it's a trigger type thing, I may make exceptions for that. But if it's like, you know, something major, like especially if you already like committed to something to the board, like I'm not gonna let you pick that back up into your hand. Like the turn 1 play that happened earlier when the Draven played the wrong turn 2. Like you already played your 2-drop,
yeah.
you know, like.
Yeah, there should really not be takebacks in high.
Yeah, I am a fan of chess specifically for the like, oh no, hand came off the piece, that's it. Move's been made. Next move. Me personally, at least, I definitely am not a rule shark or anything, but I will make sure that I'll do it to myself too. Like if I made an action, you know, I might every now and then ask for a take back, but if they say no, I respect it.
Yeah, I usually don't ask for back. If you play an unplayable card, can you take it back? I believe you have to call a judge, and the judge will issue you a warning and then rewind the game state.
Yeah.
I believe that is the correct resolution of it.
Should be.
What about tapping runes, not playing anything yet, and trying to do an untap for a different player sequence? I don't know I don't know about tapping runes, whether that's like unfixable. I'm not too sure. I allow takebacks in locals and testing since I want to get the best possible gameplay, but skirmishes, I don't see why I would allow anything to take back. Yeah, I mean, in testing, we will go back like several turns to fix the game state because somebody realized that they played wrong. Like, we're trying to figure out what deck beats what, not like
can I beat you if you misplay? Yeah, like
yeah. Like I'm not trying to shark Colin because like he realized that he had a better line. No, we're trying to figure out like if you play perfectly, what deck wins. Not like if we're both playing poorly, what wins. So running your dazzling build into tomorrow in a cash event, wish you luck. I hope you hit turn 3 or every game, buddy.
Yeah,
good luck. Nuts.
Good luck. Yeah, I played a
you play an unplayable card, it goes back to hand and runes stay tapped. I don't believe that's correct. I believe that the runes will be untapped, like the whole game state will be rewound. And there should be a warning issue, I believe. At Nexus nights and basically at locals, I would say you're not like you should be way less strict. These aren't big tournaments. Like,
yeah, don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy. Don't ruin your locals because yeah,
it's locals. Like you're not even guaranteeing yourself the GG easy Teemo by winning or anything. Like, chill out. It's locals.
You're playing. Yeah, you're playing locals. Oh, we got battlefields. Is that Sunken Temple? I believe that's Sunken Temple on the bottom. What is the top one? Is that one of? That's one of the equip ones that I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, chat. I'll just say if you're testing with people and they're not letting you do takebacks and testing, then you need to get another testing team because you're literally just sitting there wasting an hour of your time playing out a match that you allowed a misplay to happen, and that's not good testing. So
yeah, like the whole point of testing is to figure out like correct sequences. So having like you're just wasting time. Like, what if every time you make a misplay you just concede? Is that good testing? No, that's terrible testing. We
Yeah,
have some
Forgotten
logos with signed
Monument
cards for
is
first place. People shark a lot there. Wait, what are we running on this Draven? Yo, this Draven. Whoo!
Forgotten Monument
Turn
is
one
choice.
Treasure Hunter, turn two Fan plus Noxious. That is a crazy board state on turn 2.
Yeah, but what is up with this Forgotten Monument?
I can't tell you, man.
That's Lucian's?
Is that third turn battlefield? That is third turn battlefield?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Nice. We turned our Overzealous fan into a push.
Yeah,
sounds good.
The Draven is actually the player playing the Forgotten. Interesting.
Oh my god, Draven's gonna lose the game on turn 2. Draven lost the game on turn 2.
Oh my. Oh my god.
Oh my god, man.
Just lost his whole board. And we get
Just
to just
lost
go
his
home.
whole board, skipped 2 of his turns.
Yeah. Just lost 3
Nice
pieces
try,
of
buddy.
material.
Go next.
Oh my.
Brother, you didn't have to go all in on turn 2.
Yeah, I mean this can Orange is scary with these first mates and stuff, like punch first, like you can definitely get run over. You can't just commit against Orange willy-nilly, especially if you have no tricks left up. Like, I guess
Okay, man, this Draven hand is insane. He threw the game on turn 2 and he might not even lose.
Yeah, his hand's still nice.
That's wild.
His hand is still nice.
That's insane.
We got a camel here. I would be surprised if we don't just send with Lucian, snag a free point, and then drop our camel maybe. We got an angle shot. We got a Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, camel's our best card in the matchup. I assume we're probably running the camel.
Double camel and a spear. Double camel.
Double camel and a spear and an angle shot.
Spear. There was one other card, I think.
Okay.
What's the other card? Yep. This is the play I like. Just poke for a point, drop your camel. Totally fine position. Draven's still super behind.
Looks good to me.
Oh, I think it's another Lucian in hand. Yeah.
I see 4 cards.
Yeah, it's a Lucian, I'm pretty sure.
We know spear, angle shot, and camel, and then Lucian is the last.
I think it's another Lucian,
yeah. Okay.
Okay, so what do we've got on Draven's side? We've got these 2 guys that can take points. I think I saw a mustache in his hand. Can't really see the other 3 cards too well.
Hold on. I thought I saw a Thermo Beam. I could be wrong, though.
Oh, no, that is a Thermo Beam.
Yeah, that's a Thermo Beam. That's Darius. And I don't know what the 4th card was.
Thermo is nice into the combo. That is strong.
Yes, it is.
Daniel, you're like fading into your background.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. You're just
I'm trying to get very close to the screen to see what the card is. It's piercing light.
Yeah, you're good.
All right. We ran 2 guys into the points. Fair enough. I have a feeling we're just gonna get run over here. 4 and a power. Piercing light. What? Oh, yeah, sure. This is
shooting
okay.
Shooting each of his guys. Yep.
Legal move. Not thrilled about it, but legal move.
It is a legal move. So this camel could just eat our hopeful pretty much for free unless we have an axe.
We can now beat the axe because he
We
drew a
can
long
now beat
dog.
the
Actually,
axe
he
'cause
could
we
already
got
beat
the
the axe. He had an
sword.
angle shot.
Yeah, we were beating the axe no matter what.
So he's beating double axe now, I think. Yeah, he's beating double axe now.
Playing the spear.
Oh, sure. Spear also beats axe.
Oh, we got a big animation for the spear.
Hey, the spear animation. That's
the epic animations.
Oh, he's going in on the Draven. Interesting. That's less safe. No, it's not. It's fine. It's fine because he has
About
angle
the same
shot
amount,
sword,
right?
so.
Yeah. Guy's not
Yeah.
gonna pay for it. He said, "Nope, you got it." All right. Get our third point.
So we're gonna be down to like no creatures at the end of this turn as the Draven player, I think.
So we could send the
That thermo beam's looking real bad.
we could send the maiden if we wanted to. Oh, drawing a card off the temple is nice too.
Yep, very nice value. Big fan. 3 mana for another Lucian.
Yep.
Okay.
He's saying I don't
So
need to
Draven gets
send
to
the
keep a
maiden. It's fine.
Creature.
Yeah. Gets to keep a creature, gets to go to 4. Keeps our Lucian player unfortunately on odd points, but he decided that he didn't want to risk sending the sword in, which makes sense.
I think did I see Draven draw a second Draven?
Didn't see the draw.
I'm not sure. Maybe that's not it.
No, yeah,
I think
looks
that's
like
Draven.
that's a Draven. So he's got another copy of Draven, a Darius, and a Beard.
Well, the nice thing is we can spend this turn to set up. We can play Draven Darius.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, our opponent is going to have no creatures in the points at the end of our turn if we do that line. So, no, it's probably going to be fine for us on the Draven side. We're going to get to 6 next turn. I think we're going to end up winning this game somehow, as crazy as that is. That is... yeah.
Okay, we're going to 4.
It does depend on what the Lucian sees. Like, if the Lucian top decks a Trinity Force, I think they just win the game.
Yeah, Triforce would be crazy,
for
sure.
Not true, because we already have the equip on a guy that was in the point. Angle shot could do it potentially.
Yeah, we could angle shot it onto. Is that a Dune Breaker?
Oh, I saw it. That's a Dune Breaker. We're Dune breaking.
Oh my goodness. This guy was like, Rebuke is fake. I'm going to throw my
Rebuke
7-drop
is
in here.
Yes. He has such a greedy list. He's got Dune Breaker and he's got Ferris Forerunner. And on top of the camels, which the camels are nice.
Looks like there was an Auction in his hand too. Yep. That's an Auction at the top there.
Yeah, okay.
Steal an axe.
I mean, honestly, Draven's in a really good spot here, as sad as I am to say it, because outside of Lucian ripping combo, I don't think he can win the game. Like, Draven's gonna go to 6 this turn. He's gonna get a draw off a Forgotten Monument. Like, he just needs to. Okay, well, that's a terrible
second thermo off the top.
Draven.
It's not what he wants to see.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Ultimately, he just needs to cast 2 cards in order to get his Darius out of the point, and then reconquer next turn, and he'll be able to claim victory.
He gets to draw an extra card here for the temple.
Nice temple draw.
Ooh,
it's
that's
a fighter
good one.
flight.
That's a good one.
That is actually like
not one
perfect,
he can really play here.
Really worried. Honestly, all he needs to do is be able to play 2 cards. He can run the a mustache plus thermo beam. And that lets him pull his Darius out. So
burning his mustache, but saving your Darius is pretty important.
You know what? There is actually the argument to holding up thermo beam
as an action.
Yeah. But if he has Burn here, you lose the game on the spot. Okay, I'd rather just pull my Darius back.
Yeah, I agree. I think pulling back's better. And it looks like he agrees.
I thought about it for a moment. Thermo. Basically, we just paid 5 mana to kill the spear.
5 mana,
but
2
that
power,
means that our
kill the
opponent
spear.
can't combo next turn. Mustache is Blood Rush. The spell, give your creature Assault 2, and then repeat.
Yeah, it's just the card with literally just a picture of Draven's zoomed in mustache for some reason.
Yeah. Play Blood Rush, ready your Darius, retreat Darius. And then pass. No, why are we... No.
No.
Okay.
Okay. You see camels, you set fight or
You
flight.
see camels, you set fight or flight. You know what? Instead of using this cleave to get my guy out of my point, I'm going to use this fight or flight to get me out of my point. Because I don't like... I don't
Lucian player really wishing he had a sabotage. Just so he could know what he's dealing with here. But...
I mean, he's not dealing with much. He's dealing with, like,
right, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes a sword. So yeah, I mean, Darius is just gonna have to get out of here, right? He doesn't have 5 up to hit him with the the thermo beam on the defense. Not that I think he wants to lose his Darius anyway. So yeah, just pull the Darius
Yeah, we're
back,
just gonna
give him a point.
One card with repeat doesn't trigger Darius. No, it doesn't.
We get to draw
I mean,
one off of the...
We're basically burning the fight or flight when we could have burned the mustache.
We get to draw one off of the temple. It looks like he's thinking about not drawing one off of the temple. I would want to pull a... I would want to pull a challenge out of here. Maybe, or something like to...
Challenge is just game, so we have a 10% chance of winning the game for free. Is there something really valuable that we're doing with all of our mana?
No, it looks like he's going for the draw. What do we get?
Oh, here's just... Okay.
Triforce.
I think I saw
got combo.
Force.
Wait, do we have win?
The spear's dead, right?
No, spear's...
Wait, does he have second
Oh,
spear?
No, that's the sword. Yeah, that's not the spear. The spear is dead. I'm so sad. He had lethal. It was actually good to kill the spear with that thermo. That's so funny. It actually became relevant.
Okay, we're angle shotting?
Angle shot to equip it? He's just trying to draw a card here. Maybe he's really digging for that challenge.
I guess so.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I mean, actually, Draven
could there's a challenge.
Still lose here.
He drew the challenge.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Then it's lights out for sure.
Get that Darius.
Even without the challenge, it's possible the Draven still lost here because
he lost a lot of material.
They are so far behind.
Yes.
Yeah, like he needs to be able to out the entire board, and like I think he can do it just barely with exactly what's in his hand, but one interaction spell ruins the whole plan.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy. If he doesn't draw the challenge there, I think he gets there.
Challenge.
Like
the camel.
He isn't able to play around anything, but actually, wait. Depending on how much mana he has, he still might get there. He'd have to rip like a Draven. I think he has to rip exactly Darius. Maybe Kaisa Accelerate does it. How much mana does he have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, okay, he can't.
The big hold. Yeah, there's no way. We're on 7. This is lights out. Lucian, the hero, the Draven Slayer. Oh, that's not it. The overzealous fan. That's game.
Wait, but he can't. Does he hold here? Can we kill his board?
I don't think so. He's got 4 units. We got 1.
Well, but we have a thermo beam to kill all of his equips, right?
Yeah.
And we have, let's see, 3, 6, 9. I guess no. Because he's split. Can't, right?
Yeah.
What if he draws? What if he draws Ride the Wind? If he draws Ride the Wind, can he do it?
Oh, there's Ride the Wind.
Oh my god! No way! No way!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
There's no justice. Wait, can he actually do this?
6, 11, 6. Wait, I think he's gonna be 1 point off.
Yeah, right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, he's gonna. No.
Wait, because he
has 9 mana. He can do it. He's gonna win. He's gonna go to 12 and he's gonna win. Oh my god.
That's crazy.
No way. No way.
That's actually crazy, chat.
He actually, oh my god. Imagine throwing the game on turn 2 and winning anyway. I'm so sick.
Goodness. The power of the Draven draw. I can't believe he's winning this, dude.
Right,
oh my god.
He just needs to sequence correctly. He needs to play all of his cards correctly.
Yep.
And remember his Draven trigger.
Yes, this is also, he also has to assume his opponent has nothing because he is representing punch first, so we know, of course, that his opponent doesn't have it.
Yeah, we're not beating him if he doesn't have punch first, or if he does have punch first. So
Alright, that's your only line, so you gotta run it, buddy.
Brother, what are you thinking about? Just slam it. You have 6, 7, 8, 9,
there's
10, 11,
no
12.
other
Yes,
way.
The math is mathing.
Yes, there's no other way for you to do this.
I can't maybe he's just thinking about, like, is there some... Maybe he forgot the floating rune? Isn't it visible? Doesn't he have a die to represent it?
He's still looking... If he picks it up, I'm gonna go crazy.
I will also go crazy. I cannot believe... Okay.
Miss Lethal lol? No, it's not gonna happen, chat.
Surely he is aware that he has lethal in him. I can't believe I figured out the line the second before he drew it. I was like, what can he do here? Ah, ride the wind.
Wins combat, draws ride the wind.
I
mean, our Lucian player did get pretty lucky drawing his challenge too, but holy.
Sure, that's fair. But I mean, like, Draven has no business.
Wait, what did he just do? Oh, he drew a card off of the thing.
Wait, he's dead now, right?
He just drew a beard, though.
Wait. Wait. Didn't he have... He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He had 9 mana up.
He had exactly enough to do it, yes.
2 for Ride the Wind, 2 for Accelerated Beard, plus Draven. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There is 11 points defending.
Well, now he doesn't need Beard, though, right? With the extra +4? Or he doesn't need Thermo?
I mean, it's just going to end up being the same math, I think.
Right, no, yeah, it was definitely incorrect to draw a card here.
This man drew a card because he couldn't figure out the lethal
line. He already
line.
had lethal, and he drew the card, which
he had lethal,
theoretically took him off of lethal. But he still got bailed out anyway by drawing the mustache. Never punished.
Where's George? China events are the hardest events, huh?
Never punished. Holy.
China events are the hardest events, man. China's events are the hardest. China... Apparently... Wait. Okay. For a second.
Yes, literally any other card he draws in his deck, he loses the game. He draws the freaking beard anyway.
He threw lethal. Draws the card that unfroze lethal. This man's a god. He's got the Millennium Puzzle, man.
Oh god.
He also threw the game on turn 2 as well, by the way.
Yep. There's no justice, chat.
There is no justice in this world. Someone needs to give this guy coaching. Anton, do you know anybody who happens to coach players?
Well, if you go to Metafy.com and check out Challenger TCG, we offer coaching sessions. We also have a Discord where we answer all of your questions, and we do Discord streams where we show you how to not throw lethal.
Mark this down for the Diamond review. I feel like this might be a great place for people to get some insight on what not to do.
I said, just to say how much the effort you put into providing us good Riftbound content is really appreciated. Thank you. We try.
Thanks, my man.
Yeah, are you glad you woke up for this, Cyber PP? Are you really glad?
You got to see us losing our minds over the absolute insanity.
Oh my god, what was that game? Oh, I'm sick. I'm sick for the Lucian player. And I'm sick
The
at the
Lucian
lack
player
of
should have
justice
won
in this
that.
world.
There is no justice in this world.
You heard it here, kids.
I am. Draven's meta share is 35%.
35% at this event, Mr. Tog.
Oh, that's Tog.
And
Hello.
then Aurelia was second with 16%. Yeah, that match was not as bad as Disaster Class as the last one, but just the no justice is just killing me on the inside. Like I want to see people get punished for throwing lethal, not like throw lethal and then still get the win anyway. Like, oh my god, I'm sick.
I threw lethal and found a slightly more mana efficient. Is there a limit on how many decks there have to be to get a best of metal card? No. If there are two decks in the event, that qualifies for a metal card. If there's one deck in the event, that qualifies for a metal card. So if you're hypothetically going to a regional qualifier at Bologna or Vegas, you can consider playing a deck that you think nobody is going to play, so you can get a metal card. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I can't believe this, man.
Yeah, that was a crazy one. I need to refill my water if you don't mind entertaining them for like 2 minutes, Daniel.
Sure. I'm going to head out soon. Chat, give me some rapid fire questions before I go sleep and try not to dream of Draven. Go, chop, chop. Give me something. Give me the goods. What are you guys curious about? Nah, I don't get to have a rest yet. You gotta feed me questions until Anson's back. So limit? Nope, I already answered that. The Lucian player is gonna watch the VOD and start punching the air. Yes, he is. I hope he never has to experience watching that VOD. So when there's 50 and I am solo playing, I don't know exactly what you're saying. If you're saying that if you are the only person in the event with Garen, congratulations, you got a metal card. Is that the most egregious misplay so far? The missing lethal one is really bad. That one was horrendous. How does it feel being the best player on Challenger TCG? You know, every event I don't top, I feel like I'm washed. So, you know, it comes and goes with the waves. If I don't top Bologna, I'm washed. If I win Vegas, then I'm good for like 3 more events, you know. Are you ready to join the Church for Fiora? Always, if you can show me it beating Draven in like a game, hypothetically. How do you schedule practice time? Me personally, I am on at the same schedule Monday through Friday. It's like 5:30 to 7:30. I try to get my 2 hours in, and then I'm usually like watching until I fall asleep. On the weekends, I usually get 1 day where I get to grind like 8 hours, and then the other day I have responsibility stuff for spending that day with my girlfriend. So one of those two things is happening. Do you think the West will find a counter to Draven like Annie was for Kai'Sa? I mean, Annie wasn't that big of a counter for Kai'Sa. Like, there were lists with Kai'Sa that were... I guess if I'm going to slightly rephrase that question, do I think that the West will find something that China is not playing? Almost definitely. I'm sure there will be something that we cook up that is not expected. Let's see. Church of Fiora answered that one. Watch the full VOD and walk me through highlights. Match 1 was Draven Fiora. That was, I think I was just watching that one. Percy was in Colin was commentating.
Yeah.
Round 2 was
Fiora.
What was round 2? Do you remember?
Fiora into Azir.
Fiora Azir. That one was interesting, I think, right?
Yeah, the Azir took it. Fiora lost again.
And then round 3 was the Kai'Sa via Aurelia, where like both players were constantly trying to throw back and forth to each other. And then there was this match, which was certainly something to watch. Definitely something to watch. Unexpected performances and matchups. The Kaisa beat the Aurelia, right? That was a weird one.
Yeah, we did not expect to see Kaisa beating Aurelia. That's a pretty tough matchup, but the Aurelia was throwing all over the place. The Kaisa was throwing a little bit, but then the Aurelia was just like full throwing.
Yeah, the Aurelia just kept trying to throw harder. Least favorite champion to play against in terms of play pattern. Very stock answer, but Draven. When they have 6 mana up, they can have any combination of very good interaction. Really annoying. I guess the other thing you could say is, like, more specifically, Miracle Draven is just like really, really miserable to play against because you're gonna make like 1 or 2 actions on your turn, and your opponent's gonna spend 15 minutes on their like combo turn, and then you're gonna make 1 or 2 actions, and then they're gonna take like 15 minutes on their turn. I think that's gonna be really, really miserable to play against in turn.
Yeah, just all of the multiple sequences of like called shot, shuffle 2 in for my shovel.
Yeah.
Do this and that. Like
you're gonna play against somebody who doesn't play the game, and they're not practiced on the deck, and they're gonna have to take like 20 seconds per called shot or stack deck, and you're gonna go to time, and you're gonna be very upset about it. That is what I'm really dreading. One game in my group chat said Draven throwing the top deck back lethal is just lore accurate Draven. I mean, listen, throwing lethal. If throwing lethal is lore accurate Draven, then I hope all of my opponents on Draven are lore accurate. Like, I want them to constantly miss it. Yeah, sounds great. Miracle Draven tier 0. I don't think Miracle Draven is tier 0. I think my main concern is that the deck that I feel like has the best win rate into Miracle Draven is also Draven. It's just a different version of Draven. So that makes me think, like, if the counter to the broken deck is the same deck but built differently, that's like not a good pattern for the meta. That being said, we haven't tested everything yet, so we still might find something that we like better. But Miracle Draven has some serious like flaws.
Yeah, for sure.
Thoughts on Ornn? Deck loses to Bryn here, deck loses to Thermo Beam, and Bryn here is in everything now, so I would not advise Ornn unless you feel like, well, a few options. 1, metal card farming. There's always value in that. Number 2, if you feel like your meta isn't going to have a lot of Draven, or specifically Bryn here or Thundersong, Bryn here or Thermobeam, you can justify playing Ornn. Otherwise, I would steer clear. I feel like the deck has a lot of... the deck is very scary into a field where people can turn off all your interaction and then rebuke your guy back to your hand. What is this advertisement? Are you just catching up to the part where we plugged our Metafy?
No. They were watching they were showing the commercial again with the guy getting splashed with the water and all this, the abs and the all the
ridiculous,
nonsense. Yeah. We're not exactly sure,
okay.
But it was funny.
Yeah, it was certainly funny the first time I saw it. Okay, I'm going to go through the Twitch chat ones, and then I'm going to head to bed.
Okie doke.
Let's see. Practice time, answered that one. Counter to Draven, sure. Skirmish. Watching this is too much fun. Watch our commentary watch Anton's commentary at the skirmish. That works, right?
Yep.
Andy did get first place in Swiss at the Nationals, but got killed by Deck Check. Deck Check? Is that China? Okay. Kaisa versus Aurelia. Yeah, Kaisa versus Aurelia was very amusing to watch. Riftbound, throw less than your opponent and you'll win. Correct, sir. It is very important to throw less than your opponent. I think that's a good place to start as far as getting a higher win rate. Ornn loses hard to Death in 3 also. Death in 3. Do you know what he means by Death in 3? That's one I haven't heard of.
I think I saw someone commenting Death in 3 earlier, but I'm not sure what they're speaking towards.
What about
you want to clarify that, chat?
Aggro Ornn. I think we tried 2-drops in Ornn and very quickly decided that they didn't. That was our initial evaluation. Aggro Ornn. So my main concern with aggro Ornn, if you're talking about like playing 2-drops and like taking point tempo early, Ornn needs like a critical mass of artifacts into play to protect his to like make him big enough to hold a point. And the less artifacts you play, the more likely you're gonna I'm saying artifacts, gears. The less that you play in the early game, the more likely your opponent can just like set up a Darius plus a Blood Rush and just run you over. Are those the metal cards on screen? I believe the answer is yes. I'm not currently tabbed into it, so I'm not sure, but they were showing them on stream.
Yes. Looks like we might be heading into the next round too.
Okay. I don't think I can do it. I think I have to.
Yeah, that's sleep. Okay, brother. This is way past your bedtime.
Do Chinese regionals have best of cards? I believe yes, they do. I've been told both ways, but they're showing them on stream, so I assume they do. Yes. Kaisa is still worth to learn for set 2. Yes, I think Kaisa's the third most represented deck in China currently. So it's not a bad deck. You have a playable Draven matchup. You have a reasonable matchup into Miracle Draven. You have a playable mid-range Draven matchup. You have a reasonable matchup into Miracle as well. Your main problem is going to be the Ornn and Aurelia decks, which are going to consistently ruin your life. Nationals in China, Pit Crews, Drop Borders, Green Ornn. I think we tried a version like that, and I don't remember how it went. Can't comment on that because I don't think I've... Death in 3, best of 3? Oh, I see. Sure, yeah, like in post-board, you're going to get murdered by the...
No, he clarified that he meant turns. He meant the 3 turns. Like, you only get to play the 3 turns. He said, basically in tournaments, after time runs out and the current turn's in, you play 3 more turns. If a player is leading by 2 or more points, they just win. So people could just stall against the slow decks. If it's really egregious slow playing, though, I mean, you could be calling judges on that. Like, they're not allowed to just sit there. Like, you as the Ornn player, knowing that your deck is slower, you need to be making your actions quickly. But if your opponent's just sitting there trying to stall you to time, like, you can call the judge on them.
Yeah, that is, like, it is your responsibility to make sure your opponent doesn't get away with violating rules. Like, if they're slow playing you, you have to call the judge.
Like, Daniel and I were playing Aurora, and that's a deck that wins in later turns. It is an inevitability deck, and, like, we were not going to time, so, you know, like, and there's 10 more minutes now, too.
One game. I only went into time 1 match, and that was because my opponent was playing extremely slow. So, as long as you control your own pace and like make your opponent play by the rules that are set by the, like, you know, don't slow play, you'll be fine to finish all 3. Okay, so that's everything from YouTube, and then I think there's like 1 or 2 from you. So that was everything from Twitch, and then 1 or 2 on YouTube. And
yes,
I will go. Do you think a hypothetical yellow-purple would run the game? I assume you meant ruin the game. I think in general, purple is too strong right now. I don't think adding yellow to it would be like particularly like. I think everything with purple is better than not purple right now. So, yellow-purple, I can't think of anything off the top of my head that makes me think that it would like be too good.
Yeah.
Because I think like that red-purple is already.
I know that Alex was excited about the idea of baited hook Nocturne.
Yeah.
In yellow purple.
God bless. Yeah. What about Darius? Can he beat Draven? We had a promising match that we played on the Discord. There's a VOD of it somewhere in the Discord. I think that's probably for gold people, right? Yeah, I don't know. When do where are the VODs?
Yeah, that's in our gold tier.
Okay.
But yeah,
there's a VOD where I played a best of 3 on... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, Darius has beaten Draven in our testing. I wouldn't say he beats Draven strictly, but yes, it can beat Draven.
Yeah, can he beat Draven? I think if he wins the dice roll, he's favored to beat Draven. And if he doesn't win the dice roll, then I think it's going to be a bit harder. The games that you win going second are going to be the games where you're able to play 2 creatures on turn 1 and then play a baited hook early. Those are the ones that felt like you were winnable.
Yep. Looks
Solo
like the
instant
next round
stream,
is
yeah.
starting.
Unfortunately, I'm an old man. I need to go to bed. If they're split playing with the intent to go to time, that's a literal DQ. Harder to prove. Yeah, I mean, the way that you do it is you just say, "Judge, my opponent has been like, Judge, I need you to sit here and like pace the game because my opponent has taken too long on all of his turns." And that's, I mean, you can phrase it
Got a
slightly nicer. I'm a bit
Victor.
tired, so I don't have the best words, but yeah. All right, Victor. This is going to be a 2-hour match because it's Control Victor. So good time for me to head out.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun. I am dead tired. I hope you all enjoy Anton commentating on Ornn Victor. That
Ornn
sounds
versus
like a great
Victor.
match to fall asleep to.
Jesus. All right. Good night, Daniel. Thanks
Later,
for
guys.
hanging out with us. Yep. All right, everybody. Let me make sure my camera's fixed real quick here. Oh, cool. My camera's actually fine. Wait, oops. That's not the right one. There we go. I'll make me a little bigger since it's just me now. The inmates are running the asylum. No, not really. It's going to be chill. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. How many more rounds? So this is round 5. I think we're playing 9. If it's 512 players, I believe that should be a 9-rounder or 5-11. I could be wrong. It could be a 10, but I'm pretty sure it's 9. Ornn sounds like a really bad matchup into Victor. It kind of depends because Call of the Week is really bad for Ornn. Like, a lot of the times Ornns are just playing like one creature. It could be a different build, but a lot of the times most of these decks are just trying to play a lot of gear in the early turns and then slam down the big Ornn. So like multiple Call of the Weeks can be really nasty against this deck. And post board, you know, they have salvage, which is really good gear removal. So we'll have to see. But yeah, so we would be playing 4 more rounds, I believe, assuming that this is a 9-round tournament. Yeah, the Victors in China that have been coming out is the Control Victor, which is what we have here. Oh, he already drew the combo. Not really the matchup you want to see combo, but like the Bellows Breath with the Imperial Decree is such a nasty combo. Like, just wiping out entire boards. It's the closest thing we have to like a Wrath of God in this game, or like Be Prepared if you guys play Lorcana or things like that. Like, that's just a really nasty board wipe, but he did throw it away because obviously in this matchup that's not really not really what you want to be doing against Ornn. But the Imperial Decree itself is very, very strong into Ornn. That's another card that really, really hurts Ornn. Like, you don't need to actually worry about killing the Ornn. The way that you just win this matchup is, as Victor, you're going to be scoring points early. You're already going to have the point tempo. So you get the point tempo, you put points on the board, and then once the Ornn comes down and starts contesting you and doing his tricks and stuff, you're ahead. So all you need to do is get to 7 points or 6 points, right? Because he's only defending on one side. And then on the final turn, you go for the last point, and then you either Call the Week or you Imperial Decree or whatever, and then you just, you know, push in one of your little tokens, pop the Ornn, send it back home, and then push your next token and you win the game. Like, you don't really need to do all that much to beat Ornn in this matchup. It's pretty tough for him. It looks like this guy is playing 2-drops, though. We've got the green seal with the clockwork, so this build is not nearly as weak to Call the Week because you actually have these shitters on the sidelines, so... 7 rounds day 1? Oh, okay. Well, it might only be 7 rounds. That means we've only got 2 more rounds to go. Yellow Vic in control. True. We don't usually see Victor Leader as the option in control. Usually it's been the blue Victor. Maybe this guy was just traumatized by Falling Star or something. I don't really... I guess he's playing like Xin Zhao in this build. Maybe he's also playing the Armory combo with the Jace. So maybe he felt like turning his other material into material was better. You don't really trigger the blue Victor too much either, in my experience with the deck. At least not against good players. So maybe he just felt that the 4 might was more relevant. We got the Poro Snacks for a draw. This is just a 1 mana draw a card. Great gear for Ornn. All right, we're going to take the token, but we get to trigger the Ravenbloom Conservatory or Observatory. And that just gives us a free spell every time. And this deck being mostly spells really takes advantage of this battlefield really well. So every single time that they're going to send a unit there, this is a nice trade too with the Stupefy. Let's see, is the Ornn gonna throw anything out? No, just gonna take this trade, I think. But yeah, you just get a free spell, basically draw a card every single time they attack your token at that side. So it's just a really strong value engine for the deck. Don't trust Twitch chat info. Well, it's Rosum, so like Rosum's my teammate. I trust him a little more than your random Twitch chatter, but maybe he's also a pleb. Maybe he don't know. How would I rate Lorcana compared to other TCGs? I think Lorcana is a really simple game, and I think that that's good for like casuals. But I don't particularly enjoy the game myself, having played it a little bit. I mean, I enjoy card games a lot. Like, I just love me some card games, but that was not my favorite card game, that's for sure. I think that could have been a lot better. All right, not a lot's happened yet. I mean, I guess we were able to clear that token. This Victor's hand is so full of spells now because he got multiple triggers off of that observatory. So pretty nasty. 2 Hidden Blades. Yeah, 2 Hidden Blades is not what Ornn likes to see. That's for darn sure. Considering where he wants to go here. Obviously, he doesn't really want to hit the sigil and pay a power. So that's pretty annoying, but he can't really take the other side with the token. He could play... Okay, wages here. He's going to wage and then maybe a Stupefy. Or he's just going to run the token in. Not great, but... Okay, ooh, a Spellsonger to the bottom. That's actually pretty bad for Ornn. That's actually, like, really nasty for him. That actually worked out for Victor quite a bit, because that's the weapon you do not want to see on the Ornn. That's like the nasty combo, is playing that blue Ornn from the champ zone and then equipping it with the flute sword. All right, readying up here. It looks like what's in the Ornn's hand? We got a Not So Fast. Oh, it does look like he's got a Spellsonger in there. Okay, he's just trying to crack the Poro Snacks to cycle. Don't know that we really needed to do that, but maybe it's fine. Okay, playing the Spellsonger. I guess we have so much green because of these double green seals, so we could just kind of spend power however we want. Next turn, I would expect the Ornn to come down and equip this sword, and then he's just going to get really huge. This flute, in case you guys don't know what it does, is it copies the text of your unit that it's equipped to. So Ornn has Deflect 2, and he gets +1 for every gear that you control, and then this would copy that. So he gets +2 for every gear you control, and he has Deflect 4, which makes him really tough for some of these decks to deal with. Oh, the Pickpocket. We've seen this start to become more popular as we've seen these Miracle versions coming out. The pickpocket has a lot of targets in the purple seal, and basically all these purple decks that are trying to run this purple engine. So we've started to see more people playing pickpocket, and looks like it was nice here. Sniping a seal is pretty strong. Can't play the Ornn yet, it will just get called. No, for sure, true. You don't want to really play that unless you have an answer to it. Next turn, he can play Ornn, and he can hold up the wind wall. So he could theoretically play the Ornn next turn, because he would be going to 9 runes. He's got 7 right now. So yeah, he could play the Ornn, but he couldn't pick up the Spellsonger because it costs an energy to equip. So if he wanted to play the Ornn, he could, but he would not be able to equip the Spellsonger. The rune sleeves that the Victor is using, I am not sure. Those are like just official Riftbound sleeves that I don't think we ever got here. It's Sigil of the Storm, not Obelisk of Power. Sorry, someone asked, what battlefields are those? It's Ravenbloom and Sigil of the Storm. That's the one that when you send there and you conquer, you have to pay, you have to recycle one of your runes. Yes, the deflect does stack like that, Andrew. So it says it copies the text that's on your card, and deflect 2 is still text on your card. So if it gets copied, deflect stacks. Just like assault stacks, like there's assault by itself is assault 1, but it can go to like assault 4, or say you use the card that gives your guy assault 2 and you give it to him twice, it becomes assault 4. The same applies to deflect. Okay, and we're equipping this Fellsonger. Okay, so he is not respecting Call the Week here. He just says, you don't got it. I think that is not correct, but hey, I mean, maybe his opponent doesn't got it. Or did I miss something? Did he have a Guardian Angel on there? I see a second equipment on there. Maybe I missed a Guardian Angel. Okay, he has the Guardian Angel. Okay, I was reading chat. My bad. Okay, so he's got the Guardian Angel. He is dead to double call or call plus salvage, which we do see a salvage in the hand here. So he's dead to call plus salvage. So he's still dead. But hey, at least he didn't die to just call. We have been seeing a lot more. Been seeing Victors play this main board one of salvage. I'm not sure if it's a one of for this player, but I have been seeing main board one of salvage, and that's gonna pretty much be lights out for this. This is exactly like what we were saying, why this is such a bad matchup for the Ornn. But I was saying post board it becomes bad with the salvage. But yeah, especially when they got the main board salvage, it's just a nightmare for them. Like, he's got the Call of the Week. I'm pretty sure I see a Call of the Week in his hand, so that should just be lights out. Yeah, maybe he's never seen the salvage before. Like, who plays yellow? Yellow and set 1 meta, lol. I don't really know why we felt the need to draw all these cards here. Like, just do your Call of the Week, man. Like, we didn't need to Hidden Blade our guy, in my opinion, but whatever. Are we gonna play this call? We gotta play this call, right? You literally set it up. It's a slam dunk. Your opponent is tapped out. There is no reason in any world where you do not play the Call of the Week here. This is exactly how Victor wins this matchup. Okay, he's calling a token. Now Call of the Week. Yes? I don't see that there's any reason why he's sequencing it this way. He passed! He passed, chat! What? Does he not have the call? Is that card not call? Maybe I'm crazy, chat. Maybe he doesn't have call. I swear I saw call. Maybe I've been up too late and this man doesn't have a call. I'm just gonna chalk it up to that somehow I did not see a call in his hand. I don't know what the heck else is in his hand. Okay, we just played a Poggers Day to draw 4, and now we're finally contesting the battlefield. It looks like he was digging for the coal. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I swore I saw it in his hand already, but when he was fanning through it, I thought I saw a coal. Oh. Yep. But he's got a wind wall for this, so not exactly what you want to do, but you know, still pretty strong. He won't be able to stop it on the crackback though, right? I'm pretty sure our opponent had the Victor player had another Imperial Decree in his hand, so I'm pretty sure he'll be able to just send the token in with the decree. Okay, he's setting a Zanya's, I'm assuming. So yeah, that should stop all that nonsense. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back. Maybe I don't want to do that, but I'm gonna have to go back and look at the VOD for this and see if that man actually had a coal when he was fanning through his hand earlier, because I could have sworn I saw one. Wait. Oh, I don't think that's a coal. No, that's I thought it's the wait. Yeah, it's Death Grip. Is that what that card's called in the new set? Death Grip. Yeah, it had blue swirls around, so I thought that was like the water from Call the Week, but I think that was a Death Grip in his hand at the very end there, so that would make sense why he wouldn't call there. So yeah, that was a Death Grip. That makes sense. I mean, I don't really understand why you're playing Death Grip in this deck. That doesn't make sense to me, but yeah, it makes sense that he did not have call. Well, we could just go to 6 here. Did we recycle 1 for a reason? No, that's not the sequencing for that, my friend. That's not how that works. Yeah, you still have to recycle a rune. He recycled his rune prematurely. But yeah, you're not paying a power for Sigil of the Storm. Like, you have to actually recycle a rune. Okay, I guess the judge just let him do it. Sure. So he floated 1, he recycled for the Sigil. The judge let him fix that and take it back. That's fine. Yes, Decree with Breath is really strong. I am a big fan of that combo, for sure. Okay, we've got a Fox here. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of gears. That's the thing, right? Like, he's only getting... This Ornn is really small. He's only, yeah, +4, -3. So, I mean, he's a 5 might unit right now. That is not big. So, you could just run this guy over. And he doesn't have... Well, he has Zanya's. We know he's got Zanya's, but... yeah, he doesn't have a lot of protection. So, if you just keep beating this guy up and popping all his gears, he's gonna be really small, and things like Fox can run him over. Oh wow, he got to he got to pick up a wind wall off of that. That's nice. Okay, it's the pushback spell. Yeah, the pushback spell's also fine here. It's kind of puts him in an interest. Well, we know that he's got the Shirelias, right? I'm pretty sure I saw the Ornn draw the Shirelias earlier. So, assuming he has the Shirelias, he can take one side, and then he can play the Shirelia gear onto his Ornn, ready it, give it ganking, and then he can take the other side. So, even holding here won't really do much. I guess he could double set Hidden Blade, though. That'd be pretty nasty. Maybe that's what you need to do. You need to like just overwhelm his outs, like try to double set Hidden Blade. Maybe he's just going for a single set here. He's considering the second one. Yeah, his opponent definitely has answers to all the Hidden Blades, though. He's got we know he's got a Not So Fast, and I just saw a Defy in hand, so he has answers to double Hidden Blade anyway. Sunfire Cape? No, I'm pretty sure it was Shirelia's. Yeah, I mean, double set definitely risky into deflect 4 for sure. But you can also use the set to draw cards. That's what I'm considering the double set to draw off of my own tokens and stuff, not necessarily to try to pop him. Okay, so yep, here's the Shirelia's Crown. It's going to untap him. It gives him +2. Plus it's another gear, so he's getting another +2 from himself. And then it gives him ganking, and when it's played, you ready all your units. So you get to ready the Ornn, and he has ganking now, so he can run over to the other side. And he's huge. He's a lot bigger than +6, I'm pretty sure, right? This guy's got 3 gears. He should be +8. Pretty sure he should be +8. +2 from the, because he gets +2 from the Shirelias itself, and then he's got 3 gears out, which is +6. Can't see the left player's runes. Yeah, it shows the runes at the top, but I can try to move myself somewhere else. Yeah, but just so you know, chat, up at the top underneath the leaders, it shows how many runes they have, and it shows how many are up and how many are tapped as well. Which is the strongest deck? It's probably Draven. I'd say that's the overall strongest deck. It's definitely the most represented deck, taking up 35% of the meta share at this event, which is quite a bit. Okay, we're doing a retreat. He's thinking if he wants to allow that, he could defy it. Yeah, I saw him pull that defy. He's looking at it. Yep. Gonna hit the defy, so he eats the fox. That's pretty gross for the Victor player for sure. This is not the spot he wants to be. Would have wanted 2 units to be able to take battlefields this turn. That's gonna be pretty tough for him. His opponent knows he's got a win wall because he saw it come off of the Raven Bloom, so he's gonna get to defy or get to counter spell a Imperial Decree or anything really. So it's kind of a tough spot for the Victor. This is not really where he wants to be. I don't think we needed to be so aggressive as the Victor either in this matchup. I'm kind of surprised how aggressive we were in like trying to hold and whatnot, but we'll see if he can pull it out. Victor, like I said, I mean, Order definitely has a lot of answers to this deck, but these are not it. These are not it at all. Oh, there's a Call of the Week. Now he's got a Call of the Week in his hand. It's a little late. Digi, it pretty much does look like the cookie cutter control list. It's just he's just playing the yellow Victor. For the most part, all the other cards we've seen are pretty standard, or more recently standard, I guess you could say. Like, I know that the original list that people were talking about was no units at all Victor, but as of the last few weeks, we've been seeing a lot of Xin Zhaos and pickpockets and stuff come up. So at least internally in our testing, we've been testing with the units that have a few more, or builds with a few more units in them. But yeah. Man, this Orange Ruins have gone to like nothing. It's also still like, it's still Victor's game to win here because Ornn is still barely at 4. So, I mean, Victor still has a couple of turns before he has to actually worry about winning the game. Yeah. So, potentially, he's got this Imperial Decree. So, I mean, if he can get enough units on the board, he could potentially just Imperial Decree at some point. If he can, I mean, his opponent's still got the Wind Wall, right? So, it's kind of a tough position. Yeah, not a big fan of the Jace combo myself, but it's an okay. It's a high roll. I mean, if you want to put that in, it's definitely a high roll, but you do have to kind of build around it a little more with some of the gold generation. All right, got Guardian Angel. Looks like that's a Consult the Past for a draw 2. We've got the Wind Wall. We've still got a Not So Fast. Guardian Angel is nice, though. I'm feeling pretty safe drawing a Guardian Angel, honestly. I don't really feel like we needed to play this guy, but sure. Yeah. Why? Just not really sure why we ended up playing this guy. I guess it's fine, but we could have just ganked over with Ornn because we have ganking. And then we could have got our 6th point, and then we could have just played the Guardian Angel and equipped it. Setting a hidden as well. Yeah, we could have played the Guardian Angel onto our Ornn and equip it, and then that basically is just protecting him from dying so that we can win next turn. I guess he doesn't want to lose the hidden on the other side, though, so it's fine. This should be pretty locked up for Ornn. This is looking really tough for the Victor. I agree that Jace combo is really inconsistent. Yeah, I agree if it just dies, but with Not So Fast and Wind Wall, like, there's not a lot of cards that can kill this, right? Especially while it's got Deflect 4. Like just a single Hidden Blade costs 5 power. The opponent's only sitting on 8 power, right? So that they can't like double Hidden Blade you. And again, you have counter spells. So like you have 2 counter spells in your hand. I would probably be feeling fine here. Okay, there we got the Fox. But Ornn is huge. Orange should be more than +6, right? Am I just wrong, chat? Like, we've got the Spellsonger on, which gives Orange plus an additional +1 for every gear in play. There's 6 gears in play, so that's +6. I guess they don't have to show the +2 from the Shurelya's because it's printed on the card, so that makes sense. Sure. Okay, coming in this side. What do we got? Yep, let's send it home. So, I mean, at least Ornn won't be able to win the game next turn. Unless he has a way to... No, yeah, there shouldn't be a way for... Ornn's only going to be able to conquer one side next turn. He's just going to run over the Fox. Okay, well, there's the Hidden Blade, but he's got an answer to that. So, yeah, this should wrap it up. Yeah, if the GA procs you lose, sure. Sure. Yeah, well then, in that case, I'd still, even without the GA, I just like the GA because you could hold up the 2 counter spells. Like, you could say you don't want the GA in play, and that's still fine, but I just mostly wanted to leave up both of my counter spells. I wanted to leave up the Not So Fast and the Wind Wall, not just the Wind Wall. That was basically my reasoning. Deflect 6 right now? Yes, it is currently Deflect 6, and he's like so huge too. He's like plus, what is it? We're +3 for every gear in play, and he's got 5 gears in play, so that's +15. Yeah, it's a lot. All right. I don't think there's a way out of this one. I still would have liked to keep our counter spells up. I don't really see any reason why we just put this Spellsonger on. Like, leaving Windwall up is way more important here, in my opinion. Basically just giving yourself a way to not stay in the game. Like this Call of the Week could just push him off of the point, and then now he's got to take both battlefields next turn. Like, he doesn't have an answer to the Call of the Week. So there was no reason to, there was just no reason to play this Spellsonger here. Like, it's really cool that he made this guy bigger and scarier, but like, it's not actually correct play here. Yeah, well, I mean, now Victor has a way to win. I don't think he's going to win still, given the makeup of these hands. But, like, just by not leaving the counterspell up last turn to stop this Call of the Week, he just threw lethal, basically. So, yeah, that was not ideal. He could draw another card this turn by going up to the Ravenbloom, which is what I'm assuming he's going to do. Yep, he's going to send it up there. Going to draw a card. Ooh, another counterspell. Yeah. Doesn't really need to do much else. I mean, he could play this Tiana. No, I don't even think he's got the... No, yeah. You're just leaving up all your counter spells and you pass, buddy. Like, leave it all up. Leave up your Wind Wall. Leave up double Not So Fast and just leave it the way it is. Yes, there's already been so many times where this man needed to leave up the wind wall. He should have won already if he had just left up the wind wall. Like, Jesus, please. Oh, he's gonna be trying to be real cute with it. Okay. Doran's? Sure, whatever. And that's a pass? Okay. He learned his lesson. He's like, okay, I'm leaving my counter spells up this time. The Doran shield though is pretty cute. For those unaware, the Doran shield on Ornn gives him tank, and then one of the like cute combos with the deck that we've started to see come out more is playing the Tiana Crown Guard with the Ornn, and then you have Ornn being this massive tank that can never die, and then Tiana's sitting there next to Ornn, basically saying that your opponent can't gain any points, so it just kind of like locks them out of scoring for the rest of the game, which is kind of funny. Oh, you got the win wall, buddy. And his opponent knows. His opponent saw him get the win wall off of the Raven Bloom like 8 turns ago. So unless he didn't write this in his notes or he just forgot, his opponent knows. He should know at least that he's got the win wall here. And that's the game. So Ornn got it. Pretty crazy. Yeah, I think that this is normally a pretty decent matchup for Victor, but it does kind of come down to what you draw. Like, he did have some of his good outs to the deck. I think maybe I guess the salvage was good because his opponent was tapped out. But yeah, he really needed to have a Call of the Week that turn to just seal the deal. Sorry, I'm looking through chat real quick. For some reason, my Twitch chat is not coming up through my app on the side here, so sorry about that, guys, if I am not answering Twitch questions. Trying to pull that up so that I can get that in the chat. I think Alex broke it. I blame Alex. No, he can't know that because he played another wind wall after drawing the second one. Because he played one wind wall, right? And then he drew one off of the Raven Bloom. Maybe I'm mistaken. Oh, okay. Then if he had played 2 win wall already, then yeah, then he would not know. You're going to your skirmish in 1 hour. Already got your Bologna bye, but you want to practice an 8-hour tournament. What should you play? I mean, you're asking me. I'm always gonna say Aurora Yi. But yeah, if you gave your time warps to a friend, then yeah, I would definitely say play Aurora Yi. That's gonna be my pick. And by the way, if y'all don't know, the most handsome member of Challenger TCG, Mr. Billionaire himself, wrote a guide on Aurora Yi, and that deck went all the way to the finals at the first ever regional. So if you guys want to check out that guide, you should check out our Metafy Challenger TCG, and if you become a subscriber, you even get a discount on the guide. So check it out. You don't have Auroras, well then I don't know what you should play. SOL now, buddy. Colin would probably tell you to play Set, or he might say don't play Set. It's a bad deck. Even though he wins with it all the time. Victor's a pretty easy deck to put together. If you only have 1 Dead Bloom, is it fine to play Aurora? Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay. Gonna jump back into paying attention to the stream because I do feel like I missed a little bit with chat this time, and it's just me on the stream, so want to make sure I'm doing good commentary as well. So Victor is taking the gold generating battlefield. The name escapes me. I think it's Treasure Trove, or anyway. This battlefield says when you take it, you pay 1 and you generate a gold. So he generated a gold, made another token. Ornn coming in with the drop border. When you have 2 gears in play, the drop border comes in readied. So you can just basically, if you have 2 gears like he does right now, you get a accelerate unit that doesn't cost you any power. It's pretty strong. Not sure what the Victor is deciding here. Maybe thinking of a Hidden Blade or something? Yeah. Oh, Hidden Blading his own guy? I think he tapped towards... Oh, no. No. He's Hidden Blading his opponent's guy. Okay. Opponent says, I'll take 2 cards, buddy. And that's gonna be it, I guess. Oh, playing another seal. He could have just played a seal off of a seal, but whatever. Use your Ornn hero power for style points. Yeah. Victor's going to go up to 2. He could take the other side as well, going up to 3. And pull his other token back if he wants. So that he can conquer that side again and get another gold next turn. So, yeah, go to 3 here. This is an Aspirant's Climb game. Which I like out of Ornn for their going second game. It seems pretty good. I'm a fan of using Aspirant's Climb going second. And in Aurora, we were using it as our game 1 battlefield, especially because we were transforming our sideboard into like a mid-range Yi plan in games 2 and 3. So that's why you wanted to use your 9-point game for the non-mid-range game. But I could see here with Ornn, with how Ornn plays specifically, I could see Aspirants as you're going second. It's not bad. Okay. Just passing here, making another token. We might see, what are we gonna see? Did look like he has another Ornn in hand, so we might just see the first Ornn come down. He's gonna pick up this Guardian Angel so that he's not just dying to Call the Weak. Using Weapon Master. This Ornn actually has a lot of text on him. Not only does he have those other two effects we mentioned, the Deflect 2 and getting +1, but he also has Weapon Master, so he gets to pick up a equipment without paying power for it. Not that Ornn doesn't have plenty of power going around with 2 seals plus the Ornn ability anyway, because he can also use his own ability for paying power costs of your equipment effects as well. MF Aurora doesn't need Bloom. True. I agree, especially in set 2. I think Dead Bloom stonks are way down in set 2. But even in set 1, like, you can totally be fine just playing a lot of Mountain Drakes and maybe like a Voli or 2. Do they choose first who goes first or the battlefields? You don't pick player order until battlefields have been revealed. But if you just lost or if you just won, you can assume that your opponent is picking first because you know that first is always better. They have an advantage going first. So you should always pick first if you have the option to pick, at least right now in the game. And so, yeah, if you know for a fact that you're going to be going second because your opponent just lost, they're going first, then you have a battlefield that you use as your going second battlefield. All right, we popped the GA. And we're at 5 points. I mean, this is not a great spot for Ornn. It's not looking horrendous. We're going to equip the Spell Songer, making him deflect 4 now, and he's going to be nice and big. Way bigger than any of these tokens can get. He could even make a gold here, and the gold actually gives him +2 because the gold is considered a gear. So he could pay 1. Yeah, he's going to do that too, it looks like. He's paying 1 to make a gold, and that is a gear, so that will give him +2. All right, we got Victor going to the climb, going to 6. And what do we do now? I think you just... I kind of like just playing this Vanguard Armory. Not really sure why we're making this play, but... Yeah, I kind of like just making the Vanguard Armory here and just making a bunch of tokens and then just like slowly chipping away. Does he still have enough for the armory? 7? Yeah, he still has enough. So, yeah, I don't really think we needed to blow up our own guy there. But whatever. We got the Vanguard Armory online. We got more tokens. So, cool. Next turn, you know, he doesn't have ganking this game, of course. He could use the hidden card, assuming that it's the Emperor's Divide, to send himself home and then send him to the other side, but no, it's just the draw 2. So we're gonna draw 2. Yeah, do we have a way to gank right now? Not really. I see 2 wind walls, Spellswonger, another blue Ornn. We got the Tiana Crown Guard. Oh, he's just slamming the Tiana. Interesting. So yeah, Tiana says that your opponent cannot score any points or gain. I believe they just errated her to say your opponent cannot gain points, because the scoring and gaining are like two different things in the rules. But looks like Tiana is going to be sitting there behind Ornn. Like I was mentioning earlier, though, we don't have the Dorons, and the Dorons actually lets this unit be very protected by Ornn because he gets to soak up all the damage with tank. So if he wanted to, he could just like send a bunch of tokens into this thing and clear her pretty easily. But looks like we are trying to resolve an Imperial Decree, and that's going to get Windwalled. Okie doke. He's only got one ruin up now. Another 5. Do we have another decree? Oh, snap. And that is nasty. So now we're just going to send one at a time. Blow up your mans. Yep. He's dead. And then the next one. Kill the Tiana. I mean, sure, you could sequence it however you want, I guess. We're just going to make 3 tokens right now because whatever. But then we should be sending in this unit to the Tiana. Okay, yeah, like style points, I guess. You're just like, oh, you know what? I'm going to make these 3 tokens first. Let me just not forget. Okay, and then we're going to 7. And we're going to 8, right? There's no reason not to go to 8 here. Okay, whatever. Don't know that we necessarily needed the gold. I guess we don't necessarily need another Victor token either, but I really don't know that we needed a gold. We're setting 2 hiddens. Pass. Looking pretty doomed for the Ornn here. Yeah, I agree. The Ornn player should probably just concede here. I mean, this is... You don't have any way to get... Yeah, exactly. Go to the next game. Yeah, players do stuff like this all the time, for sure. Yeah, good luck to everybody in your skirmishes today, if you got them. Looks like we will be heading into a game 3. Hopefully the players have enough time to finish it. I had some skirmishes this weekend, but I decided that I would be streaming here for y'all instead, so I slept during the day. I didn't really want to... I've already got like 4 buys now. I won like 4 of my skirmishes so far, so I don't really need all these buys, but you know, I like winning Blitzcrank playmats and just posting pictures on Twitter, so yeah. Sometimes I like skirmishing it up. Do I think Riot will do pre-orders again for Spirit Forge to get product out before release? I would really hope so. I mean, they were saying originally with the Spirit Forge orders that they wanted them to be releasing like right on release day and start shipping out on release day. But, you know, with them halting all of the orders because of the botting, who knows when we're going to get these orders put back up, and are they going to have enough time from then to, you know, get all the logistics figured out? I would hope so. but I really don't know. True. All these buys, and it's not even Pride Month. The worst part about the buys is like they're giving out these buys, and then it's like at your next regional, and then like it's impossible to get into the regionals. So like, yeah, I think we need to figure out that system a little bit better, because giving that away as prizing when it's impossible to sign up for these events and they sell out in seconds, it's like, well, is that really a prize? But the Blitzcrank playmat is sweet. I wish, hopefully for future skirmishes, I'm sure they're kind of aware of this too, but hopefully for future skirmishes we'll actually have promos that are like alternate arts and, you know, that are skirmish exclusive. That would be really cool. You got your first playmat with set. Thanks for the guide. Yeah, shout out to Colin. He did a great job on the set guide. And we all look over it, of course, and we all kind of, you know, give our input. But Colin was definitely the main writer of that one, as that's his pet deck and the one that he had the most success with in set 1. All right, starting us off with a GA for the Ornn. Whoa, Guardian Angel gets its own animation. It's only a rare. That's crazy, bro. Okay. Maybe I missed it the last times, but I didn't notice that they were giving away a Guardian. Look, Zanya's? Where's Zanya's animation? That's also a rare. That's a really good gear too, like, and it's an iconic league piece of like gear. It's not just like a random gear. Why does GA have its own animation? What's up with that? Got the Sunken Temple for the Ornn, and I forgot what this tree is called, but this battlefield says whenever someone holds there, both players channel a ruin. So it's pretty good for stall decks. Okay, this time I definitely see a Call the Weak in the hand, which is pretty nice. But of course, there is a Zanya's on the board. If we had like Salvage plus Call, that would be pretty nasty. I can't see his full hand, so I'm not sure what other cards he's sitting on. I definitely see a Call, and then looks like he's got like the Blood Money. I mean, your opponent's tapped out here, so it still might be a good opportunity to play the Call if you don't have the Salvage. Oh, he does have the Salvage! Oh, that's nasty. Okay, well, he has to get through GA and Zanya's, though, so... Still, I mean, you probably... I don't know. Yeah, he just decides, that's enough. I'm not going to spend all my runes here, like... You're going to have to deal with the Zanya's at some point, but he doesn't have to rush it. Well, they've only got 4 minutes left on the clock, assuming that this is correct. What the? Another GA animation. I still don't understand. Why does GA get an animation? This is racist. Blood Money on his own token to make some gold. Sure. What is the... Okay. Paper Tree. Thank you. It is the Paper Tree. I fuck with the Paper Tree. As an Aurora player, I'm a fan of channeling ruins, as y'all know. So they're doing epics and Spirit Forged rares. Yeah, I guess, but it's just like... I feel like we've played other rares in Spirit Forge that haven't had animations too. Now his opponent has like 4 runes up, so 5 runes up. So yeah, your Call of the Week is no longer able to pop the Zanyas. I don't know. I might have considered still using the Call that turn. Oh, is he sitting on double Call? Now the back of his hand looks like double Call. I would assume he didn't have double Call that turn, or he would have ran it. I would think. Yeah, he does have double Call now. Did he have double Call earlier? If he had double Call earlier, I think he should have ran it, but maybe he only had one at the time. Pickpocket doesn't kill anything because there's no seals. Just a body on the board. That's okay. We need bodies to take points. Wow. Not really sure why we were putting an extra token on that side. What could be the reasoning for this extra token? I'm a little stumped on that one, chat. Why would we put the extra token here? Yeah, we're just giving him an extra guy with this Shirelias for free. Like if he has any way to get to the other side, we're just giving him an extra guy. So, okay, looks like he's gonna try something. Oh. Yeah. I mean, you could do this, but like, you also could have done this on one token and not lost another token for free. Not really sure why I'm still not really sure why we slammed this second token. Yes, you can float runes when paying deflect. All right, the victor draws. We've got a bunch of gold up. I agree, Shen in this matchup is a little weird. Interesting choice for sure. Imperial Decree. And it gets Windwalled. Womp womp. Yeah, we're just going to the other side, sure. Make another token. I mean, we're still pretty much chilling. And they're about to go to time right now. Are they in time? They in turns? Yeah, stream's online. Call of the Week, gonna get defied. Yep. Got defied. It's fine. I mean, we're not in a major rush. Again, we're gonna hold the 4 here. He can go to the other side and go to 5. But he's still on odd points, so he's not going to be able to win the game unless he goes. It's still going to take him another 2 turns after this to win the game. So the victor's not in a major rush to win here. Just next turn, all I want to do really next turn is go to 6. Again, I wish we had an extra token here, but we just used that token for no reason. But we want to go to 6 on the next turn and then try to make a lethal push on the last turn and just send 2 tokens and win. Looks like the orange player has a wind wall. Ooh, draws another defy too. It's going to be really tough for Victor to win this one, I think. This guy has so much interaction in his hand. We'll just have to see what the Victor has. He's still got another Cole. Yep. Going to 6. He could call a token. Okay, plays another Pickpocket. I would assume he's going to make another token here. I don't think this guy's played his yellow Victor once. Like, everyone was saying when we started this stream, like, oh, what about yellow? Ooh, yellow Victor, spicy. Like, he hasn't played this with not once. Why is this card in your deck? Xin Zhao. Derogatory. Okay, well there we go. We got to see the yellow Victor finally. He came to play. I mean, this makes sense. Just want to make as many bodies as you can. He's really hoping for like another Imperial Decree off the top, but his opponent's gonna have the Wind Wall, and he's got the Defy for the Cull. So, I mean, this is looking just fine for the Ornn right now in this spot. It's gonna go to 7. And yeah, the Victor needs some... I don't know what this Shen is doing. I agree. This Shen is just... Why? Oh, who brought this Shen in and why? It's the last turn. But it's a draw, right? Because they're only within 1 point of each other. It's a draw. Well, how anticlimactic is that? No, yeah, 1-1. Looks like it's a draw, chat. Yeah, it looks like they didn't even know. I agree. It looks like they didn't even know it was the last turn. They're like, oh, what? Oh, okay, sure. I guess that's it. Like, whatever. Oh well. Womp womp. Xin gets an animation? That's what I'm saying. What? They were playing very fast, unlike before. But they don't need to play fast. They're once you're on turns, you're untimed. So, like, playing your turns faster when you're in turns doesn't do anything. And that's why you play Ornn. True. Yeah. I mean, there was definitely a little bit of a sussy play on both sides, but hey, those people are in the draw bracket now, so whatever. This is the first tie that we've seen on stream, chat. So we have yet to see. None of the other rounds have ended in a draw. All the other rounds have ended in someone won. So this is the first draw we've had on the live stream. Yeah, exactly. Muhammad Al, just people start playing fast when there's 5 minutes left after 50 some minutes of, slow play. Both of those players were 3 wins and 1 draw. Well, now they're 3 wins and 2 draws, so they should both learn how to play faster. Stop getting so many draws. You'd rather watch 100 Draven mirrors than 1 Ornn versus Victor. That's a hot take. I don't know. I mean, I do agree that matchup was pretty snooze fest. Hopefully y'all are still awake. That was round 5. We should still have, assuming, I don't know if we're going to be doing 9 rounds today. I've heard potential that it could be 7 rounds today. So if it's 7 rounds, we've only got 2 more rounds left before the stream's up. If it's 9 rounds, then we've still got 4 more rounds to go. So we'll have to see. Let's see, we had Ornn won 57% of his combats. And Victor did, what was that, spell damage? Victor made, is that right? Victor made 12 gold? That's a lot of gold. And the Ornn equipped, obviously, the most times because Ornn is the equipped deck. With 35% Dravens, there's probably more than enough time to enjoy Draven mirrors. True. Any ideas / guesses on the mid-range Draven versus regular, or Miracle Draven versus regular Draven split? I think so far, both Dravens that we've seen on stream were your standard mid-range Draven. I don't think we've seen a Miracle list yet. Not really sure, honestly. I think could be like 50-50. I'd be surprised if there was more Miracle than there is standard Draven, to be honest. Even though a lot of the Miracle lists were coming out of China first. So like you know, it obviously won in this Italy event, but like for those of us who were looking at all the Chinese results, there was actually a couple of Miracle Dravens that were winning these best of 1 city challenges early on, and they weren't quite as refined as the list that won the Italian event, or but they were, the idea was out there already, playing the purple draw engine in Draven with the battering rams, or I saw some people using Nocturnes as well in the Chinese list. So it's not like China isn't on to the spice. So I'm sure that there is some percentage of players playing it. I'm just not really sure based on what we've seen so far. And just like, even in the results for China, you see way more people still playing like stock mid-range Draven. We'd like to see some non-popular champs on their stream. They've pretty much shown like non-popular champs like Ornn Victor. We had like 2 Fiora rounds. We had a Nazir on stream. We had a Lucian on stream. Like even when it was Draven, like we saw Lucian. So like we're at least seeing a lot of diversity on the stream. Even though they have shown us 2 Draven rounds, like we've also seen 2 Fiora rounds. So it would be interesting to see some more cool leaders. Hopefully, at this stage though, like when you're already on like going into round 6, like you don't want to, you know, be showing people too low at the table. So hopefully we would have somebody who with an off meta leader doing well, that's like 5-0 or, you know, 5-0-1 or 6-0 or something. I'm amazed how few Ezreal players showed up, to be honest. I'm not, because I made a tier list video with my team, Challenger TCG, and we put Ezreal in C tier because he's not that great. And we had other people on Twitter coming at us like, oh my god, you're wrong, you're so wrong. And no, don't think that deck's that great, honestly. But you know, there's other content creators out there who I guess have other testing than we do, and they seem to think it's really nice. But we tried the heck out of that deck, and it was not really impressive. We were playing Miracle package out of Ezreal first. Like that was, we tested that like a month ago, like right when the set first came out. We were like, okay, jam these seals and this called shot and Nocturnes and other nonsense into this deck, and we really didn't think it was all that great. Like you drew your whole deck and then you're like, okay, well, how do I win? I drew my whole deck, but how do I win? And then like Draven gives you much better ways to win by drawing your whole deck. So I would just rather play Draven. Yeah, Ez is definitely not A tier. I do not agree. How is the Fiora doing? Well, we've seen 2 Fioras and they've both lost. So what we've seen so far, not many. Still only 10 players? I mean, yeah, C tier. Like, that's not good. Yeah, you can do those things, and it's just not good. It's just not good enough. Like, doing board clears doesn't matter if you can't win the game, and that deck just doesn't win the game. I'd rather just play Control Victor if I'm just trying to, like, board wipe. Yes, exactly. Ezreal draws his whole deck and doesn't have the cards to win. Agreed. How is Aurelia versus Draven matchup? It's kind of tough. I think Aurelia has game into Draven, but I think post board it becomes really hard for you. It also depends on what kind of Draven. But even then, like Miracle can sideboard both of the cards that kind of stomp you, which are Thermo Beam stomps you, but more importantly, Bryn here Thundersong really stomps you. So those are the 2 cards that are just really hard for Aurelia to beat. But assuming they don't draw those cards or they don't play those cards or Aurelia just gets like a really solid hand, the Aurelia has game into Draven for sure. Yeah, in our testing, Fiora's like just not that great. We put her in metal card tier. I mean, it does seem like China's more into her than we were. She has a lot of representation in this event, but I was not too impressed. Italy, Ezreal's gonna win. Okay, you show it. I will be. I don't know. I'll do something random and embarrassing on stream or whatever if if Ezreal actually wins. So you guys could throw out any challenge you want. I'll do whatever if an Ezreal actually wins Italy. I will freaking eat a card or something like. You got a friend hanging out at the event? Tough. Well, yeah, Alex was thinking about going too, but he was really worried about being on the wait list, so he didn't end up going to China, and probably for the better. Yeah, I mean, we've tested with a lot of Ezreal lists. Like, it was pretty, we're playing the Watcher Bellows and all the purple engine and stuff. You'll eat your entire collection if anything not named Draven wins. Okay. You'll win it with Ezreal. No, you won't, man. Don't even lie. Random and embarrassing. How about taking an Ezreal to a tournament? True, chat. But that was a good one. Yeah, I do think that Aurelia has a decent matchup in a Draven, but Draven can tech for Aurelia, and Draven's tech cards are so good into Aurelia. Like, that deck is really reliant on gear, so you have the Thermo Beams, and then that deck is really reliant on holding up a bunch of interaction spells, and you have Thundersong. So those 2 cards in combination are really bad for that deck. I saw your list you put in our Diamond chat. I saw that list. And it looks pretty solid. But no, you're not gonna win. No amount of coaching Couldn't get you there with Ezreal, buddy. You were doing the... Yeah, we tested with Yuto's list too. His list is kind of awkward. The 3 2-drops? I was like, why are we just playing 3 2-drops? That's a little... Like, why even play 2-drops at all if you're going to play just 3 of them? But I do agree that the list felt fine. It's just not very good into, like, the field. Like, you just have, like, a playable Draven matchup. It seems like it just really sucks into Aurelia, right? Like, you just fold to Aurelia. Like, you're, like, worse Kai'Sa. A Yuto list, but with Draven. You're coaching me? You're never coaching me, buddy. Just add Downwell and Annie and Draven. GG. True. You don't like Yuto's list? I also don't like Yuto's list, but I don't like Ezreal in general. I don't think that deck's good, so... I mean, even if Yuto's list is like the most optimized version of the deck, just Ezreal is just not impressive, so... Not for me. Anybody else who wants to play their C tier leader is free to play their C tier leader. C tier, by the way, as we've clarified, even though people jump on us all the time for whatever letter grades, because in their brain, when we say their deck is not A or S tier, they get all butthurt about it. But C tier is still above Metal Leader tier, meaning that we're still acknowledging that this deck is good enough to be just not a Metal Leader grind. Like, C tier is still a deck that can make top cut. C tier is still even a deck that could maybe get like to the finals, I would say, if you have like a good enough bracket. But like, it's a very low chance of happening, and it's not good into the format, but like, the deck is still better than Metal Card Leader, at least. Yeah, maybe it's fine into Aurelia. I mean, honestly, we haven't tested a lot of Aurelia into Ezreal. We kind of just didn't really like the way Ezreal was playing into Draven and Kai'Sa enough, so we were just like, eh. We've been mostly focusing on Draven a lot too, because Colin's been writing the guide we're trying to drop for Draven. But yeah, I'm just not a fan of any of the Ezreal lists. If I'm going to be drawing my whole deck, I'd rather just play Draven. Have I considered that you're goated with the sauce, though? I have considered it. By the way, guys, in this downtime, I would really appreciate it if you guys can go like the stream on YouTube. If you're a YouTube watcher, just go hit that like button. It helps us out in the algo and stuff, and helps other people find the stream. So if you could take a second to do that, it'd be super appreciated. And for those of you watching on Twitch, if you got a Twitch Prime, you want to throw us some Bezos bucks, we could get another hype train started or something. Feel free to do that as well, but totally appreciate everybody that came to watch today anyway. All right, looks like we might be heading back into the next round, getting into round 6 here. Usually when the commentators show up, that means we're getting back into the business, so been going for 7 hours so far. Not too bad, not too bad. The Kaisa matchup is free for Ez, huh? Maybe into some, I don't know. I haven't tested that one as much. I'll be honest. I haven't tested Kaisa into Ezreal much, but I don't know. All right, looks like our players are set up. We're ready to enter round 6. This guy does not have an English name, and this guy does. Dodo. Oh, thanks for subscribing. What's his face? What is his face? Appreciated for the Twitch sub. All right, we're just waiting for the signal from the judges so that we can start revealing legends and champions. Headed to a tournament in LA for set 1 in a couple hours. Good luck in your tournament. We got Lee Sin. Round 6, we got Lee Sin. Holy. Was not expecting a Lee Sin flip here, I'll be honest, chat. Lee Sin into Sivir. Oh. Spicy. All right. Presenting battlefields here. Can't say I know how this matchup plays out. I've definitely not tested a lot of Lee Sin into Sivir matchup. So. Lee Sin the GOAT. Yes, I agree. This will be more fun. 2 mid-range body decks battling it out. Oh, is that one of these decks might be an Aurora deck then? That is an Aspirant's Climb. We might be seeing might be Sivir Aurora, could even be Lee Sin Aurora. Who revealed that? Was that the Lee Sin player that revealed that? No, that was the Sivir player. So yeah, this is looking like I would guess that's Sivir Aurora then. And this Lee Sin on Dreaming Tree, probably just like some Lee Sin mid-range pile. All right, Sivir wins the dice roll. Yeah, I would guess Aurora Sivir for sure. I'm not a big fan of Aurora Sivir. I like the MF version better, but I think it's a respectable metal card deck for sure. Like if you want to take Sivir and run it to try to get a metal card, I think Aurora is a nice way to do it. You could play Miracle Sivir too, but I don't think that deck's that strong. Would Aurora play Punch first? Yeah, I would. Most Aurora decks are playing. Well, we haven't seen a ton of Aurora decks, but I would say like I'm usually playing at least 1 Punch first. Rebuke, Rebuke is a real card that already pounds you, so you don't want to get like super pounded by Punch firsting a big bomb and then getting hit with a Rebuke, but like one of Punch first is still something they have to respect. Yeah, I agree. Ganking is better than everything. Ganking is insane. All right, we're starting off with a turn 1 mobilize. You know I'm a fan of that play. As an Aurora player, I always love playing turn 1 mobilize. Lee Sin's got a Lucian and a pass. Untapping now with 5 energy this turn. That's a stack deck. That's a nice one we love to see here. So got the stack. We're trying to find an Aurora. 1, 2, 3. Did we have the Aurora in hand? No, that's a Catalyst though. So we have the Catalyst. That lets us ramp up to 9. And then if we have the Aurora in hand, I haven't seen the whole hand, but if we have the Aurora, then that's a turn 3 Aurora going first, which is like the strongest thing you could do in the game, pretty much. So, yep. Going to 7, untapping to 9 next turn. I see a Dead Bloom in the hand. That's the only card I see in the Sivir player's hand. Alright. Lee Sin drops a Clockwork Keeper and decides to pay the power to draw a card. Drawing an additional card. Notably, these players' records are, what is that, 2? They're 2 and 3. So, yeah, they pull these guys from the bottom tables to show us this matchup. Let's see how it goes. All right, we're getting a Lee Sin buff. And taking a point with Lucian, heading back. Sivir's now going to 9. Yeah, I didn't see Aurora in hand earlier either. All I saw was Dead Bloom, but I couldn't get a good look at the whole hand. There's a Mind Splitter now. They do have a Called Shot. So what they could do is they could float 2 ruins this turn. And then use the Called Shot and dig for the Aurora right now. I'm a fan of that play. Yeah, floating 2. This is one of the really strong things you can do in MF and Sivir Aurora, is that once you get to 9, you can use Called Shot to just dig 4 deep, and you still get to have the 9 energy that you need to play. Like, yes, you're gonna go down 4 energy you're gonna pay 4 power this turn to make that play, but you don't care, because if you're getting turn 3 Aurora, especially going first, like, you're usually winning those games. Ooh, that's another Called Shot. He could go super deep in the ruins this turn. I would just grab the Called Shot here. I'm going all in. I've already dug 7 deep in my deck. Like, he already saw 3 additional. Okay, yeah, he picked up the Called Shot. Yeah, he already saw 3 additional cards this because of the stack deck, and then he just saw another 4. There should be very low chance that he doesn't hit it off of this next one. I would be playing the next one. Yeah, I would keep digging. I would 100% keep digging. Maybe he's a little shook here, but I would keep digging. You don't care about going down that many lands. You don't care. Like, if you hit the Aurora, you're winning every time. I mean, it's just mathematically, like, the odds that you don't see it are so low, too. Oh. No. He's deciding against it. Okay. Well, you're still paying 2 power this way anyway, though. Not as big a fan of play a guy here. Not as big a fan. Yeah. No balls. It's fine. Okay, takes a Thwonk. We got a Lee Sin, the Lee Sin signature spell, and okay, I mean, yeah, I would have personally still liked him to keep digging, but I guess he was a little scared to do that. Next round, we go back up to 7, and we could ramp 1 by paying the gold to use this treasure trove, but now we're still off of Aurora for like a really long time. Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully he's not digging next turn. He should definitely not be digging next turn. He needs to get to 9 again. He could play Dead Bloom this turn, but no, he can't even play Dead Bloom this turn. He's on 7. Yeah, he can go up to 8. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean this hand, like now look at his hand's just doing nothing. Like by playing the Mind Splitter here, his hand's just doing nothing. I think it actually might have just been better to pass than to play the splitter there, in my opinion. Like even if you didn't wanna go that deep with the called shot, like I think pass might have been just better there than playing the guy. Now he has an Aurora. He just drew the Aurora. So if he had dug 4, he would have found the Aurora. And now he can't play it. He found it, and now he can't play it. He has to wait another turn anyway. He should have dug 4 deep. Yeah, I don't know why we're watching a 2-3 match, to be honest, chat. But it's, these plays are showing why these guys are 2-3. That guy's got a Adaptatron in his deck in the main. That's crazy. Adaptatron's getting value, I guess, nowadays. He's popping purple seals. He's popping Draven axes. He's popping Auroras. Like, Adaptatron stonks are up. You can't play Aurora if you're a coward. True. True, chat. Facts. Alright, the Lee Sin player, he's gonna move the Sivir up. He's gonna make them deal damage to each other, and then he's gonna try and kill this, so yeah, they deal damage to each other. And then he could try to just kill this guy, go in for a trade. Why is he sending the 2 here, though? I guess because he's got the discipline in the hand, so he figures whatever. If he fight or flights the Lucian, I have the discipline to still trade. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Oh, no, he's just fight or flighting his own guy home. That's much better. Alright, we still can play Aurora next turn, so probably be okay. The Sivir might be okay here. Still got a big unit. Still got an Aurora coming down. However, there is an Adaptatron. So it's gonna... Oh, okay. Well, his opponent just gave up the Adaptatron. So unless he equips this Guardian Angel on the Adaptatron, then he might have just given that guy up. Okay, he's using the first mate to bring it back. That's pretty good. And he's protecting it. Yep. He is like, you are never killing my Adaptatron, sir. Not sure you're getting any best of it 2-3. I agree. Maybe this is the best of Lee Sin. Who knows? How many Lee Sin were in this event? I don't even remember. Maybe I can look that up real quick. No, I don't have that there, but yeah, imagine if we had an Aurora going for 3 turns now. What a world that would be, huh, chat? Okay, well, slam it, buddy. No, I don't even know if you can slam it here. He should have had that Aurora so long ago. Okay, I mean, we're just eating the 2-drop, right? Like, that's free. Yeah, if he just plays the Aurora here and plays a bomb, he just loses it for free. That's the thing that sucks. Oh, is he doing it anyway? Yeah, he's doing it anyway. He said, you know, your Adaptatron, whatever. I don't care about that guy. Yeah, you take the big body. Yeah, I mean, he's just losing it for free to this Adaptatron here. So, like, don't know that that was a great... We slam Aurora, put Mind Splitter on the empty battlefield, and pray we hit Dead Bloom so we can contest the Adaptatron. I don't think that works, right? And this is exactly where, yeah, Misfortune can give one of these Mind Splitters ganking. So that you could go to the other side. But we don't get to do that on this side. We do have Dead Bloom, though. So Dead Bloom can come down and eat this Adaptatron. And that's still pretty strong. I mean, you know what's in your opponent's hand, right? Like, you've seen their hand. You know it's Discipline. So that's not enough. The Adaptatron is a 5. Discipline brings it up to a 7. So Dead Bloom guaranteed eats it. So just go eat it, right? Yep. Okay. There we go. Dead Bloom. Should be Dead Bloom. Paying your gold, of course. Yep. And then we just slam a Bloom. Guardian Angel will save the Adaptatron. It's an 8? What's an 8? Dead Bloom's an 8. The other guy is only a 5. Yeah, it's base 3. Yeah, Adaptatron is base 3. And he had a buff and a +1 from the GA. Why not Dead Bloom the battlefield, then double conk with Splitter? Possess the Adaptatron. Possess the Adaptatron would have been crazy. Next level. Adaptatron loses his buff when he dies? No, because the death was replaced. So if you have a replacement effect, it replaces the death. So any equipments and buffs and stuff still stay on the unit. Yep, I agree, chat. No balls. Should have definitely done the turn 3 Aurora gamble. We would have been in a much better position. We probably would be winning this game. But, you know, that's why this is a 2-3 Aurora player. Why not Discipline to draw 2? I would only assume because they assume that they need the Discipline to do something else, like here, I guess. But I agree. Probably would have been a bit better. All right, we're gonna Lee Sin buff something, sure. I mean, the Aurora player isn't in the worst position. Like, the Lee Sin player's hand is still pretty butt. This Aurora player's got 2 bombs in play. It's got a lot of runes now. This might still be salvageable. Though I don't think that it should have been, but it's looking pretty good for the Aurora player. Like, if they just possession this Lee Sin, how do you ever win? Granted, I don't know if possessing a Lee Sin is something you want to try. Because, you know, they could have all kinds of nonsense for that, but... Yes, I mean, his opponent is Lee Sin, not a real deck. True. What are we doing here? We're doing a called shot? Why, though? Oh, there's an Aurora. You could take the Aurora. Yeah, I mean, getting the Aurora going now, even now is still fine, right? Oh, a Sabotage too? Yeah, you have enough for Aurora plus the Sabotage? I think you run that every time, right? You just take the Aurora, take the Sabotage, you sabotage their hand, take their relevant trick, and then you play your Aurora, play another bomb, and that should be pretty much it. No, yeah, you can't you can't spend an energy that, I mean, yeah, you're going to be in the same position if you do that, so got to do it like this. Discipline, yeah, that other card doesn't matter at all. You're just taking the discipline here. Oh, he's actually he's sending that card back. Interesting. I would have thought you're sending the discipline back here. Not really sure why you felt the need to do the Emperor, but sure. Yeah, the possession on Lee Sin would definitely win the game. The problem is that Lee Sin could, in theory, be playing not so fast, and then you're super sick to the not so fast, right? So, like, I don't think you could just play into the not so fast like that. But if you, like, know what your opponent's hand is, though, like, once you've sabotaged them, but then, like, they could still top deck the not so fast, and then you're like omega sick, right? Like, if you thought seize bug them, like, ugh. Goes pass. Chat. The fuck? I don't know anymore, chat. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what's what anymore. He saw his opponent's hand. He had nothing. Play your other splitter. Take his other card, or like play an Aurora, or like, yeah, I don't know, chat. 9 energy pass is wild for sure. There was no need to pass here. Well, what is he doing? Is he about to possession this Lucian? Is he gonna possession this Lucian? Sure. Huh? Ah, I don't know. If you were planning to pass and hold up possession, I could kind of see that, but I feel like you should be holding at that point if you're planning to possession. But maybe he just didn't want to play into like the not so fast. So I can kind of see it if you're trying to possession, but I just don't think this was good. I feel like, yeah, we just had better plays. Not a fan of this one. We should probably still be fine, right? Like, yeah, we take this side and then we just send everybody else to the other side and that's it, right? That's game. Oh no, we're on aspirants. We're not. This is a 9-point game, so are we playing? Well, now we can't play the Aurora. Yeah, cult shot just for no reason and then pass is crazy. This game is more fun than the last match. Yeah, I guess. Did I expect to see a 2-3 match for round 6? No. No, I didn't. Yeah, now we can't take the Aurora we played off the call shot. Exactly. Chat. I don't know. Would you play Last Rites in a Body Chaos Aurora deck? Yes, I would. I would play probably just one. And I might be in the main deck, might be in the side deck, but I would definitely play at least one Last Rites in a Body Chaos Aurora deck. All right, well, his opponent needs to win here. And a unit off the top is not how he's going to win. Pretty sure I just saw like a Lucian or some other unit come off the top here, so that is not enough for a W. No, buddy, you don't have it. There's no calcs you're doing here, man. No, these people are 2 and 3. They are X3. Like, I know that we always do it draws at the end, but I was corrected earlier, and I was told that the end one is is losses, not draws. So I agree. Wild plays. Wild China play. I mean, these guys are 2-3, so you know. That's why they play like this, but yeah. Ideally, I would like to see a round 6 that, you know, actually had some skillful play. I was hoping by this point, like, oh, okay, you know, round 6 we're gonna see, like, even if you want to put some, you know, 4-1-1s on there, or like, or a 5-1, or a, you know, 5 and a draw, like, come on. There's a lot you could take away from that one. Yes. The takeaway is if you find a called shot off your called shot when you're looking for a turn 3 Aurora on the play, then you play that called shot. And then you play your Aurora and then you win the game. Don't not do that. Play with some gusto. Play with some bravery. Some honor. You'd rather watch that over a Draven Mirror? Yeah, maybe. But some Draven Mirrors can be pretty skill testing, to be honest. But I wouldn't want to see Draven Mirrors all day, but we haven't seen a single Draven Mirror yet, so I would just like to watch a decent game that I can actually, like, you have to understand my position here as a commentator. As it is, I'm doing this solo right now because Daniel got sleepy and everybody else was already checked out early on. And that's okay. I slept during the day, so I'm chilling on that front. But I'm just trying to commentate on a game where I don't want to just sit here and tell you guys, well, you know, he lost because he sucks. Like, that's not what I want to be commentating. I would like to be commentating, like, and giving some insights into, like, a competitive match, not just, like, sitting here, like, laughing at how bad all these plays are. Like, I can do that too, and maybe that's entertaining for some, but, you know, it's just a little boring for me. Not to say that I'm not entertained, you know, and grateful that everybody's here hanging out with me, but, yeah, I would just like to commentate on some competitive matches at least once tonight, just once. The mirror matchup in an S tier deck is the most skill testing thing that can happen. It kind of depends. Like I would say in set 1 format, a Kaisa mirror match was pretty darn skill testing, and I actually didn't mind watching Kaisa mirrors because I would think they were skill testing. But an Aurora mirror match is just a clown fiesta. There's no agency. There's no skill. Like, there's a little bit of skill, but for the most part, an Aurora mirror match is just, did you see the sabotage? Did you see the Aurora? Like, that's pretty much it. It's not like, oh, you drew, or did you ramp before I did? You know, like, there's not really a lot of like, oh, I outplayed you in an Aurora mirror. So it depends on the matchup. But I agree that the Draven mirror is pretty good to watch. We're gonna have another game of Lee Sin. Oh boy. No honor as an Aurora player. Them's fighting words. China is known for their Lee Sin players, yeah. Okay. Lee Sin took a mulligan of 2. The guy's like, whoa, 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 chill, chill, chill. Looks like we're starting on an obelisk because I saw the Lee Sin player grabbing 3 runes. Are they farming for metals at X3? I mean, one can only assume that that's why they're showing us these players, but I don't know. Maybe. I mean, there's not a lot of Lee Sins, so maybe. I would imagine there's got to be a Sivir doing a little bit better than 2-3, but maybe not. Okay. Oh, those are all ones you like to see. You want the Catalyst and you want the Aurora. I didn't get to see the rest of the Sivir players' hands, so I don't know if they already have the ramp or if they need the Aurora. It looks like he's eyeing the ramp. Wait, he took the challenge over an Aurora? Huh? Chat. He's already got one Aurora, but still. Even if you got one Aurora, guess what's better than one Aurora, chat? 2! That's crazy. Maybe he was just really shook from the Adaptatron. He's like, you know what? I need this challenge. I need to kill that Adaptatron on site. But yeah, I would have taken the second Aurora. Like, that would, for me, that would have been a snap take the second Aurora, especially with that hand. Like, I don't know about that one. Yeah, I want 3 Aurora and 1 ramp. I agree. That's what I'm saying. He just must have been super shook from the Adaptatron. Like, that's the only... It's not logical, but that's the only, like, semi-logical thing I can come up with is, like, he was just like, oh, nope, this Aurora doesn't matter. Both of these Auroras don't matter into the evil that is Adaptatron. So, like, yeah. There's Adaptatron. There he is. Is it even gonna matter though? Like, yeah, I mean, okay, he has to pull this Poro back, because otherwise Adaptatron can't even conquer. He's got to pull the Poro back. Is he gonna pull the Poro? Oh, he passed, guys. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but Adaptatron says you have to conquer in order to do it. That means that if you hold both of your battlefields, you are unable to conquer. So, by not pulling his Lonely Poro back, he has actually ensured that he cannot conquer next turn to kill the Aurora. 2-3 plays for sure. Yeah, is a he won't hold both? Yeah, he will hold both. Oh, because he's got the hidden card? Sure, sure. But he still just didn't need to do this. That's the point. He just didn't need to do any of this. Like, why force yourself to play your hidden card? Why force yourself to do that when you could have just retreated the Poro and that costs you nothing? Yes, exactly. It's unnecessary. You're just burning a card and a power for no reason. Like, even if he wanted to do this play with the herder to like draw an extra card and be like, haha, gotcha. Like, it's still right to just pull the Poro back, because then what if it's a Dead Bloom off the top here? What if it's a Dead Bloom? You don't know. You don't know that it's a Dead Bloom. So the real way you should have played it out, even if you wanted to play it like this, is that you pull the Poro back, you put the Adaptatron, or sorry, you pull the Poro back, you do whatever you want with your hidden trick, and then the moment that the Aurora trigger goes on the stack, that's when you flip over the spell so that you can retreat your guy. You don't have anything in the battlefield, so that if a Dead Bloom comes off the top, it's got nowhere to go. And that's how you would play that out, and your Adaptatron is still guaranteed to go on one side. This way, by doing it this way, you left yourself open to Dead Bloom goes on that side, and like, they eat your Poro. I've just like, I don't know. Like I said, like, I'm trying, chat, to like give you good commentary, but this is just abysmal to watch. Like, I can't sit here and pretend like these guys are making good plays. This is not the Pokemon mainstream or the Riot official stream. Like, we're a competitive team, and I take card games really seriously. Maybe too seriously, some might argue. But either way, like, this is just, I can't give you insight into what's happening because these plays are horrible. I cannot think this way because I win and I make good plays. So like, I'm not saying I always play perfect 100% machine computer perfect or anything, but like, I don't know how to think like this. I'll be honest. All right. We got Sivir. What's that? +7? Oh, with the punch first? Sure. Going for a trade. Adaptatron is still alive. Yes, the commentator's playing it straight. Oh my god, it could never be me, dude. They don't want to put me on an official Riot stream. I probably will not be invited back. I'm not gonna sit there and play it straight. All right, he's like, this is it, the challenge I've been waiting for ever since I picked it up. Way back on turn 1 or turn 2, like this was saved just for your Adaptatron. He doesn't even go for the Adaptatron. He goes for the Stellacorn Herder. Oh my goodness. He's like, you know what? I've given up on the Aurora plan. It's fine, dude. The shovel? He's thinking of shoveling over here. Why are we gusting on the free kill? Good question. Good questions, chat. These are all good questions. I agree it's not a top table match. I agree. But like it sorry. Even when we've had players with good records, they've been playing miserably, so oh, the shovel. The shovel animation's crazy. Just a shovel glowing like in the middle of the screen for what? Yeah, clearly he's given up on Aurora, but he didn't have to. Like, he never had to give up on Aurora. He could have played it. He could have had 2 Auroras. And you know what? The second Aurora would have lived. Because his Adaptatron can't conquer twice. So it would have held, it would have conquered the first one, popped the first one. Then he could have played the second one. And then the Adaptatron would have held. Meaning it could no longer conquer unless he does some, like, Emperor thing to send it home and go to the other side and conquer, assuming he wasn't holding the other side either. And he already used his Emperor that turn anyway. So, yeah. Like, they could have made sure that at least one Aurora was riding this game, but no. They decided to take this challenge instead so that they could use it like 4 turns later after they've already made an insanely crazy series of egregious misplays. Yeah, the Adapt still killed the shovel. Why did you even play the shovel then? Why did you play the shovel if you were not going to challenge the Adaptatron? Just leave the shovel in your hand then. Yes, literally. No, chat, I see this all the time. I put this in the Aurora guide specifically. I said I will sometimes see players like choosing not to play the second Aurora, but do not do this. always just play the second Aurora. Just roll your face on the freaking playmat. Just like, you don't even have to think about it. Just second Aurora, good. Third Aurora, even better. Whatever. Like, keep them all. It's the most important card in your deck. This Adaptatron is crazy. Bruh. Adaptatron just won the game. What the F did I just watch, bro? My God. My God, chat. Yes, K Basta, we are watching a 2-3 matchup right now. 2 X3s facing off. An Aurora player that has no idea what the F he's doing, and a Lee Sin player who is, well, he's playing Lee Sin, and, you know, can only get you so far. Yes, imagine getting soloed by Adaptatron in Spirit Forge. Absolutely insane. I really have no idea the logic behind why they chose this matchup to play. I wish I could say that I understood the reasoning, but I don't. I guess they just wanted to show leaders they hadn't shown yet. Maybe they're just trying to show all the Spirit Forge leaders and like they were just looking for a Sivir, but I can't imagine that like the worst ranking Sivir is a 2-3. Maybe though. Yes, the Lee Sin misplayed a whole bunch too, but it doesn't matter. Like they're both taking turns trying to see who can throw the game. Like, here, I'm giving you the win, buddy. And the other guy's like, nah, it's yours, buddy. At least this is funny to watch. I agree. At least it's entertaining. Like I said, I hope it's at least entertaining for y'all, because I would really like to do some, you know, commentary that is at least entertaining the people that are watching, so that y'all aren't like snoozing or changing streams to somebody else. But you know, I'm trying my best to keep it competitive, and there is not a lot of competitive play happening here, so. Yes, delirious at 3 a.m. True. Oh, it is already 3 a.m. Holy. I did not realize I've been here that long since Daniel left. This is like watching my Iron Bronze buddies in League. True. Refuse to believe these are not paid actors. True. They're paid by Riot to play other legends to try to trick people into thinking that their game is balanced. Thoughts on Sigil of the Storm versus Paper Tree for Aurora? I think Paper Tree's better. I like Paper Tree. I think that the extra rune's really good, and even if it doesn't help you get turn 3 Aurora, like, you really just want extra lands throughout the game anyway, like to be able to play sabotages and things like that. And I think it's just even just to hold up things like punch first, like the extra ruin is just so crucial, especially when you're like digging for called shots. Like the 10th rune is actually really important, because like if you're digging with the called shots and you float to when you're on 10, then like you can use one of those floating to still play a stack deck if you find that in your called shots, which gives you an extra 3 dig, and then you still have 9 to play your Aurora. So I actually really think that the ramping from the paper tree is still really relevant. And I've never liked Sigil, honestly. Like that's why we played Vile Maws instead of Sigil. Not only because it was anti-tech, but I just hated Sigil and the positions that it would put me in, especially as Yi. Yi wanted to hold a lot more. So like maybe in some other Aurora decks that aren't holding quite as much, I could see where Sigil might look a little more appealing, but I'm a fan of the tree. All right, sabotage. We unfortunately cannot sabotage the Adaptatron, the true enemy. Okay, we get a gold. I mean, you're playing the stack deck, right? Are we not playing the stack deck? What are we thinking about here? Like, why would we not play the stack deck here? Here we go. Aurora. No. Possession, shovel, and a mind splitter. I mean, the mind splitter at least gets rid of the Adaptatron. So he still got 7 up. He could play the splitter here. I mean, that's probably the move, right? Like his hand's nothing, so it's got to be the splitter here. Splitter, you could take your arch nemesis, the Adaptatron, and then like you can hope to draw an Aurora the next couple turns. Do not. I see him like slightly pulling on that possession. Okay. I thought I saw him start to pull the middle card, and I'm like, do not take the possession. Take the mind splitter here. Play your mind splitter. Wait, what? Oh, he's playing the Simmer. Not playing the splitter. Why? Why not just play the splitter here? Whatever. I saw him thinking about it, chat. I saw him. All right, we're spending the buff. Getting a free draw. That's pretty nice. Playing the Adaptatron. The Sigil is looking nice into these Lucians, though. The Lucian can't just do his, like, oh, I want to keep poking on this side, because, like, usually what happens when you're playing into Aurora decks is, like, you want to hold the Sigil. You don't want to just keep going in and out of the Sigil. So, like, look, I saw him eyeing that Lucian. I still would have taken the point, though. I think you still want to take points against Aurora. Like, I don't know. I think staying at 2 is a little sus. The challenge. All right. Okay, I think we're getting the Mind Splitter here, finally. Yeah, tap your lands, buddy. I mean, I would imagine here it's got to be probably the punch first, right? Does he have anything in his hand that we know he doesn't want defied? If he can't defy the punch first. Oh, he's going for the defy? Interesting. What does he have in his hand that he doesn't want defied? Oh, he's got the challenge. He wants to challenge. Okay, sure. Sure. If you're trying to challenge here, he's got 2 up, so yeah, that makes sense. Is he challenging the Adaptatron here? Probably got to be the Adaptatron, right? Like, you're still staying on 9 this way so that you can Aurora next turn. So, like, maybe I understand that the Lucians are annoying, but like Aurora is how you like lock out the game. So you can't let this gear killer stay on the board. Come on. We've been waiting to punch this Adaptatron in the face for 3 games now. Yes. Yes. Okay. He's dead. No, the Lucian. No! I don't know. I don't know, chat. It's breaking me. The 3 a.m. delirium is hitting hard. Where's the rest of my... Should have taken the possession? True. Where's the rest of my commentary, homies? They're all asleep. So, Alex is in Arizona playing some Star Wars thing. Colin was here commentating the first few rounds, and then Daniel and me held it down for a few more, but I am all that's left. He literally gave up a gear for absolutely nothing. True. It is true. I don't know. He had a gold, and then he saw that Adaptatron out there, and he was like, you know what? Nah. He never wants to kill the Adaptatron. Apparently, this is definitely paid actor. They're like, you guys, look at Adaptatron. This card was great. You guys were sleeping on this. This is Riot doing like Adaptatron propaganda. Aurora without wanting to play Aurora Pog. True. Yes, opponent does have the +5 spell. We also have the +5 spell. I think. Yeah, we do. He's like, the Adaptatron never dies because you didn't kill it. It's gotten so much value. All right, we get another gold that Adaptatron can pop. Oh boy, so exciting. Wait, what? Oh, okay, we played Immobilize, and that's it. Pass. Not sure what the judges were telling him. Oh, we got a... Take your punch first, buddy. Could also take the Ride the Wind, though. The Ride the Wind's pretty nasty. Okay, nope. He says, I'm going for the punch first. The Ride the Wind... He can save his Mind Splitter, though. Like, if he tries to go over to the Mind Splitter and then punch first, he could just save it with the Ride the Wind. But obviously, you can't let him punch first instead either, because then you just lose your guys, right? Unless you're beating him without the punch first. Which, I mean, we could have been beating him without the punch first. We could have just, like, taken the Ride the Wind, and then we could have sent some units over there and used the Discipline. And then when he uses the punch first, then we just punch first and then wreck him. But, you know, they're not making good plays here, so don't know why they didn't do that. He can Dragon's Rage this turn? Yeah, he could. Does he have Dragon's Rage? Yeah, he does have Dragon's Rage. Yep. You know that. So yeah, he could Dragon's Rage too. I mean, yeah, there's these plays are just like just miserable. Okay, we're buffing the Lucian. We're sending this to the guy. So if he just Ride the Winds out of here, then what? He just let it die. What? Why though? You could have at least saved it with Ride the Wind. Right? Am I missing something, chat? How many rounds left in this day one? I've heard that there may be 7 rounds. Fear of Defy. No, chat, he saw his opponent's hand. Like, I know his opponent's drawn a couple of cards since then, but, like, he saw his opponent's hand and he took a Defy. Yeah, I mean, he's got nothing now. He's going to cycle this. He gets to ramp 1, draw 1. Fight or Flight. That's not a great one here. I mean, yeah, these decks don't work when Aurora's not riding. It was the same thing with Misfortune. Like, that's why we ended up playing Yi. Because Yi actually, like, had a much more playable game without Aurora. But, like, Misfortune would just... If that deck didn't get Aurora, that deck just shot the bed. So, like... I was a much bigger fan of Yi in set 1. I do think in set 2... that Chaos Aurora is still really strong in Misfortune, but not so much in Sivir. But the problem is still that, like, yeah, if you don't have an Aurora riding, then your deck does nothing, basically. Yes, this match is literally for trolling the viewers. I don't know what else the purpose of this match is, if not just for trolling the viewers. Adaptatron getting more value. He's about to pop some gold. Is Lee Sin playing that bad? I mean, I think Lee Sin's playing all right, considering that he's playing Lee Sin, but he's also making some pretty poor plays. Like, there's just been a lot of unnecessary actions and stuff. Like, at least he's moving quickly and, like, he's making his plays with a reasonable amount of, like, quickness, I guess. But he's not necessarily making very good plays. Aurelia in this Lee Sin deck? The sad thing is that this Aurora deck is like a real deck, and it's looking just absolutely miserable. He just drew Aurora off the top. Finally. We found it. What? Thwonk doesn't... What are you doing, Thwonk? Thwonk? Yeah. What are you gonna stun it? Stun it for what? This man just played Thwonk on an open battlefield. What is going on? Chat. Huh? Okay, we got Aurora. Woo! Dead Bloom. Dead Bloom, please. Save us, Dead Bloom. Dead Bloom, kill the Adaptatron. Oh! Dead Bloom. Get that Adaptatron. Get him. Oh, now that Dead Bloom's about to get stunned. Oh, no. Okay, well, he did need to put it on this side because obviously he could just... He knows that his opponent has Thwonk. So now there's no need to put Dead Bloom on the other side because Dead Bloom gets pushed out and then he would just lose the... okay, well, he loses anyway because Lee Sin could just move him out. And wow, Lee Sin, not a real deck, beats actual deck because opponent does not know how to play. Yeah, I'm not entirely lost for words, but some of my words would just be a little too mean, and I don't want to get clipped and canceled or something, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. Best gameplay all tourney. Woo! You guys like that? You guys like that X3 hotness? Looks like it's 3 a.m. in China too. I guess they're playing like it's 3 a.m. Match of the day. True. True. What could best that? The sad thing is that it's been like this all day though. Like, this isn't just the X3 tables. This has been every table. We haven't seen one good game yet. At least it's only one more round. That's what they say. We'll see. I've heard it's only 7 rounds today. So if that's accurate, then cool. I get to go to bed soon. But if not, I'll still be here trying to stop myself from bleeding out of my eyes watching this gameplay. Some hot bubble play action. What is that? Hot bubble play? Like Bubble Bot? It is only 7 rounds? Okay, well, we only got one more round to go, chat. Hopefully, they'll finish us off with a banger. The 3-0 games were like this too. Exactly. Disaster Class Cinema. Yeah, so I guess they're doing 7 rounds today and then what, 2 tomorrow and then top cut? Is that how they're doing it? Or are we not cutting to 64 in China anymore? Maybe they're doing a different kind of top cut. I know that Dave had mentioned on his Twitter that he wanted to do a different type of top cut for the regionals going forward. But I don't know if they were switching that up for for these or not. Because our regional opens are a lot bigger of events than these 512-man events. So I don't know. I don't know if they're still just gonna keep it cut to top 64 like it was before. I'm really not sure. Most top tables are IDing this round. Yeah, I mean, for sure. But like the people on the bubble that can't ID, we could just grab one of those. Adaptatron the MVP. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Adaptatron pounded this game. He was just the king, the GOAT. Never thought I'd see that one. Adaptatron MVP on the stream. Holy. Card of the match is right, chat. Adaptatron's broken. Ban Adaptatron. Cards should not just be able to solo carry games like Adaptatron just did. That's broken. Yep. Nothing counters Adaptatron. Nothing beats it. It's crazy. Yep. Immune to hand removal. He's immune to... He even has this buff where when your opponent plays challenge, they won't ever pick me. Even though they have gears on the board. And gears in their hand that they want to play. It was in errata though, so, you know. That's why you don't see it on the card. We got a lot of those. That's what I'm saying. Free buffs too? That guy buffs himself? It's crazy. Yeah, also when your opponent plays their Mind Splitter, this card is unselectable. It's another errata on him too. Don't show us this gameplay. This is where it's proof right here that this was a paid actor. Like, how do they already have this like graphics ready to go and stuff? What the heck? Adaptatron propaganda. One more round. What do y'all want to see, chat? If you had to pick, it's the final round of the event. What legends do you want to see? Specific matchups or single legends, whatever. Like, which one would you want to see right now? If you could pick. You want to see 260 legends? I mean, yeah, that would be cool. Yasuo. Is there even Yasuos? Did anyone bring Yasuo? How many Yasuos are there? Like 2? 3? He's purple, right? So, like, at the very least, he's got to be decent. Miracle Yasuo. Let's see it. Miracle Yasuo. The top players don't want to be on stream. Well, you know what? Sucks to suck, buddy. But, like, don't be good, I guess. Like, that's how every other card game works. Like, you don't just... I mean, you can deny being on stream in some cases and stuff. It's technically you can say that you don't want to be on stream, but just make them be on stream. Like, what are they gonna do? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a choice to be on stream, so. I denied being on a stream at a Lorcana challenge, but it wasn't because I wanted to keep anything secret. I just I remember that I think I might have been wearing either this sweater or another like anime sweater, and they're like, oh well, you have to like turn your stuff inside out or like wear this t-shirt, and I was like, nah, I'd rather just not be on stream than like just want to wear my regular clothes. The chairs were horrible at the stream table. Yeah, that's a reason to. How did you know that they were horrible though? Like, did you look at them and you could tell that they were uncomfortable by just eyeballing it, or like, did you go try it out and you're like, nah, this is not comfortable. I'm okay. I don't want to sit over here. Do you get anything for being a showcase match? No. You just get to show people your deck list, and if you happen to lose to like a Yasuo or something, like I did in round 7 at Houston, then you just get to become immortalized as the person that lost to Yasuo. Are we gonna see me in a suit jacket tomorrow? I don't know about that one, chat. I'll be honest. Maybe I'll wear like a nice turtleneck, but that's about as spiffy as you're gonna see me, I think. One more round, one more round. The table and chair heights were totally off, huh? Tuxedo t-shirt? Yeah, true. Only 2 Jinxes is true. Yeah, Jinx would have been a great. I'm honestly surprised that there's only 2 Jinxes, because like you can play Miracle Jinx. You could play the same deck list that you play out of Draven. Yes, technically your Jinx is like a blank legend, and you're never going to trigger that because you draw your whole deck, so you always have more than, you know, 1 card in your hand. But you still get to play like the whole Miracle package and win a Jinx card. Like, that's a very viable metal card strategy. It's like, just play Miracle Jinx. So I'm really surprised only 2 people brought Jinx. And there's even cute stuff you could do, like discarding what's that card? The Flame Chompers with Ezreal to like play 2 guys out, or you can use like the Jinx signature spell to like as a discard outlet for your scrap heaps and stuff. Like, you could do some cute stuff. It says round 7 starts at 1800, so we need to time travel to get to round 7 because that was 1.5 hours ago. Well, yeah, there was a really long gap. I remember because we were gonna have Colin and Ursa Day do round 3, but then like there was at least like a 30-some minute like additional time extension, And I'm not sure what happened there, and then we've just had other delays slightly, so. Is there any chance we could dodge the Miracle Purple meta, or is this the dominant force of set 2, do I think? I think that you're going to see a lot of purple Miracle package, but I wouldn't say it's like necessarily the most dominant thing you can be doing. I still think that there's a good bit of, like, I still think regular Draven's good too. Not that that's much better, I guess, but like, I think that like standard mid-range Draven with the Dariuses, the Kai'Sas and stuff, like I still think that deck is also very good. And you don't need to play the Miracle stuff in that. I think that there's still like some other viable decks too outside of Miracle, but I would say I would expect to see a lot of purple. Just a sea of purple. Last round, we're going to get 2 Garens that are both 6-0. That would be insane. Anton over Alex is a professional yapper. True. I can just stream. I used to be a Hearthstone streamer for a little bit. Way back in the day. Purple for sure the best color. Agreed. Definitely in set 2. I heard people saying that in set 1. They're like, oh yeah, I think purple is the best color, but I thought in set 1 purple was the weakest color, to be honest. Like, yes, Annie was really strong, and Ride the Wind was a really strong card, but like a lot of the good like Annie cards were also red cards and stuff, you know, like that deck did not really function without its red side. Like red was really strong in set 1, blue was really strong in set 1. I thought purple was one of the most underrepresented colors. Like if you took out Annie from the equation, like where were the purple decks outside of like MF? If I don't want to make bad plays that we've been seeing, what are some tips to improve? What do you use for testing? Well, for testing, we usually test as a team on Tabletop Simulator. There's different free mods out there that you can play with all the decks. You could just import straight from Piltover Archive or Rift decks. And just, I would recommend just basically finding people who are good at the game or who have done well and taking deck lists that they post. I know that not a lot of people have been posting a ton of Spirit Forge deck lists early on, but like people have already mentioned like Yuto's Ezreal list is out there. I think a chatter earlier had mentioned how our Lucian list, they had tried it out and they liked it. So I mean, there's lists out there, so just take like a good list and just kind of run it into your friends. There's also TCG Arena, so if you don't have a friend that like has Tabletop Simulator, you can always go into TCG Arena and like queue into randoms. You don't always get the best testing that way, but that is another way that you can jam games. Gotta have the homies tell you you're messing up, otherwise you never knew you were messing up. I mean, yeah, that's true. And that's why I don't necessarily like just playing into the randoms. I prefer playing my team. I mean, if you have another group of people who are really like set on, you know, becoming good, then you can form a testing pod with those people, a testing team, and, you know, just start playing games with each other, having other people looking at the plays and making sure that everyone's playing correctly and understanding all the different lines and stuff. And that's a way to become really good. Another way to become really good is to check out our Metafy. We have guides out there that tell you how to play the decks really well from professional players. We've also got a Discord that you can join. And in our Discord, we answer pretty much all the questions. We're talking about every legend. We have deck lists for every single legend. We're also always showing our deck list that we're actively working on for the upcoming regionals. So like you'll see our deck list from start to finish. All of our deck lists that we played at Houston, like the Yi list that got second place, even with the sideboard and everything, like we had those deck lists up for weeks in our Discord way before we played them in the event. So like you're gonna know, we're not keeping it a secret. Like it's all in there. You just have to, you know, subscribe and support our content, and you get access to all that information too. Plus, you get a bunch of Q&A from us. So yeah. You need to watch VODs to get better as a player. I agree. Yeah, watching back your VODs is good. For sure. It's a great way to improve. Though sometimes you do need people watching your VODs with you, because like you can rewatch your VODs and maybe you'll be able to learn some things, but there might be even more that you miss if you're not familiar. So we also, by the way, on our Metafy offer VOD reviews. So you can purchase a VOD review with Challenger TCG and you'll get Alex most of the time. But yeah, we'll sit with you and we'll review the VOD with you and give you our insight as well. So we offer that on our Metafy. I'm done shilling the Metafy for like the next 30 minutes probably. Promise. Man's gotta eat, chat. Yeah, I know, but that's why you have us. We'll VOD review you and we'll help you out. Yeah, well, we try to make our Metafy pretty insightful. Do you think Time Warp is necessary in Kaisa? I feel like it's so situational and kind of weak for its price. I kind of think that you do need Time Warp, especially in this format. I feel like you kind of needed at least one Time Warp, even in the original format, or it's set one, just because Kaisa's Aurora matchup without it was kind of iffy, and it was just another way that like you could turn the game on its head if you're playing from behind or if you're going second. I don't know that you necessarily need more than one, but I kind of think you need Time Warp. I mean, the deck is still good without Time Warp, don't get me wrong. I just do think that like into the meta the way that it is in set one, I would definitely be wanting Time Warp. I could see more of a argument maybe in set two for it not being quite as good, especially given that like purple got a really good counter spell. So that kind of really punishes really big spells. So I could see some argument for maybe it's not quite as good in set two, but it's still just such a easy way to cheese wins. And I think that like a lot of players who I feel like, not saying this is necessarily you, chatter, but like I feel like a lot of players who say that they're having issues with Time Warp or that it's really situational just don't understand like how they're supposed to be setting it up, because it really shouldn't be all that situational. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Hard Bargain is definitely a really tough card to deal with. Time Warp was already like, even whenever you negated the Time Warp with a Wind Wall, like that was pretty much game ending. And Hard Bargain can do the same thing, but for less energy that you need to keep up and no power whatsoever. So yeah, exactly. Time Warp in the side, I could see that too. Like it just might be that you don't need these big clunky spells in your deck in game one. And if it is a matchup like the Kaisa Mirror or versus like Dazzling Aurora or Ornn or decks like that, like I could see people wanting the Time Warp. Though Time Warp has won me some games into Draven too, but the Hard Bargain is iffy for sure. I like how this tutorial doesn't even know how the Yasuo legend or champion works. Yeah, true. Now we get another commercial with these pro leaguers playing in a bar. Is she drinking milk? Like, Time Warp has been the winning factor every time I go Victor into Kaisa. Kaisa without Time Warp never wins. I mean, true. Yeah. It's even the threat of Time Warp itself, like, is just terrifying. Like, if you're a good player and you're sitting there and you see that the Kaisa has, like, 10, you're just, like, on the edge of your chair the rest of that game. Because you're just like, oh my god, like, if I let them just take a single side, it's over. Half a glass of warm milk. Yeah. Put it on my tab. They are drinking milk. Yeah, I guess they're not trying to promote, alcoholism. And they're just like waterboarding this person underground for some reason. Oh my god, alt arts. Oh my god. Chat, how many of you have played a 4-player game of Riftbound? I'm curious. How many of you have actually sat down? Not in the demo or anything either. Like not for a Teemo promo. Like just with your buddies or like at a local Nexus night or whatever. Like how many of you have actually sat down and played free for all format? They can't show alcohol? Yeah, that makes sense. A 2v2 at a Thursday? Yeah, 2v2, sure. You have at a Nexus night? Okay. Get a few people try them out. 3 to 4 times? An enjoyer. Alright, the fact that the casters are back makes me think that we are about to get our final round, finally. I'm not a commander player, thank God. Yeah, I've not played any free for all outside of the demo. I did watch some 2v2 be played though when I know Colin and Alex did some 2v2 at Houston during day 1. I was a sucker and played the 1v1 which was not worth in my opinion. I mean, I did get enough tickets to get like 2 of the metal cards, but by the time my event was over, all of the 2v2 people had already gotten all of their tickets way before our event ended, and they went and took all the good metal cards. So like all I got was a Garen. No joke. Just a Garen. But I mean, Metal Garen was better than nothing, but I didn't want a Garen. Alright. I'm pretty sure we saw this guy earlier. Is this another... What was this guy playing? I can't remember. But I'm certain we saw this AI guy or I guy earlier. Misfortune. Hey. Okay, maybe we did not see this guy then. Because we have not seen a Misfortune today. Guess he just has a similar name to one of the players earlier. Alright, we've got a Misfortune. What are the records? Do we know what the records are this time around? Misfortune into Draven. Yes, aspirants climb. So obviously, not that I had any doubt, but Misfortune is playing Aurora. Oh, it's a team? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. The more you know. And given that he's playing Reaver's Row as the opener, I would think that this is mid-range Draven. So Misfortune actually does have a pretty solid mid-range Draven plan. I think that the Aurora decks really struggle into Miracle, unfortunately. But I actually do think that Misfortune Aurora has a pretty solid Draven plan. Like, into regular mid-range Draven, she can actually just run him out of resources and outmight him, assuming that she doesn't brick and actually, like, has an Aurora riding. I think Misfortune's either like 50-50 or slightly favored in this matchup, but it definitely depends on we're hopefully that's assuming these players are both, equally skilled and familiar with their decks. It does not look like the Draven's going first, rolling a 1 here, so Misfortune going first on the aspirants, looking pretty good. Chinese players didn't see Annie set 1. I mean, they saw it, but like, yeah, they were definitely not on it the way we were. That's for sure. He's got an Aurora in the opener and a Gust. So, I mean, you're just keeping the Aurora and the Gust, right? Sending the other 2. Yep. And that's what he did, I think. I'm pretty sure he kept the Aurora and the Gust. The Draven players got a 2-drop, so I'm sure he's going to be keeping the... Wait, did he not send the shovel yet? I thought he sent the shovel and the... Or did he send the shovel in the challenge and he drew them again? Did he draw another shovel challenge? He playing 2 shovels? Maybe. All right, here we go. Yep, and it's just a pass. No mobilize from the Misfortune. Draven calls 3. We're going to play this fan here, I'm guessing. Yep, that's the 2-drop that he opened. Next, we're going over here. Does the MF have a Catalyst? Is that a Pack of Wonders? I think I just saw a Pack of Wonders. Maybe I'm wrong. No, he just plays Shovel. Okay. So I guess he did mulligan. So he mulliganed Shovel and Challenge, and he drew a Shovel and a Challenge. So maybe I'm wrong that those were the 2 cards he mulliganed, but I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. We have Gust here. You definitely want to Gust this, right? Denies your opponent 2 points. I mean, obviously they could play a Longsword or an Axe, but like if they do that, then they're not able to develop the Draven. Of course, we know looking at the Draven's hand that there's a Noxus Hopeful in there, so if he does do the Gust and the opponent does have the Axe, then he'll still be able to Axe and play the Noxus Hopeful, so it won't keep him off of too much tempo. Oh, nope, the Gust goes through. So yeah, we're just paying 5 here. Looks like we're playing a Darius. Oh, no, Accelerated Kaisa. Sure. On to the Reaver's Row. Drawing a card. Pretty solid. But yeah, I mean, denying 2 points with this Gust is super crucial, especially when you're going first. Like, your opponent's already so far behind. Not having any ramp at all is brutal, though. Like, we really would want even just a single mobilize this turn so that we could be on 9 next turn and play our Aurora. But that's not going to happen, so we're probably looking at not playing Aurora till like turn 5. That's pretty miserable. But I mean, we've kept our opponent off of 2 points, so playing it on turn 5 isn't that horrible, actually. It's still not great, don't get me wrong, but it's not horrible because of the Gust. Yeah, these guys are 4-2. So this is at least like a somewhat decent record. Okay, he just plays the MF. I do not like this really, but I guess it's okay. I just don't feel that there's any real need to like be this aggressive against the Draven. Like, we don't really need to be playing this MF here. I would rather just go in and have more runes on my next few turns, but maybe he feels like he really needs the MF body here. Just slams down a Forerunner. Okay, MF is on 7 now. There's a Mind Splitter that just came into the hand. We don't want to cast that if we're trying to cast Aurora next turn. So I'm assuming that this is just going to be a pass. You want MF to beat mid-range Draven? I agree. I want MF to win. I'm an MF fan, so I would like MF to win. Oh, goes for the challenge. Wow. We are really nuking our ruins and ensuring that we are not playing this Aurora for like infinite turns. I guess technically... Okay, we're playing the pack here, sure. I guess technically we can still play the Aurora next turn because we're going to 8. So then, but it does force us to commit our MF, which I'm not necessarily a big fan of. But we go to 8 next turn, we float 1 energy, and then we can swing with the MF, and then we can untap an energy, and then we'll have 9. So we can play Aurora next turn, as long as MF doesn't die this turn. Okay, going for a stack deck. What do we got here? They're not showing us the ankle, so I have no idea what he's picking up. What is Miracle Jinx? You basically just play the same. Go look up Miracle Draven, and then take that same package, but put it into Jinx. And that's Miracle Jinx. All right, we've got the guy that gives our Forerunner ganking, send him to the other side. And then we could either like play Draven Champion here or... Huh. Curious why we didn't just play Draven Champion here. Maybe he feels like he needs to leave up this counterspell for something, but... Seems a little weird. I mean, I'm floating 1 energy here, and then you send the MF to the Reaver's row. Because your opponent played it this way, like, you're now getting to send your MF to the battlefield where she's going to be the most protected, because you don't have to lose her if she'll just go back home. So yeah, we get a point, and then now we've got 9. Yep, just slam it. Slam it. Boom. Aurora. Yeah, it came a little late, but you know, it's here. I think we didn't need to necessarily do all this, but whatever. Digging, 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 digging. Mind Splitter, that's a good one. Why are we letting it be called Miracle? I mean, there was a Miracle Rogue deck that was based off of like a Miracle Grow deck in Magic. And that's where the name Miracle came from. It was actually a Magic term that became used in Hearthstone. And everybody thinks it's a Hearthstone term, but it was really a Magic term that came into Hearthstone. And now that term is somehow coming from Hearthstone into Riftbound from Magic. Okay, it's quite a lot of good cards in our Draven player's hand. I think we're wanting to take the Rebuke here because that card is the biggest pounding for us. But yeah, I think all these cards are like not ones we like to see. The Thunder Song is also a consideration to take. It would be between the Rebuke or the Thunder Song for me. I think those are the two like highest priority pickups. The Ride the Wind, that's crazy. Over Rebuke and Thunder Song? That's very interesting to me. I mean, I don't know the full makeup of this MF player's hand, but that's yeah. That's not the card I would think you would be taking there. Is there a certain champion that I would like to see in Riftbound? I'm pretty sure we're getting a Kali. I would love to play a Kali. That was like a champion I enjoyed playing early on in my league days that I have an attachment to. Not waifu or anything, you know, but yeah, she's kind of hot too. But yeah, more so I just liked a Kali. Like I like ninjas and stuff, so I think a Kali would be cool. Wow, you don't say. The Miracle Grow gardening product. Save the axe. Yep, saving the axe. You can always do the axe in response, so. Is that their LOL rank shown? No, that's actually their rank shown in Riftbound. So in Riftbound, they have an ELO system in China. This is only in China, though we may get something like that here at some point. But in China, they actually have like a Riftbound ELO system, so that's their ranks in the Riftbound app. Yes, it is a plat versus a master. Okay. I mean, if I'm the MF player here, my opponent can't win the next turn. I think I'm just playing this Mind Splitter in my hand, taking their Rebuke or their Thunder Song, and then I'm flipping another guy off the top of my Aurora. And then next turn, I'll have a bunch of bodies, and I will go and contest all the battlefields with whatever is left in my opponent's hand. Looks like he's considering getting in with this MF, though. Honestly, a little surprised by that. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could just start stacking the battlefield now, but you don't really need to. It's probably fine, though. Keeping your opponent on 7 might be better. You just don't really need to do this, but it's probably fine. If he wants to, this makes me think he's developing something this turn. Like he's developing the Mind Splitter on that spot, or like otherwise, I just think it's correct to just play the Mind Splitter first, see what they have, and then you could either wait with your Aurora going off, or okay, yeah, he's splittering here. Yep. Ooh, opponent got another Rebuke. 2 Rebukes. You're definitely taking, I think, one of those Rebukes. Wishing you had taken that Rebuke earlier, huh, buddy? Now you're looking at 2 Rebukes instead of 1. He could have taken both Rebukes. He's taking the Ride the Wind again. For what? This card is doing nothing right now. Huh? Okay, well, whatever. I don't understand why why he's taking the... Yeah, he did draw the ride, you're right, but like, who cares about the ride? I would be taking these rebukes all day. Ride does nothing. Who cares? Mind Splitter. Okay, now are we finally taking a rebuke? We could have taken both rebukes. Why are we taking Ride? This makes literally no sense. Yes, master rank level gameplay, I guess. China very hard, according to George G. Yeah, I just don't know what this Ride the Wind, like, what was this Ride the Wind doing? Can someone in chat enlighten me? Maybe I'm the one that's just been up too long or something, but like, what is Ride the Wind doing here that is so important? Like, Rebuke takes 7 might off of our board. If we didn't hit a Mind Splitter there, he could have rebuked 2 of our guys. Like, I don't know. Just seems odd. Yeah, taking the viewers for a ride. I guess that's what we're doing. We're pack comboing. Oh, baby. You know what red players love to see when they were already going to bring in thermos? They love to see that you're also on shovel and pack combo. They're like, oh, my thermo's actually like a 2 or a 3 for 1. Nice. I was already going to bring it in anyway, but now I'm super stoked to bring this in. Is that another Aurora in his hand, it looks like? That's a little late. Don't really see us needing that anytime soon, but thinking of playing Catalyst here just to give us a bunch of runes. Could like cycle Immobilize next turn, I guess. If we do this. His opponent's thinking, do I just negate this? I don't think you negate that one, buddy. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. And I think we're just probably passing from here, right? Or I guess he could still gank. I mean, he gave ganking to the unit, but like, what is he gonna do with the gank? Like, it's just gonna die. It's just gonna get pushed home by the fan and then give him a card. So like, he can't really gank over there. I guess he could gank with the MF and just try to get the MF to be pushed or eat the fan. And then he could untap his MF if he wanted to, and then he could give ganking again to another thing. That just seems like kind of a disaster, though. Your opponent's holding up a 6 energy. Like, he has so much interaction here. I would be really scared to push in on that side. I know you're gonna have to do it at some point. Obviously, he has seen his hand. Whoa, we're going for the bullet time right now. Wait. But we know he's got the hard bargain, right? Yeah, we know he's got the hard bargain. We've seen his hand. Okay, so we're just gonna bullet time again then? We just gave him 1 bullet time for free? Maybe he just thinks he loses to Vi the Wind? But his opponent, you have to stack your trash to win with Vi the Wind. There's nothing in the, there's like barely any cards in the trash. Like this, the Miracle Draven deck could maybe even play Vi the Wind, because like they actually stack up their trash really fast, but this Draven doesn't stack up its trash very fast. It's probably only got like 5 or 6 cards in there. That's not a really scary Vi. What's the honest win condition for Misfortune? Nothing. There is none. What is Misfortune's battlefield here? That is Aspirant's Climb, but it's the World's Bundle promo version. But it's Aspirant's Climb, the one that makes it a 9-point game. Need to the winning point is 9 instead of 8. Do we want to give them tokens at base? I mean, probably not, but I guess if you're trying to like swing in and contest the battlefield on both sides, maybe. Oh my gosh, this player is thinking forever. What are we doing, my guy? I'm surprised that the judges are not like taking action, buddy. Oh my goodness, he's grabbed this MF and put it back down like 20 times. Okay. Coming in. No. No, we're not. Never mind. Yeah, you would think this would be a slow play call, right? Like, what is even going on? Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, he's going to push this back as he should. And then what? Are we bullet timing? Are we just giving him our MF for free? Was that the play here? What was this play? This was not a good play, chat. Yeah, bullet time, okay. Yes, this is so bad. I agree, chat. This is a master rank. Master rank in China. He cast the bullet time to beat the slow play allegation. Drew, he was just like, I gotta do an action. Bullet. Bullet for 9. Goddamn, I agree. Bullet for 9 just to give my mans 2 tokens. Holy. Yeah, I mean, city challenges are different than a high level regional though. Like city challenges are just like not like they're not real events. Like they're like, you know, decently competitive. I'm not saying like if you get a 100-man event, like there's some decent competition there, but man, I just see plays like this in like every Chinese regional, and they've had the game now for like way longer than us, and I just still am seeing this same nonsense. It's just kind of crazy to me, but mostly that they show these stream, like, I don't know, like these guys are 4-2. At least these guys have a decent record. It's not like we're watching the 2-3 Lee Sin, but holy. Yes, this is how Draven's winning everything in China. Look at their Masters division. Yeah, they're not, I mean, they're not doing any actual takebacks. They just like keep picking up the card and putting it down. Like they haven't actually committed to a move yet. That's not my issue. My issue is their lack of taking game actions. Okay, Dead Bloom. I'm guessing he's gonna put this Dead Bloom on the Reaver's row, so that we can have like a good amount of might on each side, but maybe I'm wrong. Draven does win because it's too strong, I agree, but you can beat Draven if you like understand how to play Riftbound pretty well. I think that you can find a lot of decks that beat Draven. They might not beat the rest of the meta, and they might not have as good a matchup into everything else like Draven does, but like there are decks that can beat Draven. But if you play like this, you cannot beat Draven. Draven did lose the axe, which is a pretty big deal. No angle shot or anything for that. Oh, he has an axe though, so there you go. So yeah, he'll be able to just like keep using this axe on every unit and just like making it really strong and annoying. He's already a 7. He can pay with the Draven to make it a 9. But his opponent gets the Reaver's Row trigger first. He still decided to pump anyway. Interesting. Oh, because he's going to ride the wind. That's why he decided to pump. Sure. Yeah, and he's just going to win here, right? He rides the wind, and then he's got the rebuke. Is this the third ride the wind, though? But you know what, chat? Guess what he wouldn't be losing to right now if the opponent didn't have it in the hand? This rebuke. This rebuke that he should have taken like 5 or 6 turns ago. With these, there was no reason not to take this rebuke. These ride the winds would have done nothing without being combined with this rebuke. And instead he took double ride the wind and he lost to rebuke. The ride the wind only won him the game because of the rebuke too. He should have just taken the rebuke. That's the only card that matters in that matchup. What? Rebuke all day. Take rebuke. Ugh, please. Yeah, you can save Draven's axe with an angle shot. You use it on the temporary trigger. Unless that has changed and I am mistaken. I could be mistaken. But I'm pretty sure you just use angle shot when the temporary trigger happens, and then it attaches and then it no longer gets destroyed. You're saying it is destroyed or it's not destroyed? He could have rode the wind, then rode the wind again, and then did it again. True. Who's my favorite Chinese player? Omega Zero. Okay, well, if it is destroyed, well then sure. I guess you can't save it. What about the timing? I'd have to look that up, but I'm just curious if there's a timing where you can with the when the mechs are dying and the Forerunner trigger would go on the stack, if the like if the equipment would detach and you could stack that in a certain way. I don't think so though. Have you seen any Rek'Sai on stream at all? They have not shown Rek'Sai at all in any of these rounds. And I do believe this is going to be the last Swiss round, so no, we have not gotten to see any Rek'Sai action. Ten-minute turn. This needs a penalty. I agree. That was a crazy turn. Like, and it wasn't even good. Like the final result of him waiting all that time was not even a good play. Yeah, that's what I thought. You could angle shot if there was another unit in play. You could angle shot when the death knell happened. Or maybe chat's just all wrong. Maybe you're all just chatting me up, debating me. All right, we've got the next round coming up. It looks like we've got MF is doing the sigil this round, and Draven is giving MF a spicy meatball here. We're getting a obelisk of power out of this is we were talking about this too multiple times. We're like, oh man, all these people are running obelisk of power as like one of their battlefields. The Aurora decks are fiending for this right now. Like they're feasting out there. They're just getting free ramps for no reason, and here it is, Draven playing the obelisk games, so MF's just getting a free ramp. Pretty nice. That was only game 1. We will be getting another 20-minute turn very shortly. Yep, don't forget to get your extra ramp trigger. MF with just a treasure trove. Turn 1 Draven. What's MF got going on here? Oh, looks like we just picked up a cult shot. What? Oh, we're just cycling this? Sure. Drawing 1. Oh, that's a catalyst. That was a good draw. Sure. That worked out. I guess if you just don't have anything better than just cycle the trove, why not? Someone said that that's a team, that AI.EDG, that's like their team tag. Yeah, EDG is a team. So clearly they have some kind of team dynamic. I don't know if it's a pro team or sponsorship or how any of that's working, but yes, AI.EDG, or EDG at least, is a team. They are wearing branded merch. Okay, Draven's hiding something over here. I'm not sure why we're going all in on this battlefield so early, but like that we need to be hiding a card and stuff. Like the MF is not doing anything to us right now. Okay, well, we hit Aurora, so there you go. Boom. Turn 3 Aurora going first. There's nothing better. There's literally nothing better. So yeah, I mean, right into the Mind Splitter too. Like This is exactly how this deck wins. Like, if this guy fumbles this position, I don't know what to say, chat. Yeah, maybe a TFT team. Not sure. I mean, you're taking Ride the Wind, right? That's your arch nemesis. He's got a second Aurora in his hand too. Realistically, I think you're taking the Darius here. I would be taking the Darius here 100%. Just leave him with this janky 2-drop and the Ride the Wind. You're going to find more Mind Splitters over the course of the game anyway with your Aurora. So you can take the Ride the Wind later before it actually matters. But like for right now, the Darius is the right take. I would be taking the Darius here. Yes, exactly. He's like, oh God, Ride the Wind. Yeah, okay. He took the Darius. This is correct. This is what you should be taking here. Is EDG like a... Someone said EDG as a team. Is that like a trading card game team, though? Or is it like a League of Legends team? Like an esports team? All right, well, things are looking really tough for the Draven now. Obviously, he's sitting there with an axe and a fan and a hidden card and 2 points, but this is not where you want to be. Like, Aurora going off turn 3, going first, like, they already hit a splitter. You barely have any cards. Like, this is... Oh, he drew... Thoughtseize Bug! Literally! Takes Darius... Opponent finds Darius off the top. Doesn't even matter. They won Worlds back in the days? Oh, okay. League of Legends org. Sure, sure. Yeah, Chinese esports team. Sure, sure. Dead Bloom. I'm personally not as big a fan of Dead Bloom in set 2. Exactly for this reason. Like, I think it's really bad into the Draven matchup. But it's still an 8 might body with deflect. And another Dead Bloom not utilizing his ability, which is exactly why this could just be a Mountain Drake or something. But there we go. We got a lot of might on the board. We got 2 Auroras riding. I do not think the Draven's going to be able to pull this one out. I'll be honest. But hey, I've seen crazier things happen in these rounds, so we'll see. He's just looking at this hand like, what do I do? He's thinking of doing a gem jammer? So is he abandoning this position? This is exactly why I didn't understand why he played this hidden card. Like, stacking up the point, whatever. I don't mind that much. I think that was a little aggressive, but like, why did we drop this hidden here? Like, it's just making it so awkward for us right now to use this gem jammer. Because, like, we don't want to leave the fan there by himself. Yeah. Is anything else happening here? I mean, the opponent's tapped out, right? Like, what are we still waiting for? Okay, sure. Darius, 2 cards have been played, sure. So we just left the fan there by himself? That doesn't seem very good. He seems to be much better at Yu-Gi-Oh than he is at Rift, sure. He has a channel, I guess. Yu-Gi-Oh channel. What is my thought on ganking on cards? I think that it's fine. I think that ganking is a very strong mechanic, and I'm happy when they put ganking on cards. I think that it's a cool mechanic that highlights one of the main differences, like it showcases one of the main mechanics of Riftbound, which is like the battlefield system and the movement system. So I think it's strong ability, and I don't have anything against it or anything. Switcheroo. Okay, well it's not basically he just gets to trade with the unit. Like, okay, it's not horrible for the MF, right? Like, they're chilling. Okay, I lose 1 Dead Bloom, like, so be it. Is that it? It's not even that bad. Yeah, especially if you're committing a switcheroo. Why were we committing a switcheroo on turn 2? Like, for what? Chat. I don't understand, chat. Miracle Draven has not been on stream, chat. Correct. Why did we commit a switcheroo on turn 2? For what? Why are we committing this shovel right now? What are we going to play back with the shovel? What are we playing from our discard with the shovel? I'm not saying like we necessarily like it's horrible or anything, but like it's just another why. Like, why commit the power right now? Is the +2 like really that big of a break point? I guess he doesn't want to risk trading it with the Darius for free. Like, if Darius gets 2 triggers, but like if this man's just running his Darius into it, like that's not very good for him. Okay, we get another Mind Splitter. That's pretty strong. Opponent's on very low cards. This is exactly what I was saying, like why MF is good into the mid-range too. Like, if you just basically don't do any combats with them, well, now we're probably taking the Ride the Win, right? I can't imagine we're taking the Gem Jammer. It's got to be Ride the Win here. Why are we thinking this deeply on this? Like, it's definitely not the 2-drop. Okay, well, they just skipped it. It looked like he was thinking deeper than it was, but I guess he named the 2-drop. Okay. And Dead Bloom. Once again, Draven is too big for Dead Bloom to come down on, so we get to once again see why Dead Bloom is really not that good in set 2, and In my personal recommendation, you should not be playing 3 Dead Bloom in set 2. Oh, he's just playing it there. I mean, he's going to punch first, I guess. He just figures, I'm fine. Draven goes plus. I punch first. Wait, no, yeah, he knows his opponent doesn't. He knows what his opponent has, so never mind. He's seen his opponent's hand. He knows that this is safe. So he's going to punch first here. There's nothing his opponent can do. He's only got the 2-drop, so this clears the Draven and the Axe. Now, this is strong. This is good. Yeah, with the punch first, this is totally fine. Did he recycle the rune for conquering on the sigil? I didn't see him do that, but maybe I missed it. Okay, yeah, we're going to next game. I mean, this is what you should usually do if your opponent hits turn 3 Aurora on the play. Like, just pick them up, buddy. Like, I guess you can try to play a few turns if you want to. Like, if I was holding thermo beams in my hand, like, maybe I'd be like, okay, maybe he doesn't hit the splitter and I'm okay. But, yeah. I also haven't seen sabotages out of the MF player. Like, maybe I'm just missing them, but did he play sabotages in any of these 2 games? I didn't see Sabo. We've got one more game, and this should be the final round of the stream, and then tomorrow we should be back for Top Cut. Hopefully in Top Cut, you know, where these players got there by winning a lot and by playing ideally good decks. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have a much more competitive and interesting games to cover. So hopefully. Your boy is ready for a nap. Ugh, it's been a long shift, chat. His own teammate said he doesn't know how to play MF. Well, there you go. But as you can see, with Aurora, if you just hit it turn 3, it doesn't matter if you're good or not, because the deck's just broken if that happens. Like, whenever that happens, you're just winning for free. You know who the best team in Riftbound is, chat? I'll give you 3 guesses. Oh, you're right on the money, chat. The most accomplished and consistent team in the game is, in fact, Challenger TCG. Thanks again for tuning in to Challenger TCG, by the way. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching the stream with us and being here into the late night with me as I become more and more deranged in my insomnia. AI.edg. Well, no, you're wrong, actually, sir. That is not the correct answer. These people don't even know how to play Riftbound. I don't even know what's going on here. They have one champion at least. I mean, if you can call a Chinese regional champion a champion, I guess. We have a finalist at a much bigger event. All right, well, it looks like we're getting Aurora'd again, so this is looking much, much better. Again, like, his hand's just pretty much the nuts. He's got pack combo. He's got an embarrassment of riches. Like, he could still jam the catalyst here. He's got double Aurora in his hand. Like, he's got it all. So this is looking pretty freaking good for the MF player. Well, why not catalyst here? Why not just do that? There's no reason not to, right? Yeah, I don't think there's any reason not to catalyst here, so. Am I saying George isn't the champion? We'll leave that up to your imagination, chat. Oof, Draven missed the obelisk trigger? Oh, I didn't even see that one. That's nasty. Alright, looks like we're getting a Forerunner. He's good at drawing Aurora, that's for sure. I mean, yeah, he is. He's not good at playing it, but he's good at drawing it, that's for sure. Alright, there's Aurora. His opponent's not happy to see that one. This is where I would really like a sabotage to make sure my opponent doesn't have an answer to my Aurora, but I'm really not certain if this player is even playing sabotage. But I mean, if you just hit the Mind Splitter, who cares, right? Don't even need the Sabo. Just be good and hit the Mind Splitter. Oh, Dead Bloom. So he's going to throw the Dead Bloom on the fan. The fan can push him back, but it will cost him a deflect, and Draven will not draw a card. So not great. Not even really sure why we left the fan there if he's untapped, but we're just letting him eat the fan? Sure. So we get an untap then, which is really nice because we have a challenge in our hand. This is a pretty good sequence for the MF player. He's looking nice here. Yeah, I mean, he could stack deck into the thermal. Stack deck, here comes the thermal. Oh, baby. Nope. No thermal. Oof. Rough. Oh, we're just playing Draven and... What? You think taking it back? Or he's thinking where to put him? Yeah, puts him in the base. And What are we doing with the rest of these guys? Hiding a card at that battlefield. Okay. He's going to pull the Kaisa home? Sure. We untap to max ruins. That's really nice. And we've just got all the cards. I mean, we could play a second Aurora here. It's probably just best to play the second Aurora here. Like, not really a downside, honestly. I would probably just be slamming the second Aurora here. I don't think he's got better plays than that, honestly. Like, there's not... I don't know what you're doing if you're not just making that move, but... He's using Called Shot? I mean, sure, I guess. I think I'd rather just be playing Aurora here than playing this Called Shot, but... Yeah, you put the Mind... See, that would have been a Mind Splitter you would be hitting off of your Aurora this turn, but now it's at the bottom of your deck. And now he found the third Aurora. Lol. I mean, he could still play Aurora. He could still do all the stuff. So, yeah, I mean, you're not taking a Mobilize. That's for damn sure. So, he's going to pick up the pack. Get a ramp. Get a draw. Finds another pack. Aurora number 2. Not Aurora number 2. That's crazy. What? This cannot be the right amount of mana. Yeah, right? He had 2 floating. Yeah. He had 2 floating. Then he had 1. Okay, there we go. We got it figured out, I guess. Alright, Mind Splittering. I think we want to be taking the Rebuke here. Otherwise, he could just Rebuke our Dead Bloom. And, I mean, we could slam another guy on that side, but I'm just thinking it's the Rebuke here. That just seems like the best card to take. We know one of our splitters is at the bottom of the deck. So we still have one more splitter we could hit, and we could also take the Bryn here, potentially. Yeah, he should definitely not be leaving the Rebuke. He's taking the stack deck? The random card? No, you do not take the random card. You take the Rebuke. Or you take the Thunder Song, maybe. You definitely take the Rebuke, though. Why is he even touching the stack deck? Put the stack deck down. The Darius? I mean, that's better than the stack deck at least, but you definitely should be taking the Rebuke here. Yeah, I mean, challenging his opponents off the board is fine play too. Like, I still probably would have enjoyed the second Aurora a little bit better. You could still do this same play next turn, but yeah, if you're gonna be doing this play, then I guess you don't need to take the Rebuke as bad. The only way it makes sense to not take the Rebuke is if you're gonna run double challenge here. I was still a bigger fan of the Aurora play, but this is fine, I guess. This is fine. I mean, he's so far ahead. He's got the Aurora riding, like, he's giga favored right here. Yeah, I would have slammed second Aurora. I agree, chat. That's where I would have been, but I think that this guy is going to win anyway, but this is definitely not optimal play for Misfortune. I think that this is a pretty sus play. It is very, like, that is the thing you're trying to do in the matchup. Don't get me wrong, chat. Like, the thing you're trying to do when you're MF into Draven, specifically the Not Miracle Draven, is that you're trying to, like, just run them out of all the cards in their hand and all their guys on the board. So, like, dropping multiple challenges is good. That is what you want to be doing. You just didn't really need to do it here. I just don't think that you were under any real threat of anything happening to your board, especially if you run out 2 Auroras, because then you're putting 2 more guys in that battlefield. Another one could have even been the Mind Splitter, and then you could have taken that card out of their hand anyway. So, and he had enough to still play the Aurora and to still do the challenge. So it's not like playing the Aurora didn't allow him to do the challenge. He could have still used the challenge anyway and had enough for Aurora and still kept 1 up. Like, you could have still ran a single challenge. You didn't need to double challenge there. Like, that Kaisa by herself with no equipment is never taking on your Dead Bloom plus a Mind Splitter plus another Dead Bloom plus another bomb. Like, that's never happening. We're in round 7 and deck lists are nowhere. None of these deck lists have been posted. We're not anywhere near top cut yet, so nothing's been posted. Yes, he was on full 12 ruins. Like, you have enough to play the challenge to get rid of the Axe and the Draven and still be fine with playing your Aurora. So, not optimal play, but I don't think it's going to matter. It might, we'll see, but I think that the MF player is just so far ahead. This position's just looking really doomed for the Draven. Hope the quality of play increases tomorrow. Me too. I agree. Me too. This is the EDG quality play, but you know, they do have a champion, I guess. It's time. It's going to be a draw. Oh, we are in turns. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, maybe he shouldn't have taken a 10-minute turn in game 2. Whatever. Oh, that's not it, buddy. I mean, at least you get to trade with one of them, but that's pretty... I guess that's like your best case scenario. You're just getting to trade for something. But yeah, this man needs to get higher up in the points. You need to start like walling your opponent out. You know what would have really helped in walling your opponent out? 2 Auroras. 2 bombs hitting the board every turn. Yeah, I'm not really sure why he's slow playing, to be honest. I mean, a Mind Splitter here is pretty bad for the Draven. Who was turn 0? Was the Aurora player turn 0? I did not catch when time was called. I don't know if anybody in chat caught that, but if Aurora player was turn 0, then Draven gets a turn. Aurora gets another turn. Draven gets another turn. 0, 1, 2, 3. So it'd be 2 turns each. I mean, if he can wall him out for a turn cycle, he should be okay, right? Aurora was turn 0, yeah. Yeah, it would have been great for him if he had 2 Aurora down. Bro, if he doesn't take the rebuke this time, thank you. Holy, like, I saw him like looking at the rebuke and like, was he about to read rebuke? Like, maybe he doesn't know what rebuke does, chat. Maybe that's why he was like, wait, what does this card do? Oh, that's really good. Overtime is, so they changed overtime for this set. You get 3 turns. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3. And then at the end of the 3rd turn, these are untimed, by the way. So for those of you coming from One Piece where there's time in overtime, that's not how Riftbound works. You're untimed. Of course, you know, you should still keep up a good pace of play. But after the 3 turns, if a player needs to have 2 or more points ahead, to be 2 or more points ahead of the other player in order to get the win. If you're only 1 point ahead, or if you're equal points, then it's a draw. So the MF can't win. Well, if the Draven is turn 1 here, right? And the Draven is unable to capture a single point, then the MF would go to 6, and then it would be ahead. But then, yeah, it still is unable to win, basically. Yeah, it can't win. It can only do a draw at best. The Draven can win, but the MF can only draw. Yep, still going. I think this is the last round, Mungus, but yeah, we are still rocking. Yeah, MF literally can't win. Played way too slow in those earlier games. Needed to make decisions quicker, especially that like 10-minute turn that happened. So yeah, now they're getting punished for it. There's literally no way they can win. The Draven player is here trying to figure out how he can win. The MF player is only playing for a draw. And I don't really think that the Draven player has a way to win either. So I think this is just looking like a draw. MF can win if there's a ride the win involved on the opponent's turn. Yeah, but it would require him to lose control of one of these battlefields and then regain control of it. So that would be a pretty tall order. All right, we're putting these 2 equipments on the Darius. Playing a second card so that we can trigger this Darius. +2. So Darius is a 11 here. Yeah, it's still not enough. Like he can break one side of MF. I mean, again, he doesn't even need to, like, he's getting a draw. That this win is probably not happening for the Draven, but it's not happening for the MF either. So they're basically just playing, they're just fiddling with themselves. There's not really much that can happen. Wait, did he just concede to the MF? Wait, he just conceded. Huh? Look at this. Did you see this guy like, yeah, I got it. Yeah. There was no, what? Like, dude, you played horribly. Don't sit there like, yeah. No, boo. The heck? That's crazy. This should definitely have been a draw. So, fist pump. Yeah. Bad play wins. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I maybe the Draven player doesn't understand the time rules and how they work. Like maybe he's still thinking that it's the old way, and so he was just like, well, there's no way I can win in 3 turns, but there was actually literally no way for the MF to win. So I don't know, chat. I don't know. Yeah, I guess he must have conceded just to prove me wrong. That must be it, I guess. Yes, he just fist pump celebrated his opponent, not understanding that he could take a draw. Yeah, I mean, sure, like, but his opponent could also give it to him, like, for just being absolutely terrible and not deserving the win himself. Like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe, like I said, maybe he just gifted the win to him, I guess. I mean, he did gift the win to him. It's not maybe he gifted it to him. No, he did. That was a gift. What that man just gave him was a gift. No matter what. But I'm just saying, all I'm saying is that if your opponent gives you the win that was completely undeserved, don't sit there fist pumping yourself. Don't sit there fist pumping yourself when you were just given a win for free, a win that you had absolutely no business getting because you played terribly. Don't sit there like, no, you didn't earn that. Can you summarize the last 6 hours I was sleeping? Slop. 6 hours of slop. That's what I and my beautiful face and soothing voice to cover over all this slop, but mostly slop. Yeah, I'm not saying his opponent wasn't honorable. I don't know if it was an honorable thing or if it was just a mistake. The Draven player didn't know the time rules. Either of those things could be true. And none of what I'm saying here is applying it all to the Draven player. I'm talking about the guy over there that had a completely undeserved win, like sitting there doing this motion while his opponent just gifted him the win. Like he's styling on him. He's BMing on him. Like, come on, bro. Just sit there and be like, thank you. He should be bowing down in front of his opponent and in honor of his opponent being such a majestic human. Like, you did not deserve that. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be spitting real facts on the stream, chat. Like, this ain't no, oh well, what an interesting play kind of stream. No, we're gonna tell you how it is. Like, The heck? I think that's the last round. I'm gonna see how this finalizes, but I'll still keep the stream going for a little bit. But I do think this is supposed to be the last round. So yes, literally the real life GG Easy, like sitting there, like yeah, yeah, dude, you're so good, dude. You're so good. Yeah, I would have given that guy a handshake, a fist bump, a hug, like I said, like just be like, "Oh my god, thank you. I will take this torch that you have handed me and try to do my best with it." But no, he's sitting over there styling on him. Hitting the victory pose. Look at that! It showed it again! Oh, I'm so disgusted. New strat for next turn. You play really strong best of one deck like Victor, win game 1, run on the clock, let game 2 end in a draw, win the match, GG champion. True. That's when you hit the victory pose. MVP in that game is the opponent. True. Facts. Yes, literally looked right in the camera like, what the heck? This play was just a disaster. Like, I don't even know what was going on in that play. I don't even know why they're re-showing us this turn. This turn was the 10-minute turn that, like, just shouldn't have taken 10 minutes. They're trying to show us the uncut version of it, I guess. Like, the top cut stats before tomorrow's stream. Yeah, I think they usually do that. They showed us all the breakdown this time around, so hopefully they'll show us that information tomorrow. The announcers are explaining how Draven's fine. Yeah, they're like, look, see, Draven just lost. It's fine, right? Must be fine. He just lost. This proves without a shadow of a doubt that Riot can do no wrong and Draven is perfectly fine. It's just crazy, man. What a crazy day. What a crazy stream. Hope you guys got some entertainment out of it at least. Like I said, like, I guess you guys have been sticking with us through this long night, or maybe some of you are in, you know, countries where this time zone is not destroying you, but either way, we appreciate you guys here at Challenger TCG. Thanks for tuning into the Twitch stream. Thanks for tuning into the YouTube. It looks like, yeah, top 64 is taking place tomorrow. So I guess we are doing a top 64 cut, it looks like. So I guess for China, at least, that hasn't changed for their regionals. 4 p.m.? 4 p.m. tomorrow? Man, I'm not going to get any sleep. Yep. Well, thanks for tuning in, guys. Make sure if you're not a subscriber on our YouTube, go ahead and subscribe. If you're not following us on Twitch, drop the follow on the Twitch. If you guys want to check out our Metafy, we've got a Discord, a community Discord. We've got a lot of really good interaction going on in there. We're the biggest community Discord on Metafy right now. So always looking get more people to help train up, level up, and make sure that we can all be winning metal cards together. So check us out if you haven't already. Again, much appreciated you guys hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow for the top cut, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I can get enough sleep, and we'll get some good games to commentate tomorrow. We can only pray. See you guys. Signing out for